and looked like she was scheming something. Should I try to catch it? It looks really strange. Jinwoo frowned as if he had heard her. What did you say? He tilted his head slightly. What do you mean? Yoon spoke temptingly. Come here, kitten. Her face was full of killing intent. From this moment on I am your owner. Caden narrowed his eyes slightly. What is she trying to do? Jinwoo was terrified and dumbfounded. He quickly told Caden, let's go. She's a really strange woman. Suddenly Yoon shouted. Stop. Under the light emanating from her ability, her face was carved from ice and snow. Who told you to go? Rings of light swirled like energy waves appeared. Her eyes glowed strangely and an indifferent voice echoed, come here. Yoon's eyes were extremely cold. From this moment on I am your owner. The energy waves continued to swirl around her. At the center of the storm Caden stood firm. He quickly realized she could control animals. As if caught in a trap, his eyes suddenly glowed blue. Jinwoo was startled. What are you talking about? Yoon crouched down. She held out her hand tempting. Come here. Incredibly, Caden really approached. Jinwoo's eyes widened in horror. What's going on? Why is Caden hung listening to her? Her eyes were indifferent. Good boy. Caden approached and walked expressionlessly. Then he suddenly turned and placed a small bird in her hand. Jinwoo's eyes widened in dizziness. Yoon's eyes also changed. He sat there annoyed for a moment. Jinwoo's eyes were wide. Oh my god, Caden left scornfully. Rude and arrogant bitch. Yoon was no longer indifferent. She trembled with rage. Her hands clenched frantically. She bit her lip in anger. How dare you be so insolent? Yoon felt a little indignant watching Caden leave unpleasantly. A fat cat ignoring her. Caden gritted his teeth as he walked. His cat fat swayed in rhythm, her face discolored and her eyes suddenly glowed. I've never been so humiliated by an animal. After that, Yoon declared. I will make that fat cat mine no matter the cost. Caden was annoyed and yet found it strange. What is this foolish feeling? She hurriedly stood up. Hey you. Yoon's eyes turned cold again. You're one of the independent awakened, aren't you? Jinwoo's eyes widened in surprise. Yeah, how did you know? She sighed. I've never seen you here, so of course. He opened his mouth and smiled brightly. Oh right, and you're one of the guild-affiliated members, aren't you? Yoon tilted her head slightly. That's right anyway, you seem really proud to be that cat's owner. Jinwoo was worried again. What do you mean? She sighed irritably. Never mind, I'm just telling you not to be complacent about that cat not coming to me. He frowned. I'm not. Yoon quickly waved her hand, cutting him off. Yeah, because you're different from me, she asked indifferently. So what's your name? Jinwoo replied friendly. I'm Jinwoo. Yoon frowned slightly, her lips slightly twisted. I didn't ask your name. What's that cat's name? He scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry. Its name is Caden, she immediately said mockingly. That's a really bad name. While saying that, she thought differently inside. Oh my god, what a unique name, it's cool. Yoon looked at him with cold eyes. You're Jinwoo, aren't you? I'm Yoon Do from MIA. Jinwoo asked again blankly. MIA, she said stiffly. You should join MIA. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Yoon added, I don't know how you weren't discovered by our scout team. But MIA is the most suitable guild for your ability. Jinwoo was dumbfounded. Really, she continued indifferently. Yeah, since you can control and communicate with animals, there's no group more suitable than MIA. His face hardened. What do you mean? Yoon sighed. My ability didn't work on your cat. I think your awakened ability is quite strong. If you're stronger, you should come to MIA. Jinwoo heard that and explained. I think you're mistaken. I don't have that kind of ability, she replied as if it were obvious. Of course. It's wise to hide what your awakened ability is. Yoon had an expression as if she held everything in her hands. But I've already figured out what power you have. It's useless to try and hide your power from me. His face hardened. My power is really different from what you think, she replied arrogantly. I'm MIA's representative academy student. Do you know how strong I am? And you're saying a guy like a common cat nullified my ability? Jinwoo didn't know how to answer. What should I do now if I keep denying it? They might investigate Caden Hung. Yoon was still stubborn. After the academy, join MIA. Jinwoo scratched his head in embarrassment. Thank you for the offer, but I don't want to join a guild yet, she suddenly shouted. Yoon couldn't say anything and frowned. She reluctantly dragged the fat fur ball and left. What a foolish guy. Twilight gradually deepened. Caden grumbled in anger. Truly foolish. The two brothers, dragged along, sat on a wooden chair to rest. Jinwoo started the conversation. Yoon said she has an awakened ability to control animals. Does such an ability really exist? He lay casually on the table and replied. Yeah, there are awakened who can control animals. Jinwoo was immediately surprised. Wow, that's really cool. There are so many different abilities. He narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance. Animals trained with awakened abilities are used for attack or defense. Like a romantic date, they talked excitedly under the pink-tinged sky. Furthermore, in the past they could do things humans couldn't, like gathering information, but nowadays there are many other ways to find information, so that use has greatly diminished. He looked up at the sky, searching for a star named J97. Okay, so what should I do now? Jinwoo was very anxious. I think I have to tell others that I can also control animals, otherwise Hung might get into trouble. Caden once again easily came up with a solution. Tell others that it's one of your awakened abilities, and explain that you can only communicate with me because you haven't fully controlled it yet. Also, you can't control other animals. He obediently smiled brightly. Oh, I'll do that. Caden irritably stretched. He jumped down to the ground and then coldly led the way. I'm hungry, let's go in. Jinwoo excitedly followed behind. Yes, the long empty corridor was lined with cold white light stretching across the ceiling. In the spacious arena, lights poured onto the floor illuminating the aligned figures. Subin spoke up to get them to open up. "We have to fight those independent awakened?" Zhang replied calmly. "That's right," she immediately retorted, "but there are only 6 of them." As if he had already calculated, he quickly replied. "So we'll also choose 6 academy students to fight them?" Zhang asked Disuk, who had raised his hand. "What is it, Disuk?" Disuk calmly frowned. "I won't participate." Zhang immediately frowned. Subin also agreed with him. "Me neither." Yu Hyuk and Bayang also joined in. "Me neither." The 2 men with eyeliner were of the same opinion. "We won't participate either." Zhang frowned irritably. "Alright, you guys don't have to participate. We only need 6 anyway." He coldly turned his back and walked away. "Everyone is eliminated." A terrible sound echoed. "Damn it, Xinhua and the Alliance must be really strong, right?" Suhan leaned over mockingly. "Everyone is strong, aren't they?" Subin immediately reminded him. "Suhan, stop that foolish talk." He narrowed his eyes calculatingly. "You're just making noise. We should have fought among ourselves instead of fighting those independent awakened." Subin pouted her lips scornfully. "Did you think I wouldn't know? I had to fight and win against useless guys like you." Suhan was furious. Yu Hyuk said indifferently. "Why are you so happy?" He slightly curled his lips. "Of course. Why would I miss a chance to teach those presumptuous guys a lesson?" Suhan kept grumbling. Disuk turned his gaze elsewhere and asked calmly, "Hey Kong Ji-yu, are you also participating in this fight?" He was silent for a while, then said coldly, "There's no point in fighting those kids." Disuk sighed. "Alright." Next to them, Suhan growled like a dog. A long quiet corridor stretched before their eyes. As usual after training, Disuk praised them. "You all did well today. Go back to your rooms and don't neglect your energy control training." The children panted and replied, "Yes, teacher." Behind them, Miang approached. It seemed class had just ended. Disuk was startled. "Teacher," he quickly asked, "why are you here?" She walked over without hesitation. "I apologize for the sudden visit. I heard there was talk about Yoon and came to confirm." He heard that and relaxed his facial muscles. "Oh really?" Ing frowned. "I didn't know you 2 were so diligent. When I asked you to teach our academy students, you didn't budge." Inhee and Senior Ha laughed awkwardly. "Ha ha ha ha." Then she turned to the students and introduced herself. "I'm from MIA and I'm also an instructor here." Miang went straight to the point without beating around the bush. "Jinwoo, who are you?" Jinwoo nodded slightly. She stared at him with sharp eyes. "I heard you can control animals." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's faces were filled with surprise. Miang was startled to see that. Everyone seemed surprised. No one knew. Inhee tilted his head. "Jinwoo can control animals." She seemed to fully trust her academy student. "That's right. Yoon said she found out yesterday." He looked at him suspiciously. "He also has another awakened ability." The other academy student's eyes widened. "How strong is this guy? His super speed ability is already astonishing." Miang said very frankly, "I apologize. I didn't know you were keeping it a secret." Jinwoo sighed. "No, it's fine. It's just that I'm not good enough to say I can control animals." Atha's face darkened. "But I heard it's not that weak," he explained in a flustered manner. "I don't know why, but it only works on one cat, and it doesn't work on any other animals at all." Jaihee's eyes widened in astonishment. "A cat? You mean the cat you brought?" Jinwoo hesitated. At this point, everyone as if by telepathy asked Jinwoo. "Jinwoo controls Kaden?" Miang delved deeper. "What's your relationship with that cat? Can you communicate with the cat, or do you simply control it?" He was shy. Jinwoo sighed. Half of him wanted to speak, half didn't. Every word he uttered filled the faces of the 4 with surprise. She frowned in bewilderment. "You mean you can make the cat fight?" Jinwoo said anxiously. "Yes, I can make it fight." The 4 somehow had the same expression. They recalled the chubby and neat cat. "He can make that fat cat fight? Oh, how scary." He bowed his head in embarrassment and Miang's expression softened. "A cat can participate in combat? How cute." "Alright, I look forward to seeing it." The 4 laughed quietly. "Ha ha ha." In Jinwoo's dorm, Kaden lay sprawled on the bed, his body slightly trembling, as if a breeze was passing along his spine. Jinwoo huddled awkwardly watching Kaden cultivate his internal energy. He said anxiously, Kaden hung. This morning the instructor from MIA asked what my relationship with the cat was." Kaden still had his eyes closed, cultivating his internal energy. "Really? What did you say?" He hesitated. "I accidentally said that I could make you fight. It was just a slip of the tongue." He frowned. "Are you serious?" Jinwoo scratched his head and said, "I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that the ability only works on you, but she asked for details and I got flustered." Kaden narrowed his eyes and relaxed. "Anyway, it was unexpected for us. Besides, fighting is the best excuse for me too." He laughed awkwardly. Outside, Subin's voice was heard. "Damn it, it's really inconvenient without a phone. I have to come all the way to the room to ring the doorbell." He sighed slightly. "Your friends must be here." Jinwoo turned the doorknob and opened the door. Subin failed to ring the doorbell. He smiled softly. "Hello," she frowned. "How did you know we were here?" Jinwoo smiled as brightly as a flower. "I heard your voice." They walked in, fighting. "I knew it. I told you to be quiet." Ji-yoon already opened the door before we could even ring the doorbell. Subin pouted her lips. "Your voice is louder than mine." She turned back. "Are you blaming others for what you did?" Ji-yoon, "Tell us who talks louder." Ji-yoon slightly bowed his head. "I heard your voice." Subin's eyes widened. "What?" Jinwoo foolishly agreed with Ji-yoon. "Me too." She was so embarrassed her face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Disuk sat next to him, teasing him. "How foolish. He doesn't even know how loud his own voice is. How shameless." Subin gritted her teeth. "Shut up, Disuk." He gracefully knelt beside the bed and politely extended his hand, offering a can of food. "You're really noisy." Kaden narrowed his eyes, evaluating. The red sunset gently painted the sky. Disuk frowned. There's a rumor that we're going to fight those independent awakened, is that true? Jinwoo replied calmly. Yes, the instructor told us a few days ago. I don't know if that's why, but the instructor taught us energy control. Subin sat comfortably with her legs crossed. It's better than nothing, but knowing energy control for a few days won't make a big difference. I heard it's the lowest level of energy control. He hesitated. That's right, but still, Jinwoo continued. Our instructor said that Guild Academy students are very strong because they've been trained with support from the guild. Isn't that right? She leaned slightly. Yes, I think so too. They received special training from a young age. There's a big difference between being systematically trained from childhood and not. Subin's eyes sharpened. There's a big difference between being systematically trained from childhood and not. Jinwoo was worried. Disuk immediately spoke. You don't need to worry about him, she said loudly. Really? He slightly bared his teeth and smiled. He fought me and Ji-Yoon too. Compared to us, the other kids will be much easier. Ji-Yoon nodded in agreement. Subin was puzzled. Really? Disuk immediately affirmed. Yes, even Yoo-hyuk lost to Jinwoo. Of course he was caught off guard, but still, a win is a win. She sighed slightly. Oh really? He's stronger than he looks, a hero in disguise? Jinwoo's face flushed and he said shyly. That's just because Ji-Yoon was caught off guard. Subin's mind was much more at ease. The important thing is that you won, then there's nothing to worry about. Then Jinwoo realized. Subin, are you worried about me? She turned away haughtily. Worry about my butt. I just thought it would be pathetic if you got beaten up so badly. Disuk reminded him in a low voice. I don't know about the others, but you and Ji-Yoon should be careful of Suhin. Jinwoo's eyes widened. Then what about you two? Subin immediately explained. We said we wouldn't participate. There's a limit to the number of people, and anyway I don't like it, he continued. A few others are also very strong, but they also said they wouldn't participate. That means Suhin will be the strongest opponent. He asked again. Who is Suhin? Disuk replied. He's the guy you met last time. I heard he bullied you in the cafeteria. Only then did Jinwoo realize. Oh, that guy. Subin suddenly recalled his awakened ability. But before she could finish speaking, Jinwoo stopped her. Don't tell them. Everyone looked at him in bewilderment. Jinwoo frowned resolutely. They don't know our awakened abilities either. I want to fight fairly. At those words, everyone's lips curled up. Disuk suddenly realized that the fat cat was very uncomfortable. Subin had been sitting on his tail for a while. He quickly lunged. Jinwoo's eyes widened in surprise. Before he could even understand what was happening, Disuk kicked her, sending her crashing into the wall. Ji-Yoon and Jinwoo both gaped. Subin shouted in a rage, Are you crazy? Do you want to die? He curled his lips in anger. I should speak first. How dare you sit on a cat's tail? She was puzzled. Huh? Subin scratched her head in embarrassment. Did I do that? Disuk glared furiously. Yes, you sat on it with your butt. She immediately knelt beside the bed and smiled gently at Caden. I'm sorry, did it hurt? Oh, are you angry with me? I'm sorry, please stop being angry now. He darkened his face. I saved your life, you fool. Jinwoo laughed awkwardly. Ha ha. Disuk glanced at him. He put his hand on his shoulder as if full of chivalry. Do you need help? Jinwoo was puzzled. Ah, Disuk continued. Anyway, I have nothing to do after class. I'll help you prepare for the fight. It'll be better than doing it alone. Subin heard that and interjected. I'll help too. I also have nothing to do. Ji-Yoon and Jinwoo looked at them in surprise and he gently thanked them. As soon as he finished speaking, Disuk stood up. There's not much time. Let's go to the training ground and start. Jinwoo's eyes widened in surprise and suddenly the lonely image of his childhood flashed through his mind. The other three looked back, seeing that he wasn't moving. Disuk gently reminded him. Come on, let's go. Subin was also puzzled. Why are you still standing there? A happy expression was clearly visible on his face. Jinwoo frowned. You go first, I'll follow soon. Subin immediately urged him. All right, hurry up. His friends left first, leaving only Jinwoo behind. His face suddenly drooped. Caden sighed slightly. Fortunately, I came home early today. Jinwoo was still standing there recalling his lonely past and suddenly spoke. Caden hung. Jinwoo tilted his head slightly. I've never been this happy. He slightly narrowed his eyes and urged him. Stop whining and hurry up. He obediently followed. Yes. Jinwoo quickly ran out and the door closed. Caden glanced at his back. He slightly curled his lips. He stretched out on the mattress to relax. That kid always worries me. The space was filled with cold light emanating from the lights hanging from the ceiling. Subin arrogantly said loudly, Don't worry, it's just training. Jinwoo was shy. All right, suddenly he spoke. My awakened ability is superspeed. She was puzzled. Jinwoo explained. I've seen your abilities before, so I think you should also know mine. Subin's eyes widened and she sighed. You fool, don't be so fawning. Disuk outside curled his lips and laughed. The long empty corridor sparkled under the lights pouring from the ceiling, making the space seem even colder. Jinwoo took a defensive stance, fixing his opponent with a sharp gaze. Facing Subin, he was slightly worried. Subin stood with her hands on her hips. What are you still standing there for? Start. He was flustered. Can I start? She calmly placed both hands on her hips. Yes, come on, Jinwoo thought nervously to himself. What should I do? Subin doesn't seem ready to fight at all. Daisuk's eyes widened and he shouted loudly. Hey Jinwoo. The word startled Jinwoo. Is he taking it easy on her because Subin is a girl? He quickly waved his hand and hesitated. No. Disuk lowered his voice and said, Then why are you hesitating? Jinwoo frowned slightly, flustered because he knew Subin was not ready to fight. Do you think Senior is an easy opponent? Jinwoo's eyes widened as if he had realized something. Disuk shouted loudly, Do you think this is a game? Just do your job. Subin sighed, seeing him act properly for the first time, but thought he didn't need to be so serious. She thought Jusok might be surprised, then she placed her hands on her hips arrogantly and said, Can't you hear me? Start. Jin awkwardly nodded. Understood. Yes, I was too overconfident. He glanced at his opponent. Subin is a very powerful awakened. How dare I underestimate him? Jinwoo rushed forward with immense speed. In the blink of an eye, Subin's cheek was swollen from a rapidly thrown punch. Disuk laughed joyfully. Excellent. He hit the opponent's face squarely again. Subin's body flew backward, her head tilted to one side, her eyes wide with shock. Before she could react, a collision sound echoed continuously. With each descending punch, her face contorted and her eyes gradually became dazed. Jinwoo's eyes widened and he continued to throw punches without hesitation. Subin trembled and tried to block the ceaseless barrage of punches but was completely helpless against the brutal force. Disuk was very satisfied and cheered inwardly. Subin backed away, blocking with her hands. Wait, stop. Jinwoo suddenly widened his eyes. Why are you doing that? She gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it, why are you so fast? His punch paused in midair with hesitation. I told you. My awakened ability is superspeed, Subin hurriedly replied. No, I know, but Disuk laughed loudly with satisfaction. Ha 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 ha. I thought I went too easy on you and got thoroughly beaten. Do you think you can win by just standing there and not using your ability? She froze for 5 seconds. He gave a thumbs up with an admiring expression. Kong Ji-yu, well done. Jinwoo still didn't understand the situation. Disuk added, pathetic. You should have hit harder. Subin finally realized. She lowered her voice and said, Disuk, were you serious from the beginning? He gave a wicked grin. You're a fool to realize it only now, Subin shouted furiously. You damn bastard, Jinwoo quickly intervened. Subin, you have a nosebleed. At his words, she froze. What? Disuk laughed gleefully. Haha, it's just a nosebleed. Jinwoo's eyes welled up with tears. Are you okay? Blue light flashed from her palm. Sharp crystals swirled fiercely. He laughed loudly with a smug and cunning expression, running and dodging Subin's attacks. Haha, you missed. If these two get together, it's no different from a market fight. Get lost, damn it. It's none of my business. It's your fault you got a nosebleed from being careless. Come here. The fight was so intense that Ji-Yun had to intervene. Disuk laughed cunningly. You fool. Subin gritted her teeth in anger. Shut up, he blabbered nonstop. Loser, she screamed madly. I told you to shut up. The sky darkened, and the quiet atmosphere of the school campus was broken by echoing screams. Oh no, damn it. Footsteps echoed on the slippery floor. The students all rushed forward. They all did handstands in a straight line like logs. They seemed to have progressed much further. 6 people sat around a table in the cafeteria. They were eating very quickly as if they had been starving since morning. The students sat in a line on the floor cross-legged with their eyes closed, allowing their internal energy to flow with the help of the teachers. Warm sunlight seeped through the window, and Jinwoo and Kaden sat side by side, cultivating their abilities. Jinwoo charged, throwing punches, his gaze serious and focused. Kaden continuously shouted instructions to him. The sky was clear, white clouds floated idly against a soft blue background, and the midday sun reflected on the mirror-like water. Long lines of lights were neatly installed on the high ceiling. Jang sat elegantly with her legs crossed. On the opposite side, Jang spoke. It's surprising to see the Shinhwa president visit the academy in person, she replied softly. Principal son, since you are here as the principal, it is only natural that I visit to pay my respects. OG Rai cunningly chuckled, the wrinkles around his eyes becoming more pronounced. You flatter me. I am merely a retired old man and not worthy of the respect of someone like you. The strongest awakened in Korea, Director Yu calmly said. I am not worthy of that title. You were the strongest awakened until your retirement, he casually said. All that is in the past. Now that I've met you, I see that the title is not merely in name. This country will have a very bright future. The corridor stretched quietly and long with square light panels neatly arranged along the high ceiling. The atmosphere in the arena was heavy and people were aligned in 2 rows divided into 2 teams. The guild members whispered, Look at those poor kids, they're terrified. Hey, don't be so rude, they'll get scared. What if they cry like babies, ha ha ha. Indeed, the independent awakened were a bit uneasy. Jinwoo suddenly made eye contact with Yoon. She arrogantly turned her head away. Disuk shouted loudly. Stand in place. The 2 groups of people aligned in 2 lines. Numerous thoughts arose in the minds of the independent awakened. Suhan is here too. Thankfully, we won't have to face any of them. Yuik, the representative of Hala, is also participating. They stared intently at Yuik and Suhan while thinking, but Suhan's mind was only on Jinwoo. Damn it, that bastard is at the very back. He immediately raised his hand and said, Teacher, can I stand at the very back? Disuk said firmly. No, the roster was already finalized this morning. Seyuk interjected. Senior Seyuk, a small change wouldn't hurt. The teacher glanced at him. Then why did we line up this morning? Seyuk sighed. You don't have to be so strict. It's just a friendly match. Disuk was silent, unable to win the argument. Seyuk frowned. What are you trying to do? There's no one here to support you. You're the only one from Beko, Jinwoo calmly replied. Teacher, I'm fine. Ji-Yun also agreed. I'm also fine, teacher. He laughed triumphantly. See? The children have no complaints either. Jusok watched them silently. Then the teacher shouted loudly, Suhan, go to the very back. Suhan said triumphantly, Yes, teacher. He tilted his head and laughed triumphantly. Jinwoo is dead. Jinwoo watched him warily. The referee shouted loudly, Next, independent awakened Taerung Killit and Suai from Hala will enter the arena. The 2 walked to the center of the arena. Taerung frowned anxiously. He recalled his conversation with Seyuk. It's okay to give up. Your ability can be used in combat, but it will be more useful outside the combat zone. Taerung bowed his head. No, I will still try, he laughed awkwardly. Anyway, I'm an awakened, and as the teacher said, I must be prepared for such situations. Jusok watched him with hesitation. Back in reality, he cautiously glanced at Sui. Taerung really imagined Sui as an ant. He froze on the spot and trembled. I want to give up right now, but Taerung saw his friends looking joyful and determined. I don't want to run away without trying like them. A whistle blew and Taerung stood with his hands raised in front of him. Sui watched him intently. Another whistle blew decisively, signaling the start of the match. Taerung was highly focused, but before he could react, Sui rushed forward and swung her leg high. He widened his eyes in surprise. A left kick, I can dodge it. The kick led to a spinning kick and blood splattered everywhere. Taerung was sent flying like a sandbag, his body spinning in the air before hitting the ground hard. Jinwoo shouted in surprise. Taerung lay flat on the floor. I read her movements, but I wasn't fast enough to dodge. Taerung was like a robot whose battery had died. I wasn't fast enough to dodge. After just one kick, I can't move my body. How pathetic. He lay motionless on the floor, blood flowing from the wound on his face. He suddenly saw Ji-Yoon and immediately thought, Ji-Yoon, that's right, he'll fight someone from Hala too, the same guild as my opponent. Sui turned to the teachers. What should I do now? I think he's down next to him. Taerung struggled to speak. Who said I was down? He forced himself to get up. Why did you kick me? Use your awakened ability. His face was covered in blood, but his eyes still shone with determination. I have to make her use her awakened ability. Only then can Ji-Yoon get a clue about her abilities. Sui frowned. Hey, know your place. I'll go easy on you, Taerung shouted in pain. Shut up and fight. Her eyes narrowed challengingly. The air around her fingertips began to swirl, soon becoming a black orb floating in midair. Ah, understood as you requested. His eyes shone. That's it. Hala's characteristic is to create orbs with awakened abilities and attack with them. Sui quickly threw the orb at Taerung. Bang. She scored perfectly. His teammates squinted worriedly. Suin laughed contemptuously. Jinwoo was anxious. Taerung was sent flying far away, his face hitting the ground hard. Ji-Yoon watched the match carefully. The corners of his eyes were slightly downturned. He looked up. Ji-Yoon, did you see? Ji-Yoon closed his eyes and nodded slightly. Taerung closed his eyes in relief. I did it. A loud shout echoed throughout the arena. The winner is Sui. His motionless body was carried out on a stretcher from the center of the arena. Outside, awakened individuals whispered, Ha, pathetic. Then the referee spoke again. Next, Kim Do-kyung from MIA and Choi Kong-ji-yu from the Independent Awakened will enter the arena. Facing Kong-ji-yu, Do-kyung smiled cunningly. He frowned worriedly. He's definitely stronger than he looks. Instead of dragging it out, I'll win decisively and show off my abilities. As soon as the whistle blew, Kong-ji-yu immediately sprang up and punched his opponent, rushing forward. He hit Do-kyung hard in the face. Kong-ji-yu laughed triumphantly. Good. Soon after, he continued to punch her face. Kong-ji-yu, thinking everything was going smoothly, smiled broadly. Is she weaker than I thought, or am I stronger than I thought? His teammates watched worriedly. Kong-ji-yu stood blankly. It turns out that moment was just a dream. Jae-hee sweated. What's going on? Why is he standing still? Do-kyung also stood still, but she emanated an overwhelming aura. Jinwoo carefully observed if it was related to her awakened ability. He frowned nervously. I think her ability is mind control. Then Jinwoo looked at the audience. Yoon said MIA can control and communicate with animals. Carefully observed Yoon. Can she do that to humans too? Disuk sighed. MIA's attack method is to hypnotize and control opponents. In the worst case scenario, it can drive the person crazy. Kong-ji-yu lacked the skill and experience to free himself. In Kong-gu's mind, he was still fighting fiercely. Damn it, why is that bastard still standing there? He panted, frozen in the empty space. His head spun. Where is he? Kong-ji-yu suddenly felt strange. I feel like I'm falling. Indeed, his mind free fell. Kong-ji-yu hit the ground hard. Do-kyung laughed joyfully, while his teammates watched worriedly. The match was over and the winner was Kim Do-kyung. Se-hyuk pouted his lips. He knew the outcome, but wasn't it too easy? Other instructors sweated, and only Mieng seemed to have foreseen such an event. In the spacious area. Next, Yeon-gap from View and Jae-hee from the Independent Awakened will enter the arena. Jae-hee thought to herself, she's the person I least want to face. Yeon-gap tilted her head and laughed. We've met before, haven't we? The whistle started softly and then echoed loudly. Jae-hee always observed carefully. As soon as the whistle signaled the start of the match, she immediately unleashed her awakened ability. A glowing energy orb shot out with tremendous speed, but she reacted instantly. Jae-hee widened her eyes in fear. Light flashed from her fingertips, shooting forward. Yeon-gap immediately dodged. The next energy orb was fired. She dodged slightly, the corners of her lips curling into a sneer. You fool. Jae-hee continued to fire orbs, then was startled. Yeon-gap rushed forward like the wind. Your movements are too obvious. Do you think that will work on me? She got close and delivered a powerful uppercut, sending her flying backward like a sandbag. Jae-hee clutched her stomach in pain and collapsed. Yeon-gap sneered. Hey, why did you fall so fast? I only hit you once. She frowned. She seemed to realize something. She looked up with a provocative expression, and she stood up and created an air sphere enveloping herself. You're the fool. Did you really think I'd act so obviously? Yeon-gap sighed. So foolish to fall into such an easy trap. She held the air sphere high and said, I'll drop you from up there. Ji-hai sighed. With such pathetic skills, Yeon-gap's eyes widened in astonishment. What did you say? Red energy burst from her body and her eyes were slightly closed. Ji-hai opened her mouth. Sweat beaded on her face. As the two opposing forces clashed, Ji-hai was flustered. What's happening? I can't lift him any higher. He's coming down. Yeon-gap gradually descended. The moment she touched the ground, Ji-hai's air sphere shattered. Immense power burst from Yeon-gap's body, and her killing intent overwhelmed her. You know what? You're too weak to hold me. Ji-Hai's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Following that, she knelt on the floor. Why is my body so heavy? Yu Hyuk evaluated the situation. Ji-Hai's only attack method is to drop opponents from above, but it didn't work against Yun Gap's gravity manipulation ability. Yun Gap smiled with satisfaction. You can't move anymore, can you? It's probably hard to even breathe under this pressure. Ji-Hai collapsed in pain. Cough. Yun Gap's foot rested triumphantly on Ji-Hai's head. How dare you try to touch me? Ji-Hai groaned in agony. I give up. Yun Gap pushed harder, pressing firmly on her head. Giving up so easily? This match isn't a game. She continued to lift and drop her foot, playing with Ji-Hai's head like a soccer ball. Jinwoo immediately shouted, "Stop!" He glared with angry eyes. Ji-Hai gave up. Why are you still attacking? Suhan glanced at him contemptuously. He folded his arms and said seriously, "Who gave you the right to interfere? They're in the middle of a match. How dare you interfere?" Jinwoo frowned in bewilderment. Ji-Hai said she gave up, but the opponent kept attacking. Suhan curled his lips in a sneer. So what? Who are you to interfere? Don't you know you shouldn't interfere in a match under any circumstances? Jinwoo glared with angry eyes. He clicked his tongue. That's why you, the independent awakened, are always below us. The people in the audience began to whisper. He doesn't know anything, even if he's an independent academy student. Why is he like that? Disuk bowed his head. It's all my fault. I didn't teach the kids the rules. Senior Jang frowned. Senior Jang, why didn't you teach them such basic things? The teacher bowed his head. I apologize. The three teachers grew increasingly flustered. He sighed. It would be better to let the children experience it themselves rather than teaching them. The guild won't treat them well anyway, and he was too stubborn. Jusok glanced at Jinwoo. You must not interfere in an official match. You must not interfere in any way. Jinwoo frowned. But Senior Jang, Ji-Hai clearly said she wanted to give up, yet the opponent kept attacking. Senior Jang replied angrily. Since you participated, the match only ends when you can no longer fight. Don't you even know this? Suhan curled his lips in contempt. Do you think this match is a game? Do you really think you can end it just by shouting, I give up? Jinwoo was even more flustered. Jusok bowed his head and explained, this is the children's first official match. I would appreciate it if you stopped blaming the child, and even more so if you stopped the match. Senior Jang gritted his teeth in anger. Senior Jang, the red-haired man, also agreed. Let's do that. Ming frowned. I think that would be better too. Senior Jang glared at them. The referee shouted loudly. The winner is Yun Gap from View. Dong-Su and In-hee stepped forward before the sound echoed. Next, In-hee from View and Dong-Su, the independent awakened, will enter the arena. Dong-Su knew his own abilities well. The power gap between him and me is too great. I need to focus on what I can do. In-hee curled his lips in contempt. You're really unlucky to be my opponent, but since you came here for View, I'll be gentle with you. Don't be afraid. As soon as the whistle blew, Dong-Su immediately enhanced his strength. From what I saw in the previous match, View's ability is to overwhelm opponents with gravity. To avoid being crushed by that power, I need to approach him quickly. As soon as the final whistle blew, he entered the match with immense focus. Then Dong-Su ran with astonishing speed, moving chaotically across the entire arena. He charged like a flash, and Disuk observed carefully. He inwardly judged Dong-Su's idea to be not bad, but suddenly In-hee rushed forward quickly and Dong-Su was startled. She approached him menacingly with a witch-like expression. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Yu Hyuk seemed to have read everything. The opponent didn't intend to attack with awakened abilities from the start. Yun Gap triumphantly swung her leg, sending Dong-Su flying backward. Dong-Su blocked the attack in astonishment. It was just a simple kick, but it was really strong. There's also an enormous difference in physical ability. He hunched over and tried to endure. There's no other option. I need to enhance my awakened abilities and hold out as long as possible. She arrogantly swung her arms, throwing a series of punches. See, you're doing quite well, aren't you? Dong-Su always observed his opponent with high concentration. He's letting his guard down. He stood straight and punched Yun Gap's face decisively. Dong-Su smiled triumphantly. Ha? Suhan pouted his lips and sighed. What is that fool doing now? Suddenly he flinched. Yun Gap frowned in anger. You damned bastard, I was gentle with you and you dare to be insolent. Dong-Su hurriedly backed away and enhanced his awakened abilities. He was suddenly pulled down by the influence of Yun Gap's ability. Dong-Su lost control and slumped to the floor. He muttered curses. Damn it! Yun Gap reached out her hand and lifted him into the air with her awakened ability. He had no time to react. Sweat beaded on his forehead and his eyes were unstable. She curled her lips slightly, and a hint of victory gleamed in her cold eyes. His hand reached out and an eerie, killing intent emanated from his body. Just 1 second later, he was forcefully slammed to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Jinwoo and Ji-Hai's eyes widened anxiously. Tears welled in her eyes and her hands trembled. It's similar to what I did, but completely different. Dong-Su fell much faster and was in much more pain. Dong-Su groaned in agony. Ah, with one side of his face swollen, Yun Gap smiled triumphantly. I'll show you what a real fight is. Then she lifted him into the air again. Suhan looked up with an expressionless face. Jusok frowned nervously. Ji Yun's face was also filled with extreme tension. Ji-Hai and Jinwoo grimaced in pain. Stop, she's not strong enough to endure this kind of sensation. This isn't a match, they're bullying the weak. Dong-Su lay motionless on the floor. The referee announced, the winner is In-hee from View. He sneered slightly. Yu-Hee clutched his face in pain. Why do we have to go through something like this? Jin Woo trembled in astonishment. He too had tears welling up in his eyes from fear. Jang and Sun were quietly observing the match. He tilted his head slightly. My goodness, they promised to show what would happen to the Independent Academy students through this fight. But I just think it's a waste of time, Jang frowned. She didn't reply. The match continued. Next, Yoon from Hala and Ji Yoon, the Independent Awakened, will enter the arena. Ji Yoon confidently stepped forward. He hesitated. They both looked up. This match will be worth watching. As expected, Ji Yoon, he confidently puffed out his chest and took a step forward. As the two faced each other, the whistle grew louder. Yoon let out a loud, contemptuous yawn. As soon as the final whistle blew, a thunderous explosion struck her face directly. The opposing team was slightly surprised. Her eyes glowed red and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, but she didn't bother to wipe it. She gritted her teeth. This damn bastard is starting to get crazy. But everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yoon charged straight in, clenching both hands. His formidable ability succeeded in impressing the leaders. He raised his hand without a word, and swirling energy shimmered like flames. Yoon's eyes widened in astonishment and her face contorted. A suffocating explosion echoed. Her body was completely engulfed by a fierce flow of energy. Everyone was flustered, and someone inadvertently exclaimed, "What?" Suhan nervously gritted his teeth. Who the hell is this guy? How can someone so strong be an Independent Awakened? He curled his lips slightly. He hasn't changed a bit. Disuk and Subin looked at him proudly. That's right, show them what you've got. Yoon's body ached all over, and she panted. Ah, you damn bastard, I'll kill you. Black energy suddenly exploded. She rose, covered in blood, her eyes glowing red like a demon returned from the grave. Yoon's body was like a black storm rising from the ground, and a purplish black energy flew straight at him. Ji Yoon quickly dodged in time. Air spheres flew at immense speed, and Ji Yoon's sharp eyes, unmoving, seemed to pierce through every movement. He tilted his body slightly, and without the slightest tremor the air sphere bounced off and shattered upon hitting the ground. Yu Hyuk calculated inwardly. He changed the trajectory to deflect the attack. Yoon was suddenly astonished. From a distance, Ji Yoon stretched out his hand and unleashed whip-like death energy forward, and she was violently struck in the thigh, bending in pain. Yoon groaned in pain. Ah! She flinched again in astonishment. A fierce flash exploded, and at the center of the explosion was Yoon. Her body writhed as if melting. As Yoon lay sprawled on the floor, the referee announced, "The winner is Ji Yoon." The audience's eyes widened in astonishment. Unbelievable. Hala's Yoon lost to an Independent Awakened. He fell before he could even move. What the hell happened? Ji Yoon arrogantly returned to his place. He tilted his head slightly. Was it worth watching? Ji Hai shed tears of emotion. Jinwoo proudly gave a thumbs up. That's right, they were like sending Ji Yoon to Cambodia. Ji Yoon's expression was extremely calm. Yu Hyuk fell into deep thought. Ji Yoon didn't just overwhelm Yoon with strength but also with his awakened ability, control, and combat skills. The instructors began to whisper, "Ji Yoon, I can't believe what I just saw. How can such a strong awakened individual have remained unknown to any guild until now? From what we've seen, he's one of the most outstanding academy students here." Bayang froze with her mouth open. Wow, he's really strong. Yu Hyuk slightly narrowed his eyes and quietly scanned the opponent as if probing. Where did this monster come from? Kong Se-hyuk felt regret. What a shame. If I had participated, I could have fought him. Finally, Senior Sun also offered words of praise. Very interesting. I didn't expect there to be such a strong academy student among the Independent Awakened. He seems to be the trump card Senior Jang had hidden when he made the proposal. Jang suggested doubtfully. He bowed his head slightly. He requested that if he showed enough potential in this match, the Independent Academy students would receive the same support as the Guild Academy students. She politely asked again. So from now on, will the Independent Academy students receive equal support? Sun paused for a moment. His face actually hardened. Ji Yoon has enormous potential, but investing in all other academy students would be a waste. She listened quietly. The red-haired man's eyes widened in astonishment. The alliance brought him to the academy? It seems there was a good reason for it. Senior Sun proudly held his head high. The referee continued to announce. Next, Suhan from View and Jin Woo, the Independent Awakened, will enter the arena. Jin Woo stepped forward with a bright smile. Wish me luck. Ji Hai and Subin both had serious expressions. Bayang casually asked, "Do you think Jin Woo can also win?" Yu Hyuk paused and fell into deep thought. He seemed to be considering something. "He's fighting Suhan," he observed carefully. "Honestly, I hate to admit it, but he's really strong. Jin Woo's chances of winning are very slim." Suhan sneered slightly, curling his lips, scanning his opponent with a contemptuous gaze. "You're finished." Jin Woo stood firm and didn't reply. "Suhan, I heard he's as strong as Disuk and Subin." He arrogantly bared his teeth and laughed. Suhan pointed to his face and said, What's that expression? Do you really think you can do what your friend did?" He always maintained a high state of alert and a defensive posture. As soon as the final whistle blew, he was ready. Red energy enveloped his body. "I was also very surprised by his power, but there aren't many awakened who can do that. And there's no way you're one of them. Even if you were, I'm Suhan from View. I'm not an easy opponent like Hala's Yoon." Jin Woo still didn't reply, but his eyes were always on his opponent. Suhan arrogantly curled his lips. Yu Hyuk was uneasy. This isn't good. Unlike Yu Hyuk, Suhan hadn't decided to use his awakened abilities from the start. He seemed to have become more cautious after watching the previous match. Red energy enveloped his arm. The energy concentrated in his hand was strongly pushed forward from his wide-open palm. As soon as that energy struck, Jinwoo disappeared from sight, and Suhan's eyes hardened, still maintaining his attack stance. Jinwoo quickly dashed forward, punched him, and then, putting more force into his arm, landed another blow on Suhan. He had no time to counterattack. Jinwoo swung his arm again, but this time it paused, blocked by Suhan's control. He took the opportunity to jump backward. Jinwoo missed an opening. His body suddenly grew heavy. The leaders widened their eyes in surprise, and other awakened individuals were also astonished. That independent awakened kid, he's too fast. I can't see him move. His ability is clearly superspeed. Ji-Yoon and Subin observed silently. Jinwoo was sweating profusely. Suhan reacted very quickly. The instructor carefully observed the match. Jinwoo's attacks were ineffective because Suhan was always highly vigilant. Suhan glanced at his wound, looking pained. Damn it, I almost made a fool of myself. Luckily I wasn't careless. He gritted his teeth in anger. I'm going to kill that bastard. Jinwoo lay flat on the floor, his body growing heavier and heavier. Is this the View's power I saw in the previous match? Suhan continuously hurled insults. I admit you're pretty fast, but are you getting cocky with just that? Sorry, but your ability is useless to me. He bared his teeth and laughed triumphantly. How dare you hit me? Jinwoo's body became heavier and heavier. Ah, it hurts. The energy is crushing my body. His face was contorted in pain, unable to move. The powerful energy was enough to crack the ground. Suhan's killing intent overwhelmed everything. Why can't you move? Try to free yourself with your amazing power. He seized the momentum and amplified his strength. Impossible. Are you tired already? Suhan's lips curled up. It seems you have nothing more to show, so I'll show you something interesting. He raised his hand high and Jinwoo was lifted into the air. Jinwoo was startled. Suhan's eyes gleamed with murderous intent and rage. He snapped his fingers. Jinwoo plummeted like an arrow. His body crashed hard to the ground, cracking the floor. Ji-Hai's face hardened with fear. He said arrogantly, How is it? Is it fun? Why aren't you answering? Suhan arrogantly and carefully observed Jinwoo lying on the floor. Oh, I guess you haven't felt it yet. He lifted Jinwoo again, then tossed him around in the air. Jinwoo was manipulated like a doll, and Suhan lightly flicked his fingers, smiling contentedly. He brought Jinwoo close to his face. This is how it gets fun, isn't it? Come on, answer me. Hello, is anyone here? He seemed to have no more strength to resist. Seyuk smiled slyly. Too bad, I wanted to see more of his power. His speed is faster than I thought, but that seems to be all he can do. Suhan wielded his power, twisting Jinwoo's body. He smiled wickedly. How about this? Doesn't it feel like your whole body is being crushed? Do you know why? Because your body is literally being crushed. Jinwoo groaned in pain. Ji-Hai trembled in fear. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Baiyang frowned. That damn Suhan. Suddenly he touched his swollen face. I almost forgot that punch. Before he could finish speaking, Suhan punched Jinwoo's face without hesitation. He said triumphantly, One punch isn't enough. You rated me as stronger. Then Suhan mercilessly threw him aside. All the leaders were anxious, but only Seyuk was satisfied. Ji-Hai sobbed. Jinwoo shouldn't give up like me, should he? Why isn't he giving up? Jinwoo remembered. The instructor had explained to Ji-Yoon and Jinwoo how much support the Independent Academy students would receive based on what they showed in the upcoming fight. Jinwoo spoke slowly, word by word in a low voice with a heavy expression. To be honest, the 4 Academy students in our class have no chance of winning against the guild-affiliated kids. Now I have to rely only on you two. If you can show them your abilities, you can change the perception of all Independent Academy students. The instructor's heart was as heavy as stone. I'm sorry, Jinwoo, I've burdened you too much. You can give up now. Your opponent is strong. Jinwoo was beaten to a pulp, but he was still resolute. Not yet. I can't give up. In that crucial moment he remembered Jian. In a fight between awakened individuals, as long as you don't give up, there's always a chance. That chance can come when the opponent is careless, or when they're catching their breath or gathering strength, and everyone has a weakness. Jinwoo's face was a mess, but he was still determined. As long as I don't give up, I'll have a chance. Remembering the hard training with his colleagues, he became even more determined. We'll have a chance too. Suhan continued to punch him. How dare you, useless bastard, why do you make me angry? Jinwoo continued to take hits and bled from his nose, but in his mind he was calculating. He's a little careless. There's a moment when he catches his breath, and there's a sign when he uses his power. Jinwoo tried to use this opportunity to unleash his power. I'll use all my abilities to escape his power. Suhan threw a punch but missed, and Jinwoo disappeared. He widened his eyes in surprise. The instructors and other academy students were also astonished. He disappeared. He escaped Suhan's control. In that situation, Suhan turned around in a panic. He froze on the spot, his eyes wide. How the hell did he escape? Ji-Yoon and Subin stared intently. Jinwoo struggled to stand up, raising his hands in a defensive stance. Although his appearance was pathetic, his will was firm. Baiyang and Ji-Hai stood up abruptly, and the observers whispered among themselves, how did he escape? Suhan was suppressing him with his awakened ability. Was he hiding his true power? It didn't seem so. Subin couldn't believe her eyes. Jinwoo, he's stronger than when we trained. Yoon froze, her eyes wide, her whole body seeming to stiffen. What is this? He can not only communicate with animals, but this other power is also amazing, Jian observed carefully, frowning, his face suddenly hardening. Damn it, it was just luck, there's no technique, but he really found the weakness and escaped. I taught him that, but I didn't expect him to learn it so quickly. The red-haired man was sweating profusely. I thought Ji-Yoon alone was surprising enough. Miang suddenly frowned, her eyes wide open. But Jinwoo is also truly amazing, he continued. The two independent academy students have truly exceeded my expectations. Suhan frowned, his eyes growing darker. Damn it, what are they all whispering about? What is there to whisper about? At that moment, Jinwoo was completely dazed, his throat choked, the instructor clenched his fists and trembled. That's enough, you've shown everyone the abilities of the independent awakened. He could no longer bear it. The instructor shouted loudly and decisively, Jinwoo, that's enough? Amidst everyone's surprise, the instructor continued, you can give up now. Suhan bit his lip. Damn it, I've been humiliated, I can't end it like this. Who do they think I am? Do they think I'm just a few comrades to test combat abilities? Jinwoo said resolutely, without the slightest hesitation. No, he panted, I can do it, I'll fight to the end. This was the first time the instructor's face was etched with worry. If you continue, you'll be seriously hurt. He was silently lost in thought. Seyuk said loudly, Senior Jusok, your academy student has strong fighting spirit. Don't discourage him, he pouted his lips. Suhan is the future leader of View, he can't tarnish his reputation like that. The people in the audience shouted wildly. I think he'll continue, that's right, finish the match you fool, he's really stupid, he's pretty badly hurt. Jinwoo looked exhausted, Suhan's lips curled up, that was your last chance to give up. You fool, I'll crush you and make you realize your place. He stood tall in the center of the arena, his whole body ablaze with fierce energy, his eyes glowing red. Suhan gritted his teeth and growled each word. This time I'll crush your body. The ground shook violently, and cracks spread like spiderwebs. The arena shattered, and the ground shook violently, with deep cracks spreading like spiderwebs. But Jinwoo was not in his original spot. With superhuman speed he continued to evade attacks and dodge like a god. Suddenly Jinwoo appeared in front of Suhan. Jinwoo suddenly realized something strange. Suhan's gravity seemed to engulf everything. He immediately jumped far backward. Jinwoo skidded on the floor. Suhan is amplifying his power. If I go in there I'll be trapped. Suhan scoffed. You stopped? He spread his arms wide and his sharp eyes gleamed with arrogance. Jinwoo widened his eyes in surprise and red energy exploded violently, shattering the floor. Suhan's momentum was arrogant, as if challenging the entire world. Jinwoo quickly jumped to avoid it. He gritted his teeth in frustration. I need to get close and attack him. But if I do, I'll be affected by his power. Suhan said arrogantly. Do you think you can get in here? Jinwoo was sweating profusely. What should I do? He took a step. Suhan tilted his head slightly. Now you know the difference between us, don't you? Huh? Jian narrowed his eyes. And Jinwoo frowned in a panic. What should I do? During training, Jian instructed him. In your last attack against Disuk, you unleashed all your energy at once and luckily won. But what I'm teaching you now is very different. If you can move fastest in 2 seconds, now reduce it to 1 second. He clearly instructed him to increase his speed to use it for only 1 second or less. Jinwoo tilted his head. Does Hung mean I should maximize my speed? Jian swung his arm, demonstrating. That's right, as I said, super speed isn't just for moving. The faster you are, the stronger your energy impact will be. He spread his palm and said, concentrate all your energy here and use it for attack. Jian raised his claws. If you can do this, you'll have an attack technique that no one can ignore. Back in reality, Jinwoo was panting, his eyes filled with determination. He clasped both hands in front of his chest. Suhan took a step, scoffing. What do you think will happen if I get close to you? Every time he stepped, the ground cracked. Suhan arrogantly curled his lips. Jinwoo observed very carefully. Suhan's power isn't concentrated in one place, it's spread everywhere. I'll make a hole in his power. Then he used his speed. The people outside widened their eyes in surprise. Blue light flashed like lightning. Jinwoo closed his eyes and sensed at maximum speed, then opened his determined eyes wide, using electricity. Jian Hung taught me. Jinwoo gathered energy in his palm and the energy flowed across his body. I'll pierce through it. Suhan's gravity shield seemed very solid, but suddenly a small hole appeared and electric sparks flew from it. The gap grew wider, wide enough for Jinwoo to carefully duck and enter. He threw a punch, aiming directly for Suhan's body. Indeed, the electric fist struck his stomach. Suhan was sweating nervously, then painfully hit by Jinwoo's electric fist again. An explosion echoed, and Suhan was sent flying far backward, then fell to the floor. Electricity was still sparking from Jinwoo's body. Everyone around was incredibly surprised. Did I miss his movement? No one here saw Jinwoo's movements. This moment had finally arrived. The winner is. As the declaration of Jinwoo's victory echoed, the other kids couldn't hide their surprise. An independent awakened kid defeated Suhan? Impossible. That's insane. He's truly a hidden hero. Jinwoo collapsed in relief as if he had completed his mission. But a shadow quickly caught him. Jinwoo, utterly exhausted, leaned against Ji-Yun's chest. The instructor praised him. You all did well. You've shown everyone the abilities that independent awakened possess. Jinwoo and Ji-Yun looked at the instructor carefully. The instructor bowed his head slightly, his eyes filled with sincerity. Thank you. He smiled faintly, the corners of his lips gently curving up. Senior Jang Kong Se-yuk's face hardened and his complexion darkened like storm clouds. Ji-Yun and Jinwoo of the independent academy students. Jian let out a sigh of relief. He now has his own technique. Seeing this, he also left in peace. Se-yuk lowered his voice meaningfully. He's the academy student Shinhwa brought, right? The instructor's face changed color. Jang, who had been silent for a long time, now decided to speak. Chairman Han, whether this country has a bright future or not doesn't depend on chairmen like me. She took a breath and lowered her voice. It depends on the potential of these academy students. As soon as she finished speaking, Jang abruptly stood up. She bowed politely and said, I'll take my leave first. Chairman Ji said nothing, appearing deep in thought. A soft light spread across the room from the ceiling lamps. A questioning voice rang out. So, Ji-Yun and Jin-Woo were both discovered 6 months ago and attended the same school? A person who appeared to be a secretary stated clearly. Yes, Chairman. The residency and family data we have matches the data sent by the Alliance and Shinhwa. There was a professor who taught Ji-Yun from a young age, and there were also traces of someone who taught Jin-Woo. Chairman Sun nodded slightly. As expected, both had teachers. They couldn't have become so strong if they hadn't learned energy control methods. He lowered his voice. Is there any information about their teachers? The secretary said at length. The Alliance is keeping it a secret and Shinhwa is still searching. But they said they thoroughly investigated Ji-Yun and Jin-Woo to rule out the possibility of them being spies. We are also conducting an investigation. So results will be available soon. Having obtained the desired information, Chairman Sun signaled with a nod. All right, you may leave. Chairman Ji sighed. The Alliance and Shinhwa have surprised everyone. I tried to use this opportunity to control the two guilds, but now even the independent awakened they brought are too exceptional. His eyes narrowed as if plotting something. Anyway, that child Jin-Woo used electric power. In a peculiar way, Chairman Sun recalled the scene at the time where Jin-Woo punched his enemy, and lightning sparked from his body. But why does he remind me of him? Suddenly, Kaiden's image and killing intent flashed in his mind. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting streaks of light on the floor. Jin-Woo awoke, groaning from the pain in his body. As soon as he opened his eyes, Jian appeared before him. Are you awake? Jin-Woo frowned. Kaiden hung hunched over. Does it still hurt? He sprang up. Yes, a few places hurt, but it's much better. Jian narrowed his eyes. You slept for 3 days, he exclaimed in surprise. 3 days, he sighed slightly. It's no surprise. Awakened usually do that when they overuse their power. Jin-Woo checked his body. Oh, I see. Jian was silent for a moment, then praised him. Anyway, you did really well, he leaned in and said excitedly. Hung saw me fight? Jian replied coldly. Yes. Jin-Woo scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't think I could do it. I tried to escape Suhan's power and use that technique for the last hit. A serious expression suddenly appeared on his face. You grasped things faster than I thought, but anyway, he opened his eyes wide. Because Hung taught me, Jian scoffed. That's right, arrogant fat cat, Kaiden pouted his lips. Exactly. Since the great Kaiden taught you, it was a piece of cake. Amidst their mutual flattery, Jinwoo's eyes sparkled. I wholeheartedly agree. The two looked at each other with serious expressions. Then they burst out laughing. He 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 he. The sun was already high in the sky and hot sunlight poured into the room. Suddenly he said cautiously, now that you're awake, train hard again. Imagine the fight in your mind and keep repeating it. Then you'll perfect it yourself. Jinwoo replied courteously. Yes. Suddenly Jian looked outside. Tisco's kids are here again. He was surprised and followed his gaze. Oh, Hung lowered his voice. Since you collapsed, those kids have kept coming at this time. Ji-Hai knocked on the door with her hand. Knock 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 knock. Dong-Su wondered. He's not awake yet, she frowned worriedly. Is he still sleeping? Kanggu said calmly. The teacher said awakened usually fall into a deep sleep when they run out of energy. Ji-Hai sweated. But it's been 3 days, he frowned. Yeah, I'm really worried too. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening echoed. Click. Ji-Hai looked up. Oh, Jinwoo appeared at the door, perfectly fine. Before she could even process the situation, she rushed to him and hugged him tightly. Jinwoo, the blue sky was high and a few white clouds drifted thinly like silk. Everyone was worried. When did you wake up? Are you okay? Jinwoo replied casually. I just woke up. I'm still a little stiff, but I'm basically fine. Then he raised an eyebrow and his gaze softened. All right, how are you all? Taerung immediately replied. Oh, we received treatment right away and are all fine. It still hurts a little, but it's nothing major. Jinwoo's eyes sparkled with joy. That's a relief. Dong-Su said nothing, just stared at him intently. He tilted his head slightly. I heard about your fight. You defeated Suhan. Jinwoo raised one eyebrow and his gaze became probing. Oh, he lowered his voice. I knew you and Ji-Yun were really strong, but I didn't know it was to that extent. Kanggu's voice was tinged with regret. I heard you were really cool. I wish I could have seen it. Taerung flinched. Me too, Ji-Hai laughed triumphantly. I saw it firsthand and still can't believe it. His face turned red like a tomato. Unlike Ji-Yun's, I was just lucky. It was just a few lucky breaks. Dong-Su frowned and looked at him, old memories flashing through his mind. He's never been arrogant, even to someone like me, even though he's very strong. Jinwoo scratched his face shyly. Seyuk frowned. Chairman Sun seems very disappointed by the news of your fight. Suhan looked very pale. He was startled. Damn it, he put his hand on his shoulder. Suhan needs to become stronger. That's what the chairman wants. He bowed his head dejectedly. Twilight fell and the sky was dyed a warm orange. The door suddenly opened and a pair of sneakers slowly crossed the threshold. Suhan and his gang entered. The academy students whispered when they saw him. It's Suhan. He seems to have recovered. He went crazy. What the hell are you looking at? Yun Gap said nonchalantly. Let's go eat. In he assented. Yeah, Yu Hyuk narrowed his eyes, evaluating. What a lunatic. Suhan sat down, pain shooting through his entire body. He frowned. Damn it. It's a mess. My body still aches all over. The moment he was punched flashed through his mind. Did that guy hide his strength all this time? Suhan pondered. How the hell is he still not in a guild? Suddenly he noticed Disuk approaching him. Hey Suhan, are you okay? He was startled by the concern. Oh, he repeated his words. I asked if you're okay. You were discharged today, weren't you? Suhan's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? What's going on with this crazy guy? Is he worried about me? Disuk placed a hand on his shoulder. I got punched by Jinwoo before too. It hurt like hell. The others whispered when they heard that. Disuk fought Jinwoo too, really? The story caught the attention of Kong Se-yuk and his gang. Suhan was startled. You mean you fought that damn guy too? He frowned. Yeah, then he curled his lips arrogantly. But I won. Subin spat out water. Suhan froze. No, even if he went to the mountains, no monkey would dare to drive him away. Disuk patted his shoulder as if to comfort him, but his lips were curled up to his ears. It really hurt, didn't it? Take good care of yourself. Oh, and how long were you in the hospital? Having achieved their goal, they laughed and left. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Suhan trembled with rage. This damn bastard, Bayang laughed while eating. The sky was high and blue and a few thin white clouds drifted lazily. Se-yuk gritted his teeth in anger. We were all mistaken. Ji-Yun and Jinwoo were considered independent awakened, but they were much more systematically trained than Guild Academy students. He retorted. What's the problem with that? The important thing is that they are independent awakened and don't belong to any guild. He tilted his head, growling. That's just an unsubstantiated rumor. Yu Hyuk also refuted. I don't see what the problem is. Independent awakened also belonged to the same social stratum in the past, Se-yuk replied irritably. But it's different now. He picked at his words, asking what was different. He lost the argument, and Miang also spoke up. I agree there's no problem. Suhan spoke up. I think there's no major problem here either. We've seen many independent awakened who had teachers before. She lowered her voice. Honestly, I want to use this opportunity to test Jinwoo's animal communication ability. Se-yuk was startled. He also has animal communication ability. Miang tilted her head slightly. That's right, from what he showed his other power doesn't seem that outstanding, but I'm still curious how outstanding he is. Night fell, and the small streetlights along the road silently illuminated the tree-lined path. This guild, especially Jusok and Subin, are always louder than a marketplace. They grabbed each other by the hair and shook each other back and forth. Caden watched and chuckled. The next morning the familiar space was adorned anew with pure sunlight. After Jinwoo awoke, everyone came to see him in turn. Jusok wondered, How are you? Jinwoo replied softly. I still have a few injuries, but I'm basically fine. The teacher smiled slightly. That's a relief, he said. The entire academy is abuzz with the news that you defeated Suhan. He paused and continued. Even the instructors were very confused, he shyly clarified. I was just lucky, he smiled gently. Luck is only a small part of a fight. Jinwoo lowered his head in embarrassment, but it's true. Suhan let his guard down. He seemed to know him well. All right, no need to worry that Jinwoo will ever become complacent. He was very humble and understood fighting well. Jusok mentioned the electricity used in Jinwoo's last attack. Jinwoo was startled. Yes, that. The teacher gently praised him. You understood your power well and made a wise decision in your last attack. He hesitated. Thank you. Disuk tilted his head slightly. Besides checking on your condition, I came to give you some news. The teacher lowered his voice as if to emphasize. From now on, Independent Academy students will train equally with Guild Academy students, he exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Really? He added. The principal approved it, and classes will start in a few days, Disuk continued. This won't immediately change everyone's perception, but it will be an opportunity for them to improve. A look of pride flashed across the teacher's face. All of this is thanks to you two. Jinwoo smiled broadly. The teacher added, One more thing, tomorrow I will verify your animal communication ability. He was startled. Damn it, Disuk lowered his voice as if to reassure him. It's just a formality, so you don't need to worry. Your ability is more outstanding than expected, so the instructors just want to see how strong your other power is. Jinwoo's mind was uneasy. They're going to verify me? Should I do? The teacher continued. Miang from MIA will also be there, so you just need to show how you communicate with animals. He was flustered. Yes, teacher. Disuk asked further. From what I heard, the animal you can communicate with is. He looked at Jian suspiciously. Disuk had asked the other Independent Academy students. Ji-Hai's eyes widened. What does my friend think about Jinwoo's cat? The teacher wondered. Yes, you must have seen the cat when you went to Jinwoo's room, right? She replied, warming up. Yes, my friend saw it. Disuk asked, probing. So do you think that cat has the ability to fight? Their eyes widened. He raised an eyebrow. Why are you like that? They hesitated and looked away. It's a plump cat. Hayden glanced at him arrogantly. What are they looking at? Disuk sighed slightly. Now I understand why the kids described that cat that way. Even if Jinwoo can't use an effective technique, his power will be strong enough. The sky was discolored, dyed orange by the twilight. Jinwoo spoke up. Caden hung. What should I do now? I didn't think they would test me like that. Jian walked leisurely. What? Just pretend you really have that power. Jinwoo's mind was in turmoil. Phew, everything has spun out of control. That perverse Yoon frowned, and now he looked much better. She thought for a moment, but anyway he still looked innocent, and she couldn't believe he was strong enough to defeat Suhan. Yoon was engrossed in looking at him, his hair swaying slightly in the wind. Jinwoo turned his head, and the twilight made him shine even brighter, making Yoon look at him with wide eyes. Jian pointed at her with his finger. That kid has been following us for a while now. Yoon was startled, and her face flushed. Jinwoo spoke awkwardly. Oh, is that Yoon? She quickly turned around and left, trying to hide her expression. Jian narrowed his eyes, evaluating. What a strange little girl. A new morning unfurled before them, and the sky was clear. Miang asked with a dubious expression, Is this the cat you can communicate with? Jingu was momentarily flustered. Yes, she couldn't believe her eyes. This cat's specialty is fighting, he asserted without hesitation. Yes, teacher. The executives surrounded them. Jingu scratched his head, embarrassed. Se-yuk curled his lips contemptuously. Ah, can it really fight? He frowned. Yes, teacher. Miang continued to probe. What else can this cat do? Ignoring the flood of questions. Jian dumbly scratched his ear with his paw. Jingu said, as I told you, I can only communicate with this cat to a certain extent. I can't make it do things. Fighting is the best it can do. They stared at him with suspicious eyes. Miang decided, then let's begin the test. Partitions were set up in a line, dividing the area into 2 sections. Miang said firmly, try to tell me information about what's beyond that wall. Jian yawned lengthily. Annoyed, he casually pushed over a pillar with his paw. Jingu looked at him with a helpless expression. The next test was a maze escape. He walked from the entrance to the exit like a madman. Jian pouted his lips and sighed. Miang approached and summarized the situation. As you said, the cat doesn't seem to be able to do much. You said its specialty is fighting? Jingu hesitated. Ah yes, but Miang comforted him in a low voice. No need to be embarrassed. This often happens when awakened individuals are too nervous. The cat didn't perform well in the tests either. Let's check the cat's fighting skills then, he said clearly. Yes, teacher. Siyuk frowned irritably. Hey, Jingu, can you really communicate with animals? Jingu tilted his head slightly. Ha, he poked his chest with his finger angrily. Or are you just lying to get attention, thinking you have many awakened abilities? Miang quickly interjected. Yoon found out about his ability. Yoon didn't say that. Siyuk refuted. There are things you can't know. Perhaps he's making everything up after hearing what Yoon said. He was extremely indignant. Look, the cat doesn't even react, even to simple tests. Jingu doesn't seem to have any animal communication ability at all. In-hee's eyes widened. Jingu isn't the kind of child to lie about such things. Siyuk curled his lips. Mr. In-hee, you only just found out that Jingu has animal communication ability too. Don't act like you know everything. He gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing that. He put his hand on his chest and said clearly, so I will conduct the final test, Miang interjected. Ah, Mr. Siyuk, I don't think that's necessary. Siyuk sighed. But wouldn't it be better for me to test him myself and clear my doubts? In-hee and Miang looked at each other with suspicious expressions and his face became cruel. Don't worry, I won't be too hard on a normal cat. I'll just defend no awakened abilities. Miang finally compromised. All right, handle it with care. Siyuk laughed perversely. Of course, Jian yawned lengthily. He gestured, come here, meow, Jian frowned. Siyuk laughed maliciously, his eyes glinting with intense hatred and killing intent. I'll kill this cat and just call it an accident. Suddenly his face twisted. The others widened their eyes. Jian darted forward, grabbed Siyuk by the collar and continuously punched his face. The speed of the punches was so powerful that Siyuk lost his balance and fell backward. With the continuous punches he had no time to rest. Jian irritably raised his claws. This damn bastard, how dare you glare at me. Powerful punch landed. Take this kitten's punch, you damn bastard. In an instant he saw the gates of heaven. An old man gestured and called, come here. Siyuk fell, bleeding from his nose. Oh, my beloved ancestor. Jingu had to intervene immediately. Everyone was horrified. My goodness, Jingu, make the deranged Jian stop. Calm down. No one paid attention to Siyuk, who was curled up on the floor. Jingu shouted in frustration, why did you do that? I said we should just let it go. Jian remained silent, pretending to be deranged. Jingu exclaimed, Jian hung, he sighed. I was going to let it go, but that guy? Jingu was startled. Ha, Jian pouted his lips. He was trying to kill me. Jingu frowned. That's impossible. All the teachers were watching. He furrowed his brows and Siyuk's vile face flashed in his mind, his eyes conveying everything. He was planning to kill me and then just say it was an accident. Jingu sighed. Ah, Jian hung, you've messed up the mango. This cat's punch was truly useful. But he was still very uneasy. Everything's gotten worse. What should I do now? He lay down lazily. It's fine, nothing's wrong. Jingu was frustrated, but Jian didn't let him continue. I'm tired. I haven't slept properly because of that damn test. I'm going to sleep now. Jingu worried. Will Mr. Siyuk be okay? Jian closed his eyes. He'll be fine. It was just a normal punch. I didn't use any awakened abilities, so don't worry. Jingu breathed a sigh of relief. Understood. In-hee wore a serious expression. Siyuk lost 4 teeth, broke his nose and cracked his skull. The classroom was quieter and more tense than ever. But perhaps that was the price of being arrogant. The red-haired man sighed slightly. I can't believe it. Siyuk had a healthy body and even awakened abilities. He turned and asked, Mr. Miang, can you do that to small animals? Miang crossed her arms and said, No, I can't. People can enhance the abilities of the animals they communicate and fight with. She broke into a cold sweat, but it's difficult and it rarely happens. Besides, they can't do that to such small animals. The red-haired man was startled. Then you're saying the cat can fight like that? Miang closed her eyes and thought, I think so, but I've never seen it before. Who would have known a cat beating Siyuk to death? The room fell silent again. In-hee's eyes widened. It's not surprising that a cat can do that. He frowned with a serious expression. Cats are an unsolved mystery and their mystical stories have also been revealed. As everyone knows, if you provoke a cat, they'll go crazy. In-hee seemed very knowledgeable. But in the eyes of others, he just looked arrogant. Suin sighed. Then you're saying you know why that cat has such power? In-hee slammed the table. That's right, think about it. His face darkened. Tigers and lions are all felines. As he said this, they immediately thought of fierce tigers, and their faces began to change color. In-hee clenched his fist. They all have strong genetic structures, and adding what Miang said. We were all scared, but in fact there were 5 cows in this room. They got goosebumps thinking that Jian was a tiger disguised as a cat. Miang said with a dubious expression. A cat can do that? I saw it myself and still can't believe it. The red-haired man was flustered. Felines, you say? And he seemed like he should have become a reporter, and Seyuk just stood there unable to think of how to react. The red-haired man said. Then what about the technique the cat used? Do you think such a technique can be acquired through training? He squinted slightly. That. It's just a cat's punch. The others widened their eyes. He gestured with his hands, mimicking the cat's punch. It's also called a cat punch or meow punch. It's not a special technique. It's common for felines, you can look it up online. It's an accidental attack. He seemed to be dancing wildly, and the others felt it was very strange. In the quiet space there was a cat and someone spoke. Alright, then what about it? The red-haired man drew a few lines on the blackboard and gave a speech. First, his combat power is definitely lacking. While Suhan overpowered Jingu, he was caught off guard, and a weakness was exploited, Miang also said clearly. While his ability is superior to other academy students, it's difficult to place him in the same class as Yu Hyuk, Subin, Jingu, and Suhan. Besides, he has new friends now. He was uneasy. But the others fell silent again. Senior Ha spoke up. His talent is top tier at the academy. More outstanding than the 5 academy students I previously mentioned, and he also agreed. I agree with Senior's opinion. It's difficult to focus on one ability, but speed and animal interaction are abilities that cannot be ignored. He squinted slightly. Honestly, just the animal interaction ability alone is beyond ignorable. Jusok remained silent, thinking. Miang said, I agree, but since his cat is uncontrolled, we can't properly evaluate his ability. Considering his abilities, I think it's right to put him on the top list with other top academy students, and he also agreed. I agree. Yu Hyuk also nodded. Alright, we should report this to the principal, but we shouldn't tell the academy students or outsiders. It could cause numerous misunderstandings. Everyone in the room carefully observed the cute drawings on the blackboard and thought, View wouldn't want that either. I told Jingu. Seyuk frowned dubiously. Seyuk was injured in a test with an academy student named Jingu, the assistant teacher replied. Yes, he was caught off guard and just stood there, so he got hit. He squinted slightly. Seyuk decided to find out as much information about Jingu as possible. The assistant teacher replied politely. Yes, the twilight sky was stained a soft orange and the faint clouds seemed to be dyed with a warm evening light. Jingu followed Jian closely. Are you feeling better after sleeping? Jian yawned lengthily. How if I don't sleep I'll go crazy. I'm trapped in a cat's body. He wanted to sleep more. He turned his gaze elsewhere. Look over there. Jian exposed that Yoon was chasing them again. Yoon, who was hiding behind a tree, was startled. Jingu greeted her cheerfully. Yoon out for a walk again today. She shyly covered her face with 2 trees. How you too? He smiled brightly. Yeah. Jingu looked down at the plump furball. Wow, it's really big, Yoon asked shyly. Have you thought about it? Jingu was startled. Thought about what? She turned her gaze elsewhere. Joining MIA? Jingu was startled. I'm sorry, I forgot about that, but as I said last time, Yoon frowned slightly. That's right, I heard you. There are many places you can join besides MIA. Since you don't have just one superpower. Jingu said excitedly. Yoon, can I touch those dogs? She tilted her head haughtily. Yes, Jingu replied enthusiastically. Thank you. Jingu reached out his hand towards the fur of the plump furball. Jingu smiled brightly and praised it. Wow, its fur is so soft and thick. The plump furball proudly preened. Yoon secretly glanced at him, greatly amused. He's really handsome. He must be very popular. 1, 2, 3 years. Yoon paused for a moment. Jingu looked up and smiled brightly. What's his name? Her heart pounded like a disco and her face flushed red. Jingu widened his eyes when he heard his own name. Ha Yoon was startled and quickly covered her face with a bush. Not Dory. Jingu called out cheerfully. Dory is your name? Dory, that's a good name. She stared at him intently. His heart pounded. Dory raised one paw. Jingu widened his eyes. Oh, you want to shake hands? He seemed to be a very popular item as Ji-Yoon, Subin and Jusok were secretly observing him from afar. Their thoughts upon witnessing everything before their eyes would not be simple. Subin looked intently at Jian and said, He's really handsome. She asked with sparkling eyes. What's his name? Jusok folded his arms and pretended to be shy, blushing. Jingu. Subin widened her eyes. What? He quickly shook his head. Not Dory, she called out cheerfully. Dory, that's a good name. He must be very popular. Jian frowned suspiciously. Perhaps those guys really need psychiatrists. Subin turned her head and Disa couldn't help but spit. Ji-Yoon stared at them expressionlessly. Jingu frowned, not understanding what was going on. She playfully hit him. That's creepy. Your words are disgusting. Ha ha ha. She approached and patted his shoulder. Jingu, tell me honestly, how long have you been flirting with Yoon? Jingu vehemently denied it. I haven't. Subin curled her lips and smiled. Don't hide it. You're clearly flirting with him. He quickly explained. Seriously, I've only met him twice and we just talked while walking, Disuk asked suspiciously. Really? Subin and Jusok stared sharply at each other. Then that means Yoon likes him and he'll be very happy. They laughed wickedly, turned around and walked away. Ji-Yoon, let's go. Jingu tilted his head. Are you just leaving? He replied. Yeah, see you later. The last twilight of the day gradually faded and the sky was dyed a faint purple hanging over the horizon. Disuk slightly curled his lips and his lips curved upward mockingly. Let's go find Yoon. Ji-Yoon slightly raised an eyebrow and surprise and curiosity flickered in his eyes. Yoon, why? He turned around in surprise. Why? His expression suddenly turned serious. Jingu, listen carefully. Daisuk's eyes widened. I'm going to chase Yoon to the ends of the earth and tease her. Then he turned around, laughed cheerfully and walked away. Be quiet and follow me. Ji-Yoon still didn't understand anything. Jian irritably scratched the sofa. Everywhere I go it's full of brats. Jingu was startled. He must have definitely misunderstood Yoon. A hint of doubt flickered in his eyes. What do you think, Hung? You're really famous, aren't you? He boasted arrogantly. Don't you know yet? Everyone in the world wants to see me. It's really tiresome always having someone follow me around. Jingu smiled slightly and unconcealed admiration shone in his eyes. Wow, you're really famous, Hung. Caden wagged his tail. What's so good about being famous? It only interferes with training. He widened his eyes and pouted his lips. Ah, then being famous must be really annoying, he sighed. Yeah, they kept telling me. I've never seen anyone as handsome as you, Hung. I'm so handsome that even my enemies think so. Sometimes I wish I weren't famous, Jingu said, watching the sky deepen into a rich purple and the last sunset give way to the gentle night. The air in the room was stiflingly tense and a voice echoed. There was no information about him until he was discovered by Cha. Under the sunset streaming through the transparent glass window, the secretary spoke in a low voice. Investigation results show that when he was first discovered, his abilities were nothing special. Chairman Sun Giwon bowed his head deeply. He became that strong in such a short time. I need to meet him in person. Jian was secretly hiding behind a tree. Why does Chairman Sun Giwon want to meet Jusok at this hour? He kept glancing. This is really annoying. Chairman Sun Giwon smiled cunningly. I apologize for calling you out at this hour. Jingu was flustered. No, it's all right. He slightly narrowed his eyes. The instructors have been talking about you for days, praising your talent. Jingu scratched his head, flustered. Ah, Chairman. Chairman Sun Giwon continued. Your ability is electric attribute, and your ability to communicate with animals is also very outstanding, he praised continuously. Do you know how talented you are? Jingu quickly waved his hand. No, that's not true. I was just lucky in the match and there are many people far more outstanding than me. Chairman Sun Giwon smiled with his eyes. You don't need to be modest. All the instructors evaluate you that way, and furthermore, there aren't many people who can become strong in such a short time. Jingu blushed slightly, and silence filled the space. He slowly opened his mouth. Jingu, what is your plan? Jingu was startled. Huh? Chairman Sun Giwon continued to ask. I heard you rejected Mia's offer and you don't even belong to the Cha Association yet. Jingu replied resolutely. I haven't decided anything yet. He lowered his voice, probing. I'm about to make you an offer, Jingu asked, puzzled. An offer? Chairman Sun Giwon spoke as if suggesting Jingu make him his master. Jingu froze on the spot and widened his eyes. What? Caden was also startled. He began his offer. It's embarrassing to say this, but until my retirement, I was Korea's strongest awakened. Seeing that the title of strongest hasn't disappeared even after retirement, it seems I'm not as weak as people might think. Chairman Sun Giwon's cunning face began to show. And wouldn't you want to become a disciple of such a person? He continued to speak. While Jingu was surprised, because you are an independent awakened, no one will be able to ignore you. You won't need to join any organization. At this moment, Chairman Sun Giwon turned his body and was facing Jingu. Will you become Chairman Sun Giwon's disciple? Jingu froze for 5 seconds. He quickly continued. Since I've retired, even if you become my disciple, it would be a different matter than joining the secretarial office, because the current representative of the Beko Association is my disciple. That is the reason. Jingu was startled. Excuse me, wait a moment. Why are you telling me that? Chairman Sun Giwon slightly narrowed his eyes. Because you possess outstanding talent, Jingu. Caden was also very flustered by his words. And I can further enhance that talent. Jingu froze. Chairman Sun Giwon continued, recalling old memories. Your combat style is close quarters. Your energy control ability and the methods I will teach will synergize well. I am also a close quarters fighter, and I can enhance my body, especially with your speed. He spoke continuously. Under my guidance, you will be able to become much stronger than you are now. Jingu gaped in astonishment. Caden fell into thought. He thought of Chairman Sun Giwon. Instead of Jingu worrying that his identity might be exposed, this is a good offer for Jingu. Furthermore, Chairman Sun Giwon is one of the world's top-ranked individuals. He turned and left, becoming a disciple of such a person. That is the best choice for Jingu's future. Jingu sighed and after organizing his thoughts opened his mouth. Actually I already have a master. Chairman Sun Giwon was still stubborn. I know that. That's in the past and it's no longer important. Jingu asked back. Not important, he confirmed again. That's right, your master will surely like this offer. Jingu's eyes widened in surprise. Then Jingu politely bowed his head. No, thank you for such a good offer, but I will have to decline. I apologize. Caden was startled. Chairman Sun Giwon's eyes widened in bewilderment. You're declining? Jingu shyly scratched his head. Yes, he was flustered by Jingu's refusal. Perhaps you don't fully understand the meaning of the offer. This is not how we make decisions. I'll give you more time to think, so consult your master. Jingu was very resolute. No, it's all right. I'm fine. Jingu was fine, but Chairman Sun Giwon was not. He could no longer say anything. The night sky draped like dark blue silk. Jingu slowly walked along the brick path, his lonely figure blending into the surrounding quietness. He was delighted to spot Jian. Oh, Jian Hung, he lowered his voice. Are you done with your conversation, Hung? Jingu sat beside him. Yes, Jian slightly narrowed his eyes and said, What was it about? Jingu replied softly. He didn't say much, just a few words of praise. He listened in silence. Jingu smiled. Thank you. Jian was startled. What? Jingu replied happily. Thank you, because I met you, Hung, and you taught me. I have been recognized by everyone. He looked at him with a sincere expression. Thank you so much. Caden arrogantly looked elsewhere. Don't be content with the present. Jingu resolved, I will do my best. Chairman Sun Giwon's image was reflected on the water. He fell into thought. I never thought that kid would reject my offer. Chairman Sun Giwon couldn't forget that kid's face. I think it's a good offer, but he is the best master to me. He fell into thought. The best master, he says. I don't know who he is, but Chairman Sun Giwon slightly looked up at the sky. I truly envy him. Under the morning sunlight, the water was clear and serene like a giant mirror. A strict voice echoed, You must not only enhance your abilities but also increase your experience. Caden spoke continuously as he walked. There are several ways to get stronger. It's about exercising your abilities and effectively utilizing what you have. Caden's words made Jingu tense. Even just by walking and breathing like this, he followed all instructions, observing how his body moved and how the internal energy flowed. Jian raised an eyebrow. You must grasp everything. He slightly wagged his tail. Use your abilities in every action. This will make you stronger. Jingu was very obedient. Yes, whether by coincidence or intention, Yoon was also walking around campus with Dory. She shyly pouted her lips. Is Jingu out for a walk? Is it too early? Then she suddenly realized. Jingu is walking in the distance. It was him walking again. Suddenly her name was called. Yoon? She turned around in surprise. Yoon looked back suspiciously. Subin and Jusok, who's behind me? Subin leaned in seriously. You speak first. She pouted her lips, feigning ignorance. Why are you following my boyfriend? Yoon frowned. What are you talking about? Subin sighed. Don't pretend, she replied irritably. I don't know what you mean. Yoon quickly furrowed her brows. I don't know what you mean, she muttered with an annoyed expression. It's starting again early in the morning. Subin suddenly called Jingu's name. Yoon also slightly trembled, her shoulders slightly shrugging. She moved close to Yoon's face, her eyes filled with anger. Do you think I'm not following you? Yoon gaped. Wait. Jingu, boyfriend. Subin feigned arrogance. Yeah, then she slightly narrowed her eyes. Not necessarily, she leaned in, threatening. What, you don't believe me? Subin began to seek agreement. Disuk, I'm not lying, am I? His face was expressionless. No, it's true. Disuk irritably narrowed his eyes. They're not dating. A sense of unease began to sprout in Yoon's heart. They were startled to see the trembling girl. Yoon, blushing shyly, quickly left. Subin followed her like a pervert. Hey, where are you going? Come here. He was also resolute. Yoon, that guy is Jingu's girlfriend. With a serious expression, Disuk shouted. He even slept at Jingu's house once, but we all slept together. Yoon was startled to hear that. She turned back in disbelief. They panted, laughing triumphantly. Gotcha. Yoon ran faster and they continued to chase her, injecting many lies into her. Jingu waved his hand. Jian slowly approached and watched the scene. He sighed wearily. Jingu was still diligently training, oblivious to everything. Then a voice echoed, Are you also walking? Jingu politely bowed his head. Good morning. Chairman Sun Giwon slightly narrowed his eyes. That cat, he said, carefully observing Jian. That's the animal you control, isn't it? Jingu replied, flustered. Yes, Chairman Sun Giwon assessed casually. I heard about it. Although it has to fight, it's still quite good. Suddenly his face hardened. There's something about that cat. Jingu was extremely worried. Did he realize that my energy control method is similar to Caden Hung's? Did he realize I was lying and recognized Jian Hung? Chairman Sun Giwon leaned and sat next to Jian. What a truly lovely cat. Don't apologize if you feel sorry. He made a mouth at Caden, speaking flatteringly. I want to play with you. Chairman Sun Giwon shook a bag of treats, tempting him. I even brought treats just in case. Jingu suddenly widened his eyes and the sky was clear and high. A few clouds floated idly above. Jingu hunched in his chair. Phew, I thought the chairman noticed something about Hung. He's really strong after all. Jian replied nonchalantly. That's right, Chairman Sun Giwon is Korea's strongest awakened. He's hiding his power. Jingu was startled. You know him, Hung, he said without a change in expression. Heard him before. Jingu once again thought it was truly amazing. Wow. Jian raised his hand to his chin, lost in thought. He remembered that Chairman Sun Giwon had always been at the pinnacle of glory. Each country had a ranking system, and there was also a separate world ranking. Many people said he was ranked 50th in the world. Jingu gaped. Wow, 50th in the world, he's really strong. He immediately asserted, That's right, but Chairman Sun Giwon is more than that as far as I know. I heard he pretended to be weak and retired, but I don't think he's weakened. What is he planning? Then he suddenly looked at Jingu. Caden lowered his voice. You refused to become his disciple, didn't you? Jingu was startled. Wait, how do you know that, Hung? He turned his head and looked elsewhere. You could have become his disciple. You could have lived a better life. Jian's face hardened. Much safer and more comfortable than being with me. Jingu smiled gently. He confessed without hesitation. You told me that if I'm comfortable I can't get stronger, Hung. Caden was startled. Jingu laughed cheerfully. Besides, I still have a long way to go, he sighed. This is really annoying. Hot sunlight poured in and the trees cast cool shadows. Seyuk, flustered, shouted, I apologize. On the other end of the phone that person had no mercy. I apologize. Will an apology solve the problem? He broke out in a cold sweat. The people on the other end continued. Have you forgotten that we need to establish our position through the academy? Seyuk quickly furrowed his brows. I apologize. The person on the other end shouted loudly. Shut up. If you weren't a close aide to B Guild, you'd be finished. Anxiety welled up in his mind. The other party continued. The elder is coming, so prepare yourself. Seyuk anxiously asked again. What did you say? As soon as the call ended, he hurriedly shouted, "Chairman, Chairman!" Seyuk's face darkened as if a heavy weight had been attached. He glared and said, "The former chairman is here. How can I prevent him from killing me? I can't stay here any longer." As soon as he thought it, he turned and fled. "I need to find somewhere to hide." Suddenly, he met Miang at a crossroads. Seyuk didn't want to bother, but he kept running forward alone. Miang observed and evaluated him. "He definitely seems much stronger." He ran anxiously. "Ah," he sighed softly. "His wounds can heal, but mentally he must still be shocked." The red-haired man frowned. "If I had been hit by a cat like that, I'd be like that too, especially since he was hit so severely." Jusok froze at his words, opening his eyes wide in surprise. "I haven't seen Seyuk for days." "He was hit by a cat? That's ridiculous, hit by a cat." Then suddenly, Jian's image, full of burning, killing intent, flashed through his mind. "That's impossible." The vast blue sky made the landscape quiet and melancholic. Jusok politely offered food to Jian. "You seem to be under a lot of stress lately. This is all I could get in such a barren place." He looked like a shining pop star. "Please wait a moment. I've already contacted outside, so I'll get you what you want in a few days." Jian squinted suspiciously. "Wait, what's wrong with that guy?" The others gathered together, eating cake, and criticized him. Subin mumbled, "What the hell is that guy doing? Does he love cats so much he worships them?" Hot sunlight poured into the room. The phone screen lit up and Jusok sent a message. "Hello, this is Jusok. I'm out of supplies, so please send them quickly." Jang squinted suspiciously. Jusok kneeling in front of Jian. Kaden sighed and suddenly noticed something strange. Kaden froze. Not only him but the other instructors were in the same state. The old man pursed his lips. "So this is where Suhan is learning." Jusok stood solemnly, his hands clasped behind his back, looking like an executioner. The red-haired man asked, "Why did Mr. Kong suddenly come here?" Miang replied, "It seems there's a problem because of what happened to Seyuk." She couldn't help but say, "Will they be okay? Isn't the principal's relationship with Mr. Kong really bad?" The woman next to him sighed. "Paperwork. I really hate paperwork," the red-haired man just said discontentedly. "Paperwork." Unlike her, Suhan was unusually calm. "He's really buried in paperwork, I don't know." A voice echoed from a private room. "It's been a long time since I retired." Another voice replied, "Don't wield excessive power." Chairman Sun held a coffee cup and said calmly, "You still haven't changed." The other party sighed, "I'm old now and sometimes I can't control myself." "What more can I do?" Chairman Sun immediately got to the point. "So what brings you here?" the other party asked. "What do you mean I came to see you?" He continued, "I was also thinking about retiring just like you." Chairman Sun scoffed. "Haha, what are you talking about? Aren't you still in the elder's position?" The old man had an arrogant expression. "What the hell is that damn position? You can see it anywhere." He changed the subject. "And I've heard some ridiculous rumors, that independent awakened individuals are being treated equally as us." Chairman Sun calmly said, "Yes." The other party was startled. "Really?" The old man frowned unpleasantly. "Are you serious? We can't expect anything from them." "And you gave them a chance," Chairman Sun replied. "There are a few academy students with potential. Your nephew lost to them." Jusok was angry but couldn't refute. Then in an instant the old man continued, "What's not dangerous about that? They can betray organizations and countries at any time. Have you forgotten how much we suffered in the past?" Chairman Sun was silent. Jusok pressed on aggressively. "Do you think they'll just stand by? It will create discord among organizations and weaken their influence." Chairman Sun replied with a firm voice. "I know what I'm doing," he said resolutely. "They entrusted me with the position of principal of this academy, and I have the right to decide everything related to the academy." The opposing old man's eyes seemed to hold a grudge. The scene shifted and Chairman Sun stood by the river, deep in thought about something. In Chairman Sun's mind, the old man's words kept echoing. "They can betray organizations and countries at any time. Have you forgotten how much we suffered in the past?" Then a clear voice came from afar. "Good morning, Principal." Chairman Sun turned his head towards the sound and calmly asked, "Are you walking again today?" Jingu politely replied yes. He seemed to want to say something as he passed Jingu. Chairman Sun spoke, "Then let's go together." Jusuk's face hardened at the principal's invitation. The two walked and talked. Chairman Sun felt something was strange. "I don't see your cat today." Jusuk replied, "Ah yes, he doesn't always come with me." Only then did Chairman Sun understand. "Ah, I see, that's the charm of cats." Chairman Sun slowly spoke. "Jusuk, have you thought about it?" Jusuk flinched slightly at the question. Chairman Sun smiled gently. "It seems you haven't thought about it yet." Jusuk scratched his head and said, "I apologize, but as I told you last time," he lowered his voice, "it seems you don't understand the meaning of my offer." Jusuk was truly confused by Chairman Sun's words, quickened his pace and continued, "As you can see, there's a difference between an academy student and a full-fledged member. There's a limit to what they can teach you here. I can't teach you our organization's knowledge, but I can teach you my personal experience." A clear voice continued, "A disciple and a master are like parent and child," he continued. "I will pass on all my achievements to my disciple." Jusuk looked at the waves, wondering, "Achievements?" Chairman Sun replied, "Yes, like energy control. It's not easy to teach. Only students with outstanding talent can surpass their master." Jusuk had a bewildered expression, and a loud laugh erupted. Jusuk had a great question. In the hotel room, two bodyguards sat in the living room. "It seems one person is very angry." The sound of bones cracking was heard, followed by curses. "I told you to defeat them, but you lost to some nameless guy?" Suhan, kneeling on the floor, was trembling all over, his face covered in wounds. He stammered, "I was caught off guard, but he wasn't stronger than me." Jusuk cut him off. "Shut up. You still lost to that old man. He leaned close to his face and growled, "You're a disgrace to view." The old man placed a hand on his shoulder and squeezed so hard that bones could be heard cracking. The old man's face looked like he would kill him on the spot. The old man said sinisterly, "If you had a sibling I would have replaced you. Fortunately you don't have one." Suhan fell silent, a few drops of sweat on his face. Jusok seemed to have calmed down. He said softly, "Our guild must never fail. You must win at all costs, understand?" Suhan obediently complied. "Yes, I understand." The old man waved him away. "Go." Suhan leaned against the wall, silently thinking, he doesn't even know his nephew's name. "I'm Suhan, not Suhan." The old man sighed. He turned around and spoke to Seyuk. Seyuk instinctively flinched when the old man called his name. Jusok turned his head like a corpse and he growled, "I entrusted Suhan to you to teach and that brat lost. What should I do with you?" Seyuk bowed his head, clasped his hands and knelt. "I apologize. I will take responsibility." The old man asked how. The two bodyguards looked at Seyuk simultaneously. Seyuk continued, "I will show them what happens if they mess with our guild." Jusok heard that and praised him with satisfaction. "Good, that's how we do things." Jusok woke up. All his memories from the moment he met Jian until now flashed more vividly than ever. Jusok stood dumbfounded and bowed. "Thank you." Chairman Sun widened his eyes in surprise. Jusok said excitedly in a joyful voice, "I remembered, yes, just like the instructor taught me." He discovered something, but Chairman Sun listened in silence as Jusok continued to speak into his ear. Seyuk's footsteps grew heavier in the corridor. He pulled at his hair, thinking, "I'll make that Jinwoo brat unable to use his abilities anymore. Only then can I be forgiven, but how can I make him fight with View? I have to force him to fight." Suddenly, Seyuk spotted an orange cat behaving suspiciously in the distance. He shifted his gaze to where the cat was standing and thought to himself, "That cat." Seyuk was determined. "Before I deal with Jinwoo, I'll kill that cat first." In the distant forest, Jian thought, "I can feel power from View's representative. The energy level in this country is really different. This damn country." Hearing a suspicious sound, Jian suspiciously looked back. Behind him, Seyuk stood with killing intent, his voice hoarse. "He, I caught you," he said triumphantly. "You can't move, can you? I'm crushing you with gravity." Seeing that he didn't move, he shouted, "This is an awaken's power. You can't imitate this." Seyuk spoke like a madman. "Why am I talking to a cat? I'll give you back what you did to me until you die." Before he could regain his senses, he was already gone. His head spun. He disappeared. A cold sensation lingered on his temple. It was a cat's paw. Jian was now clinging to his body. He replied to what he had just said, "This is a cat's power, you damn bastard." Lightning struck the forest and Jusok looked in that direction worriedly. It started raining and Jian turned around, leaving one word. "Quite interesting." Seyuk was no longer conscious. He announced with a serious expression, "Last night lightning struck Seyuk and he is currently in a coma." Everyone in the classroom widened their eyes in surprise. He said as if he understood them. "Surprising, isn't it?" "Me too." Ming thought, "No matter how strong you are, if you get hit by lightning you end up like that. How unfortunate. Why was he outside on a rainy day?" He cut in. "It's an unfortunate incident, but we can only hope he wakes up safely." He emphasized again, "Let's quietly pay our respects to him." The old man next to him rested his chin on his hand and sighed. "I'm going crazy," he continued. "That brat went for revenge and got struck by lightning." A bodyguard replied, "Yes, and it's uncertain when he'll wake up." The old man was exhausted. "That Seyuk brat is making View look ridiculous." "Any news about the clan siblings?" he replied. "The association is still investigating." "I don't know how much they've investigated, but they'll never find out that we collaborated with them." The old man continued, "How were they caught? Any news about Professor Dalen yet?" The other party said softly. "No," the old man mumbled to himself. "They must be looking for Professor Dalen too. Where is he hiding?" The bodyguard brought a laptop to the old man. He said, "We found some information about the child we brought from Xinhua." Jusok read the description on the information board. "Although I'm not outstanding, I believe I'm the best at evaluating talent among their people and other children." He concluded, "Yes, that's how the instructors evaluated that child." The old man thought. He asked, "Are you sure this child hasn't joined any guild yet?" The other party quickly replied, "Yes." The old man looked at the information board and said, "Then I'll have to go meet him myself." In dorm 2A, Jian was playing handstands. He was standing upside down on 2 feet. Jusok said in a hoarse voice, "Jian Hung, you know what? Instructor Seyuk was struck by lightning." "The instructor you hit a few days ago," Jian replied gruffly. "Oh really?" Jusok's eyes sparkled and he said, "No matter how strong you are, you can still get hit by lightning. You don't know how worried I was when you went out." Caden spoke. "It depends on the Awaken's ability, but it's absolutely safe." Jusok rested his chin on his hand and said, "I just hope the instructor gets well soon." Jian was silent. Jusok stood up and asked, "Caden, shall we go for a walk?" Jian said, "Then go, I need to do 2,000 more push-ups." He opened the door and laughed joyfully. "Yes, I'll be back soon." He walked in the park next to the dormitory. Jusok thought that Jian Hung told him to feel all the energy coming from his body. Yoon whispered with tears in her eyes, "I want to greet him but I can't." The sunset light reflected on half his face, further enhancing his beautiful profile. "Can't believe it." Tears streamed down her face, the idea that he was that crazy Subin's boyfriend. A sudden shout from behind made her flinch. "Hey Yoon!" Subin and Yuik stood behind her. Subin said stubbornly, "I told you, didn't I? Stop chasing my boyfriend. It's a crime, understand?" Yuik added, "Even if you like Yuik, you shouldn't do that." Yoon shouted. Don't get it wrong, I don't like Yuik. Yoon's reaction made the two of them freeze for a moment. Subin pressed. Really, Yoon said firmly. Yes, I've had no interest in him from the beginning. Subin sighed. Yuik, did you hear that? Yoon stood blankly. She slowly turned her head and saw Yuik's forced smile. Tears streamed down her eyes once again. She said flustered. Did he hear that? Her two friends said excitedly. She's your secret fan. Yuik scratched his head embarrassed. I'm not that popular with girls. Yoon quickly ran away with her dog. Yuik pointed a finger at Yoon and shouted loudly. Subin, what are you doing? She's crying. Go comfort her. Subin didn't back down. She yelled at Yuik, why don't you go comfort her? Yuik stood there at a loss. As he was about to leave, someone called out, Seyuk. He turned his head and asked, puzzled, who are you, elder? A man with a dark face introduced himself. I am Kong Doik. I am the former representative of Yu and Suhin's grandfather. Yuik stood blankly. Suhin. He said respectfully. Ah yes, hello. Doik spoke first. Can I talk to you for a moment? The old man asked him. I heard you defeated our family's Suhin, is that true? Yuik replied, flustered. I was just lucky. If he hadn't let his guard down, I would have lost. Doik hesitated for a moment. I see, the old man continued. Excellent. Suhin has been trained at View since he was young. He said it with his mouth, but inwardly he whispered, does he even know what he's talking about? Suddenly, Doik became serious. But I came to tell you something else. Yuik looked up. Yes, the old man slowly said, come and join View. Yuik asked, before he could even collect himself. While Yuik was confused, Doik inwardly enjoyed himself. He must be confused by the sudden offer. Doik opened his mouth. Are you surprised by my offer? But I understand. Yuik bowed his head humbly and said, I apologize. Doik questioned, apologize? What do you mean? Yuik spilled everything. I know it's a very good offer, but I'm afraid I have to decline. The old man frowned and replied, what? Yuik continued. I already have a master, and I've already told the principal. Doik heard something like a bolt from the blue. Sun Giwon wants this child too. Looking at the innocent Yuik in front of him, Doik inwardly thought, does this child want more? He gritted his teeth in anger. Doik changed the subject. Sun Giwon is the strongest awakened in Korea, but I am just as strong. Yuik asked, before he could even understand. Doik explained, the two of us always competed to see who was the strongest awakened. That was when he was still active. Yuik uttered a single sentence. I heard he's very strong. Just those words were enough for the old man to barely maintain his composure. The old man emphasized each word. People like Sun Giwon and I cannot easily fight. The old man's gaze fell upon him. The old man said if we did, it would have a huge impact on the country. That's why the rankings aren't accurate. Yuik cautiously said, I see. Doik still tried to win Yuik over. Sun Giwon has already retired, although he maintains ties only with View. I am an elder of View. This means I can support you much more. Yuik was silent and seemed very troubled. He bowed his head once again and said, thank you, but my answer is still the same. At that reply, Doik gritted his teeth in anger, his brain feeling like it would explode. I offered so many privileges and he dares not even reconsider? The old man's gaze seemed to pierce through him. In Doik's mind there was only one thought, how dare he refuse to join View? The old man's thoughts were interrupted by Subin. She said in a somewhat sarcastic voice, since when did View have a scout team? Doik turned around and inwardly chastised himself. Damn it, I didn't look around. Subin and Yuik held up their phones and said, Yuik, View is recruiting independent academy students at the academy. We need to tell the teachers about this. I'll tell Instructor Inhee and Instructor Lee. How do you have a phone? I hid mine, Doik's face was truly unsightly. If he could, he would have shouted, these damn brats. Doik crossed his arms, sat in a swivel chair and said, you want to teach our academy students and independent academy students together? Everyone replied in unison. The principal approved it. Then the old man immediately retorted, even if he agreed, do you think I'll just stand by? Suhan was silent. Doik continued to state his philosophy. This is not an ordinary school. This is where we will raise the future's best in Korea. And you want independent academy students to receive the same education as our children. One person tried to voice their opinion. But elder, some of them are very capable. The old man immediately cut him off. Some? What about the rest? The old man's arrogant voice still echoed. You were also an independent awakened before, weren't you? Is that why you're so interested in this matter? Yuik no longer wanted to talk to the old man. He cut in. That's enough, elder. The old man stroked his chin with his hand and said, what? Just because Shinhwa and the Alliance succeeded in enhancing awakened abilities, you're ignoring others? The two glanced at the old man as if they would devour him alive. The door slammed shut. One of the two bodyguards said, be respectful to the elder. The two remained silent with that look. Suhan stood up. That's enough, the teacher began. Everyone's arguments have merit, but this is a Korean academy, and it was built to educate academy students. Doik retorted, what's the benefit of teaching independent academy students? Do you think our guild will welcome them? Suhan was sweating and said nothing. Doik frowned and said, look at this mess. All 6 of them were gathered. The old man continued, don't you think this will only bring us problems? The meeting was over. As soon as they left the meeting room, Doik incessantly cursed, those foolish brats wasting time on useless things. Do you know what I have to do? One of the bodyguards asked. Do you think they understood what you said, elder? Elder Doik replied, what can we do? At least the organizations want me to continue. Doik paused and his face frowned. The old man said, and this is why View must be at the forefront. Elder Kong Doik, the old man replied. I'm here, the staff member continued. The principal wants to see the elder. Duik's face was as cold as ice. Sun Giwon uttered a single word. Go back. Doik asked what in surprise. Sun Giwon said calmly, didn't you say you came to see me? You've seen me, so go back. Doik inwardly thought, I can't control myself when I talk to that guy. That damned guy. The old man forced a smile. Yes, but I'm here now as Suhan's guardian. Sun Giwon put down his coffee cup. At the same time, the words stop making excuses followed. He said in a quiet voice, a guardian cannot stay for so many days either, he continued. And you violated the rules. You proposed an independent awaken. Duik's complexion changed slightly. Doik retorted, I saw his potential. Didn't the principal make a similar offer? Sun Giwon replied, but that wasn't an offer from View. It didn't violate the rules. Doik thought, is he trying to make him his personal disciple? Is this child that valuable? Sun Giwon's eyes seemed to hold something deep, he continued. You even requested that child's data, didn't you? Even if you're from View, you don't have the right to do such a thing. Elder Doik was speechless. In the dormitory, Yuik was meditating. Yuik shouted. He quickly ran down like lightning, panting, and said, I'm late for energy control class. I've been thinking ever since I got hurt. He vanished like the wind, saying, Kaden hung, I'm going to class. Jian lowered his eyes. Kaden calculated. Still, this body is ineffective. How much energy he used wasted. If he hadn't attacked, it wouldn't just be because of this body. But why can't I return to my previous state? It will take more time to recover my strength. Jian closed his eyes and continued to meditate. The corridor looked like a combination of a hospital and a secret agent headquarters. It was clean and empty, as if something big was about to happen. His friends called out loudly, and joy filled everyone's faces. Yuik ran up panting, his face a mix of joy and surprise. He didn't understand anything, but he started running anyway. Everyone came up to him and asked, Are you going to be able to participate in class today? Are you okay? To everyone's concern, he replied, somewhat hesitant, Yes. Yuik relayed the news. Yuik, starting next week you'll be in class with the others. Yuik stood blankly. Really? Jiangsu informed. But since the curriculum is different, we'll have to study more than them. Kang Ji-yu added. But we'll have access to all the privileges, so it'll be different from before. Everyone chatted animatedly. They said things like, I'm so excited for next week, and Instructor In-hee's and Instructor Sona's classes will be very useful too. Doik thought they didn't even know what they were talking about. The old man thought they were just daydreaming. What pathetic dreamers. The old man ordered them to be taken outside. Quickly, take them outside. The two bodyguards obeyed obediently. Yes, Yuik's friends noticed the two approaching bodyguards. They raised their voices. Everyone except Yuik, get out. Everyone was puzzled. Who, what? The two bodyguards' faces grew increasingly scary. I'll say it again. Everyone except Yuik, get out. Everyone looked up at the two bodyguards and blank expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Jiangsu boldly stepped forward and said, I don't know who you are, but our class is about to start here. Doik sighed. The old man walked forward, hands behind his back, and said firmly, They work for me. Yuik mumbled, Suhan's grandfather, suspiciously. And the male student next to him froze at the words. Doik was very displeased seeing them, and Yuik's friends stood blankly. Suhan's grandfather, former representative of View. They were a little scared. He was once one of the most powerful people in the country. Doik opened his mouth. I need to talk to Yuik, so get out. Yuik's friends were forcibly expelled, leaving only him. Yuik waved his hand and said no, it's okay. His only goal was to reassure his friends. Ji-Yun watched him for a moment and then left. Everyone had almost left the arena. Yuik's friends were being watched by Duik's bodyguards. Doik glared at his opponent. Duik's thoughts continued. If Sun Giwon wants this child, if he's going to make him his disciple, I won't let him have his way. The old man decided. I'll take him. There's still plenty of room. The old man's hands were clenched and a smile spread across his lips. Doik, I'll make an offer. Perhaps it will be a bargain. A good offer that he can't refuse. Doik opened his mouth. Look, I have another offer. Yuik bowed several times in front of the old man, continuously saying, I apologize. Doik inwardly cursed him. Damn it. The old man dismissed him and lowered his voice. Listen to me. The old man still stubbornly said, if you come to View. Before he could finish, Yuik shouted, I'm really sorry. He seemed to bow even deeper. He said, I don't plan to join any guild yet. Doik stomped his foot in anger. The old man asked, how dare you ignore me? Yuik's eyes widened. He immediately raised his head and incessantly denied, no, I didn't ignore you. Doik transformed as if into a monster. The old man shouted, shut up, and swung his hand at Yuik. Something ring-like tried to constrict Yuik's body. Duik's inner voice echoed, I made a mistake. His eyes were completely filled with hatred and rage. Doik lifted Yuik higher and higher, and Yuik struggled, but it was useless. Doik changed as if into another person. The old man muttered to himself, just talking won't work, will it? Yuik tried to create a gap with his hands to breathe and speak. Doik stood there. He muttered, my View is the guild that represents this country. The old man lowered his voice. And you dare to ignore me in View? Yuik used his hands to create a gap to breathe and try to speak. Suhan's grandfather, I didn't ignore you. Doik pushed him away. Yuik barely managed to say, I think the elder is mistaken. I refused because I thought the elder was the same as the principal. The old man agreed. Then I'll give you one more chance. The old man's terrifying gaze stared directly at him, and at the same time the invitation to join View followed. I will give you the best privileges better than any you could receive at the View Guild. Jin's voice broke. Do you truly not wish to join any guild? Doik replied. I could cripple you here. And if I twist your body any further, you will bid farewell to a beautiful life. Jin trembled and said, Grandfather, why are you doing this? Doik warned. If you do not join, you will pay the price for defiling the View Guild. What does that mean? Jin gradually lost consciousness. In his dream, he recalled a conversation with Jian. He suddenly asked Jian, Hung, which guild did you join? Jian was puzzled. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Jin was curious. Because you've never mentioned it. Jian didn't understand. So why are you asking now? Only then did Jin state his wish. I want to join the guild you belong to. Jian was truly surprised. He glanced at Jin and then sighed deeply. As you can see, I don't belong to any guild. Jin was startled by this answer. Really? Isn't it really hard? Isn't your life in danger? Jian thought silently. It is hard. When someone approaches, I can't tell their intentions or if they're coming to kill me, and strong guilds don't care about independent awakened. They take it for granted. Jin asked, Then why do you stay alone, Hung? Jian sprawled out. I like being alone, and besides, there's no place suitable for me. Jin whispered. I want to be like you, Hung. Jian's eyes sparkled. I want to become an awakened with a strong will. Jian glanced at Jin and then lay down again, saying lazily, Of course it won't be easy. Jingu couldn't help but give a wry smile. Back in reality, Jingu said with effort, I don't want to join any guild. Doik said calmly. Understood very well. His anger reached its peak. If I can't have you, no one else can. Jin's eyes widened, his body twisted as if bound by ropes, and he screamed in pain. Seeing Jin in this state, Doik said triumphantly, Scream louder. No one will hear you because of my ability. The old man sneered. You must have seen this from the View Guild Academy students, haven't you? This technique centers gravity and twists the opponent. Someone like you won't be able to escape. Jin screamed in pain that pierced his bones, but no one heard him. The students shouted, Teachers, the three of you are wondering why we're standing here? The blonde girl quickly pointed to the two bodyguards and replied, They told us to wait outside. Suhan's grandfather said he had private matters to discuss with Jin. Disuk asked what's happening. The stubborn bodyguard replied, By the elder's command, no one may enter. But Disuk didn't care. Excuse me, but I have a class right now, the two bodyguards firmly said. No, please wait until the elder has finished his business, Disuk continued. I understand that you need something from Jin, but is it really necessary to stop us like this? The bodyguard remained stubborn. This is the elder's decision, not yours. The other two teachers said nothing. The three teachers told the students to return to their dorms. The students were surprised and said yes. Once all the students had left, only Disuk remained. He approached the door and politely said, Please let me in. The bodyguard still refused. No, they were holding each other back. Suddenly the two bodyguards were separated, and one shouted, Hey! Disuk threw the doorward open and shouted, Elder Doik! They froze at the sight before them. Doik scolded the two bodyguards. I told no one to come in. The two bodyguards bowed their heads. Simultaneously they said, We apologize. The three teachers approached and asked, What are you doing right now? Doik said nonchalantly. Isn't it obvious? There's a legitimate reason for this. The three voices echoed again. Whatever the reason, you cannot do that, the old man retorted. Why not? Doik confidently declared. He is a spy who infiltrated the academy. The three were startled. What? Jin is a spy? That's impossible, Doik replied. That's what the information collected by the View Guild says. But inwardly he thought, it doesn't matter if he's a spy or not. I can fabricate evidence later. Naturally, the three didn't believe him. He gritted his teeth and said, Enough, Jin is someone guaranteed and brought in by the Shinhwa Guild. The old man frowned. If there's doubt, it's better to kill him. He continued to argue. But there's no clear evidence, is there? The old man scoffed. Evidence can be found later. He didn't give up. Then hold him until then, Doik asked. Why should I listen to you? Are you from the Shinhwa Guild? Are you trying to wage war with the View Guild? Doik continued. Does the Shinhwa Guild want a conflict? Both their faces showed obvious difficulty. The old man's voice echoed again. Think carefully. The old man continued to provoke. The Shinhwa Guild, one of the biggest guilds in Korea, interfering in such a trivial matter. Other organizations worldwide are watching Korea's internal situation right now. Do you think it's worth clashing? He gritted his teeth and endured. The old man began to torture him again. All right, let's continue. Tell me, who are you working for? The old man didn't stop there. Who taught you? The three teachers froze. He used his ability, glanced sideways and shouted, Are you crazy? You in this situation are crazy. Disuk said in a calm voice. I must protect my academy student. The other two looked at Disuk and smiled slightly. It was a sign of agreement. Doik shouted, You won't be able to save him, you fools. In the chaotic scene, as the three prepared to rush in, someone approached and told them to stop. That person was Sun Giwon. Jin thought, Damn it, that annoying guy again. Sun Giwon ordered the three to step back. He tried to speak again, but Sun Giwon waved his hand, signaling no more talk. But he was helpless. Sun Giwon said, Elder Doik, what are you doing? Doik firmly replied, Don't interfere, I'm just protecting our country by interrogating this spy. Sun Giwon pointed out the old man's words accurately. A spy? Where's the evidence? Doik replied. It will appear soon, just wait a moment. Sun Giwon's voice was consistent. Then deal with it according to the rules. Put Jin down, Doik sneered. Why should I? Sun Giwon growled. Elder Doik, the old man attacked with a question. Sun Giwon, do you also want to challenge me? Will you oppose the View Guild? Do you want this country's power to weaken because of this child? Sun Giwon remained silent. He frowned. The words that came out of Sun Giwon's mouth were, Jin, I'm sorry, I cannot help you. The people around murmured, Principal, Principal. He reminded them once more, You must think carefully. We cannot wage war with the View Guild, a pillar of this country, for one academy student. That is unacceptable. He tried to object, but Sun Giwan was faster. This is not a matter that can be decided by my personal feelings, unless he becomes my disciple. Everyone was shocked and his eyes were resolute. If he becomes my disciple, his problem will become my problem, and only then can I help. He still pleaded. Principal. But he seemed not to hear. Sun Giwan looked up at where Jin was being tortured. He continued, you can still maintain your relationship with your master, just tell them I am your master. Doik was displeased. Sun Giwan, are you crazy? Doik had gone mad. A guy wants this child so badly, I'll kill him before he can speak. The controlling power grew stronger and Jin felt even greater pain. Sun Giwan quickly rushed at Doik using his technique. A fierce battle was about to erupt. The training ground roof was pierced by something and now stood in the middle of the field. The light was too strong, everyone had to cover their eyes. The destructive power was immense. Sun Giwan's eyes were puzzled. Jian's back slowly emerged as the light faded. Jin couldn't believe Jian was right in front of him. Doik, usually ugly, had his face further contorted by the provocation. How? He cut off the energy flow that I was using to control that child, the old man said arrogantly. Who exactly are you? Aiden's sharp eyes fixed directly on Doik, he said. Jin, watch closely. Jin was still bewildered. Yes, Hung, he continued. I'll show you how to deal with an enemy. Electricity sparked from his palm. Doik was shocked. Electricity. Everyone around watched intently. Impossible. They saw Jian extend his hand and push an orb of electric energy forward. Doik barely managed to evade with all his strength. Damn it, the old man declared. I will destroy this energy source. But Doik cried out in despair. Impossible. His last rational thought was, I can't stop it. Lightning struck from the sky, making an enormous roar. Only now could everyone clearly see his face. Caden. The training ground was in ruins. Miang and the red-haired man stood with their mouths open, eyes wide. What is this? Suhan was suspicious. This isn't the principal's power, nor Elder Duek's. Whose power is it? The two looked at Caden, who stood not far away. Doik, battered and bruised with both arms almost completely burned. His eyes hollow. The two bodyguards were worried. Elder, what's wrong? Everyone saw the scene and had one thought. He took the attack and he looks terrible. Who exactly is he? Jian turned his back and left. Duek's arrogant voice echoed, who are you? The old man's head buzzed. I couldn't block his attack, that powerful electric energy. Wait, electric energy, Sun Giwan said in a low voice. Caden, break, what are you doing here? Everyone was shocked. Jian, he's Jian? Everyone wondered why he was here. He seemed to realize something. Those traces back then were his, Doik said in a dry voice. It's him. It must be Caden. No one else could do that. The old man, like a victim, shouted. Why did you attack me? I didn't do anything to you. Jian put his hands in his pants pockets and relaxed. Exactly, that's what I wanted to say. He once again looked at the old man with a sharp knife-like gaze. You picked a fight with me and you tortured my academy student. Doik spoke faster than he thought. Academy student? I didn't know. The old man suddenly realized something. The three people on this side didn't dare to breathe, putting all their attention on the situation in front of them. The three teachers couldn't possibly have all turned their eyes to those three people, could they? Sun Giwan was no exception. Is Jin your academy student? Jian replied. That's right, I took him as my disciple recently. And you dared to bully my academy student, he continued. That's why I came here, Sun Giwan whispered, so that's why he refused. Doik continued to deny. Wait just a moment, it was just a misunderstanding. Caden was displeased. A misunderstanding, the old man nodded. That's right, I didn't know he was your academy student. I had information that he was a spy, so I had no other choice. The other person's words made the old man want to bang his head against the wall. Does he think I'm so foolish that I would be swayed by him? Doik fell silent. He moved closer. Do you think your foolish words will work? Doik bit his lip tightly. This person, the strong, have rights, and now the strong one is Caden. Answer me. Do you mean to say that the View Guild wants to challenge me by picking a fight with my academy student? Duek's face hardened. He continued, think carefully before you answer. Jian narrowed his eyes. I don't care who my opponent is, even if it's the View Guild. The old man broke out in a cold sweat. His voice still echoed. Let me tell you, I'm too used to arrogant brats like you. I don't need to kill each of you little kids. Just take down the leader and your guild is as good as finished. That's the most effective method. Doik remained in that state, but Suhan knew it was no joke. Many people said he had destroyed guilds by himself. They didn't know how to deal with him because he was too strong. Doik inwardly thought, he only has one disciple. But he said aloud, the View Guild has no such intention. I misunderstood. I apologize for my mistake. Everyone outside was shocked. Really? Elder Doik is apologizing? Caden break, he's truly as terrifying as people say. Annoyed by the old man's words, Caden was enraged. Are you mocking me? You did this to my academy student and you think a simple apology will suffice? What if I did the same to you? The old man, as if unable to believe such a thing could happen to him, sobbed. Caden didn't stop. I think that would be best, everyone criticized. That guy has a terrible personality too. Jin quietly said, Caden Hung, I think you're shouting too loudly. Are you going to stop me again? A voice whispered in Jian's ear. Jian, I understand your feelings, but I think you should stop. That person briefly glanced at him and said that while he was fine, what about Jingu? That person said that since Jingu was Chairman Sun's disciple, he couldn't always be by his side, and Jingu had to learn to protect himself. Jian's face remained displeased, but he didn't say anything. Then he decided, alright, since Jingu doesn't want it I'll stop, but I'll be keeping an eye on you and View. Doik could no longer stand. Siyuk ordered, you two get him treated. Elder Doik swore deep in his bones, I will never forget this humiliation. Jian threatened, never utter a word of this, if it leaks I will find you all. He scanned the people in the distance, the others were also silent. He ran his hand across his face and boasted, I remember all the faces here, I'll be watching you. Everyone present kept their mouths shut, unsure what to say. Chairman Sun also remained silent. Jian approached Jingu. He knelt on one knee. Jingu, why do you always get beaten up like this? Jingu softly said, I'm sorry. Jian consoled him, it's alright. This is too much for you to handle. The red-haired male student looked up in admiration. This place was specially built for Awakened, but he blew it away in an instant. The others agreed. Suhen was still in shock. People said Jian was very strong, but he thought it was an exaggeration. However, this power was truly beyond imagination. Disuk still couldn't believe his eyes, and Elder Doik was helpless against a single attack. The blonde female student was only interested in Jian's appearance. He's much more handsome than people say. Miang was still thinking about Jian's looks. He's truly charming. It wasn't an exaggeration, he's truly unique. Suhin tried to remind them. That's not what's important right now. Miang awkwardly cleared her throat. Suhin and Disuk discussed, so Jingu was his disciple all along, that's why he was so strong. Conversely, their other friends were inspecting the damage to the training ground. It'll take quite a while to fix this place. He replied about the damage. It'll probably take at least a year. Then he turned back to his two friends who were still talking. He probably took Jingu as his disciple because of his talent. Miang continued. Many people want to become his disciple, but he hasn't accepted anyone. Jingu was surprised. The red-haired male student reminded him. He said, how should I report this to the organization? Only now did the others realize this fact. The scene shifts to Chairman Sun's room. His voice echoed, I didn't know you were in this country, what's going on? Do you have a disciple now? Jian calmly replied, it just happened. Chairman Sun fell into thought. Jingu, his disciple, I wonder if he taught that child. Jian showed no particular interest. He pushed himself up from the chair. I need to go see how Jingu is doing. Chairman Sun quickly stopped him. That child is already receiving treatment. We're still talking. Jian opened the door and said without looking back, perhaps next time. In the dormitory, Jingu was looking at his bandaged arm. Just then Jian approached. He playfully asked, why do you have such a blank expression? Jingu was slightly startled. Oh, Kaden hung. He sat next to Jingu and said softly, I'm really worried about your future. Now that they know you're my disciple, things will get complicated someday. Jingu asked, choked up, why are you helping me? Jian replied, damn it. Jingu asked loudly, why did you show up there? He frowned. What are you talking about? Jingu began to cry. Hung hasn't fully recovered yet, and now your appearance will cause danger, he said. Hung needs to regain his strength, otherwise you'll turn back into a cat. Jian still watched Jingu carefully. Tears fell on his hand. Jingu blamed himself. I shouldn't have been in danger, it's all my fault. Jian sighed in front of this crying young brother. He said unexpectedly nonchalantly, hey, worry about yourself. Can't you see how cool I am? Jingu retorted. He wiped the tears from his eyes with his hand. Jian smiled and Jingu sobbed. No, Jian stroked Jingu's head with his hand. Jai turned her head. Did you guys see that? She trembled. The training ground exploded. What happened to Elder Doik and Jingu? They said nothing happened, but Jingu was hurt then. A friend suggested, let's go visit him. Everyone agreed, yeah, in the dormitory cafeteria. Everyone was noisy. What happened yesterday? The whole island shook. I don't know what happened. They said nothing happened, but I don't think so. The murmurs continued. Did the teachers fight? But they're not hurt. Elder Doik was also struck by lightning, and an elder left suddenly. Isn't that strange? It's probably related to the power we saw yesterday. What could have happened? And only one group of friends sat silently. Suan was startled. Kong Sityuk and the female student sitting next to him glared at him. Chairman Sun's room. He lowered his voice. Elder Doik said he would leave immediately after his treatment, but I think he'll go back to the View Guild for treatment, Jian grumbled. Or he has another trick up his sleeve. Chairman Sun lowered his voice. I really couldn't do anything yesterday. Thank you for showing up. If you and the View Guild had gone to war, it would have been a big blow to this country. The world is in turmoil right now, Jian replied. You don't need to thank me. I didn't do it for him anyway, Chairman Sun softly said. Understood. He put down his coffee cup. I have a few questions. Are you staying here now? Jian lazily glanced at Chairman Sun. He said annoyedly, no, I'm only here because of Jingu. Chairman Sun seemed slightly disappointed. He forced a smile. Ah, I see, it would be more reassuring if you stayed, Jian said sarcastically. Do you really think so? I thought the chairman would tell me to leave as soon as possible. Chairman Sun cleared his throat. I thought you would stay here. Are you taking Jingu with you? Jian was silent for a moment. He breathed out from Jingu. This is where that child belongs. Chairman Sun looked at Jian. He said, understood. You're worried that the child will be in danger if he's next to you. It's truly amazing that this country has someone as talented as Jingu. Jian changed the subject. Chairman, you've retired. Are you still thinking about national affairs? Then why did you retire so early? Chairman Sun replied, it was because of you. Jian was surprised. Because of me? He began to speak again. I thought you were just famous, but I was shocked when I saw your power. You are strong alone, without the help of any guild or training system. I just set everything aside to become stronger. Caden looked at Chairman Sun and Chairman Sun did the same. He reassured him, when you're not here I'll take good care of Jingu. I owe you a lot, Jian said nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. In the room where Jingu was receiving treatment, Subin asked, the teacher said you were injured when the building collapsed. Is that true? Jingu hesitated. He probably guessed that the teachers had agreed to say that. The white male student said, I don't know, but they said the collapse was caused by awakened abilities, and you could have escaped with your super speed ability even if the ceiling collapsed. He lowered his voice. You know that power. Subin still seemed shocked by the aftermath. The whole island shook. I got goosebumps all over, Jingu tried to say. You know, Subin cut him off. Enough. I know it's different from what the teachers said. No need to explain. She turned her head. We don't know what happened, but we don't want you to get into trouble. Jingu looked up at her. The three friends stared intently at Jingu. Jingu bowed his head. Thank you. Disuk broke the tense atmosphere between the four of them. All right, he continued. By the way, the semester is over. Jingu was startled. Really? Subin replied. Yeah, it was supposed to be 2 more weeks, but the training ground collapsed. It's under repair and the teachers can't focus either. Jingu was dumbfounded. Understood. The three turned around and a voice said, We'll be back soon. Get some rest. Yu Hyuk, didn't you hear me? Disuk uttered a single word. See you tomorrow, Yu Hyuk replied. Jiyuin stopped in front of Jingu. He spoke. Jiyuin, he's finally speaking. Elder Doik fought Teacher Jang. Are you okay? Jingu laughed. Yeah, Jiyuin's face was filled with worry. Then he left, leaving Jingu alone in the room. Jingu thought, they also know what happened. He said he'd be watching, but what will he do? Doik on the ship stood. The old man thought of Caden Break. I didn't know you were that strong. I just thought it was a rumor. The old man's hand trembled. If I had known, the old man's eyes widened with hatred. I will get my revenge, that damned bastard, the old man ordered. Tell me about Caden, the 2 bodyguards asked, dumbfounded. What? The old man continued. There must be many people who hate him. Many people would want to know his whereabouts too. The 2 bodyguards didn't dare to argue. Doik laughed. The old man added, and tell me about his disciple too, so I can hold him hostage and torture him until I'm satisfied. The 2 bodyguards looked at each other, unable to say anything. Doik's smile became even more inhumane. I am Kong Doik. He humiliated me, so the View Guild will not let him off easily. He will pay the price. A familiar voice echoed, I knew it. Doik and the 2 bodyguards immediately turned around. Jian appeared from nowhere. He said, you guys never change. Doik said flustered. Wait, Jian didn't even listen to him. Stop pretending. It's like putting a bell on a cat. The old man froze. He softly said, Elder Doik, farewell. His farewell was a farewell of the Grim Reaper. Doik screamed, kill him. The 2 bodyguards rushed towards Caden with all their might. A large rotation created immense suction and propulsion. Doik tried to say, did you catch him? The 2 bodyguards' faces were pale. The flow of power slowly dissipated, and as expected he stood there without a scratch. Jian scoffed. Doik could only gape. An immense lightning bolt struck the ship so powerful that the sea churned violently. Only shattered wreckage remained of the ship. Jian stood there as if enjoying his accomplishment. He was tense. Elder Doik is gone. Everyone in the meeting room had blank expressions. The red-haired male student asked, what happened? They didn't go to the View Guild, he replied. They left, but they didn't arrive at the View Guild, and contact with the View Guild has been lost too. Miang was suspicious. Did he go somewhere else? He likes to travel around. He fell into thought. Something unexpected might have happened, but let's just pray that Elder Doik returns safely to the View Guild. Everyone simultaneously bowed their heads in silent prayer. He placed his hand on the table and said to the children, let's go to class. See you after class. Miang, Suhin and the red-haired male student remained seated watching them leave. The red-haired male student asked, but don't we have anything else to do? Didn't the academy decide to control Xinhua and the alliance? He complained. I can't do anything. He always takes the lead. The other 2 also agreed with him. That's right, the 3 types of people were. The red-haired male student was introverted. Teacher Suhin was quiet. And Miang was displeased. The red-haired male student clasped his hands behind his head and said in an annoyed voice, what should I do now? I don't know what to report to the organization. The other 2 also fell into thought. The scene changes and Teacher Kang's voice echoed loudly. As you probably know, he continued, unfortunately, our semester ends here today. All the students had sad expressions. Teacher Kong seemed to read the students' minds. Don't be sad. The academy will be even better when we meet next time, Teacher Kong continued. Your learning will also advance another step. Then everyone's faces brightened again. The teacher said his final words, everyone keep developing your skills and train harder. Take care and see you next semester. The students replied, yes, teacher. Teacher Kong fell into thought. The semester wasn't long, but the children grew much better than I expected, and surprisingly, the attitudes of the people here have also changed. Just then, someone called him, and when he turned around, it was his disciples. They all shouted loudly together. We thank Teacher Ha. Jinwoo was startled. His words brought the teacher back to normal. She chattered, Teacher, thank you for always paying attention to us. You'll continue to teach us next time, right? Jinwoo was momentarily dumbfounded by Jay's words. He opened his mouth slightly awkwardly. Of course, who else would want to teach troublemakers like you? All the students were overjoyed. He and Sun Han watched everything. The scene shifted to a beach near the dormitory where friends walked and chitted happily. Taerung reminded, make sure to call. Kongji, you promised. I'll create a group chat. Jai, he didn't want to miss out on this fun. Okay, invite me too, Dongsu regretted. It's really bad that we've just gotten close and now we have to part ways. A voice calling Jusuk's name was heard from behind. It turned out to be Kong Se-yuk in the dorm park. Kong Se-yuk spoke first. I'm the representative of Class B. Will you come again next year? Jinwoo replied. Of course I will. Kong Se-yuk said contentedly. That's great. Thought I wouldn't have a chance to face you. Jinwoo was still wary of him. Kong Se-yuk said reassuringly. No need to be wary. I just want to have a friendly match. I'm also a close quarters combatant like you. Jinwoo still said, ah. He left an invitation and turned around. Let's have a match next time. Jinwoo watched his retreating back. Only after he was far away did he reply to the invitation. Okay, Suin held a steaming coffee cup as if he had just had a wrong thought. Suin reminded himself, no, I'll be in trouble. Jinwoo was walking in the building muttering that he didn't want to wait until next semester. He discovered something. He scurried forward and called out loudly, Jian Hung, what are you doing here? Jian frowned slightly and said, I thought I should see you for a bit. Jinwoo was dumbfounded. Why? He fell silent. Jinwoo helplessly exclaimed, No way, Jian said, it's time for me to go. Jinwoo froze on the spot. You're leaving now. His voice was soft. Don't make that face, I'll be back. Jinwoo held back tears. Then I'll go with you. Jian approached him and said, You know you can't, don't you? He was silent for a few seconds. He raised his hand and stroked his head, comforting him. Keep training hard. Jinwoo remembered what he had taught him. Jinwoo could only reply yes. He asked himself, is he really leaving? Will I ever see him again? He smiled slightly as if reading his mind. See you next time. Jinwoo looked up, but he was already gone. He was upset that he left too soon and at the same time he blamed himself. He appeared in front of everyone to help him. He wiped away his tears. His power hadn't fully recovered yet. Sun Giwon gave him some personal space for a while. He told him it would be very dangerous to take him with him. He explained that although Jian was not a villain, many people disliked him because of his personality and reckless attitude, and some of them had power that even Sun Giwon couldn't ignore. Sun Giwon continued, if you go with him, not only you but Jian will also be in danger. Jinwoo asked again. Even Jian Hung, Sun Giwon said firmly. Yes, because you are his disciple. Only the 5 words his disciple echoed in Jinwoo's mind. Sun Giwon continued. He is not interested in money or fame. He always challenges his own power and overcomes his limits to win. Jian has become one of the strongest awakened. That's why some people want to be taught by him. And some want to acquire the techniques to develop his power. Many people wanted to be taught by him, saying they didn't want to live a dependent life, but he didn't accept anyone. You are his only disciple. Jinwoo stood dumbfounded, and Sun Giwon continued to speak passionately. That's why he appeared when you were in danger. Jinwoo clenched his fists. So if he appears to protect me, he puts himself in danger. He recalled the time Jian was by his side. Jinwoo closed his eyes. Jian Hung, I won't disappoint you. When you come back, I'll show you that I can handle everything myself. His eyes were filled with determination. I'll confidently tell Hung to take me with him. He looked ahead with confidence. Sun Giwon was inwardly satisfied. Back in the room, Jinwoo rubbed his eyes and saw him lying down. The plump orange cat complained, I'm so tired I could die. Occasionally the old man's joyful laughter was mixed in. Jinwoo buried his head in the ground. Caden Hung. Caden was startled by his actions. He replied, What? Jinwoo whimpered. I thought Hung left. His unpleasant voice returned. Is there something wrong with your brain? How much energy did I use? Where could I go? Jinwoo stammered. But Hung said you were leaving. Jian yawned. I just tricked old man Sun Giwon. I'm going to sleep now. I'm too tired. Jinwoo became quiet, but he was happy that he stayed. In the afternoon at Jinwoo's house, he waved goodbye to his friends as the door opened. Jinwoo welcomed them with open arms. Cats came running. They hugged him and Jian. A black cat walked past him. Jian glanced at it. Jinwoo was very happy with these little cats. Jian was watching the scene. The black cat was separate from them. In the early morning, the sky was clear and peaceful. Jinwoo packed his books and notes, opened the door, and left the house. At that time, Jian was still sleeping with the other cats. As he was about to leave, Jian suddenly shouted again, Do you know who I am? Jinwoo stopped, slightly surprised, and looked back at the house. He whispered, I am Jian in his sleep, and Jinwoo felt helpless. He stepped out onto the street and stretched. Greeting the morning, the chat window popped up on his phone. I don't want to go to school. Message notifications kept ringing. I don't want to go to school. Me too, same here. He walked, reading the messages on his phone. The academy is much more fun. Other friends also started to agree. Yeah, of course. He replied to the group chat. I'm feeding the stray cats before school. Everyone replied excitedly. Wow, you take care of stray cats. You're like their benefactor. Jinwoo took his eyes off his phone and looked up, slightly surprised. Ji-Yun was looking up, holding a bag of cat food. 3 cats huddled together, eating from a large bowl. Jinwoo excitedly asked, Hung, you were feeding them too? His expression was cold. Jinwoo still chattered nonstop. They still look healthy. It's a relief that Shinhwa took care of the cats when we weren't here. I was worried they'd starve because of Shinhwa. Someone shouted, so you guys were here. Disuk sighed expressionlessly. Are you guys addicted to feeding cats? He approached them. You guys feed cats as soon as you leave the academy? Jinwoo laughed awkwardly. Haha. Disuk put his hand in his bag and said, This isn't enough. Then he skillfully poured a large bag of food into the bowl. If you're going to feed them, you should feed them enough, right? Jinwoo was speechless. He bent down and was slightly curious. He stared at the gray and white cat, and the cat stared back at him. He gave the cat a bag of food, inwardly having a dark thought. Oh, it's really plump. Yes, eat more, grow bigger. You're the 9th candidate to become an awakened cat. Disuk laughed out loud. He. Jinwoo stood close staring at him and asked, "You have so many cat treats?" He explained how I only had treats. Jinwoo continued to ask, "Only treats?" Disuk's expression was cold. Yeah, something like that. He recalled the numerous boxes stacked in his house. Cats can't get fat from treats. Disuk walked quickly. Let's go to the next place. Ji-Yoon and Jinwoo quickly followed behind. A loud noise came from near an old building. A man was scolding 3 people kneeling on the floor. "Are you messing with me?" he growled. "Did you forget to collect the money?" I haven't even seen Disuk's face. The 3 kneeling people were silent. He arrogantly said, "I heard a rumor that Disuk cut ties with you guys and it seems to be true." The 3 looked miserable from being beaten and bowed their heads. "Damn it, you guys are useless without that guy." The tough guy looked up at the man sitting on the stairs. "Sokjin. What should we do?" The man's face darkened, full of anger. The bald man thought of Sokjin. Where the hell did this bastard come from, taking down those thugs and taking over this area? 10 people surrounded him and he didn't even flinch. Where the hell did this crazy guy come from? His command cut off the bald man's thoughts. "Let them go." The bald man tilted his head back. "You guys are lucky. Next time you see Disuk coming to school, contact me." The 3 left miserably. "Yes," the bald man started whispering. "Did Disuk hear the rumors and run away? I heard rumors that Sokjin was looking for Disuk." Ha, it seems so." Sokjin was still silent. His action was crushing the ball in his hand. 2 other men were startled. "A beer ball?" he whispered. "You Disuk." It seemed to be break time at school. The people in the classroom were noisy. "What did you do last vacation? Did you study at the academy?" "You too." "Me too." He. 3 girls stood in the corner of the classroom. "I went on a few dumb dates but got nowhere." "What, you broke up again? Is that an ability?" "How many times have you broken up?" The black-haired girl sighed. "Why are there no handsome guys in our class?" The brown-haired girl sighed. "There's no one in the whole school. What do you expect in our class?" The tied-haired girl asked. "What about Ji-Yoon?" The brown-haired girl asked again. "Ji-Yoon." Then the girl explained. "He looks okay, but he's too cold and a bit gloomy. Not my type." The blue-haired girl also agreed. "Right?" But the tied-haired girl continued to suggest other options. "What about Jinwoo?" The blonde girl was startled. "Jinwoo?" Then the girl complained again. "He's not much different, plus he lacks confidence. He always stands hunched like a shrimp." The tied-haired girl quickly salvaged the situation. "I mean, sometimes he's really cute too." They were chatting happily. Someone opened the classroom door and entered. "I didn't know you took a cat home as a friend." The 3 girls blushed and Ji-Yoon and Jinwoo entered simultaneously. Jinwoo looked at him and said, "Now I'll have to prepare more treats." The blonde girl covered her mouth and the other 2 girls were also surprised. "Who is that? Is that Jinwoo?" At this moment Jinwoo was smiling slightly and the other girls evaluated him. "Is he that handsome?" "His posture has changed." The blonde girl continued to stare at him, biting her finger, showing off her charm. "It seems he's finally made a friend. Should I be nice to him?" A loud noise startled the blonde girl. Subin entered with a cold face. Everyone in the classroom looked at her with curiosity. "Wow, who is that? She's really pretty. Look, that's the Kaizen girls' high school uniform, that prestigious school." "Who is she?" Jinwoo also looked back at her. Subin," she sighed. "Look at that face. Are you surprised?" Jinwoo replied, "Of course." "What are you doing here?" The 3 girls were curious. "Does she know Jinwoo?" Jinwoo asked curiously. "You go to Kaizen girls' high school?" Subin replied. "Yes, didn't I tell you?" Jinwoo laughed. "No, you didn't say anything." "How did you come?" she replied. "How did I come? I just came because I wanted to." Then she turned around and glared sharply. She growled, "What are you looking at?" The 3 girls quickly looked elsewhere, worried. Jinwoo asked Subin, "Aren't you going?" "Our teacher will be here soon." Subin laughed. "What, are you worried?" Jinwoo was slightly flustered. "Yes," she sighed. The teacher entered from outside the door and noticed Subin. "What is it?" Jinwoo was startled. "Oh no, the teacher is here." The teacher walked up to the podium. "Ah, so you're Lee Subin?" She replied. "Yes." The teacher asked, "I heard you came here to study, right?" She replied confidently. "Yes, I came here because there's such a great teacher as you." Jinwoo looked up at her. "What?" The teacher sighed. I don't know why you transferred here, but I was really worried when I heard that you always ranked first in school." The classroom suddenly became noisy and everyone looked at her. "Wow, first place at Kaizen Girls High School, really?" The teacher asked again. "Then why are you still in this classroom?" The teacher looked at Jinwoo and Jinwoo also followed his gaze and gaped in surprise. "What? Disuk was here too." He held his glasses with his hand. "I also came here because there is an excellent teacher here." The teacher called Jinwoo's name, annoyed. His eyes sparkled. "Yes, teacher." The teacher's voice echoed out into the hallway. At that moment Jian was sound asleep with his eyes closed. A black cat climbed onto his body as if to tell him something. Seeing the black cat continuously scratching him, Caden raised his head and slightly opened his eyes. "What's wrong?" Then the fat orange cat yawned widely. "Ah, you're hungry?" Just like that, cat food and excellent pâté were quickly opened and given to the cats. Caden pushed a large bowl of food towards the gray cat. "Here, eat." Having finished his task, he leaned back on the chair with a long sigh. Caden suspiciously thought that he must be constantly sleepy because he used too much energy. Then in an instant the fat orange cat was already snoring, fast asleep. In an alley, 3 delinquents were laughing and joking with each other. Suddenly a black-haired student spoke up. "Sokjin, Disuk is at school." Hearing that, the bald student next to him was also curious. "Really? He hid all summer and is only coming to school now?" As soon as the words were out, Sokjin turned and walked away. "Let's go." The other 2 students followed him, laughing. "You finally got rid of that damn guy, didn't you? I've never seen Disuk get beaten up before." But this is Sokchun, the black-haired student next to him asserted. Of course, looking at Sokchun's massive back, the two students behind him murmured inwardly. Sokchun is like a monster. He can crush a beer can with one hand. That's something even professional wrestlers can't do, plus he took down one man, they began to recall. Not only that, even when 10 people rushed him, he messed everyone up. Recalling Sokchun's sharp gaze, the student was extremely surprised, and his body was perfectly fine. The student continued to say, he even got hit by a truck while chasing some guys. After the accident, remembering his calm face and perfectly fine body, they were even more astonished. Do you know what I mean? He wasn't hurt at all, the bald student asserted in a confident tone. Who can beat him? Disuk is dead this time. Then they laughed triumphantly at school. A black-haired student suspiciously asked his friend next to him. Is it okay to do this? His friend said, annoyed. Why, if he hadn't betrayed us, we wouldn't have to do this. But the black-haired student was still a little uneasy. But if he finds out about this, his friend cut him off. They'll fight soon. What's meant to happen will happen. We did nothing wrong. He gritted his teeth in anger. We have nothing to do with that traitor anymore. They headed for the sports field. It was after school. Subin followed behind Disuk. She said, he. Disuk, what's wrong? Disuk didn't answer. She continued to ask, hey, why aren't you saying anything to me? Subin raised her glasses and imitated Disuk's voice. I also came here because there's an excellent teacher here. She then made a serious face again and imitated the teacher's voice. Disuk, get out now. As soon as she finished speaking, she burst out laughing. Haha, oh my god, you're so funny, you can't kill me even if you try. Disuk was very embarrassed by her actions and Jinwoo was speechless. Annoyed by the teasing, he walked away. At this time, Sokchun's gang appeared. One of the gang members said as soon as he saw Disuk, he's really here. Sokchun heard that and glanced at Subin, who was still teasing Disuk. She raised her glasses and said, I know it's embarrassing, but Disuk, can you do it again? Ha ha ha, hey, do it again, I'll be the teacher this time. At that moment, everyone looked up and was startled when Sokchun appeared. Sokchun walked gallantly and Disuk's face darkened. Gang behind him widened their eyes, not understanding what was happening. Sokchun took off his hat and tossed it, arrogantly raising his head to the sky. I am Sokchun. Have you heard my name? Sokchun glared at Disuk with an arrogant expression. I searched for you all summer and couldn't find you. You ran away because you were afraid of me, didn't you? Hearing this, Disuk was bewildered and curious. Huh? Sokchun cracked his knuckles and laughed confidently. Let's fight, Disuk. But before he could finish, he was punched and froze. What? Then he immediately punched Disuk in the stomach. Cough, just like that. The bald thug Sokchun instantly fell, drooling, under the astonished and fearful gazes of his subordinates. Disuk glanced at Sokchun. What kind of crazy guy are you, a lost vagrant? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the thugs and their faces turned pale. 4 students scattered and disappeared. Subin raised her glasses and asked, Disuk, do you know him? He replied, annoyed. Do I look like I know him? As they walked, they enticed each other. Let's go to Jinwoo's place and make some ramen, someone responded. Good, let's buy some more snacks. Subin still hadn't given up. But Disuk, can you repeat what you said in class? Disuk answered loudly. Meanwhile, Disuk's 3 old friends watched this fight from afar, too scared to say anything. He was reporting the situation to Jang at headquarters. I didn't know Jinwoo was his disciple. I had a vague guess that he might be related to Kaden. Jang was startled. The electric energy he used was similar to Jian's traces, but I didn't know he was Jian's disciple. He also added. Jian said he recently took Jinwoo as his disciple. Hearing that, Jang fell silent in thought for a moment. At that moment, the phone rang announcing that Chairman Kong Doik of the View Association had arrived. The two looked at each other silently, wondering what else was happening. Kong Doik greeted them. Long time no see, Jang. Jang remained silent. Kong Doik thought inwardly, she's still beautiful and arrogant. He continued to think, it's probably thanks to her ability, but in front of Jang's beautiful appearance he understood why men coveted Jang. She was beautiful and she had the backing of the Xinhua Association. At this moment, he spoke. Mr. Kong Doik, why are you here? Kong Doik smiled. I am here to propose a collaboration with the Xinhua Association. He asked suspiciously. Collaboration, he explained. Yes, I came here to investigate because there are traces related to my father here. Mr. D looked up and asked again. Is the father Mr. Kong is referring to that Mr. Kong? Kong Doik immediately replied, yes, he's an elusive man, but as his son, I have a responsibility to find him. Anyway, he's already old. The atmosphere fell silent again. In the evening, on the rooftop of the building, Kong Doik was enjoying the cool breeze. Suddenly his secretary appeared from somewhere. Kong Doik spoke. Are there no traces of my father? The secretary reported that there was nothing except the traces at the academy. Hearing this, Kong Doik instructed. I made an excuse that I was looking for my father, but be careful not to let Xinhua catch on. The secretary replied. Yes, Kong Doik continued. They came here a few months ago, but I didn't follow them for fear of being caught. Now I've lost contact with them, he scoffed. They're probably looking for them around the Alliance area. I was wondering why the Klen siblings were sent here, and then I remembered they were looking for Professor Dalen. In a street, Sokchun's gang was all gathered, but he sat alone, suspicious of what had happened. What happened? I got knocked down by one hit to the knee? He couldn't accept the truth. But I was fine even when I was hit by a truck. Yes, something is definitely wrong. Suddenly, a subordinate spotted Subin walking down the street and spoke up. Hey, isn't that the girl who was with Jinwoo earlier? Another subordinate replied. Yes. At that moment, Sokjin heard that and snapped out of it. What? He jumped up and started searching, then shouted, Where's Daisuk's girlfriend? In an instant, he was punched in the stomach by Subin. Cough. His subordinates froze as Subin kicked Sokjin down the stairs. He was terrified. He lay unconscious at the bottom of the stairs, his toes exposed. His subordinates watched Subin leave, but she didn't forget to curse. Girlfriend, are you kidding me? Oh, my skirt is torn. In the middle of the night, a loud noise suddenly erupted. Kong Doik was curious. The sound of concrete collapsing. Sokjin was panting. He stared at the shattered concrete pieces. Seeing this scene, Kong Doik was immediately interested. And awakened stood in front of the shattered concrete pieces, staring at his fists. Angry, he found it hard to understand how two people could have defeated him. Suddenly, Kong Doik asked, curious, What are you doing? Kong Doik spoke in a chiding tone. I know you're young, but you shouldn't do that. Sokjin was still angry, and annoyed by the interference, he turned around and rebuked him. Get lost. Kong Doik heard that and frowned in annoyance. That damn bastard, where did he come from? Is he from Shinhwa? He thought this guy was very annoying. Where did he come from? Asking all sorts of things, angry, he said. The hell are you asking? Kong Doik was speechless. He said suspiciously, Don't you know you're an awakened? Seeing this guy continuously spouting nonsense, Sokjin couldn't endure it and clenched his fists. He gritted his teeth in anger and swung his fist at Kong Doik. I told you to get lost. Why are you still standing there talking nonsense? Then he was astonished. It was as if there was an invisible barrier between his hand and Kong Doik and he couldn't break through it. Sokjin sweat suspiciously, and his hand couldn't move. Kong Doik felt regret. My goodness, I didn't expect to find someone like you here. I want to take you to the View Association, but this is Shinhwa's territory. But he didn't care. If he couldn't use this hand, he'd use the other. Sokjin gritted his teeth and swung his fist again. I don't know what that is. Kong Doik sighed in annoyance. He's really annoying. When his fist almost touched Kong Doik's face, he suddenly felt something strange. At that moment, he floated into the air. What? He's flying. Kong Doik didn't want the guy to land on his butt. So just stay still. You might be able to defeat ordinary people, but you'll never win against an awakened. He was astonished by this person. Sokjin asked a question. What did he do? Can awakened do this? Kong Doik picked up his phone and sighed. He's really annoying. Ignoring Sokjin, who was floating in the air, he called in he. Hello Inhi, I found an awakened in Shinhwa's management area. I don't think he knows he's an awakened. Sokjin, hanging upside down, felt dizzy. Kong Doik continued. I'm here. But where is here? He said to Inhi. Please wait a moment, I'll reconfirm the location. At headquarters, Inhi reported that Kong Doik found a free awakened in our area. Jang looked away from the night city. She was slightly curious. Kong Doik didn't act like the representative of the View Association. He was really hard to understand. If it were the View Association's way, that free awakened would have already been arrested, Inhi explained. He is known to be very different from his older brother Kong Su. He even helped his brother's View Association. She fell into thought, and suddenly Daisuk's text message appeared on her phone. I'll be sleeping at Jinwoo's house tonight. Inhi was curious. Jinwoo, she replied. Yes, he said he'd sleep at Jinwoo's house. He admired how much Jinwoo had really changed since meeting Jinwoo. Jang remained silent, staring blankly into space. She recalled the memories of the two siblings struggling at that time. Only the two of them relied on each other. Disuk, she was very worried. What's wrong? Why do you always fight with them? What's the reason? Disuk was distressed. They told me I had to fight you. She was startled. What? He was angry. They told me I should be Shinhwa's leader, not you. And they said they'd help me. At that time, Disuk was really struggling. They all said that. Everyone who wanted me to fight you wanted something from me. And they were always flattering me. Jang looked at her distressed younger brother with pity, but she couldn't say anything. Disuk was curious. If our parents were alive, this wouldn't have happened, right? He buried his head in his hands. I wouldn't need to be Shinhwa's representative and no one would care about me. Jang's heart ached as she watched her suffering younger brother, but she couldn't say anything. Disuk complained. From now on I won't participate in any meetings. I'm so sick of seeing those guys. She agreed. All right, he said in a low voice. You're the leader. Jang remained silent and then he regretted it. I'm sorry, I don't want you to be like that. Another time, as she was reading a book, Disuk spoke. Nuna, can I have some pocket money? Jang was startled. Pocket money, he scratched his cheek. I need money to buy some snacks with my friends. She was very surprised by this. Returning to the present, Inhi called out, Chairman Jang, when she saw her spaced out and she snapped out of it. It's nothing, I just had some business to attend to for a moment. At Jinwoo's house, Jinwoo was sitting on the floor playing with the cats. He looked up. Did you run into him again on your way here? She grumbled. He called me your girlfriend as he passed by. HMPH, Disuk said as soon as he heard that. Does that bastard really want to die? Subin retorted. Why are you so angry? Disuk gritted his teeth and stood up abruptly. Of course I'm angry. How dare that bastard call you my girlfriend and what you just stood there? Subin scoffed. Am I crazy? Of course I made him pay. He smiled triumphantly. Good job. Did you beat him until he was at death's door? She replied. Of course. Then the two exchanged a sly smile and Ji-Yoon and Jinwoo were dumbfounded. Ji-Yoon raised his hand and asked, weren't you two dating? At his question they both glared at Ji-Yoon, who flinched and withdrew his hand. Do you want to die? Just then the doorbell rang. Jinwoo wondered who else would be here at this hour. He ran and pressed the button, looking at the screen. Oh, it's Ji-Hai Nuna. Subin's eyes sparkled with joy upon hearing that. Wow. Nuna, why are you so late? Disuk remembered the text message he had just sent. Ah, I told Nuna she was staying here tonight. Caden lay stretched on a soft pillow, complaining inwardly, "These damn kids aren't letting me get some sleep, are they?" Ji-hai offered the bag of snacks in her hand, and everyone exclaimed in surprise. "Wow!" Disuk approached and asked her, "Nuna, why did you come?" She covered her mouth and said shyly, "I was just passing by." Jinwoo excitedly asked again, "Are you giving all of this to us?" He immediately thanked her happily. "Thank you, Nuna, this will last us a few days." Subin excitedly rummaged through the snack bag. Ji-hai smiled and said, "If it's not enough, I'll bring more next time." Jinwoo immediately replied, "No, it's enough." The space instantly fell silent. Ji-hai didn't want to disturb the children any further and left immediately. "Nuna's leaving," Jinwoo said blankly. "Already?" She also replied, "Yeah." He suddenly said, "Please wait a moment." She turned her head. Slightly puzzled, the two went outside to talk more comfortably. "I'm sorry for hiding the story about Caden," he said shyly. "I'm sorry for lying. In-hee-hung and Nuna have both been really good to me," Ji-hai said empathetically. "I understand you just did it for safety, didn't you?" Jinwoo didn't say anything. He looked down. Jian was listening to their entire conversation from the stairs. "You did really well, Jinwoo. Jian's existence is a really big problem," she said seriously. "It could be dangerous, especially for you." Ji-hai turned her head. "But I'm a bit relieved now, honey." Jinwoo was suspicious. "Relieved," she said with relief. "Because you're really good at keeping secrets." Ji-hai watched Jinwoo thinking with his head bowed and a soft look crossed her eyes. She suddenly spoke, "I want to thank you." Jinwoo looked up in surprise. "Me, thank you for what?" Ji-hai fiddled with her fingers behind her back shyly. She looked at Jinwoo and said, "It's the first time I've heard Disuk mention a friend." Caden was still on the stairs listening to Ji-hai speak. "Since Mom and Dad passed away, I haven't seen Disuk smile." Jinwoo's eyes widened and the wind gently brushed his hair. She smiled slightly. "It's all thanks to you." Jinwoo was stunned by Ji-hai's smile and his face flushed. Inside the house, his mischievous friends were plotting to tease Jinwoo. They held up their phones. "Yoon, I miss you, hee. Elsewhere, a building was emitting smoke. Many people lay collapsed on the floor inside the building. Someone called out Director Park and a person entered. Sun Gi-won frowned and said seriously, "Professor Dalen has escaped." A lonely twilight brushed over the rooftops of the houses and a new day began. But the space here was unusually quiet. Returning to Ji-Yoon's quiet neighborhood, he silently opened the door and stepped out. He looked ahead and a hint of surprise crossed his eyes. Sun Gi-won was standing in front of Ji-Yoon's house. "Come, I'll take you to school." Ji-Yoon didn't want to bother with him. He passed him coldly. "I can go by myself. I need to feed the stray cats before school." He was slightly surprised. "Oh, have you already done all that?" Sun Gi-won glanced over Ji-Yoon's shoulder at his old room. He looked on, wondering. "The Alliance gave you a house, didn't they?" Ji-Yoon avoided Sun Gi-won's gaze and closed the door. "This is much more comfortable." Then the two walked together. The sky was clear. The houses gradually came into view. The two walked together, but neither said a word. Sun Gi-won glanced at Ji-Yoon and thought to himself, "I didn't think Professor Dalen would contact Ji-Yoon, so why did he escape?" He followed his shadow from behind, observing. He even cooperated with the Alliance because of Ji-Yoon. He must know very well that escaping would affect Ji-Yoon. Suddenly, Ji-Yoon broke the silence. "Why are you here?" He seriously turned around and looked at Sun Gi-won. He was slightly surprised and looked up at Ji-Yoon, replying, "I had some business around here, so I stopped by to see you." Ji-Yoon looked at him. He didn't ask anything further. He looked away from him and bowed his head. The two continued to walk and silence returned as before. Sun Gi-won walked behind and his eyes suddenly grew cold as he recalled recent events. He was standing in the surveillance room, and the white-haired subordinate next to him reported, "Professor Dalen and the Klen siblings have escaped." Sun Gi-won frowned unpleasantly. He listened in silence. The gray-haired subordinate next to him reported, "Chairman, they are claiming we are holding Ji-Yoon. What should we do?" Sun Gi-won ordered. "He's still a child. Keep monitoring him." The gray-haired subordinate replied, "But Chairman, they won't like this. We don't know where Professor Dalen is. If his disciple goes missing too, it will cause great chaos." Sun Gi-won frowned, looking troubled, but said nothing more. Suddenly, Subin's voice drew him back to reality. "Oh, Senior Park," he suddenly snapped out of it. Jinwoo put his hands together and bowed politely with a bright smile. "Hello." Subin and Disuk also waved to him. Sun Gi-won was dumbfounded and bewildered by everyone's actions. He thought to himself, "Teacher, that's right, that's what the children called them at the academy." While Jinwoo, Disuk and Ji-Yoon were happily feeding the cats, Subin looked at Sun Gi-won and wondered, "What's wrong? It's rare for Senior to be here so early." He snapped out of it and replied, I had some business around here, but why are you here? Aren't you going to school?" Subin explained, "I transferred a while ago. Now I study with the kids here." Sun Gi-won was surprised. "What did you say?" Jinwoo admired, seeing the cats eating deliciously. "They're really eating well," Disuk said proudly. "Of course, I brought all the good stuff." Subin approached the three and laughed, teasing Disuk. "Disuk is really becoming a babysitter." He glared at her. "What?" Sun Gi-won felt conflicted watching the children enjoying themselves and quietly left. Then he decided to turn and leave. Subin saw this and followed, saying, "Okay, Senior, go ahead." Sun Gi-won walked quietly and replied, "Seeing you all makes me feel good, I'll go now." Jinwoo happily raised his hands and waved to him. "Goodbye, teacher." The word teacher made Sun Gi-won feel an inexplicable emotion, and his steps seemed to falter. He took out his phone and called his subordinate. Sun Gi-won ordered, "Change the agents next to Ji-Yoon from surveillance to protection." The subordinate was startled. "What? Director, what are you doing?" Don't you know we're in a chaotic situation right now? He reassured him. It's fine, I'll take responsibility if anything happens. His eyes were filled with firmness. At school, twilight descended and another day ended as students returned home one by one. But someone didn't seem to want to leave yet. Yoon hid behind the school gate, phone in hand, looking inside as if waiting for someone. Her face was flushed, and she thought nervously, did Jinwoo already leave? Is it too early? She saw a message from Jinwoo on her phone. Yoon, I miss you. He. Yoon's face turned beet red and she thought shyly. He really said that? I can't believe it. I can't say anything, I can't reply. She kicked her feet back, covered her face with both hands and leaned against the wall shyly. Will he be disappointed if I read the message and don't reply? Her actions even confused passersby. Suddenly a voice called from afar, hey, isn't that Yoon? She turned her head towards the sound. Jinwoo's group approached and he said happily, it's her. Yoon hesitated, thinking, why is Subin here? She goes to a different school. Jinwoo happily approached Yoon. Yoon, what are you doing here? She stammered, barely managing to say a few words. That is to say, she looked at her phone and gained a little courage, saying, last night you suddenly. She poured everything out in one breath. You sent a text message saying you missed me. Jinwoo asked blankly again. What? Suddenly Subin stepped forward and replied, that's right. Yoon looked at her with a displeased face. Subin put her hand on Jinwoo's shoulder and explained, I told Yoon last night that I missed her. My phone battery was dead, so I borrowed Jinwoo's. Jinwoo was dumbfounded and just replied, oh. Yoon's eyes widened and her mind was completely blank, unable to say anything. Subin looked at Yoon and said happily, Yoon, long time no see, I really missed you. Yoon looked at the text message again and asked again, Subin, did you send that? Subin's face brightened and she said, yes, I really missed you. Disik nodded from outside. That's right, Subin really missed you. Yoon's eyes widened and she gritted her teeth, getting angry at her. What followed was a stream of curses that didn't even need explanation. Jinwoo and Ji Yoon were dumbfounded. Subin's eyes widened and her mouth hung open in surprise, and Daisuk's face stiffened. It was as if all the insults in the world were pouring out of Yoon's mouth. The wind from Yoon's mouth struck the faces of the four people and they froze on the spot. After pouring out all her anger, Yoon panted, trying to catch her breath. She covered her head with her hands, ran far away and shouted, if there's a hole around here, I want to jump in right now. Subin stood blankly, wondering in her mind, I was trying to set you up with Jinwoo. Subin snapped out of it and chased Yoon, shouting, hey Yoon, wait. Disik also excitedly ran after her. They left two lonely figures, Jinwoo and Ji Yoon, on the spot. The situation unfolded so quickly that the two had no time to react or say anything, leaving what had just happened behind. Jinwoo happily asked Ji Yoon again, Ji Yoon, are you coming to my house today? Ji Yoon replied, I have to go see Professor. He asked worriedly, are you okay? Ji Yoon just replied, yeah, lost in deep thought. Jinwoo promised him, okay, if you have time, come visit my house. Ji Yoon stopped at the headquarters where Professor Dalen was. He was stopped outside and asked, can I see Professor? Gray-haired subordinate scratched his head and replied, no. Ji Yoon asked, why? He replied, I don't know. Sun Gi-won appeared and resolved the gray-haired subordinate's predicament. He's busy right now so he can't see you. Ji Yoon asked tentatively, when can I see Professor? Sun Gi-won replied seriously, I can't say for sure, but it will take some time. I'll let you know when everything is settled. Ji Yoon quietly said nothing more. He accepted and turned around. Understood. Sun Gi-won frowned, looking troubled and seemed to be acting reluctantly. Suddenly his phone rang. It was a call from A2. He reported, I've found traces. He nervously ordered, copy the data. I'll be there soon. On the rooftop of a ruined building, the sky had already darkened, and only faint lights illuminated the path. Sun Gi-won's two subordinates walked as they called him. The director will arrive soon. Suddenly a voice came from behind the two. Oh, found them. The two turned around cautiously. Without hesitation, the two quickly drew their pistols and aimed. Robert stood calmly in front of the gun barrel, saying casually, the alliance works better than I thought. A man with a gun opened his eyes wide and noticed something strange. I can't pull the trigger. Robert scoffed. Don't point such dangerous things at me. Then the gray-haired man's gun-wielding hand moved on its own to point the gun at his head, and he shouted in bewilderment, what? Robert smiled contentedly. Yes, this is how it should be. I'll just die. The two gray-haired men shot themselves in the head and fell to the ground on the spot. Robert stood there, admiring his achievement. A voice came from behind him. You didn't have to kill them. He turned around cautiously. Professor Dalen stood behind him, glancing at him and warning him. As you said, the Alliance is not an organization you can ignore. Robert said casually. I didn't underestimate them. They're not that great. Robert and Professor Dalen left the ruined building. The place regained its original quietness. After a while, Sun Gi-won and his subordinates appeared on the scene. The gray-haired man said, fortunately, there's no threat to their lives. However, it will take quite a long time for them to regain consciousness, the man continued. Judging by the injuries, it's highly likely they were caused by Professor Dalen's abilities. Chairman Sun sat in quiet contemplation in another bustling commercial district. This area was entirely filled with modern skyscrapers, indicating a dense population. Outside a beverage shop, Chairman Sun frowned in anger. You infiltrated the Alliance, he said furiously. Are you crazy? Such a reckless act to save the clan siblings, the blue-haired woman replied. Yes, the Alliance is also in an uproar because of it. Chairman Sun tapped the table, thinking, I thought so too. This isn't their main base, but they were attacked nonetheless. Chairman Kang's gaze was cold as he commanded, we need to find them quickly. Be careful not to be caught by the Alliance. The blue-haired woman replied, yes. Suddenly, a man appeared before Chairman Kong. He stared at him. It was a bald man who looked delinquent. He tapped the table, gritting his teeth, frowning in anger. "Chairman, why are you so calm?" the bald man pleaded desperately. "Oh, can I join the alliance?" "Why are you so surprised, Chairman?" he explained seriously. "I realize that XA doesn't suit me at all. The chairman told me many things, but it was just pain, so I decided to join another guild." Chairman Kong said seriously, "Do you think a guild is a place you can come and go as you please? Even if you could, you have to go to XA. You may not know it, but XA is the best guild in this country." The bald man curled his lips sarcastically. Yes, I should just listen quietly. I mean, the chairman told XWA that I would be with them." The chairman was speechless at the man's words. The bald man's voice softened somewhat, but he said, "But I have a question. The chairman told me I'm an awakened and my power is physical and brute strength." Chairman Kong frowned. "That's right, that's why you were fine even after being hit by a truck." The man suddenly narrowed his eyes and said sharply, "But recently I was defeated by one guy. No, two guys. What does that mean?" Chairman Kong was slightly surprised. "Really?" He suddenly looked out the window and noticed something. "Wait," the man pointed his finger at Jinwoo's group walking down the street. "It's those guys. That pathetic-looking guy and that girl knocked me down." The bald man was puzzled. "What does that mean?" Chairman Kong sighed. "I mean, there are only two peers in this country as strong as them." The bald man's eyes widened in surprise. "What, they're awakened too?" Chairman Kong looked at the four people. "That's right, I don't know who the two people together are, but the other two are Yu Hyuk and Subin. Especially Yu Hyuk is from XA, which you're joining." The bald man gritted his teeth, frowning in anger. No wonder Disuk was so strong. It turns out he was an awakened too. He looked at Chairman Kong seriously. "Then, Chairman, I want to join your guild. If he's in XA, I don't want to be there." Chairman Kong wanted to curse the man's words 1,000 times over. He regained his composure and asked, "Hey, did XA ask you to come there?" The man replied irritably, "No, but I'll join the chairman's guild." He would probably hate Disuk for the rest of his life. Chairman Kong and the blue-haired woman looked at the man with pity, speechless at his way of thinking. Across the street, Subin couldn't take her eyes off her phone. She hadn't even replied to the 2 text messages Yoon had sent yesterday. Disuk teased her, "Of course if it were you, you wouldn't do that." She quickly replied, "No." The two looked at each other with mocking expressions, understanding each other's intentions. Jinwoo and Ji Yoon didn't participate in their conversation. Ji Yoon walked silently, head bowed in thought. Jinwoo also seemed to have noticed something. Ji Yoon looked up and told everyone, "I have to go now." Subin turned around and replied, "Now it's too early. Let's play a bit more." "I'm on my way now too." Disuk also held him back. "Me too, let's play a bit more." Ji Yoon ignored their words. He quietly left, saying, "See you tomorrow." Subin asked Disuk, "Hey, do you have to leave early too?" He replied, "Inni told me to come home early today." Subin was also slightly puzzled. "Oh, me too." Jinwoo kept looking at Ji Yoon's retreating back. He wondered, Ji Yoon looked different today. Did something happen to his professor? Back at Shinhwa headquarters, it was still as quiet as its appearance. Sona quickened his steps as he walked in. The agents were all injured but not dead. Isn't it better not to destroy the evidence? He walked and walked, thinking in confusion. Why are they doing that? To avoid harming the faction? As he walked, he noticed someone appear before him. Ji Yoon approached quietly, looking slightly tired. Ji Yoon again. He turned his back on Ji Yoon to hide his emotions. "It will take quite a long time to meet Professor Dalen. As I said, I'll let you know when the time comes." Ji Yoon was firm. "Did you tell him I came?" Sona turned around, slightly annoyed. "I told him. He told me to tell you he'll see you when he has time." Ji Yoon didn't believe him. He clenched his fists and asked without hesitation, "What happened to Professor?" Sona frowned, slightly surprised. "What?" Ji Yoon was cold and firm. "He's not that kind of person. What happened to Professor?" Sona frowned, about to speak out of helplessness, but stopped. He turned his head and walked away. "Go back," Ji Yoon said loudly. "I have the right to know what's happening." Sona stopped walking and decided to reveal everything. He turned back to Ji Yoon and said, "Professor Dalen escaped with the Klen siblings." Ji Yoon stood blankly. Sona continued, "I'm currently receiving treatment and I told you I'd let you know if I had definite information," he reassured him. "Ji Yoon, it's still not certain, so don't worry too much." Ji Yoon turned around blankly. Suddenly, Subin also appeared here, opening the door and entering. She saw Ji Yoon and her eyes widened in surprise. She smiled at him and said, "Ji Yoon, so you were busy here? You should have told me earlier." He said nothing and quietly walked past Subin. She called out loudly from behind him, "Hey!" Receiving no answer, she leaned in, not understanding what was happening. His steps gradually grew heavier. The professor escaped. His face was blank like a soulless being. In his hazy thoughts he recalled that winter during his school days. He buried his head, feeling inferior. The people around him stared at him like a monster, saying, "That's the guy. Even at a young age he has a healthier physique than an adult." No, that was just his imagination. But that guy's wounds will heal quickly even if he gets hurt. Ji Yoon didn't refute. He just walked quietly. Suddenly a surgical light came on. Surgical instruments were laid out on the operating table, and blood-filled injection needles sent shivers down one's spine. A person in the room said, "This is an important discovery in the medical field. We need to study this child further." The nurse said, "But he's too young. If word gets out, it will be a problem." The doctor instructed to keep this matter a secret. "We haven't found a sponsor yet. Think about it. If we discover something from this child, it will lead to new discoveries that will shake the world." Ji Yoon lay restlessly on the operating table at this time, staring at the light. His eyes seemed to have lost focus. State-of-the-art CCTV cameras were installed around the room. Ji-Yun was confined to a room with walls on all sides. They only gave him a mattress to sleep on. He sat with his head bowed, his long hair covering his face. Behind him, a man's voice echoed, breaking the silence. I came back not long ago and you're already experimenting on a child. Ji-Yun's gaze shifted towards the voice. Professor Dalen looked down at him, tall and imposing. Won't you come with me? You'll suffer if you stay here. His shadow fell, covering half of Ji-Yun's face. He didn't answer him. He reached out his hand to him. No need to be wary of me. Ji-Yun's face was bewildered with surprise. He was lifted into the air by an invisible force. The professor smiled. Because I'm like you. Finally, Ji-Yun decided to follow the professor. He was transferred to the professor's lab. Ji-Yun's hair was neatly styled and he stood silently just watching. The professor spoke, feeling uncomfortable with Ji-Yun's gaze. What are you doing? This is a very important experiment. He held a test tube filled with emerald green liquid in his hand. He stared at it and smiled wickedly. If it succeeds, it can save many people and make everyone healthier. Ji-Yun still remained cold and silent. The professor tilted his head and said quietly, Ji-Yun, you remind me of my daughter. Out of curiosity, he asked, where is your daughter? The professor paused for a moment and his face hardened and became slightly blank. He continued his work looking into the microscope. That child died. If she had been awakened, she would have overcome that terrible disease. Ji-Yun was silent again. If that child were alive, she would be around your age. Suddenly, a few more wrinkles appeared on the professor's face. He looked older than before. He turned to Ji-Yun and asked seriously, do you want me to research again? Ji-Yun now looked much more mature and calm, but his cold face hadn't changed at all. He replied, yes. The professor looked at him seriously. No, the energy control ability I taught you is enough. Ji-Yun was puzzled. Why don't you teach me research methods? The professor glanced at Ji-Yun and his face held something deep in thought. He turned around as if trying to hide something. You don't need to follow the same path as me. Do you want to live a miserable life like me? The professor fell into thought. Do you want to live on the run like me? No, Ji-Yun could no longer say anything, and he fell into thought again. Back in reality, he was still lost in thought, but his eyes had changed slightly. Ji-Yun looked ahead and something resolute flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have realized the truth, and his mind was filled with light, dispelling the darkness that had lingered for a long time. Ji-Yun walked home very quickly. Darkness fell and the lights came on in Jinwoo and the cat's house. Inside the house, the stray cat lay comfortably in Jinwoo's arms, licking its fur. Kaden sat on the sofa looking out, slightly puzzled. This is the first time they haven't come. Jinwoo played with the cat and replied, Disuk and Subin left earlier than I thought. Kaden suddenly noticed something strange outside the house. He made a sound, hum. Jin asked curiously, what is it? Kaden frowned and said seriously, there have been a few awakened recently. Jinwoo was startled. He asked again, what did you say? Kaden glanced at him. I think they belong to XA, but they're everywhere, he continued. It's as if they're protecting you. Jinwoo was just bewildered and blank. Layer upon layer of high-rise buildings soared into the night sky, yellow light seeping from the windows reflected on the surrounding buildings. In a luxurious room, Ji-Young leaned back in her chair, listening to In-hee's report. Disuk has returned home. Agents are also protecting the area around Jinwoo's house. Other agents are carrying out missions around the area where Ji-Yun is. She fell into thought, her eyes contemplating something. In-hee reassured her. Chairman, you don't need to worry too much. The Clan siblings have escaped, but they won't have a chance to find the children. They will have to hide from the Alliance's pursuit. We have already sent people to ensure the children's safety, Ji-Young said seriously. Daisuk's friend is Professor Dalen's disciple, right? He nodded yes. She said nothing. The scene shifted to the area around Jinwoo's house. In a secluded street, the shadows of two men in black suits were visible in the distance under Kaden's surveillance. He frowned. They're definitely from Shinhwa. Given their location, it seems they've been dispatched to protect Jinwoo. He was puzzled. But why do they need to do that? Suddenly, a voice was heard. I'll look at that fat cat. Kaden was startled. Damn it, I let my guard down. Under the faint streetlights, he sweated as he stared at the two men in black suits in the distance. One man laughed loudly. Isn't that Jinwoo's cat? The other man asserted. Yes, no doubt. How many fat cats like that could there be? He turned his body and put on an innocent expression. But inwardly he was trembling with fear. Oh, look at that. How can it be so fat? Who knows? Maybe it's been eating like a pig since it was young. Kaden told himself to calm down. I've heard those words many times, but those two are still watching. Look at that. Its belly jiggles when it walks. Ha ha ha, wow, ha ha ha. He quickly turned around. He put on a cruel expression. What did you just say, you damn bastards? Just wait, I'll rape all of you. Inside the house, Jinwoo stared blankly at the fat cat walking towards him. Jian Hung, are you okay? Jian replied angrily. They are Shinhwa agents. They're here to protect you, not monitor you. He gritted his teeth. I should have ripped those bastards apart. Jinwoo was confused. What? But why? A moment of silence passed and the air froze. Kaden sighed. I don't know either. Jinwoo's eyes shifted slightly. It was as if he had recalled something. Did Hung perhaps find out that I'm his student? You said I could be in danger, right? Jian narrowed his eyes. Oh, was that it? He widened his eyes. What? Jingu looked at him with a suspicious expression. Why are you like that? The wooden pillar shook slightly. He gritted his teeth. He forgot about this. Jang must have known you were my student. Someone like In-hee must have told Jang. Jingu smiled awkwardly. But Jang Nuna is his superior. He wouldn't have had another choice, Jian said irritably. It's only been a few days. What am I supposed to do with that guy? He looked at him helplessly. Calm down. He widened his eyes, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. In a room overlooking the city lights outside the window, Jang sat on a chair looking at him with a curious expression. He said, flustered. Chairman, I suddenly feel really bad. It's like feeling for cat litter after feeding a cat. I can't explain the feeling. Houses were densely packed among lush trees. Sunlight streamed through the leaves, casting sparkling light and shadows on the rooftops. 3 boys in school uniforms squatted, looking at cats. Jinggu was strangely uneasy. Ji-Yun hadn't come to school and wasn't answering his phone. Is he sleeping? But I don't think he'd be asleep at this hour. Subin looked straight ahead. He's been acting strange since yesterday. I ran into him by chance at the Alliance yesterday. Something must have happened. I called him last night too, but he didn't answer. Jinggu was anxious. So there's been no news from him since last night? Subin and Jusok exchanged glances. Silence followed like a long unspoken confirmation. A voice echoed in the swaying wind. Let's go to Ji-Yun's house. Cardboard boxes were piled up in the old alley. 3 boys stood in front of a small house. Subin was surprised. Ji-Yun lives alone in a place like this. It's not even a proper room, just a basement. In the quiet and simple space, Jinggu and Jusok were silent. Inside the small room, a dim light illuminated the stained walls. A voice echoed from behind the 3. Is this a place to live? The 3 were startled and turned towards the sound. Ji-Yun entered through the door, his eyes empty. Ji-Yun's desk was against the wall. A dim light illuminated the black bag that had just been placed, and the other 3 looked at him. Jinggu was surprised. Why didn't you come to school today? You didn't answer your phone either. He didn't turn around. Sorry, I had something to do. He was worried. Ji-Yun, what's wrong? You've been acting strange ever since you said you were going to see your professor. He stood still. He had his back to them while his 3 friends watched him. Subin and Jusok said nothing, their eyes a mix of probing and concern. Unable to bear the silence, Jinggu asked anxiously, what happened? He took a step closer and asked with earnest eyes, why aren't you telling us? Ji-Yun lowered his head. With a heavy sigh he bowed his head, his face tired. It's nothing. I'm just not used to confiding in others about my problems. He turned and looked at the 3. The 3 boys stood before him, each with a different expression, but all held an unquantifiable concern. Inside the room, Dalen sat opposite Ji-Yun, smiling faintly. You've made good friends, haven't you? You look the same as usual, but I know you're happy, he added in a soft voice. How have you been doing lately? I'm glad you're here. Ji-Yun was lost in thought, his eyes moving slightly as if recalling memories in his mind. He turned to his 3 friends standing beside him and said in a calm and firm voice, I am Professor Dalen's student. Subin was bewildered. What? You're his student? Disuk was suspicious. Who? She widened her eyes. The man wanted for conducting forbidden experiments. He was startled. Really? You know about this too? Jinggu was flustered. Yes, he turned to Ji-Yun. What happened to Professor Dalen? He said in a calm voice. He escaped. The Alliance is chasing him. The 3 fixed their gaze on him, silent in their surprise. Subin was horrified. So that's why they told me to go home early. He turned his back on the 3 and said slowly, although he is a wanted man to me, he is like a father. Jinggu hesitated. Are you going to look for him? Ji-Yun said with a lonely expression. Yes, I want to ask him myself. If he truly wanted to abandon me. The 3 looked at him with worried expressions. Jinggu was firm. Then let's go find him together. He couldn't have gone far. The Alliance is chasing him everywhere. Disuk curled his lips. I'll go find him too. Subin also smiled faintly. I'm bored too. I'll join too. Ji-Yun looked at his 3 friends, his eyes softened, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. The 4 began to discuss. Do you know any places he might go? There are many places we used to hide out. I'm thinking of looking there first. Below the building, 2 white-haired men in black suits stood. One man was on the phone. Director, the children are at Ji-Yun's house. Xinhua agents are also nearby. A voice echoed from the other end of the phone. Copy the data and watch the children carefully. Man said seriously, yes, Director. In the quiet alley, there was a gray wall, and security cameras silently observed everything. The 2 men vigilantly scanned the surroundings. On the rooftop of another building, the 4 friends looked down from above with one person resting a foot on the railing. They're Alliance agents. How about we escape from here? Ji-Yun hesitated. My professor is a wanted man who escaped from the Alliance. Are you really going to help? Under the red sunset, Disuk curled his lips. So what? We're looking for him for you. Subin stood beside him, smiling confidently with her red lips. That's right. He looked at the 2, his face filled with emotion. Aura swirled around his hands and Disuk began to concentrate his energy. Dust billowed on the rooftop and leaves skated everywhere. He reached out his hand. Jinggu was surprised and chuckled softly at Disuk. With the help of the wind, we can go further. That way we'll lose the agents. One person leapt first, a tip of his shoe lightly brushing the ground as he gained momentum and soared. They flew one after another, shadows crossing the red sky. Disuk led the way, followed by Ji-Yun, Subin and Jinggu. Suit jackets fluttered in the wind like the wings of birds flying through the sunset. Let's go. In a certain room, Robert frowned unpleasantly. Look what you've done now. Xinhua is chasing us too. Dalen sat opposite him, saying nothing, his face expressionless. He smiled faintly. I'll have to use them then. He looked at him expressionlessly. So you brought them here. Robert twisted his lips. They shouldn't be used here. I've tested them elsewhere. Frankly, it'd be a waste if they used this. 2 dark shadows suddenly appeared. The Clan siblings are only allowed to be used in the worst-case scenarios. The four descended the iron stairs and the sunset cast long slender shadows. In the alley, they met again after searching. Jingu shook his head slightly, having found no clues. They stood on the rooftop of a building looking through the windows. The four stood again in an empty lot surrounded by planks and lush trees. Under the sunset, the city was densely packed with buildings. Jingu and Ji-Yun descended the stairs and he said anxiously, "It's not here either. There's no trace of this place being used. We searched everywhere, but it was all empty." Disuk sighed, fiddling with his vibrating phone in his pocket. "He must have known we ran away. He's been calling me since then." Subin laughed. "That's right. Because I knew, I turned off my phone." Disuk was dumbfounded. Oh, he looked at his phone and another wicked intention appeared on his face. Subin looked at him, speechless. Ji-Yun lowered his head, his face somber. She looked at him. "Why are you so spaced out? Is it because you couldn't find him?" Disuk narrowed his eyes. "No, that's not it," he frowned. "No, it's not that." Silence fell for a moment, and Ji-Yun bowed his head, his eyes heavy. "You guys might get into trouble because of me," Disuk shouted firmly. "Don't worry." Subin looked at him suspiciously. "That's right." Jingu turned around. "Ji-Yun, are there no other places?" He lowered his eyes. "There are 4 more places." He clenched his fists. The twilight glow reflected on his face, highlighting his determined expression. "Then let's go." Ji-Yun looked at Jingu and hesitation flashed in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the red sky. The sun had already set in the west. There wasn't much time left. Ji-Yun turned to his 3 friends and said firmly, "We need to split up to go faster. It's already late." "I'll give you the addresses," Disuk responded. "All right, let's go." Jingu nodded at him, a smile spreading across his lips. "Then let's split up but keep in touch." Ji-Yun still didn't take his eyes off him. "Yes," Subin pointed at them. "Call me whether you find something or not." "Don't act alone if you find something," he nodded. "Yes," Disuk said casually. All right." Without further words, the group quickly scattered in their respective directions. The cityscape was densely packed with high-rise buildings, narrow streets and stained signs. 2 men stood on a rooftop. He held his phone helplessly to his ear, saying he couldn't get in touch with anyone. He looked at the other person, frowning. "Sona, you can't get in touch with them either?" He stared at his phone. "No." The two looked down at the gray street. Sona said calmly, "There are no signs of intrusion or combat. They easily evaded the agents." He was startled. "What? How? That's really dangerous." He thought of Ji-Yun, his face hardened. "That kid must be looking for Professor Dalen. But they don't know that the Klen siblings also escaped." He ran his hand through his hair and said with a tense expression, This is really troublesome. I didn't tell them because I was worried, but now it's become a bigger problem." A group of people appeared, their eyes glowing blue as they stared straight ahead in the alley. The mysterious group headed towards Robert, and the surroundings were eerily silent. He looked at them, a purple light flashing in his eyes. "Go." The group walked resolutely, their gleaming leather boots making rhythmic sounds on the ground. Dalen looked at Robert with a cold expression. "Are you going to pin everything on the Klen siblings, and then escape while Shinhwa and the Alliance chase them?" He put on his glasses. "That's right." He stared at him, his face serious. "Are you really serious? Don't you think that will cause problems for your organization in front of clients?" Robert shrugged. "What nonsense are you talking about?" He sneered, his face as if it had nothing to do with him. "It's not me. The Klen siblings caused the problems. Just shut up and everything will be fine." Dalen looked at him with a cold face. Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind him. "Don't move." Robert turned slightly to face the 2 agents pointing guns at him. "Are you monitoring me again? Are you also from the Alliance?" The 2 agents looked at him with tense expressions. "What kind of monster is this? Who is this guy next to Professor Dalen?" Robert's eyes darkened and energy surged, making his eyes glow. "Who? No one. You won't find anyone." The 2 agents aimed their guns, their eyes also glowing faintly. As if hypnotized and soulless, he ordered them to turn around and check again. "Not this way." Dalen looked in the direction the 2 agents were leaving, his face serious. Buildings were densely packed like stacked boxes. The sunset cast shadows over old signs and utility poles. Jingu walked down the hallway, looking around. "This is the address Ji-Yun told me." Standing in front of the old iron gate, he reached out and touched the worn lock, his eyes seriously scanning every detail. He stood still for a moment, thinking, "I don't think they stayed here. There are no traces of this place being used." He took a step downstairs, still hesitant. "It's not here either. I should report it to them. Let me turn on my phone." Jingu looked at his phone screen and smiled awkwardly. "Haha, so many." A ton of notifications popped up and he widened his eyes in surprise. "Oh, it's Kate and Hung." The screen showed numerous messages with cat emojis. "Jingu, where are you? Why aren't you replying to my messages? What are you doing? Hey. Hey. Jingu chuckled. "Ha ha ha." Under the sunset, a 2-story house with a sloping roof appeared. Inside the warm room, Jian sat in front of the cats, his phone at his feet, emitting a slight energy. A message notification popped up on his phone screen. He frowned and his cruel claws struck the screen. Jingu, what's wrong? "I'm sorry, I turned off my phone earlier." Caden glared angrily at the screen. Oh, the message popped up on the screen again. "What? Why do I have to turn off my phone? Why can't I answer the phone? Professor Ji-Yun escaped from the Alliance. We're looking for him. Shinhwa and the Alliance are looking for us." Caden was silent, thinking. His professor. Dan came to his mind. He hardened his face. "Is that why they're protecting Jingu?" He messaged him again. "Hey, are you alone?" Jian typed a message. "Damn it, my hands are too big to type properly." He struggled to hit the keyboard with his foot, then turned around angrily. "You guys get out of the way, it's hard to type." Jingu smiled. Is Hung angry? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Jingu felt a vibration and turned his head in surprise towards the explosion. What is it? An explosion, but it doesn't seem like an explosion. Jian looked at his phone with a serious expression and a message appeared. Hey, what are you doing? Ji-Yun wants to see his professor, so we're looking for him. Hey, is Jingu busy? Hey. Hey. Jian looked at his phone angrily. Why isn't that guy reading the message? A ruined street, bricks and stones scattered, and a dusty twilight sky. Several agents in suits lay among the debris. A hand glowing with red energy, a red-haired man appeared in a cape, his eyes glowing red, radiating killing intent. A stone path where the sunset cast a golden glow. Sokshin tilted his head and approached Kongsu. We've located them, but their position seems to be moving further away from the clan siblings' location. Kongsu replied. Really? Then Sokshin replied, yes, damn it. As he turned around in surprise, Kongsu frowned with an unpleasant expression. What are you doing? Are you trying to use the clan siblings as bait? Amidst the ruins and scattered corpses, Duran's brother approached step by step. He saw awakened agents lined up in the distance. The scar-faced captain said in disbelief. The clan siblings are that strong? All the agents are dead. The man on the right stretched his neck asking for instructions. Captain, what should we do now? The scar-faced captain said with a tormented expression. We must protect the citizens and do our best to buy time until reinforcements arrive. The man on the right asked, sweating. But how? Duran's brother silently approached them and flames blazed around him. The agents were still gathered, discussing. There's no other option. We have to stop him here to avoid further damage and secrecy about our existence. Only we are left. The three agents exchanged glances. Finally they simultaneously shouted with resolute voices. Understood, the captain smiled. Facing his comrades, the captain loudly shouted. Form up, they replied. Yes, captain. A fireball flew. Duran's brother raised his hand and continuously emitted fire energy waves which swirled within his palm. The agents were startled and terrified. Just as they were about to be attacked, a terrifying beam of light flew through the air. He was surprised to notice Jingu swinging a punch. He turned around and raised his hand to block Jingu's attack. Jingu clenched his lips, the agents shouted, and the man's other hand created a fireball within his palm. He swung his arm, but it grazed Jingu's waist. His fiery fist slammed hard onto the ground. Jingu leapt quite far and landed. Jingu looked straight at him and thought, it's that guy from last time. Why is he here? He turned around at a voice from afar. Jingu, the captain from a distance said apologetically. I'm sorry, we can't help you attack him. We have to scatter and create a defensive barrier. The captain closed his eyes with a flustered expression, and his voice also said with hesitation, and we're not strong enough to help you. Jingu replied in a low voice. You are the awakened of this country. They were startled by Jingu's next words. Protecting citizens from external intruders is your top priority. Jingu knelt on one knee and continued to speak, facing him. But I am also an awakened of Korea. The captain and the other agents opened their eyes wide in surprise. Jingu smiled. Agents thought, Sue, I heard he just became an awakened, but I didn't think he'd think like this. He continued to face the attacking man. Jingu leapt away, evading, and shouted loudly, Go quickly. They leapt high and flew away. He looked up at the agents leaping high and raised his hand to create an energy orb and threw it. Jingu ran again and shouted loudly. No, Jingu moved and attacked him with a punch, but he easily dodged it. Finally he counterattacked, raising an energy-filled fist and throwing it at Jingu. A fierce attack came in an instant. Jingu leapt far to avoid that dangerous attack. Jingu was tense, seeing the tail of his tie burning. His attack had no effect. This fight was completely different from the previous one. He looked to the side and the defensive barrier separating the space from the outside was still maintained. Jingu felt comfortable and relieved. Thank goodness, as long as this is maintained there won't be any more damage. He turned his head and faced Duran's brother, who was approaching. He detected a change. A vortex of wind energy flying from afar strongly struck one of his arms and sent him flying. Jingu was also surprised. The person who appeared was Disuk. He couldn't help but be surprised to see him. That guy again? Jingu was happy to see Disuk appear. Disuk. Disuk crossed his arms and nodded. Did he escape? Jingu replied. Disuk, wait a minute. Disuk was startled. What's wrong? Jingu flustered gestured. I need to move the injured people from here. It won't take long. Disuk gasped. Wow, you've matured a lot. Jingu, you're going to save people from him. Jingu scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry. Disuk tilted his head and looked at Disuk. He spread his legs and prepared to activate his awakened ability with both hands, saying, Go, stop apologizing. So Disuk shouted loudly, Go quickly. He saw the wind energy vortex flying and swung his hand, successfully avoiding the attack. Jingu crouched to avoid Disuk's technique, seeing Jingu nearby. He extended 5 burning fingers to grab him. Disuk angrily threw and then Jingu flew. Hey you damn bastard, I'm here. Wind energy and fire energy collided. But the fire penetrated like a meteor and flew quickly. Disuk covered his face with both hands and cursed. Damn it, an ice wall rose, and then the fire collided with the ice, making a huge roar. The ice wall protected Disuk from the collision. Subin hurried over. Then Subin asked, What's going on? Jingu was happy to see her. Subin smiled. Disuk, remember I saved you today. Disuk, embarrassed, retorted. Who told you to interfere? I could have stopped it myself. Subin put her hands in her pockets and scoffed. "Oh wow, what a great request," Disuk shouted. "What request?" Jingu weakly interjected. "Disuk, I've finished moving all the people." From the top of the ice wall, Jingu, Subin and Disuk saw fireballs flying towards them. And then the fireballs connected to form a giant ring of fire. Subin reacted first and quickly gestured to her two friends. A huge explosion sound came from where they stood, and before the smoke could clear, they successfully landed. Standing high, they observed the debris, black smoke and charred marks from the massive explosion. Subin was curious. "Hey, is he one of the clan siblings?" Disuk replied. "Yes." The spot where they stood was deeply charred. Subin said in disbelief. "Impossible." He stood tall below. Several fireballs were flying from other tall buildings. People in suits looked up in horror. Duran sneered and smiled. She threw a few more fireballs at them. They watched in surprise, and immediately a stream of water enveloped those fireballs. The two energy flows swirled fiercely. They looked up happily. Ji-Yuan sniffed with a long, smooth nose. He was slightly puzzled. "Why is there only one guy?" He appeared coolly with both hands in his pockets and looked at the enemy with sharp eyes. From a distance, In-hee was walking grandly. He calmly told everyone, "Everyone step back and secure the area." They heard that and ran into a nearby alley, replying, "Yes." Duran saw people running away and angrily threw a huge fireball at In-hee. The fleeing people saw In-hee create wind energy in his palm. He raised his hand, caught the fireball, and crushed it in his palm. Duran's face hardened, finding his fireball easily destroyed. He opened his eyes wide. "Ha," In-hee asked. "Where were you trying to go? Shouldn't you talk to me first?" In-hee, seeing the people safely leaving, tilted his head slightly and sighed. "Unbelievable, using your abilities without even creating a spatial barrier." In-hee gritted his teeth and raised both hands. In-hee created a silver energy orb. The energy orb soared high, attracting Duran's attention. Then all the energy orbs created a spatial barrier that blocked In-hee and her from the outside. In-hee frowned and provoked. "Shall we have some fun?" Hearing that, Duran angrily spread her legs. Two huge fireballs appeared from both palms. Duran continuously threw huge fireballs at In-hee. He moved his feet swiftly, dodging perfectly. The fireballs grazed In-hee's shoulder, hit the ground, and exploded loudly. Duran trembled with anger. She threw an even stronger fireball again. A huge explosion sound came from where In-hee stood and dust billowed. Seeing In-hee disappear, Duran sneered and smiled, but unexpectedly, In-hee was close to her ear and to her surprise said, "This alone isn't enough to fight me." At this, she was startled. Before she could turn around, In-hee landed a powerful punch on Duran's face. A tornado-like vortex enveloped Duran and then blood splattered continuously. After a while, In-hee stopped. In-hee neatly adjusted his collar with both hands again. He looked at Duran's remains and sighed. "I think I used too much strength." He looked again and saw Duran lying in a deep sunken pit with black smoke rising and her clothes torn as if charred to minced meat. On Duran's brother's side, his 5 fingers were extended towards Subin like burning charcoal. She timely tilted her body to avoid the attack. Subin held an ice staff and charged at him, stabbing. The ice staff caused crystals to fly everywhere due to friction. Subin trembled in surprise. The ice staff in Subin's hand immediately broke in two and his hand was unharmed. Subin didn't have time to lament for long as he raised 5 fingers to grab her. Subin stepped back, cursing. "Damn it." Just as he was about to grab Subin, a shadow quickly rushed in and continuously struck his limbs. His entire body was pushed back. Jingu, Disuk and Subin watched intently as he fell into the dusty debris. Jingu asked worriedly, "Subin, are you okay?" Subin gasped and replied, "Ah yes." Subin admired, "He's really crazy." Seeing him stagger to his feet, Subin said he was truly a notorious killer. It was no joke. Subin frowned and continued, "He has no interest in us." Disuk also thought for a long time, "Something's wrong." At this moment he stood tall in front and the three Jingu observed him warily. Jingu took a breath and looked at the two people. Both were gasping for breath, their faces full of tension. Jingu clenched his fists and spoke his thoughts. "I'll be the bait." Before the other two could agree, Jingu looked at him with a resolute expression, ready to fight. "You two handle the attack," Subin cried out in surprise. "Are you crazy? I know you're really fast, but that's too reckless. This guy is much stronger than those two BCH guys." Disuk also glanced at him. Jingu calmly explained, "I know, but my attacks are ineffective, so I have to rely on you two. If I distract him, attack him from behind." Subin tried to persuade him. "It's different from fighting alone, you know. It'll be really dangerous. You might even get hit by our attacks." Disuk had been silent until now, deep in thought. Jingu answered resolutely, "I know, I'll do my best to dodge." Subin, realizing he was still resolute, opened her eyes wide in shock. Disuk suddenly opened his mouth. "Hey, Jingu, we can't take him down with just ordinary attacks." As soon as he finished speaking, Disuk began to activate energy throughout his body. Looking at Jingu with a serious expression, he said, "You have to hold him off for as long as possible. In the meantime, we'll prepare our attack." Hearing that, Subin anxiously looked back and said, "Disuk, are you really going to do it?" Then she turned back to the other person and reminded him, "Jingu, are you trying to die?" Jingu knew what she was worried about, but the more he looked at him, the more resolute he became. "I know it's hard," Jingu said firmly, staring intently at Duran, "but it's the only way." Disuk sighed and said, "I trust you guys. Subin and I will focus on the attack." Subin couldn't help but curse at the crazy bastards. She looked at Jingu and saw him clench his fists even tighter. Jingu stared piercingly at the enemy, his mind firmly resolved. I can do this, we can overcome this situation. Finally, Subin also sighed and compromised, no longer overthinking. After speaking, she began to concentrate her energy. He bent down, laughed, and raised his hands, and flames erupted. With flames in his hands, he charged forward as if to sweep away Jingu's group. Jingu stomped his foot to gain momentum and soared like a silver flash, blocking his attack path. Each time his feet touched the ground, only faint afterimages remained, and Jingu instantly approached him and punched him in the face. He always thought he had to prevent him from getting close to them. I have to hold him off for as long as possible. Jingu continuously circled him, looking for openings to attack. Closer he got to him, the more Jingu felt a slight heat around his body, as if his hands were burning. The other two still needed a lot of time to concentrate their energy. Jingu knew he had to hold out until Subin and Disuk were ready to attack, so this time he whispered to himself, I need to be faster. Jingu attacked him relentlessly, so fast that nothing could be seen. Numerous flashes crossed from the left and right, and suddenly a few drops of blood splattered. Jingu closed one eye and let out a low groan. My hand, it hurts. A fireball flew towards his hand. At that moment, someone called Jingu's name. He turned around behind him. Subin and Disuk were ready. A massive wind vortex rose from the right and cold blue ice converged from the left. The two abilities clashed, creating a sharp and violent mass of mixed energy, and Super Saiyan mode was activated. Both fired powerful energy at Jingu and Duran's brother. Jingu was seized with fear and unconsciously thought, how do I avoid it? No, he also discovered that two energy sources were flying towards him. Blue ice shards soared, forming a deadly, murderous vortex in the air. He instinctively recoiled. Jingu ran forward, grabbed him, and obscured his vision. His hand clenched into a fist and swung, and he almost got hit by his own punch. At that moment, Jingu tilted sideways and successfully disappeared. The next moment, only he faced all the energy vortices. He frowned, but his face remained calm. An immense energy containing sharp energy beams flew straight towards his body. His body was enveloped as if in a storm of light, followed by a huge explosion and dust scattering everywhere. Jingu's group of three looked at the explosion site. Disuk complimented, well done. As if a burden had been lifted. Subin also said she almost died. Jingu squinted and laughed. Ha ha. Subin angrily hit Jingu's back. Suddenly a voice startled the three of them. Unbelievable. I was hit so severely by these weaklings, you guys. Duran's eyes were now back to normal, no longer under control. He continued, but thank you for helping me recover. Jingu's group of three stared at him in surprise. Jian in his fat cat form was running quickly along the main road on all fours. He had run quite far. Jian's face was filled with worry, and he remembered the text message he had received on his phone earlier. It was Jingu's message saying, Ji-Yun wants to meet his professor, so we decided to help him. After that message, he had called Jingu several times, but Jingu hadn't replied. It had been 30 minutes already, and the kid hadn't even looked at it or replied. Jian kept running, thinking, something's definitely wrong. He always said he'd be home in 5 minutes and reply. It was really annoying. In the high-rise building district, Duran's brother angrily thought that Robert had controlled him with his power. Then suddenly he realized something. He saw blood dripping onto the ground. He raised his hands and saw that both his arms were torn, covered in several shallow and deep wounds. Blood was everywhere. He squinted and frowned in annoyance. Jingu's group of three were all surprised and worried. As the four looked at each other, Duran's brother asked first, Are you all just children? Unbelievable. Your abilities are already at this level. He turned his head in another direction. I'd like to play with you more, but not in this condition. Hearing that, Disuk laughed. Then let's part ways here. Subin also hastily agreed. Good idea, we're all busy people. Jingu stared blankly, not understanding them. He looked thoughtfully at Jingu's group, who were laughing cheerfully. Suddenly his next words startled Subin, leaving her speechless. You, the one with ice abilities, are you from the Alliance? He then turned back to Disuk. And you, we've met before. You're Jihang's brother. Disuk was also silent, looking slightly worried. His two eyes blazed with fire and his voice was low and rough, as if echoing from hell. Very good, you all owe me. What do you think your organizations will do if I kill you all? Jingu's group of three stared at him with surprised and fearful eyes. His entire body suddenly burst into flames. He continued, seemingly enjoying himself. Seeing your skills, you must be valuable assets, right? If you die by my hand, they'll suffer a great loss, won't they? As soon as he finished speaking, Duran's brother continuously shot flames at Jingu's group of three. Subin hastily waved her hand, creating a thick ice wall to block them. Disuk simultaneously created a barrier to block the immense flames. Both desperately tried to maintain their barriers. The moment Subin and Disuk gritted their teeth and held on, a hand suddenly reached out and pierced through the barrier. Subin was startled to see the hand trying to grab her, but at that moment, Jingu rushed forward and simultaneously clenched his fist. Realizing Jingu was trying to punch him in the face, he turned his body and blocked the punch with his other hand. Looking at Jingu, he sneered, That's right, I remember you. You're that annoying brat. Jingu noticed that the flames in his other hand were changing. Duran's brother reached out as if to grab Jingu, but Jingu quickly retreated. Then the flames immediately wrapped around Jingu's leg like a snake. His voice echoed in his ear, cold as water, without anger or haste, but filled with contempt. You have superspeed abilities. If your abilities were similar to theirs, it would be a tough fight for me, but if you lack power and combat experience, that's a different story. Before Jingu could even react, the flames, as if following his words, shot straight towards his body, and he barely managed to block them with his hands. Jingu's entire body was scorched by the fire. Duran's brother looked mockingly at Jingu, who was kneeling before him. Nothing is more important than that, as he was about to kill Jingu with a fireball. Subin rushed forward, creating sharp ice shards. Jin, Subin fired the ice shards at Duran's brother. He also turned around and fired fireballs at her. When the fireballs hit the ice shards, smoke rose, but it had little effect. The fireballs pierced through the ice shards and flew straight towards Subin. Subin also realized the imminent danger. Her two hands unconsciously created an ice shield to block the flames. Jingu shouted, "Subin!" He gritted his teeth, angry, but sat helplessly, seeing that he had no strength left. No matter how much he tried, his body had taken too much damage. Subin was now worried, too close. As she saw Duran's brother approaching her step by step, she also flinched in fear. He walked, calculating inwardly. I can't concentrate energy where I need it. Their attack just now was stronger than I thought." Then Duran's brother glanced at Jingu. "I shouldn't waste any more time, but that guy won't be able to move for a while." Subin realized his eyes were looking at her as if to kill her. "Then I should deal with this guy first." She fired large, long ice shards at him. He dodged them very easily, swaying sideways. Jingu rushed forward like lightning, and he was surprised and glanced at him. He can still attack. He moved quickly in front of him, so fast that he was hard to follow, becoming increasingly difficult to control. He lost his composure more and more, grinding his teeth in annoyance. These brats, two diagonal red wounds appeared, powerful and unexpected. Taking advantage of Duran's brother's lapse in concentration, Subin used a sharp ice shard to create two gashes on his stomach, and his face contorted with a groan. Subin, realizing her plan to quickly attack and defeat him had failed, tensed and thought, "Damn it, the ice melts too fast, the attack is ineffective." After suffering two gashes, he turned around in insane fury and punched Subin again. "You damn brat." Immediately, Subin was pushed back, her two hands unconsciously covered her head, blocking. Subin's two eyes widened in surprise, and another energy struck her body, sending her flying hard into the wall. Her body was severely injured, blood flowing from her head and mouth from afar. Jingu cried out anxiously. "Subin!" He was startled and at a loss for words. "No." Jingu stared blankly as he grabbed Subin's head with his burning hand, his face cold. "See you in the afterlife." Jingu angrily pounded his forearm. "Move, damn it." At that moment, Jingu remembered the advice Jian gave him when he was fighting. If you've used all your strength, there's still one way. That's energy control. Quickly create space and use that opportunity to regain your energy control ability. The more he thought, the angrier he got. Jingu hit his thigh harder, blaming himself. "I could have cooperated with Subin and Disuk, but I tried to attack alone. I was really foolish." What interrupted Jingu's thoughts was an insult. He turned around. "Hey, you crazy bastard, why aren't you fighting an opponent at your level? My sister caught you last time. It's getting worse and worse." Disuk shouted at him. "Go find my sister and get your revenge. What are you doing here, you crazy bastard?" He glared at Disuk in annoyance, but Disuk continued to hurl insults. "Oh, that's right, my sister knocked you out in one hit, so you're taking it out on us, aren't you? Aren't you ashamed? You really are a useless bastard." The afternoon sun shone on the old dilapidated houses. Below the densely packed houses, Robert and Professor Dalen walked together. Robert was surprised to see the surroundings empty. "There are no agents. They're probably busy with the clan siblings. Are we just going like this? It's too easy." Dalen was deep in thought. "Ji-Yun, I probably won't be able to see you again." Ji-Yun called out, panting, "Professor." He was startled and at a loss for words. "Why are you here?" Robert spoke. "What?" Dalen was tense and flustered, thinking inwardly, "Oh no." Robert asked with a cheerful smile, "Is Professor Dalen your teacher?" Jingu turned around, hearing the insults. "Hey, you crazy bastard, why aren't you fighting an opponent at your level?" Disuk shouted at Duran's brother. "My sister caught you last time. It was getting worse and worse." Disuk hurled insults. "Go find my sister and get your revenge. What are you doing here, you crazy bastard?" Duran's brother glared at Disuk in annoyance, but Disuk continued to hurl insults. "Oh, that's right, my sister knocked you out in one hit, so you're taking it out on us, aren't you? Aren't you ashamed? You really are a useless bastard." His red eyes glared at Disuk, and Jingu bowed his head, letting out a deep sigh. Disuk deliberately sneered. "Oh wow, your eyes are really scary. Are you crazy? The truth sometimes hurts, doesn't it?" Disuk thought to himself. "Can I do it?" He angrily threw a series of fireballs. Disuk shouted, "Shut up!" Disuk gritted his teeth and unleashed all his remaining energy to block. The two energy sources collided, making a huge explosion, and Disuk was pushed back, bleeding and falling to the ground. Blood foamed from his mouth due to internal injuries, but Disuk still stared piercingly at Duran's brother. Immediately after, Disuk was punched in the face again. His eyes coldly looked down at Disuk and declared, "I won't let you off." As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely stepped hard on Daisuk's elbow, and Disuk screamed in pain. He grabbed Daisuk's hair and pulled him up, bringing him close to Daisuk's face. He smiled sinisterly and whispered in a low voice, "What do you think Ji-Hyung would think if she saw your ugly face horribly disfigured?" As soon as he finished speaking, Duran's brother used his energy to slowly bring his two hands to Daisuk's face. Just then, he sensed ice shards flying from behind him. Immediately turning his body, he caught the ice shards. Subin was panting, having just attacked him, and he was angry. "You should have stayed there," he walked and said. "Now you'll suffer a painful death." Jingu observed, regulating his breath, and anxiously used his energy as he saw him approaching Subin. What should I do now? I need more time. Not far away, Disuk struggled to raise his head and looked at Jingu, mumbling something. Jingu looked at Disuk with suspicious eyes and asked, Disuk, what are you saying? Looking closer at Disuk's mouth, Jingu realized he was speaking one letter at a time. Run away now. Jingu's eyes widened in shock. He remembered Chairman Zhang saying that friends were very special to Awakened, that if betrayed once, one might pay with their life, and that friends were people one could trust for life, and that was what a friend should do. At that time, Jingu replied as if struggling to understand, Nuna, but I haven't done anything for Disuk Hung. Why? Chairman Zhang turned and smiled. Disuk said when I saw Jingu fearlessly trying to save his friend. Thought I could be friends with him. Now Disuk considers Jingu a friend. Jingu was speechless upon hearing this. He hobbled, struggling to stand, and thought irritably, is he trying to make me run away? I don't abandon my friends. Disuk was flustered and bewildered. What's this foolish guy doing? Go, concentrate your energy and then I'll take over. From a distance, Duran's brother looked at Jingu, slightly surprised. He saw Jingu stand up and take a fighting stance. He concentrated and said, inhale, exhale, inhale. Exhale, he asked curiously. Can you still fight? You can move now? He looked at Jingu with contemptuous eyes. What are you doing? It's no use. You need to understand the power difference between us. He pushed out the energy within his body, creating a massive vortex of flames. The flames burned even stronger. Jingu conceded that he was right. All he could do now was move as he had in the fight with the troll, but it was ineffective against him. His power was impossibly strong, seemingly beyond his flames, but he still had to try. Duran's brother's eyes flashed, and he confidently looked up at the sky and said, ha ha, all right, jump in. Jingu looked at him, surrounded by massive flames. He thought, can my fist reach him? Still not enough. Even if I break through the flames, it's not enough. If only I were faster. Just then, a cat's paw appeared. Jian stood on the wall and sighed, found him, and he widened his cat eyes, puzzled. Why is this guy here? Below, Jian saw the massive flames surrounding him. The two kids were severely injured and couldn't move. Jian wondered, did he hit these two kids? Jingu was using all the energy in his body. Jian watched and thought, is he preparing his final attack? But at that speed, he won't be able to break through the firewall. Just then, Jian noticed Jingu's foot lift slightly. Jingu looked down at his foot. He moved immediately. Jian knew he could move faster with the help of the wind. Disuk transferred energy to Jingu, raising his hand with a look of trust. Go, Jingu. Duran's brother looked at them as if they were clowns. I don't know what you guys are trying to do, but nothing will change. You won't be able to break through these flames. Just then, Subin appeared. He widened his eyes and glanced at the ice wall surrounding Duran's brother's wall of flames. At this unexpected event, he shouted, you kid. The cat's eyes widened. That kid is weakening the flames with ice. He swore angrily. Damn it, Subin's eyes seemed to urge him. Go, Jingu. Jingu's eyes flashed with blue light. Here I come, hyperspeed freezing break. Duran's brother was startled. Where did he disappear from? Then a flash of light appeared, revealing Jingu's shadow within the light, and his speed was astonishing. He clenched his fist, creating lightning energy. My friends gave me this opportunity. The fist pierced Duran's brother within the ice vortex, and he felt as if his body was shattering. His eyes widened and emitted a dazzling light. He quickly looked down. Duran's brother saw Jingu right beside him. Jingu delivered a powerful blow to his abdomen. With a massive explosion and electric sounds echoing, his body soared high. Disuk and Subin covered their faces with their hands to shield against the explosion's impact. With that single blow, one of Jingu's sleeves was raggedly torn. Jingu sighed and looked at Duran's brother, who lay collapsed on the spot. At this moment, Jingu collapsed to the ground. Disuk and Subin were startled. Unbelievable. I didn't think you could do that. Jingu lay unconscious on the ground, dazed. Jian watched them. Disuk increased his speed and Subin weakened the enemy with ice. He raised the corners of his cat mouth in satisfaction. Quite a well-matched combination. Subin supported Disuk, approached Jingu and quietly called out, Jingu. Duran's brother lay sprawled unconscious. Disuk, unsure if he was truly down, asked, is he really defeated this time? Upon hearing this, Subin shouted, shut up. Don't joke. Do you want him to regain consciousness? Subin angrily grabbed Disuk's hand hard and he cried out in pain. Subin retorted, you can't even stand by yourself? From above, Jian watched them quietly. Jingu stirred slightly. Disuk crouched beside Jingu. Subin asked worriedly, hey, are you okay? Jingu replied, I'm exhausted. I can't move. My arm hurts too much. Disuk and Subin fell silent. Jingu had a large wound on his shoulder. Jian slightly narrowed his cat eyes. That attack was too strong for his arm strength. He always makes me worry. Just then, Jingu called out a name. Ji-Yuin. The two were startled. Jingu looked up and said, we need to find him. He might be in danger too. Subin and Disuk fell into thought in the high-rise building. Ji-Yuin asked Professor Dalen, Professor, what's wrong? Upon hearing this, Robert was puzzled. Professor Dalen, who's that? Robert tilted his head. I don't think he ever mentioned having a student. Dalen closed his eyes and replied, of course not. He turned around and looked at him. I don't have any students. Ji-Yuin was shocked and froze on the spot. He didn't expect Dalen to say that. Robert said casually, he's just someone you used to work with. Ji-Yuin froze on the spot. Dalen sat on the bed in the room thinking, Robert, they've already sent people to find us. He sat facing him and asked, do you think this is my hideout? Robert looked at him and replied dryly. He approached him. Then why am I confined here? Let's go. He walked thinking deeply. If they send Awakened, they'll find Ji-Yuin soon. I can't let him be in danger. He returned to the present, lost in thought. I need to go first before he does something foolish. Dalen turned away from Ji-Yuin and gestured to Robert. Let's go. Robert stepped forward saying, wait. Dalen glanced at him, surprised. Robert's voice continued, take that kid with us. He pointed at Ji-Yuin. Didn't you say he used to work with you? Wouldn't it be good to have someone helpful? Dalen cautiously objected. Look, we need to leave as soon as possible. There's no need to take unnecessary baggage. The Alliance could catch up at any moment, but Robert shrugged and went straight to Ji-Yun. That's right, but he's already seen us. We can't just let him go. Then Dalen firmly struck Ji-Yun, sending him flying far away. Robert was startled and stood blankly. Dalen said coldly, "Are you satisfied now? Let's get out of here quickly, don't waste time." Dalen turned around again and lamented. "What a waste of time," Robert commanded. "Wait." Upon hearing him say that, Dalen's face turned pale. "We need to kill him." He looked. Robert immediately began to unleash the energy within his body. Professor Dalen asked, "Robert, what are you doing?" He replied, "He might still be alive." A cold, sharp expression appeared on his face. "I just want to be sure he's dead." Dalen was startled. He directly launched a flaming fist at Robert's back. As the smoke cleared, a chilling silence fell between the two. Robert looked at Dalen without speaking for a moment, then continued. Just as I thought. Was he your student?" Robert bent down, and a clown-like smile spread across his face. "You hid his existence and even attacked me. If the boss finds out, both of you will die." Dalen replied calmly, "Not if you die here." Upon hearing this, he curled his lips, and he looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha." He wiped the moisture from the corner of his eye with his finger and said, "I know you're strong in offense, but do you think I'll lose?" A moment later, Dalen said, "Here, take this." He offered a potion to Robert. He smiled and adjusted his sunglasses. "It would have been fine if your power was in its prime." Dalen slightly narrowed his eyes and thought pitifully, "If I were in my prime." The energy flow around Robert continued to surge, and Dalen was incessantly indignant. "You would have already died from that attack. There's no turning back now. If I leave him alive, they'll come for Ji-Yun." Robert saw the professor becoming agitated and curled the corners of his mouth, smiling. "Oh, you really want to fight? Come at me." He wagged his finger. "But I'm not your opponent." Dalen's eyes widened in horror. Ji-Yun staggered to his feet, his body moving on its own like a zombie. As he lifted his head, Ji-Yun's eyes turned white and lost focus. Robert narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. "It seems you care a lot about that child. Then I'll have to find a way before he kills you." Ji-Yun began to use energy, and 2 red orbs appeared. Dalen shouted, "Ji-Yun, snap out of it." Ji-Yun didn't hear and simultaneously threw all the orbs at Dalen. Fortunately, he blocked them. Professor Dalen gritted his teeth. Robert praised, "Oh, your student is really amazing, just like you when you were young." He called out loudly, "Ji-Yun." Ji-Yun still didn't hear and continued to raise his hand, preparing to attack him again. A stream of red energy flew straight towards Dalen like an arrow. The stream of energy struck the ground, creating a massive explosion. Rocks and dirt shattered and flew everywhere. The ground directly below where Dalen stood became a huge crater. He watched Ji-Yun with wide eyes. Robert had a blank expression, and he looked at Ji-Yun impressed. "Wow, this guy is so strong, I need to take him." Ji-Yun spread his legs and a stream of red energy swirled around his body. Professor Dalen thought to himself, "It's hard, I need to make him snap out of it." Ji-Yun raised his hands high, emitting an immense amount of energy. Dalen's hands also extended forward with red energy. The 2 energy waves collided with each other. Ji-Yun's face, under control, was calm, but Dalen gritted his teeth and struggled to hold on. "Strong, he's grown a lot. Damn it, what should I do?" The 2 engaged in a fierce, evenly matched battle. At the point of collision, a sharp light flashed. Robert watched the surroundings, trembling as the impact was too powerful. Eventually, Dalen was pushed back. He was horrified to see Ji-Yun's arms torn and bleeding. Because he was under control, Ji-Yun couldn't know what was happening to his own body. I didn't know I was capable of this." Again, Ji-Yun's eyes glowed abnormally. Immediately after, blood burst from one of Professor Dalen's eyes, splattering everywhere. He clutched his injured eye, and staggered, softly calling out, "Ji-Yun." Robert's face was filled with wicked delight. A voice was heard approaching a step closer. "Whoever you are, the one who has come is Director Park Sonunga." He spoke slowly and commandingly. "You've truly angered me, daring to do such a thing in Alliance territory." Park Sonunga was surprised to see the tense situation between Ji-Yun and Professor Dalen. Ji-Yun, he fell silent, saying nothing for a moment. Seeing Ji-Yun's abnormal behavior, Sonunga wondered. He looked strange. Professor Dalen glanced at him, conveying that Ji-Yun was being controlled. The 2 glanced at each other, and Sonunga implicitly understood. Robert saw someone appear and asked, "Who is it, from Shinhwa or another guild?" Sonunga replied, "I am Park Sonunga of the Alliance." Robert wondered, "Park Sonunga of the Alliance? I've never heard that name, nothing special about him." "You're not a problem," Sonunga said in an agitated voice. "Someone like you just needs to be handled." He stood blankly. Robert suddenly laughed loudly. "Haha, confident aren't you? Come at me, are you serving this country with your superpowers?" Sonunga said nothing. Professor Dalen told him, "I'll handle Ji-Yun, you handle him." He fell silent again, merely looking at him. Sonunga remembered a time when he and a white-haired man were talking in a room. The white-haired man reported, "None of our agents died. Their injuries are not life-threatening. We just need more time to complete their treatment." Sonunga wondered, "What does that mean?" The white-haired man explained, "From the beginning they had no intention of killing or severely injuring our agents. This is very confusing." Sonunga accepted Dalen's proposal. "All right, I'll deal with him," Dalen replied. "Thank you." Robert twisted his lips with his finger and said, "Hey Dalen, what's going on? You're letting him deal with me? I can't believe it." "Are you insane?" the professor said to Robert. "Robert, you won't have time to deal with me. I've known that since I came to this country." Robert, annoyed, replied, "Yes." Dalen glared at him. The awakened here are different from the information we have. He raised both hands as if he couldn't understand what the professor was saying. What nonsense are you talking about? The professor's gaze focused on Ji-Yun. Then Dalen rushed over, wrapped his arms around Ji-Yun's waist and pulled him away. Holding Ji-Yun, he thought he needed to distance himself from Robert to prevent Robert from influencing Ji-Yun, seeing the two run off. He was flustered and angrily chased after them. Robert suddenly heard this voice and stopped. Sonha spoke in a low voice, syllable by syllable, and at the same time a blue water orb appeared in his hand. Where are you going? Robert watched Sonha crush the orb. A rich energy flow surged directly towards Robert. He covered his face with both hands and the force of the flow brushed past his face, lifting him into the air. Sonha used his ability to create a spatial barrier. Robert sighed and quickly looked up, his face creased in a frown. A spatial barrier? I just felt his energy too, Sonha asked. Who are you to invade our territory and cause such chaos? He answered formally. Then Robert immediately used his eye energy. His two pupils glowed, trying to control Sonha. However, Robert found a blue arrow flying straight towards him. Robert tilted his head to dodge, and the arrow embedded itself in the ground, making his face pale. What? Sonha said. I know you have telekinetic abilities, but do you think I'll let you off? Are you crazy, daring to enter our territory and cause such chaos? Robert cursed. Damn it. Then Robert duplicated himself into multiple copies. I don't even know who you are, Sonha frowned, hearing him speak. Robert moved in a circle around Sonha, shouting in an arrogant voice, You insignificant awakened from this small country, I've killed countless guys like you, Sonha calmly replied. So? Robert scoffed at the person he could easily kill. Die. Then he charged towards Sonha, and Sonha clenched his fist, ready to punch. Robert saw Sonha swing his fist, freezing all the surrounding water into ice around him. The sharp points of the ice pierced Robert's real body, and blood flowed everywhere. What? Robert gaped in astonishment. A horrific sight. A massive ice formation struck Robert. Blood pooled beneath where he stood. Sonha said, What a boring fight. But what was his name? On this side, Professor Dalen, holding Ji-Yun, sped down a long road. Houses lined up in 2 rows. He held Ji-Yun in his arms and saw energy surging from Ji-Yun's body, but Ji-Yun attacked. Dalen shouted, No! Immediately after, Dalen was thrown several meters away. He quickly muttered to himself that he would be torn to pieces if he didn't distance himself. Ji-Yun blazed with energy flames, surging abundantly like a brightly glowing torch in the night. Dalen was worried. That child is being controlled and unconsciously using his power. He doesn't even feel his body. What should I do now? Not knowing what to do, Dalen recalled a past event. He noticed someone watching him from the corner of his eye. Why are you standing there? Ji-Yun remained silent and didn't answer. Seeing this, Dalen continued to speak. You don't need to help me, go out and play. He was silent again. The professor was flustered. He spoke again. Yes, just watching is fine. Ji-Yun replied, yes, reacting. After thinking for a moment, Ji-Yun moved closer to Dalen. He spoke again. You're standing too close. Seeing Ji-Yun now, Dalen thought again. Yes, maybe it's better to die here. Dalen slumped to the floor, and Ji-Yun was still fiercely activating his power. He lowered his eyes and casually thought, I don't need Ji-Yun right now. Just as Ji-Yun was preparing his attack, Dalen's eyes widened in surprise. Ji-Yun appeared on Ji-Yun's shoulder. He raised a cat paw and smacked Ji-Yun on the head. Even Professor Dalen was surprised, his face contorted. Ji-Yun fell to the floor unconscious. Ji-Yun sat calmly on his back. He turned to Dalen, and Dalen stammered, Caden? He grabbed Dalen by the collar and scolded, Are you crazy? Dalen, hearing Caden's scolding, was dumbfounded and speechless. You just sat there watching that child. Caden bared his teeth and scolded fiercely. What do you think will happen if that child regains consciousness and realizes he killed his teacher? At this, Dalen gasped in realization. Caden still held Dalen's collar tightly. Are you angry? Do you think that child will be okay? He glanced at Ji-Yun and said nothing. Although unconscious, his appearance hurt Dalen, and Caden's scolding kept echoing in his ears. If you want to die, die alone. Do you want him to live a life of regret? Caden glared and threatened. Do you understand? Dalen, his face pale, stammered, Understood. Caden turned and walked away, but still worried, he turned his cat head back and urged, Don't forget what I said. Sonha approached from behind and called out, Professor Dalen. He sat down and checked on Ji-Yun. Did you knock him out? Dalen casually replied, Huh? He felt a gaze from behind him, and a cat's head popped out from the wall, glaring from behind. Ji-Yun raised 2 claws, pointed at his own eyes, then pointed back at Dalen, signaling, I'm watching you. Dalen's face turned pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Finally, Dalen spoke. Director Park Sonung listened carefully. Dalen proposed, Please take me to the Alliance. He bowed his head deeply. Sonha didn't reply. In the high-rise building of the Alliance headquarters, someone reported that the interrogation of the clan siblings was complete, but no further information had been obtained from them. Jang heard but said nothing. Gu continued to report. Robert was also brought to the Alliance. He said he was not in good condition, so it would take more time to interrogate him. Extremely annoyed, Sonha lost his composure when angry and became like a different person. Chairman Jang listened and then asked, What about the children? In-hee sighed and replied, All 4 children are currently in the hospital. Their injuries are not severe, but they will need time to recover. Then he nodded to Kong-Su, thanking him for his help. Seeing this, Kong-Su paid attention to Chairman Jang's words. Thanks to you, we were able to prevent serious damage not only to Xinhua but also to the Alliance, Kong-Su politely said, recalling the scene where he used his ability to move the injured without using his hands. You're welcome. I'm glad I could help. I just happened to be passing by and saw it. However, at this moment, Kongsu thought something else inwardly. It would have been worse for the View Guild if Robert had caused more damage to XA and the Alliance. Since my brother and father made a contract with those guys, they shouldn't cross the line too much, Inhe continued to speak. International criminals like the Klen siblings and Robert have appeared here. We still haven't found the clues behind this. I think we need to dig deeper. Kongsu looked at Inhe and said nothing. In the detention facility building, Sonha sat opposite Dalen and asked if they had come to obtain the professor's research. Is it related to the work the professor is doing, the artificial awakened experiment? Dalen replied. Perhaps they came because I was the only one who made progress in that experiment. After sighing, Dalen continued. Initially they sent the Klen siblings, but when contact was lost they sent Robert instead. Robert specializes in such tasks, but his combat abilities are not very good. Sonha continued. The professor decided to cooperate with the Alliance, but he helped Robert escape from here. Dalen bowed his head in silence. Seeing this, Sonha asked, Is it because of Jiyun? The professor remained silent and said nothing. Professor, you must answer so I can help you. He thought for a moment, and finally Dalen replied, I can no longer put Jiyun in danger. Everything was my fault from the beginning. After a moment, Sonha pointed out an important detail. So Jiyun met the professor and Robert by chance. Dalen, still bowing his head in self-reproach, listened blankly as Sonha analyzed. This could happen again in the future. Could Jiyun also become their target, or they might use Jiyun as bait to lure the professor? Dalen clenched his fists. I will accept any punishment, but please keep Jiyun safe. Sonha glanced at Dalen. Sonha asked, quite surprised, is that all? For whatever reason, the professor betrayed the Alliance and caused immense damage, and Jiyun has nothing to do with this. Dalen raised his head. I know, but you are a very influential person in the Alliance. Sonha casually said nothing. In the hospital room, Disuk scratched his head and groaned. It hurts, my whole body aches. Subin interrupted and scolded. Can't you stop? How long are you going to whine? Disuk retorted, not to be outdone. What? My arm is broken and my elbow is twisted in the wrong direction. If you were me, you'd be groaning too. Lying on the hospital bed, Subin retorted, not to be outdone. Are you whining about such a small thing? Do you know how many ribs I broke? Subin recounted her symptoms in an angry voice. Broken bones even pierced my lungs. Oh, these annoying bones. Disuk angrily pounded his fist on his blanket. My whole body was burned. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled down the collar of his shirt, revealing a large bandaged wound on his right chest. It was burned up to my neck here. Do you know how hot that guy was? Subin said. It must have been really enjoyable to touch that hot hand. Jingu and Kaden laughed helplessly, giving up on them. Disuk complained what? And helplessly watched the two continue to argue. How can you yell at the person who saved you? Saved me? Are you kidding? I would have handled it myself. Talking big when you got beaten up so badly. You're like a dog with its tail between its legs. You're the dog with its tail between its legs. Just then the hospital room door opened and the doctor pushed Jiyun's bed in. Everyone gasped in surprise. Seeing Jiyun's bed being pushed closer to his own, Jingu immediately asked the doctor. Is he all right? The doctor replied. He has severe fractures in his skull. His cervical spine is also broken and he'll need to rest for a while. Jingu and the other two were astonished and couldn't believe it. The doctor continued to explain, it seems there was a massive impact to his head. It was truly horrific. He almost died. Hearing that, everyone including Jian the cat had shocked and confused expressions. Kaden quietly looked down at his cat paws. Outside the sky was full of stars. Disuk asked, concerned, what happened? Are you so severely injured? Jiyun thought blankly. He glanced at Jiyun. Jiyun, are you okay? Jiyun closed his eyes and replied, yes, I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Jingu replied, that's a relief. Jiyun fell back into deep thought. After a moment, Jiyun spoke. I'm sorry. At the moment of concern, everyone was speechless at Jiyun's apology. Jiyun knew his friends were injured because of him, and he didn't know how to express it enough. I heard, you guys got injured by the Klen siblings while looking for the professor, didn't you? I'm really glad you guys defeated him. But if you hadn't fought back, you would have died. Jiyun was slightly embarrassed. I'm really sorry. For the second time, Jiyun made his friends bewildered. Seeing him fall silent again, Disuk acted as if he was annoyed, picking his ear. What nonsense are you talking about? It's not good to talk like that. You seem to have a brain problem. Subin looked up, not knowing what to say. I don't know what to say either, Jingu agreed and laughed, hearing himself called Jiyun. He turned around curiously. Jingu smiled and asked, did you meet the professor? Jiyun remembered the professor saying, see you next time. He smiled fondly and replied, yes. Jusok and Subin were happy. Jingu also replied happily, that's good. Kaden twisted his plump body and yawned a few times. I'm so sleepy because I haven't been able to sleep. The next morning at the hospital, everyone looked blankly at the teacher and asked, so all four of you were in a car accident? The teacher frowned and everyone said nothing. The teacher, as if realizing something, said, oh, I'm sorry, my head is a bit cluttered. How are you all? What did the doctor say? Subin replied. The doctor said if we get good treatment we can be discharged soon. The teacher scratched his ear with his hand, embarrassed. That's a relief. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. It was rude. There were a few car accidents. After speaking, the teacher realized he had misspoken again, but Subin only suffered once. Jingu awkwardly scratched his ear. Everyone silently remembered Jiyun's confident demeanor. Don't worry, I gave the school a perfect explanation. Jingu and the other three thought, that's really perfect. The teacher interrogated Disuk again. Disuk, how many times has this happened to you? Disuk replied, I don't remember. I didn't even know I was in an accident. Hearing that, the teacher glanced at him in disbelief. Oh right, Jingu, do you remember how many accidents you've had? About 2 or 3 times. He broke out in a cold sweat and didn't know how to answer. Ah yes, the teacher hesitated. That's. Suddenly someone opened the door. Ji-Yun was curious to see the other person and asked. The teacher also recognized him. Ah, this voice, could it be the one who called me? The two shook hands. Ji-Yun replied first. Yes, that's right, I called you a few times about the children. I only heard your voice before, but today I finally have a chance to meet you. The teacher also nodded. It's good to finally meet you. The teacher immediately frowned, showing an apologetic expression. Did you hear what I just said? It felt awkward twice. The teacher quickly opened the door. I have to go now. Jinwoo also politely nodded. Goodbye, teacher. The teacher urged the children to rest well. Ji-Yun sighed in relief. The children seem much healthier now. Ji-Yeon let out a long yawn. Suddenly a snack was placed in the cat's mouth. Ji-Yun smiled brightly as he put a snack into the yellow cat's mouth. Eat this. But Kaden said nothing. Ji-Yun turned back to Jinwoo, who was still persistently giving snacks to the yellow cat. Jinwoo, the chairwoman wants to meet and talk with you personally. She really wanted to come, but for some reason she hasn't been able to yet. Meanwhile, Ji-Yun happily watched Ji-Yeon eat the snacks and at the same time continued to listen to Jinwoo. He shrugged and replied, Yes, I'll go meet her. I'm still in pain, but my legs can move. Disuk heard that and urged him. Hey, buy some snacks on your way back. The skewers next to the XA office are delicious. Jinwoo agreed. Alright, Ji-Yun also looked at Subin and suggested, then buy some tteokbokki too, they sell it there. And he joined in, flustered at the last minute. I want jjajangmyeon. Daisuk's eyes widened and he sighed. Hey, just eat skewers or tteokbokki. Subin also got up and with a grimace reminded him. How are you going to eat noodles with a broken neck? Ah, my ribs. Ji-Yun cried out in injustice, shedding 2 crocodile tears. Jinwoo looked at his friends and smiled brightly. Shinhwa headquarters building. A voice echoed, Are you really going to take that child? Kangsu refused to explain. Yes, I need to discuss this with XA first. Jusok, excited, pressed down on the long-haired man, showing displeasure at the excited expression of the clothes wrapped around his neck. The chairwoman needs to think carefully about this. Meanwhile, Jusok rubbed his chin and said happily, From now on I am Big Clue's super rookie. He sang and danced and moved his feet, making the long-haired man uncomfortable, and Kangsu was speechless. Jusok lightly ran ahead and suddenly noticed someone. Jusok stopped. Oh, that's the guy who was with Jin and Ji-Yun. Kangsu also happened to be walking over last time. Ah, he called out loudly. Hey, Jin and Ji-Yun simultaneously turned around and angrily asked, Where's Disuk? Jinwoo remembered that this was the person he met when he went with Ji-Yun last time. Ah, that guy. Ji-Yun bent down and told him. He's a recently discovered awakened, like you. He didn't know he was an awakened. Jinwoo was surprised. An awakened? He slightly bent down to confirm. That's right. Jin seemed to be thinking blankly. Meanwhile, Jusok approached again and asked. I'm asking you, where's Disuk? Jinwoo calmly replied. I know where he is, but I think it's better not to tell you. Jusok fumed angrily. What, you know where he is, but you won't tell me? Meanwhile, the two adults politely bowed in greeting. Regaining his serious expression, he looked at Jinwoo again. You're with XA like Disuk, aren't you? Jinwoo replied, No, I'm a free awakened. He looked up, seeming to think. Jusok pointed his finger at Jinwoo and declared war. Let's fight. He made the other 3 adults stiffen with a confident expression. Jusok smiled. They say it's not easy to join Big Clue. I need to prove my abilities to you. This guy is also an awakened, and he's as strong as me. Jinwoo was sweating, unsure how to respond to him. Kangsu glanced sideways and reminded him. Jusok, aren't you being too rude? Ji-Yun openly showed his dislike and stared. Ji-Yun is injured, still receiving treatment, and can't use one arm. Jusok put his hands on his hips and sighed. You're injured, damn it. What am I supposed to do now? Jinwoo replied, I'll accept. Ji-Yun told Jinwoo, You don't need to push yourself too much. Jinwoo cautiously said. Hung also knows an awakened won't go easy on me just because I'm injured. Ji-Yun heard that and was immediately speechless. After a moment he couldn't help but compliment him. Looking to the side, Kangsu's eyebrows were slightly raised and his face was deep in thought. He had only recently found out he was an awakened, but he already had a very clear understanding. Besides complimenting him, there was one thing Kangsu couldn't understand. That child spoke as if he had a lot of combat experience. The arena was brightly lit, and Jinwoo and Jusok stood facing each other at a certain distance. Jinwoo immediately remembered Jian's instructions. An awakened won't forgive you if you're in a bad situation. No, they'll attack your weaknesses even more cruelly. He clenched his fist. Jian Hung was right. I need to be stronger to protect and help my loved ones. Her red lips slightly pursed and Jang folded her arms looking puzzled. I really don't understand what's going on. The other 3 stood silently, sweating profusely. Jusok casually reminded him. Hey, are you going to be okay? I said let's fight, but you might not even be able to use your other arm. Jin signaled with his uninjured left arm. It's okay, I can use my other arm. He no longer bothered with formalities and thought inwardly, is that guy trying to gain people's sympathy? No, I can't back down. Jusok glanced at the 4 adults observing from afar, then pursed his lips and muttered to himself. I need to show these people how strong I am. Jang observed very intently. Jusuk's two cheeks suddenly turned red and she looked puzzled at his graceful appearance. But who is that beautiful Nuna? Looking back at Jinwoo, he clearly shouted. Alright, if you're serious, I'll be serious too. Jin firmly replied. Okay. Ji-Yoon shouted. Ready? Jusuk bent down and took an attack stance. Jinwoo inwardly analyzed Jusuk's combat stance. His stance, is he a close-quarters combatant, or is he deceiving me to launch a long-range attack? Kangsu commented, evaluating him. I think it would be better to stop him. Didn't you say he was injured? Ji-Yoon calmly replied. That's right, but haven't you heard the news? Kangsu glanced and asked. What news? Ji-Yoon couldn't help but laugh out loud. When he was at the academy he defeated Suhan. Kangsu was astonished. What? And he noticed that the situation in the arena seemed to be ending soon. From a high place a person's shadow fell right in front of Kangsu's eyes. Jusuk lay spread-eagled in front of Kangsu. Kangsu's eyes widened and he was speechless. Jinwoo stood proudly, one sleeve torn. He glanced at Jinwoo. Kangsu inwardly remembered, this kid defeated Suhan. Jang and Ji-Yoon smiled with satisfaction. Shinhwa headquarters, Jang cautiously asked. How are you now? Jin replied, flustered. I'm fine. Jang, with her two long slender hands clasped, seemed very worried. Jinwoo, do you know how dangerous you are? Hearing that he became even more flustered and could only reply, yes. Jang looked at Jinwoo with eyes that seemed to protect him, then sighed and gently explained, it's not your fault, it's Shinhwa's fault for not telling you that the Klen siblings had escaped. He was surprised. Ah? Jang slightly closed her eyes, admitting her mistake. I'm sorry, I hid this to protect you, thinking you would be confused if you knew this news. Jinwoo quickly waved his hand. Oh no. Jang remained silent, feeling guilty. When Jinwoo wanted to explain, it's not Shinhwa's fault, Nuna just wanted to protect me, it's my fault. Jinwoo tried to calm the situation. I know Nuna was very worried about me. She even sent agents to guard around my house. Jang slightly closed her eyes, immersed in guilt. If I had told you that, you probably wouldn't have done that. Jinwoo's two cheeks turned red. Should I consider my responsibility for this happening? Jang, astonished, covered her mouth with her hand and smiled. Ah, if you say so. I guess I should consider it. Jinwoo also smiled and replied, yes, that's right. Jang glanced at Jinwoo. The morning sun was clear and cool and Jang and Jin's conversation continued. Jang hesitated. Jin, I heard you were the one who defeated Klen Hung, he humbly replied. No, Disuk and Subin helped me. Without them I wouldn't have been able to do anything in the final attack. Jusuk and Subin helped me and it succeeded, Jang said in a very gentle voice. But from what I heard you appeared very spectacularly. He awkwardly laughed and scratched his head, flustered. I didn't do anything. Jang sat opposite him, still silent, her eyes following him without reprimand. Jang remembered what her younger brother said in the hospital. Nuna wouldn't know, I thought I was very talented but I realized Jinwoo is more than that, but I'm still stronger. Jang secretly looked at Jinwoo. His eyes were lowered and she sincerely called Jinwoo. Jang said, you've become strong quickly in a short time and with Kaden as your guide, you'll become even stronger. Jinwoo was silent and didn't reply. Jang reminded him again, but besides that you need to be extremely careful. No matter how strong you are, the world is still a dangerous place. Jinwoo was surprised and replied, yes. Jang walked Jinwoo to the door. Thank you for coming today. I just wanted to talk but it took longer than I expected. I'm sorry about the sudden battle earlier. Jinwoo happily replied, it's okay. He said goodbye. Then I'll be going. Jang was suddenly startled to hear someone call out Ji-Yoon again. She smiled. He complimented her dress, saying it was beautiful. Jang froze for a moment, then smiled happily again. Hee. Hearing the call, Jang quickly turned her head. Oh, Jinwoo appeared from behind the door, flustered. Nuna, do you know where they sell snacks recently? Disuk and Subin said the snacks they've been selling recently are very delicious. Jang sighed lightly but her expression was still very joyful. The teenagers all stared with wide eyes full of admiration. Holding a large bag of snacks, Jinwoo politely said, thank you, Nuna. You don't need to walk me this far yourself. Jang politely replied, it's alright. Hearing that, Jinwoo invited her. Nuna, do you want to come to the hospital and eat with us? Jang was slightly surprised. Jin was slightly flustered. He forgot to say that Nuna was busy. Jang, lost in thought, tilted her head and looked at Jinwoo. Ji-Yoon was astonished. Standing in the empty office he admired. She said she had a lot of work today. Where did she go? Seeing Jang holding two bags in her hands, Jin suggested. Nuna, can I help you? Jang replied. No, you focus on your treatment, he replied, flustered again. Yes, we're here. Jinwoo said this is the room. As the two opened the door, the sight before them made them stiffen. Subin angrily hit Daisuk's head with a pillow. Stop whining, Disuk retorted, not to be outdone. How dare you say that to me? Do you know how much pain I'm in? That damn guy just lay still on the bed and shut up. Finally, Disuk also noticed the guests in the room. Oh, Nuna. Disuk tilted his head as if disbelieving that Nuna had appeared here. What's wrong? Didn't Nuna say she was busy? Jang calmly replied, I have plenty of time to visit you guys. Jang boasted, I bought a lot of tteokbokki here. Jinwoo and Subin immediately turned around and were delighted. Thank you, Nuna. Ji-Yoon also rolled his eyes and looked. He asked, then what about jjajangmyeon? Subin took a bite of tteokbokki. Hey, are you still dreaming of jjajangmyeon? Disuk also grumbled, not to be outdone. Alright, I'll take you to eat it, so stop whining about jjajangmyeon. Ji-Yoon miserably shed a crocodile tear. Outside the window the sky turned yellow. Ji-Yoon carefully looked down below. His two eyes immediately turned red and a few strands of energy shot out. Immediately after, pieces of tteokbokki continuously went into Ji-Yoon's mouth. He munched deliciously with a crunching sound. Disuk was puzzled. What on earth are you doing? You're screaming for jjajangmyeon, but you keep eating tteokbokki. You're eating more than all of us. Ji-Yoon didn't reply and everyone shook their heads, giving up on him. Caden propped his head up and comfortably nibbled on pieces of tteokbokki. On the way home in the evening, Jinwoo said, flustered, "Nuna, you don't need to walk me home." Jang walked with him, cautiously and warily. "No, you haven't recovered yet, and there have been some bad things happening recently." Caden, the yellow cat next to them, refused to say anything. Jin walked tensely beside them. Jang asked worriedly, "Are you really okay? You were just discharged from the hospital." Jinwoo shook his arms a few times and replied with a smile, "I'm fine, my arm still moves well and my life isn't in danger. Besides, I'm really worried about the cats." The street lights shone brightly. Jinwoo glanced at Jang, then quickly looked down. "Sister, I was looking straight ahead. I think you're really cool." Jang, who was beside him, was also puzzled. Jang confessed sincerely, "As an awakened, I think XA is very strong. As the leader of XA, you have a lot of responsibilities, big sister." Jang's eyes were full of anticipation. Jinwoo suddenly looked straight at Jang and asked worriedly, "Aren't you tired?" Jang was speechless at the sudden question, but her red lips curved into a slight smile. Jang bowed her head and replied, "No, I'm fine, it's my job." Upon arrival, Jang said, "We're here. I'll get going now." Jinwoo called Jang back again. Jinwoo innocently invited her. "Sister, would you like to come in for a cup of tea before you leave?" Jang's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" A momentary look of confusion crossed her face, and as she tilted her head slightly, Jang's voice became awkward. And she hastily turned and left. Jang replied, "No, I'll go." Jinwoo scratched his cheek in confusion, and the black cat Jian yawned widely. Jang left in a great hurry. Jinwoo gasped for breath. He lay on the floor to rest. The shadow of the black cat Jian fell over Jinwoo's head. Recently he had trained a lot. Jian narrowed his eyes and suggested, "Won't you tell me the reason for this sudden change?" Jinwoo lowered his eyelids, deep in thought, then suddenly stood up. He said, "I want to become stronger." Jian lifted a cat paw and stroked his chin. Jian fell into thought. He had wanted to do this from the start, but this time it was different. Jinwoo was silent. He remembered Disuk falling to the ground after fighting Duran's brother. "I realized how weak and helpless I was in the recent battle. The more I think about it, the heavier my heart becomes." And he remembered the severely injured X and himself helplessly stomping his feet. "I keep thinking about how I just lay there, unable to do anything while Disuk and Subin were facing death. My heart felt like it was going to explode seeing my friends get hurt." Jian listened quietly. Before the tears in his eyes could dry, Jinwoo quickly turned around. "Jian Hung, do you know what Disuk said to me when he was severely injured?" Jian also listened intently. Deep in thought, he turned his back to Caden again, his small figure looking helpless. "He told me to run away, because he considered me a friend." Caden seemed to understand what Jinwoo was saying. His cat eyes narrowed. Tears seemed to be about to fall from Jinwoo's eyes. "That's when I realized I was too weak and could only watch them suffer." The person in front of the cat quietly confided his true feelings. Caden told him he should also be proud. "You defeated one of the world's most notorious criminals." Wiping a few drops of tears with his hand, Jinwoo bit his lip and said, "I just fought." Jinwoo knelt. If Disuk and Subin hadn't fallen, the enemy wouldn't have been wary either. This time Jian didn't offer any advice. But Jian smiled later. Jinwoo turned around to hear what he was saying. "You're right, you were lucky. If the enemy had fought seriously from the start, you might have died." Jian's eyes looked into the distance. "That's how the world works." Jinwoo still observed him. The cat's entire face suddenly turned cold. "But the outcome is what matters most. You must recognize your weaknesses and work hard. Jinwoo, if you need help, I'm here." Hearing him continue, "You know I can make everything a reality, right?" Jinwoo's face brightened, and he called out, "Jian Hung." Caden motioned for Jinwoo to sit closer. "Now sit properly. Close your eyes and concentrate without saying anything. I'll inject some of my energy into your body so you can feel its movement. Then you can learn how to use this energy." He placed a cat paw on Jinwoo's back and instructed, "Since I'm not a close-quarters combatant like you, I haven't found a way to optimize your strengths yet. I need a little more time to think about that." Jian's energy was transferred into Jinwoo's body, about how to use this power in close combat. With his eyes closed, Jinwoo immediately noticed the change in his body. This was different from what Jian Hung had taught him before. The energy was moving in a different direction. Jinwoo and the black cat Jian were filled with blue energy. The air currents around them were abundant. Jian explained, "This is like gathering eternal energy. The only difference is that this energy moves in a different direction within your body. You need to feel and remember this energy movement." Jinwoo quietly rejoiced with gratitude. Jian Hung had helped him so much. Jian shouted, "Concentrate." Jian continued to inject energy into Jinwoo's body. A vortex of blue energy was forming within Jinwoo's chest. Jinwoo clearly felt that it was truly different from before. "You must remember and control this method." He removed his cat paw from his back. Jian observed calmly. Jian could clearly see the changes within Jinwoo's body from behind. The energy vortex grew stronger and stronger. Jian smiled with satisfaction. "To think this kid could become this strong. You always surprise me, kid." The energy spread throughout Jinwoo's body, then slowly weakened and finally disappeared completely. Jinwoo opened his eyes. Jian asked, "How is it?" Jinwoo clenched his fists a few times and replied uncertainly, "I don't know either, but I can feel something very different." Scratching his ear a few times with a cat paw, Jian said leisurely, If it had an immediate effect it would be too fantastical, but you'll learn soon enough. Get some rest." Jinwoo turned around and called out, "Jian Hung, fat cat, what were you listening to?" He thanked him shyly. Jian was equally shy. That I was just trying out some training and research, so don't have any wild ideas." Jinwoo looked blank. "Yes, I don't know anything." Lifting a cat paw high, Caden said, I've discovered some more effective combat methods with this cat body. Thanks to that, my punches are now stronger. The space seemed to fall silent, and Jinwoo also wanted to learn, but Jian didn't make any further moves. Seeing that, he hastily imitated his movements. Even though he himself was a little awkward, Caden hung. I mean, when I attack, should I clench my fist like a cat? The cat's head dropped with a few black lines. Jian denied it awkwardly. No, that's not it. Caden shook his paws a few times. Do you think I'd teach you something like that? Jinwoo sighed. At the hospital, Disuk and Subin's eyes sparkled. Disuk suggested. Now we're on the 5th floor. The two raced each other in wheelchairs. Disuk said the first person to reach the 1st floor wins. The loser will be a slave for a week. Ji-Eun thought seriously, and the winner will buy Jajangmyeon. Subin exclaimed, Go Disuk. Disuk was startled and puzzled. She smiled slyly. You'll be my slave soon. Disuk was angry. What nonsense are you talking about? Jinwoo said nothing. A voice that startled Subin and Disuk echoed, If the goal is the 1st floor, I can throw both of you out the window. Ji-Eun Hyuk crossed his arms and glared at Disuk, warning him. Both of them didn't even dare to breathe. On the rooftop of a tall building there were 2 roofs built in an old-fashioned way. Kangsu opened the lighter lid and closed it again a few times. He was deep in thought, realizing that after this incident, XA had started investigating seriously, and so had the Alliance. And as he walked, shaking the lighter in his hand, he thought, I can't reveal that Big Clue is involved with them. When will this end? Biting his lip, Kangsu analyzed the situation. XA and the Alliance are likely to catch them. In front was a sliding door, and the guard saw Kangsu coming. The 3 bowed in greeting. No, they don't have enough information to find it, but if something else happens just then, an earthquake-like tremor occurred. Kangsu was wary of this power. The ceiling cracked and dust poured down. Kangsu slumped to the floor. Father. Kangsu's eyes widened and he ordered. Tell me what happened at the academy. Kang Se-yuk's face turned pale with fear. He stared at his frightened son and urged, You've disgraced all of Big Clue. Se-yuk immediately realized. His clenched hands trembled. He asked himself, Does he know what happened? How did father find out? I told them not to say anything. He was startled when he was called by the name Kang Se-yuk. His pupils flashed purple, and he asked in a growling voice, Did you hear what I said? Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Finally, Se-yuk confessed honestly, Yes, I lost, but it was because I underestimated him. So I just played around with him for a bit, he pointed out solemnly. So you were just careless, weren't you? Se-yuk replied. Yes, he scolded loudly. You've greatly disappointed me. Se-yuk's eyes widened in shock. As soon as he was attacked with immense internal power, he bent his body and flew backward. His body hit the wall hard, and he spat out blood from his mouth. He scolded angrily. Careless? Then how can I entrust the future of Big Clue to you? Kangsu had just entered and saw what had happened and hastily went to check. Se-yuk, why are you doing that to that child, brother? He rubbed his forehead irritably and said, Do you know what that child did? Kangsu was also anxious. No way. He glanced and ordered, Kang Se-yuk, you must prove to father that Big Clue does not lose to anyone. If you respect your opponents, don't look down on them. Keep training and never lose again. Kanggu held Se-yuk and both were silent. Finally, Se-yuk's eyes became firm. He stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth and replied yes. His feet ran down the road. Jinwoo was panting. Jinwoo and Jian were jogging together, running alongside Jinwoo. Caden instructed, Don't just run, you also need to regulate your energy as I taught you while running. Jinwoo replied loudly, Yes, while running. The small energy orb accumulated in Jinwoo's body also transformed. I think I understand what Jian Hung said. Jinwoo smiled with satisfaction. I can feel the change, and this method seems more effective. At first I didn't feel anything, but now it's more comfortable to regulate the energy movement within my body. Jian asked, Why are you laughing? Jinwoo's entire body was energetic early in the morning. I'm happy because I can move freely and also build up power. Jian breathed lightly. A few cats leisurely meowed and walked around the luxurious high-rise houses. Jinwoo poured milk into a plate and placed a plate of cat food. Hello, I came a little earlier. Eat a lot, a voice echoed. You have a lot of free time. Jinwoo asked in surprise. Kang Se-yuk had a school bag slung over his shoulder. Jinwoo was puzzled. What are you doing here? Se-yuk sighed lightly and replied, I came to tell you something. I've come all this way and I didn't expect you to be feeding cats. Jinwoo turned and asked, Then what do you have to tell me? Se-yuk seriously proposed to fight again. Jinwoo, greatly surprised, asked, What did you say? Caden also seemed deep in thought, his hands still in his pants pockets, and he replied calmly, Not today. In 10 days, let's see who loses this time. Se-yuk approached Jinwoo even closer and bowed his head. We'll fight until one of us can't fight anymore. Caden's expression was very serious, and so were Se-yuk's eyes. You need to know this. This time I'll fight seriously from the start. Clenching his bag strap, Jinwoo conceded and thought, He's right. If he hadn't been careless, then I would have lost. A hint of recollection was also in Jinwoo's eyes. Se-yuk complained, I can't accept that I lost to you at the academy, although deep down I know I lost because I looked down on you. Jinwoo thought tensely. He continued, This time I will fight seriously, putting everything I have on the line. Jinwoo looked at him, deep in thought. After a moment he replied, What if I say no? Se-yuk said solemnly. You can't. This is father's order as the leader of Big Clue. Jinwoo was even more surprised. What people standing proudly in front of a high-rise building? Se-yuk explained. My loss to you is an insult to all of Big Clue, so you cannot refuse this fight. Jinwoo listened. Se-yuk also waited quietly. In he thought, then stepped forward and agreed. All right, I accept. Se-yuk's lips curved into a satisfied smile. He turned and left thinking, Good. Since he accepted, I don't need to force him. Since he's under Shinwoo's protection, I'll inform them to avoid problems. Jinwoo replied, understood. He sneered and said, see you in 10 days. Jinwoo and Jian watched Se-yux retreating back from where they stood. Jinwoo asked, what should I do now? The black cat Caden puffed out his cheeks. There's only one thing to do. Train. Jian started walking. Instead of building up power, you need to perfectly master what I've taught you and make it your own. Jinwoo dutifully replied, yes. Jian turned and watched Jinwoo, who silently bowed his head. Sighing once more, Jian advised, you don't need to think too deeply. It's common for these things to happen when you defeat someone from a guild. The more famous the guild, the worse the situation becomes. It also depends on the defeated awakened status. Jinwoo looked up and asked, why? Jian scratched his cheek with a cat paw. Caden explained that there were several reasons, but the main one was because of what that guy said. Jian impulsively wagged his tail and called it an insult to the guild. Jinwoo became depressed again. Jian asked as he walked, can you win this time? Jinwoo awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. I don't know either. Last time he was careless, but this time he said he wouldn't make any mistakes. Jian said, not knowing means you can win. Do you know what you need to do now? Jinwoo looked blank. Jian smirked and said, train until you gain confidence. I'll show you what hell is like. The two ran together. Jinwoo was full of energy again. Yes, at the hospital, the three friends all had the same expression. They were very surprised by the news. Disik asked, they said you're fighting Kong Se-yuk again? Subin also pressed him. Why aren't you answering your phone when I call? Sweat dripped down Jinwoo's face. He was flustered. Sorry, I left my phone at home, but how did you guys know? As soon as Jian the cat entered the room, he heard the report. Big Clue had contacted Shinhwa to ask if Se-yuk could borrow XA's facilities for training. Subin was curious. Why does he want to fight again? And what are the conditions? You fight until one of you can no longer fight? Jinwoo honestly explained the situation. He came to me this morning and asked to fight again, Subin asked. And you just accept it? Jinwoo scratched his head. I couldn't refuse. Besides, I thought it was just practice, so I didn't think it would be dangerous. And in 10 days I'll be fully recovered. Jian jumped onto the hospital bed. Subin tried to analyze the situation. It must be because you defeated him. Since he embarrassed Big Clue, he's trying to make up for it somehow now. It won't be like last time. He'll be more careful. He'll definitely prepare thoroughly. You need to prepare too. Jinwoo nodded in agreement. I know. Subin sighed again. Disik also let out another deep sigh. Hey, why didn't you tell us right away? Jinwoo also looked blank at his friend's words. Arrogantly, Disik said he wanted to challenge Jinwoo. Just rest, don't forget you defeated the clan siblings. Jinwoo was speechless. Disik was still arrogant, and Subin nodded in agreement. Ji-Yun watched carefully. The morning sunlight poured through the window, sitting opposite each other. Disik regretted. With this body I can't do much. I can't even help you train with an unrecovered body, Disik said modestly. It's okay, just rest until you recover. The three looked at Jinwoo with interest and concern. Jinwoo smiled confidently. At the hospital as the sun set, the cross-shaped light shone brightly. Subin, with her arms crossed, pondered deeply. What should we do? Se-yuk will definitely prepare thoroughly for this fight. Jusok, who was next to her, also joined the discussion. I don't think he'll see this as a simple fight, and Big Clue will be there too. No one said anything more. The setting sun outside the window listened to Jinwoo's friend's conversation. Should I ask In Hee-hung to help Jinwoo? No, he's really busy. I heard he's busy all day. Director Park is also really busy. That's right, the sun shone on the luxury apartments moving between brightly lit and darkened areas. On his way home, Jinwoo noticed someone ahead of him. Ji-young stood waiting wearing a dark purple office suit with her long hair down. Jinwoo called out, Ji-young Nuna. The yellow cat Caden sprang up and climbed the stairs. Ji-young said she had received a call from Big Clue. Jinwoo listened to Ji-young's instructions. This won't be easy. You don't have to accept it if you're not ready. Big Clue could also bring awakened with similar abilities to yours to train him. Jinwoo replied, I know. Ji-young worried. And it won't end as a simple practice fight. The fight won't end until one of you is seriously injured and can no longer fight. Jinwoo stood tall and replied, I know. Ji-young was silent. Finally, Ji-young admired, you are very much like him. It's probably because he's your guide. Do you know who Ji-young is referring to? Yes. In Ji-hang's memory, Ji-young appeared with a cold, blood-stained face. He was considered one of the strongest awakened in the world. He was unparalleled. He didn't belong to any organization. He challenged other strong awakened and defeated them one by one, proving his power. Jinwoo's eyes widened in surprise. Ji-young said with a voice full of admiration, he never refuses any challenge. Even if he knows his opponent is stronger, Jinwoo, you, like your master, don't refuse any challenge. At that moment, Jinwoo was flustered. I'm not comparable to him. Ji-young thought for a moment, then suggested to Jinwoo, come to my office tomorrow morning. I'll help you with some training. Jinwoo shyly only replied, yes. Jinwoo awkwardly scratched his head. Will it be okay? Ji-young urged. Just come tomorrow morning. Jinwoo couldn't refuse and his face turned awkward. Yes. Ji-young left. Then I'll see you tomorrow morning at the beautiful high-rise building. Jinwoo sighed. He mumbled in front of the elevator door. Nuna said she'd be waiting for me at the training ground. The elevator started to descend. He remembered Jian asking before, does Ji-young want to help you? Jinwoo sat politely and replied, yes. Next to him were three familiar stray cats. Jian nodded at Jinwoo's confirmation. Understood, he continued to instruct. Ji-young is considered the strongest awakened in Korea. Don't miss this opportunity. Her methods will be very different from mine. You need to try to learn from her. Jinwoo replied yes again, but looking at Jian's previous actions he couldn't help but be curious. But what were you doing, Hung? Jian, in his fat cat form, wobbled on a rope and replied, I was just training to enhance the physical abilities of this body. Meanwhile, the 3 stray cats played freely, teasing Caden. Returning to the present, the elevator also reached its destination. Jinwoo got off and mumbled, looking at the empty space, no one's here. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from behind him. You're early. It turned out Ji Young had just arrived. She was still beautiful and charismatic. He walked ahead and said, let's begin. Jinwoo still awkwardly scratched his head. Hello Nuna, yes. Upon arriving at the empty training ground, Ji Young said, we don't have much time, so let's train quickly. I'll copy some of Kong Se-yuk's moves. Jinwoo raised his hand and suggested, Nuna, can you also copy Kong Se-yuk's gravity manipulation ability? He thought inwardly that Ji Young also had Kong Se-yuk's attribute. Ji Young said expressionlessly, I'll try, but it won't be perfectly identical. As soon as she finished speaking, Jinwoo's body collapsed as if crushed by strong gravity. His entire body fell to the ground, and Ji Young said this was all she could do. Jinwoo was affected by Ji Hang's ability. He gritted his teeth and endured, feeling a strong pressure on his body. Before he could fully grasp everything, Ji Young continued to mimic the technique of reducing gravity, causing his body to lose balance and float into the air. Only her ability was wind attribute, so the method was different, but the result was the same. I can do this too. Jinwoo quickly realized it was similar to when he fought Se-yuk, thinking inwardly that this was similar to what Kong Se-yuk did to him. Ji Young still hadn't stopped using her ability. This is harder to control, but she clenched her fists and Jinwoo immediately sensed a change. A lot of wind enveloped his body, and he felt great pain. His body felt like it was going to shatter, and this pain was identical to when he fought Se-yuk. Ji Young explained, unlike Kong Se-yuk's technique which manipulates gravity inside the body to block from all directions, I create air currents that apply pressure to every part of your body. She temporarily stopped her ability. Jinwoo also put his feet on the ground at this moment. He was panting and exhausted. Ji Young continued, although it's different from the power that uses gravity, it's somewhat similar to the vice director's technique. Jinwoo suddenly stared at her, then gave her 2 thumbs up and praised, Nuna, you're really amazing. Your energy control technique is truly the best. Her reaction to Jinwoo's sparkling eyes was somewhat calm, but her cheeks were slightly flushed as if it was no big deal, but Jinwoo still admired, wow, Nuna can do that with wind power. Jian Hung was right. Learning from Nuna is a really good opportunity. Jinwoo continued to praise Ji Young. Nuna is the best. She awkwardly cleared her throat. Ahem, alright, let's continue. Ji Young tied her hair high and entered serious mode. Now I'll teach you a technique that the vice director might use to block your hyperspeed ability. Come on, let's see how you handle it. She took a fighting stance again. Jinwoo replied yes and took a fighting stance, thinking inwardly, I can't imagine how strong Nuna is. I have to do my best. Jinwoo's feet were also in a low stance. The two faced each other at a certain distance. At this moment, Jinwoo attacked first. He used his teleportation ability to disappear, then suddenly appeared in front of Ji Young and threw a punch. A powerful wind energy exploded and blocked the attack. The entire space was filled with wind, and Jinwoo's attack was completely blocked, and Ji Young didn't move at all from beginning to end. After the short training match ended, Jinwoo scratched his head. It's exactly as I thought. It has no effect. Time kept ticking and I couldn't think of a good method, so I just rushed in and attacked. She was silent for a moment, then said, do it again. This time increase your power and speed. Jinwoo asked blankly. While he was still confused, Ji Young said, before I hadn't thought about increasing your speed, but now? She didn't finish her sentence, making Jinwoo even more confused. The scene shifted to Jinwoo's house. Jinwoo had just arrived home and greeted in a heavy voice, I'm home. Hearing Jinwoo's voice, Jian couldn't help but turn around. He saw Jinwoo sprawled on the floor almost dead. Caden sighed and lazily approached, asking, was the training very hard? Jinwoo, lying on the floor, answered the question. It's just as Hung said, I couldn't even touch a single hair on Nuna's head, Caden said nonchalantly. Ji Young is on a different dimension than you. Hearing this, Jinwoo said in a daze, Nuna could even do the vice director's technique with wind power. Caden agreed. Yeah, I heard that ever since she was little she's always done unimaginable things. Like me, Jian said with satisfaction, but his fat cat form was just comical. Hearing Jian talk about her, Jinwoo sprang up and asked, Hung, do you know Ji Young Nuna? Jian answered the question, no, but I've heard a lot about her. While the level of awakened in Korea is generally considered weak, the title of strongest in the country is not to be scoffed at. Jinwoo's eyes widened in admiration. Wow, Jian added. Moreover, Ji Young already earned that title a year ago. He's the first person in Korea to earn that title. Thanks to her, the awakened evaluation standards have changed too. Many people were surprised that such a young awakened could be the strongest. Jinwoo looked blank at this, then asked again, then how old is Nuna? The fat cat yawned widely and replied, I don't know, but there won't be much of an age difference between you and her. Jinwoo quietly scratched his head at this. The fat cat yawned so much he even shed tears, then glanced at Jinwoo and said as he walked, alright, now that you've rested enough, let's go to the basement and continue training. You need to train your energy control ability again. Jinwoo replied yes, and pushed himself up with his arms following Caden. The two trained together in the basement at this time, but the atmosphere was relatively quiet. Elsewhere, in a luxurious high-rise building, someone's blood splattered on the floor and a painful groan was heard. Chairman Kong asked Se-hyuk with a cold face. Do you think your training is enough? Kong Se-hyuk, exhausted and kneeling on the floor, spat out a mouthful of blood, but he was slightly afraid to hear his question. Se-hyuk endured the pain and replied in a trembling voice. It's not enough yet. Kong-su saw this scene and quickly went to cover Se-hyuk. Brother, this is too much for the child. Chairman Kong didn't bat an eye and was even slightly displeased. Too much? My son should have been trained like this from the beginning. He shouldn't have been playing around idly. That's why he lost so disgracefully. Kong Se-hyuk, hearing his father say this, was even more afraid and couldn't lift his head. Kong-su continued to plead with the old man. But the child will have to fight soon, so we must avoid serious injuries. If you keep going like this, you'll get a lot of injuries on your body. Old man Kong glanced at Se-hyuk, who was trembling and clutching his stomach, then turned and said simply, "All right, let's stop here." As soon as he left both sides simultaneously, Kong-su asked, "Are you okay?" Se-hyuk slightly bowed his head as if trying to hide his emotions. "Yes, I'm fine." Seeing his grandson like that, Kong-su had nothing more to say. On this side, Kong Se-hyuk secretly made a resolution. "Selu, I won't lose again." Strange sounds were heard from Jinwoo's house. Jian came out of the bathroom with an unpleasant look on his face. Jinwoo asked slightly worriedly, "Hung, are you okay?" Jian, in his fat cat form, clutched his stomach and replied, "My stomach hurts." "You must have eaten too much after exercising, so your stomach is overworked," Jinwoo guessed. Jian lay stretched out on the floor and sighed. Is that so? The new food was so delicious that I ate more than usual." Jinwoo at this point looked worriedly at the other side. He turned and asked his brother, "Should we go together or should I go alone?" as Caden rubbed his belly. "No, I have to go with you. This is an important battle for you." Jinwoo was still a little worried, but his brother wasn't feeling well. Caden still tried to reassure him. "It's okay, don't overthink it." Suddenly, Caden's pupils constricted. It turned out he had to rush to take care of business as nature called. Inside, the painful groans of the fat cat could be heard, and the stray cats looked worried. Jin didn't know what to do. Suddenly, the doorbell rang and he left the children in front of the bathroom door and ran. I think In Hee Hung is here. Scene change. At this moment, in a high-rise building. "Please wait a moment. I'll be there soon." On one side, Kong Se-hyuk's group was waiting quietly. Se-hyuk's father replied to the person who had just spoken, "It's all right, we came early because we wanted to talk to Chairwoman Yu. It's been a long time since we've talked. I apologize for the inconvenience, but this is an important matter for us." He spoke politely, but there was no sign of respect for the other party on his face. Ji-young didn't even look at him and replied curtly, "It's all right, Chairman Kong, you don't seem to think much of me either." Thought deeply to himself. Hansung sick, he bestowed the title of strongest upon this young girl. Now that he's retired, shouldn't he keep quiet? Who is he to make such a decision? He declared Yu Hyung the strongest awakened in Korea, which further expanded Shinhwa's influence. Thanks to her, the status of this country is gradually declining. Even if she has the ability to defeat higher-ranked individuals, it doesn't help develop the country's power. This cannot continue. It must change. Chairman Kong always believed he was right. After a short wait, In Hee brought Jinwoo into the room and introduced him to everyone. "I've brought Jinwoo." Jinwoo greeted them politely. "Hello." As Jinwoo stood and spoke, Kong Se-hyuk looked up at him deep in thought. Chairman Kong, seeing his arrival, asked casually, "Is this the child?" "Yes," Ji-young replied. She introduced the elderly man to him. "This is Chairman Bu." Jinwoo listened and bowed in greeting. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you," he thought to himself. "That's Se-hyuk's father." "I've heard a lot about you," Chairman Kong began, but in his mind he thought, Se-hyuk lost to this little kid, and looked at him with contempt. He stood up and leaned on the table. "Now that everyone's here, shall we begin?" Everyone moved to the arena, and Jinwoo also went to his combat stance. Chairman Kong glanced at Jinwoo and said, "Start." Jang did not rush to start the match. "Before the match begins, I have one request," she continued. "Regardless of the outcome, I hope there will be no further battles between these two children in the future." Chairman Kong was lost in thought for a moment, and Kong-su analyzed internally. "Does that mean whether Se-hyuk wins or loses, Bu can't bother that child again? Was that child unable to refuse this fight because of Bu's pressure?" Chairman Kong couldn't help but glance at Ji-young. Just then their eyes met and both were formidable individuals. "All right, I agree," he said coldly. A sneer reappeared in his mind. He's going to get severely beaten today anyway. His lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. Se-hyuk is my son. He inherited unparalleled abilities in Korea. Compared to the other three, Se-hyuk is the best. Moreover, I've personally put him through high-intensity training recently. So he's much stronger now, and he's determined to become even stronger to avenge the humiliation he suffered. This inexperienced fellow cannot defeat Se-hyuk. This thought made him glance at Jang's group on this side. Jinwoo was secretly moved by what Ji-young had just said. Kong Se-hyuk couldn't help but scoff. "Shinhwa seems to care a lot about you." He curled his lips with the same arrogance as his father. "No need to worry. After I defeat you in this fight, there will be no reason for me to deal with you again." Jinwoo didn't reply even after hearing that. Just as the referee shouted the starting signal, both were ready to show off their skills. At this moment, Chairman Kong spoke. "Wait, what are you doing? Are you underestimating Bu?" In Hee was slightly flustered. "What are you talking about?" Chairman Kong continued. "I heard that child can fight using the ability to communicate with animals. But why isn't he using it? Not using all his abilities in this match is an act of underestimating Se-hyuk and all of Bu." Jinwoo stammered as if he had received an electric shock. Ah, that is, before he could explain further, Se-hyuk shouted, "Hey Jinwoo, do you think this fight is a joke?" He gritted his teeth, he felt disregarded and yelled in anger. "Do you think you can win easily without using all your abilities?" Jinwoo couldn't tell the truth, so he could only make an excuse. That ability is not something I can always control." He also chimed in. His communication ability is limited to specific cats and he cannot control it. Despite the explanation, Chairman Kong still insisted. "I heard it was a cat, anyway that child must use it, indeed. Should one say speak of the devil or the devil himself appeared?" While everyone was talking, Jian had just arrived. He was late because of his stomach ache. "Phew, that damn stomach almost made me late. Good thing I arrived before the fight started." He was slightly flustered to see everyone focused on him. Chairman Kong also asked as if to confirm, "Is this the cat that child mentioned?" Caden made an uncomfortable expression as everyone stared at him. He also replied to Chairman Kong, "Yes, that's right." Kong Su, looking at his fat figure from the side, was speechless. Chairman Kong also didn't expect Jinwoo's cat to look like this, but he still said, "I guess we can give up on that, but why don't we give it a try?" He was slightly awkward, "Yes." But he, unsure, turned to Jinwoo to confirm. Jinwoo also couldn't make a decision because he wanted to ask for Caden's opinion. Caden had an uncomfortable expression. What an absurd situation. But he walked into the arena and sat down brazenly. With his mouth he said, "I'll just sit here for a while." Jinwoo was slightly moved. Caden hung. Chairman Kong saw that scene and thought to himself, is that child talking to the cat? At this moment he declared to start again. Everyone's faces gradually became serious. Chairman Kong recalled before the match began. He intentionally advised Se-hyuk, even if it was just luck, that child is not an easy opponent. When he defeated Yi-won, I hoped we could bring him to BU. But since Shinhwa is sponsoring him, he's likely to join Shinhwa. So you must thoroughly crush that child, Se-hyuk replied mechanically as if hypnotized. "Yes, I understand, father." As soon as he recalled, he couldn't help but rejoice. Se-hyuk also scoffed at Jinwoo's fat cat. "If I were you, I'd be ashamed to carry something like that around." "How can a cat become so fat like a pig?" Jinwoo didn't reply even after hearing that. Se-hyuk wickedly resolved in his heart, "This fight won't be like last time. I'll make sure you can never use your abilities again." Kong Se-hyuk raised both hands and began to emit purple energy which increased gravity, causing the surrounding pebbles to float in the air, and its range continued to expand. Jinwoo looked at the opponent's ability range and was slightly worried. This time the range is wider and stronger than last time. Jian observed this scene and commented, "He's applying gravity everywhere to test Jinwoo's speed, a pretty good strategy, but he won't be able to maintain it so easily." Se-hyuk thought with satisfaction, "No matter how fast you are, if I apply gravity to this area, you won't be able to escape. So you won't be able to use your hyperspeed as usual. Once you slow down, it will be easier to concentrate gravity." As Se-hyuk expected, Jinwoo gradually slowed down due to the increased gravity. Then Se-hyuk concentrated gravity and pushed him down. Jinwoo knelt and hit the ground, groaning in pain. Jang's face remained calm even after seeing this scene, and only he was slightly worried. On the contrary, Chairman Kong was satisfied internally. "This will end earlier than I thought." Kong Su also noticed that the child's movements had slowed down in the gravity zone. Jian, like Jang, calmly observed the match. He chuckled inwardly. "Good strategy, but it won't be enough to hold Jinwoo now. While this gravity zone is spread out, that child knows that gravity will be concentrated in one place." As Jian expected, this gravity could not hold Jinwoo. He pushed off his legs to stand up, then he disappeared with teleportation while Se-hyuk was bewildered. By the time Se-hyuk noticed his presence, it was already too late. Jinwoo's fist came, and Se-hyuk was immediately sent flying far away, his mind filled with confusion. "What?" Jinwoo continued to charge forward with a confident expression. Meanwhile, Se-hyuk was still confused. "What happened? That child is much stronger now." Ji-young was not surprised at all as she already knew this, but Chairman Kong was surprised. "This child is really amazing." Chairman Kong was slightly astonished, and Se-hyuk was still confused by Jinwoo's change at this moment. His mind was still focused on the opponent's movements and attacking. Se-hyuk was afraid at this moment. He could only passively block Jinwoo's attacks. Why can't I block his movements?" When he tried to counterattack, he could only touch Jinwoo's afterimages. This confused Se-hyuk. The gravity field should limit his abilities. As he let his guard down, Jinwoo moved behind him. Se-hyuk's eyes widened, thinking, "How can this be?" One of Jinwoo's legs horizontally hit his knee, and Se-hyuk defended with difficulty again. How can he be so fast? This is a completely tough fight for Se-hyuk, Jinwoo thought to himself. He's still holding on? Se-hyuk at this moment gritted his teeth and counterattacked Jinwoo. He concentrated energy in his hand and unleashed an attack. Once again, Jinwoo skillfully dodged it. Se-hyuk could no longer touch Jinwoo. He gritted his teeth unpleasantly and thought of a countermeasure. Both Chairman Kong and Kong Su were shocked by this display from Jinwoo. Jian smiled contentedly. If it were the old Jinwoo, he wouldn't have been able to speed up with the gravity expanding. Moreover, Se-hyuk concentrated gravity too much on one point. That child can't concentrate all his strength on Jinwoo because he has to maintain gravity. As Jian said, Se-hyuk struggled with Jinwoo, but he had to increase gravity even more on Jinwoo in one area. Jian continued to analyze. If he doesn't maintain gravity, Jinwoo will be able to move even more easily. He won't be able to catch up with Jinwoo's movements, so that child won't even be able to control his techniques. Jinwoo continued his Shunpo-style attacks. That is, he moved at such a high speed that he was uncatchable. Evading, Jian smiled slyly. This is no longer a matter of power but a matter of combat efficiency. Jinwoo's fast-moving attacks were now very difficult for Se-hyuk to handle. This was because he could only see the opponent's afterimages. Jinwoo was a close-quarters combat specialist, so Se-hyuk lacked the ability to deal with this and also lacked experience. Jian continued to observe the match and judge. In terms of Se-hyuk's combat skills, he was inferior to Jinwoo in this match. He had to compensate with other techniques, so he was now about to unleash his trump card. Jinwoo quickly noticed that the opponent was about to change his technique and immediately reacted. He hastily dodged sideways to get out of the technique's range. Long and deep scratches were created on the arena floor by Se-hyuk's technique at this moment. Jinwoo couldn't help but break into a cold sweat looking at the marks on the ground. It's just as Kaden Hung and Ji-young Nuna said, "That child can do that using gravity. If Nuna hadn't trained me, I would have taken that attack just now." Outside the arena, the spectators had various reactions. Jang and In-hee already knew, but Chairman Kong frowned slightly. Kong-soo was also surprised inwardly. That child's movements. I thought he had a lot of combat experience, and even compared to Se-hyuk's combat ability and strength, he's not inferior. Kong Se-hyuk was panting and his hands trembled slightly. He seemed to have overexerted himself. He gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, that child has completely changed in such a short time. Se-hyuk unconsciously glanced at his father and met the old man's disappointed eyes. Kong Se-hyuk was sweating profusely, his whole body trembling. This was an instinctive fear. He gritted his teeth in anger, recalling the old man's words, "If you make even a small mistake, father will show you what complete ruin is." He switched from a stationary fighting style to close combat. He now rushed towards Jinwoo at high speed. Jian was slightly surprised. He reduced the gravity range and increased his strength. He repeated his old technique, leaving long trails on the arena floor, and Jinwoo quickly dodged. He was angry, thinking he couldn't keep up with Kong Se-hyuk's speed. Kong Se-hyuk shouted loudly at Jinwoo, "How long do you plan to run?" The dirt and stones on the arena floor shattered and scattered everywhere. Jian sighed regretfully. That Se-hyuk kid was quite good for his age, but in terms of energy usage, Jinwoo continued to evade. Kaden kept evaluating but couldn't catch up to Jinwoo. It was evident from how Jinwoo casually dodged Se-hyuk's attacks that he was truly using his energy correctly. Se-hyuk once again glanced at his despicable father. Still a cold face, slightly furrowed brows and chilling eyes, he calmed himself. "I won't lose." He stopped and attacked no more. He said to Jinwoo, "Hey Jinwoo, you listen quietly too." Se-hyuk continued, "Let's end this here. This is just a waste of time." Neither looked at the other. Jinwoo finally agreed to his request. "All right, but you're probably calculating it too. I've used a lot of energy moving in your gravity field, but I'll do my best to win." Jian smiled dangerously and said inwardly, "Gotcha. He'll definitely use the technique that defeated him last time. He got hit last time, but this time is different. He's thoroughly prepared." A rich gravity energy field exploded from Se-hyuk's hand. He intended to drag Jinwoo into the gravity field, fix him, and crush him. Jinwoo thought he somewhat guessed Se-hyuk's intention. The energy field emanated from Se-hyuk. Jinwoo thought inwardly, he prepared an attack in anticipation of mine. This action of Se-hyuk finally caught everyone's attention. Flashed a challenging smile. Jinwoo was slightly worried. He created a much stronger barrier than before. "This technique was made to block my attack after all the training I've done. Can I break through that barrier?" He recalled his arduous training. At that time, Ji-young told him, "Jinwoo, you just need to show him your fastest speed and your final attack. You are entirely worthy of being proud of yourself." He also remembered her confident face. Then he vowed to himself, "This is not the time to hesitate. This is the only technique that can break through that barrier." Back in reality, Se-hyuk was filled with gravity energy throughout his body, and he continuously shouted inwardly, "Yes, come on, this will be your last chance." As he was engrossed in his fantasy of victory, Jinwoo's fist connected with his body. Jinwoo's face was expressionless. He seemed to have bored all his remaining strength into this one punch. Se-hyuk's body was sent flying from the impact of the attack. Se-hyuk felt pain and resentment. A full power punch with high-speed force and inertia created an enormous effect. The arena was brightly lit by Jinwoo's aura energy. Se-hyuk's body uncontrollably crashed into the wall. Dust scattered everywhere from the aftermath. Even the spectators had to cover their faces with their hands. Ji-young seemed to have already anticipated the outcome. In-hee also smiled contentedly. Chairman Kong was surprised by Jinwoo's power. To possess such speed and strength at that age, the battle ended with Jinwoo's victory, but his face remained expressionless. After the battle he seemed to have matured. Jian scoffed as if it was the outcome he had expected all along. The victor and vanquished were decided. However, according to the rules, In-hee reached out to check on Kong Se-hyuk. He declared that Kong Se-hyuk could no longer fight. Battle ended. Kong-soo thought helplessly to himself, Se-hyuk can't keep up with Jinwoo's speed. No matter how much he trains, there's no way to reach that speed. He even used all his full power abilities. Kong-soo briefly evaluated Jinwoo, then secretly glanced at his brother. Chairman Kang's face was dark and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Kong-soo was slightly afraid, but there was a much bigger problem now. In-hee approached Kong-soo and said, "I'll take Se-hyuk to the hospital." He also replied politely, "Oh, thank you." Chairman Kong said solemnly with a very unpleasant expression, "No need, I'll go to the hospital myself." Indeed, for his son to lose to XA and for Shinhwa's people to take his son to the hospital was tantamount to losing face. Kong-soo sweated at his brother's rudeness, but In-hee remained very calm. He replied, "Understood." Chairman Kong, quite sulky, turned and asked, "But I have a question. What has XA given you? Ji Young was silent for a moment, and then he asked again as if to confirm, I don't understand what you mean. Chairman Kong clicked his tongue in displeasure. I'm talking about that kid. Jinwoo and Jian also listened intently to those words. Chairman Kang's face darkened. What is the purpose of secretly training this kid? He asked as if he couldn't understand. What are you talking about? To avoid making him wait, the old man continued to press. Who would have thought that a large guild like Shinhwa representing Korea would secretly train a free awakened? What's the reason? Ji Young now understood the reason for the old man's question. The old man was gravely misunderstanding the relationship between Jinwoo and Shinhwa. As soon as Jinwoo heard the old man's question, he hastily explained, I am merely under Shinhwa's protection. The old man angrily shouted, Shut up, who told you to butt in? He seemed not to hear the old man and tried harder to explain. I just wanted to say that you seem to have misunderstood. It's not like that. Chairman Kong grew even more furious. How dare you? Fortunately, Ji Young stepped forward at this moment, shielding Jinwoo. I think there's a misunderstanding, Chairman Kong. Jinwoo is not an awakened we trained. When we found him, Jinwoo was already awakened. Shinhwa's responsibility is to help awakened, and this battle was part of that help. The old man, seemingly unconvinced, continued to ask, Chairwoman Yu, do you think an awakened with such powerful abilities suddenly appearing is of no benefit to you? The old man's attitude remained unpleasant even after his son's defeat. Of course, Ji Young did not show such a face to the old man. She calmly replied, Yes, of course. Are you asking me to believe all this? That kid seemed to have rich combat experience and you're saying you didn't hide it? Ji Young replied without backing down. Even before we found Jinwoo, he had already defeated Jusok at the academy. Chairman Kong was slightly surprised by the information Ji Young had just provided and thought inwardly, he defeated Yu Dok-soo? Ji Young continued. And these facts prove that he is a potentially powerful awakened. Jinwoo heard her say that about him and awkwardly explained. Nuna, that was because Disuk was careless, she calmly said. Even if he was careless, the outcome doesn't change. He was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Jinwoo turned back to Chairman Kong. He has enough practical experience. He's also close with Subin, the Alliance Chairman's granddaughter. Yu Dok-soo and Subin also trained together often at the academy. Chairman Kang's brows furrowed even more as he listened. Recently he even trained in real combat with me, Ji Young added. Chairman Kong secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Is Jinwoo close enough to train with Yu Dok-soo and Subin? And Chairwoman Yu, the strongest awakened in Korea, is even training with that kid? Chairman Kong looked at Jinwoo with an unpleasant gaze. Shinhwa takes good care of you. Even direct guidance, Ji Young answered on behalf of Jinwoo. We are only doing our best to fulfill our duty as a haven for awakened. The old man was a typical stubborn person who didn't care at all about what she said. In fact, besides all this, he gained a lot of experience from the battle with the Klen siblings. This information was quite shocking to the Kong Se-hyuk brothers. Kong Soo hastily reconfirmed with In-hee. That kid fought the Klen siblings? In-hee replied somewhat proudly. Yes. In-hee held up 2 fingers and clearly stated, twice he fought with his life on the line and contributed to their apprehension, so he has far more experience than his peers, Jinwoo foolishly interrupted. But I wasn't alone, Disuk and Subin were there too. Oh, and Ji-yoon was with us too. Chairman Kong suppressed his anger and cursed Ji-yoon inwardly. Disuk and Subin were also involved in that real battle. Why all of you? The old man still seemed unappeased, gritting his teeth as he continued to ask. Even after all that, logically, that kid's abilities are still ridiculous. Ji Young was silent again at this point. In-hee was slightly flustered. That is, Kong Soo immediately realized something was wrong. What? Are they hiding something? Chairman Kong grew even more arrogant, thinking he had cornered Shinhwa. What? Can't answer? Ji Young and In-hee remained silent. They were truly in a difficult position to speak, but just because they were didn't mean the person concerned was. At this moment a brazen voice broke the silence. Because that kid is my student. Jian, having returned to his original form, walked in leisurely. Immediately, everyone's gaze turned to him. Jinwoo was surprised. Hung Kaden, I didn't think you'd step in for me. Kong Soo also reacted immediately. Disuk, Kaden break, that man was someone whose name alone made everyone intimidated. Ji Young looked at him, seeming to have something to say. Jian continued to speak to Chairman Kong. I came here to watch the match, but in the end all I heard was some nonsense. He approached the old man very boldly. What? Jinwoo's abilities are ridiculous. It would be even more ridiculous if my student lost. Chairman Kong retorted. That kid is your student? Yeah, why? Is there a problem? Jian replied casually. Silence fell over the space. No one dared to interrupt at this moment. Chairman Kong, his logic blocked, pressed In-hee. Did the Alliance know about this too? Were you hiding it from me? In-hee stammered. That is, Kaden, unconcerned, poured cold water on the old man. So should I announce to this entire society that Jinwoo is my student? You're quite interested in my private life, aren't you? The old man, insulted, growled and wanted to retort again. What? He showed no mercy and pointed at Se-hyuk, who was sprawled on the ground. Does that kid resemble you? He ruthlessly rubbed salt in the old man's wounds, and the old man's face darkened. The surrounding spectators couldn't help but remain silent at this sight. Kong Soo thought inwardly, what an arrogant fellow. All the rumors about Jian were true. Kaden was still arrogant. Can't you hear what I'm saying? If you're angry, don't just glare. Come here. Chairman Kong exploded with rage. As his sore spots were continuously poked, he was driven to madness. Energy exploded from his entire body. Do you not even know my name? You really won't learn until you're in your grave. Caden naturally showed no fear. The energy around him also condensed. Say your name again, I'll try to remember it. The two confronted each other fiercely. Battle was about to begin. Everyone quickly realized they could no longer ignore it. Ji-young urgently shouted, Caden Hung, stop. Kong-su also intervened. Brother, we need to take Se-hyuk to the hospital. Only then did the two reluctantly withdraw their abilities. Kong-su carried Se-hyuk away, but Chairman Kong was still sulky. Chairwoman Yu, let's discuss other matters next time. Ji-young remained silent. Caden couldn't bear to hear what the old man wanted to discuss. Everyone knows it but you, why do you expose your own foolishness to others? Ji-young weakly intervened. Caden Hung, that's enough. Chairman Kong grew even more furious. Unable to suppress his anger, he turned and left with Kong-su. The remaining Jinwoo and his group watched them with unpleasant expressions. Caden now looked at Jinwoo and his eyes softened slightly. Well done, he patted Jinwoo's head and said. Jinwoo happily scratched his head. Thank you, Hung. He was completely different now than when he was fighting. Ji-young and In-hee quietly watched Ji-yeon and Jinwoo playfully interact. At this moment, In-hee turned to Ji-young and said, I heard the chairwoman helped Jinwoo a lot. She received his thanks but said nothing more. In the Shinhwa group building, Jinwoo was changing into new clothes at this time. He let out a sigh of relief and clenched his fists. He happily thought, I really defeated Se-hyuk, not because he was careless but because I've become stronger than him. Elsewhere in the building, Ji-yeon was staring sharply at In-hee. In contrast, In-hee was flustered, trying to avoid Ji-yeon's gaze, and finally he spoke, I'm sorry, my lord. I had no other choice but to mention your relationship with Jinwoo. In fact, he had no intention of pressing the issue, so he replied perfunctorily, Oh really, alright. He merely thought to himself, she'll find out anyway. Besides, he was having other thoughts. He's really crazy bringing food every time we meet, but why is he staring at me so much today? The dynamic has completely shifted. It's so awkward. As Ji-yeon was deep in thought, Ji-young spoke, May I ask how long you plan to stay in Korea? Your presence will definitely cause confusion. We still haven't found a way to resolve this issue. Ji-yeon casually offered an excuse. He was just passing by. He heard there was a secret match today with Jusok, so he just came to watch. Jang bowed her head slightly and said, Understood. Ji-yeon stroked his chin slightly. I heard Shinhwa took good care of Jusok, she politely replied. You're welcome, we're just a support team and we're just doing our job. On the contrary, I'm very grateful to Jang. Despite saying he was just a support team, he was firm. You guys still took good care of Jusok, even though he's a free awakened. You could have caused damage to Shinhwa and I will never forget this debt. I owe Shinhwa. Both Jang and In-hee were surprised by his words. He was a lover. Ji-yeon stood up to leave. Then I'll come again when I'm free. Jang clenched her fists again. I'm sorry. Ji-yeon looked back, slightly surprised. Jang continued, I heard rumors that you challenge all strong awakened, he immediately said. While I always challenge awakened who seem stronger than me, sometimes I also challenge those who work hard and those I find interesting, like you. Jang cut him off. Am I interesting enough to you? In-hee was slightly surprised and Caden explained, Well, although I used to always challenge everyone, now I avoid fights. I don't seem to find any interesting awakened other than the leaders of each organization. Some of them don't accept my challenges. The reasons vary. However, combat in particular only yields two results, injury or death. If I challenge an organization's leader, they'll be weakened for a while, and the organization is more likely to be taken over by another awakened. Clearly, you wouldn't want to fight because of such things, right? But I know. You must be curious how strong I am. Ji-yeon repeated her words. Am I interesting enough to you, Jang? If you weren't Shinhwa's leader, especially the one who took care of Jusok, I would have accepted the challenge immediately. In-hee noticed that Jang was suppressing her emotions, because at this time her fists were trembling and clenched. Jusok came over at that moment and asked Jang, Nuna, is the conversation over? Wait a moment, I'll say goodbye. He opened the door and entered, waving to In-hee Hung. I'm leaving. Goodbye, Jang, Nuna. In-hee Hung. Both of them smiled when they saw Jusok. After saying goodbye, Jusok stuck to Ji-yeon and chattered. Shall we take a taxi? Ji-yeon said with an indifferent expression. No, we'll walk for training. Even if you're tired from today's match, you can recover energy through training. No matter how tired you are, you shouldn't stop regulating your energy when you move. Jusok smiled brightly, not upset by Ji-yeon's attitude elsewhere. The air here was heavier. I'm sorry. Se-hyuk was covered in bandages but still blamed himself. Kong-su comforted him. No need to apologize, losing isn't your fault. Kong-gu was immersed in frustration and self-blame, but I'm the successor of Big Clue, and my defeat is an insult to the guild. Kong-su looked at his grandson with pity. Don't think that way, he encouraged him. You're still young, and today's failure will be a great lesson to help you work harder and avoid future mistakes. However, Se-hyuk still couldn't escape his guilt. Kong-su looked at his regretful grandson and fell into thought. If I had known Jinwoo was Ji-yeon's student, I would have been truly flustered by this situation. At this moment, Se-hyuk asked again. And father? Kong-su was startled and uneasy. Not long ago he had sided with Se-hyuk and said, Brother, don't be too hard on Se-hyuk. It was unexpected that his opponent was Ji-yeon's student. However, the only reply to his words was his brother's cold voice. Could that be a legitimate reason for him to lose the match? How can he become stronger with such weak thoughts? Kong-su simply listened silently to the old man's rebuke. Chairman Kong no longer wanted to say much, and as he turned to leave he conveniently told Kong-su, once he comes to his senses, get him out of my sight. Kong-su couldn't bring himself to tell the truth, so he just said, oh, father was busy, and left. On this side, Chairman Kong stood alone, still absorbed in thoughts about Jusok. It's already a big problem that he's Jian's student, but he's also friends with Shinhwa's Jinwoo and the Alliance's Subin, and even fought alongside them. Am I going to have to watch Shinhwa and the Alliance lead the next generation of Awakened again? Conversely, Manhwa was flowing around Jian at this time. That kid won this match, but in terms of raw power, Sehyuk is far superior. However, since I'm his guide, it's natural for him to be technically superior to Sehyuk in a one-on-one battle. If it hadn't been a one-on-one battle, he probably would have lost, because such battles rarely occur in reality. Jusok also agreed. I think so too, Jian continued. And if it had to last a long time he would run out of energy because he has to move quickly in a gravity environment. Jusok was learning energy control from Jian as usual and replied in a low voice, yes, Kaden said again. Those kids have been trained since childhood, so you can't compare to the power of Yu Ji-young and Subin. That's what will make them stronger. There's a huge time difference. Jusok listened silently. Jian emphasized, that's why I'm teaching you specialized one-on-one combat techniques. You must train with the mindset of not losing in one-on-one combat. Jusok replied, yes, taking his words to heart. At this moment the cats approached Jian and rubbed against him affectionately. Although he seemed bothered by them in his human form, why was this happening? Expecting him to get angry, Jian instead started playing with them. Where are you trying to run, you silly cats? The cats meowed and ran away. Kaden picked them up and happily stroked them. Having lived together for a long time, he and the cats seemed to have grown closer, different from the beginning. Jusok looked at Jian's actions with puzzlement from the side. At this moment a loud knocking sounded at the door. He poked his head out and asked, oh, who is it? It was Daisuk's group. They surrounded Jusok, showering him with questions. Hey idiot, how was it? You had a match today, right? The one with Sehyuk. Jusok was flustered and couldn't speak under their barrage of questions. Daisuk asked, hey why aren't you telling us anything? Jusok hesitated. I was worried you'd be concerned, you guys haven't recovered yet. Subin said with a displeased expression. What are you talking about? Daisuk quickly pressed again. Enough, how did the match end? Jusok was stuck and couldn't speak, but Subin interrupted again. Why aren't you saying anything? Did that damn bastard beat your ass to a pulp? He stammered. No, not at all. Daisuk asked in surprise. You're not telling me you won, are you? This guy, I knew it. Daisuk grabbed his neck with one hand and ruffled his hair with the other. Their relationship seemed to have grown much closer after that incident. They entered the room laughing and chattering. Daisuk was delighted. That damn bastard must be crying from embarrassment right now. Suddenly Ji-Yuin's expression was slightly strange. Jian was also staring intently at the children. Subin exclaimed, who is that person? She thought to herself. He's charming. Jian asked, what's this? Why did you suddenly appear? The group suddenly fell silent. Ji-Yuin was sweating even more profusely. Jian turned his head in embarrassment in another direction and lamented, damn it, I thought I'd turned back into a cat. Jusok was so nervous that he stammered and couldn't finish his sentence as people kept asking about his identity. Who is he? He asked. He is? Before Jusok could finish, his friend Subin, out of curiosity, kept praising him. Yeah, tell me. Seeing him surrounded by people and bombarded with questions, he stepped forward to rescue him and introduced himself. I am Jusok's guide. Everyone got the answer they wanted and looked at him, who was leisurely sitting on the sofa behind him. Jusok was the same. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, asking who Jusok's teacher was. Jian nodded. Jusok was still flustered, not knowing how to answer, but seeing him save him, he nodded at him with grateful eyes. His two eyes sparkled. That's right. He enthusiastically raised his hand and reintroduced. He is my teacher. Another white-haired classmate, Yu Daisuk, rested his hand on his chin and wondered. You have a private tutor too. That's why your skills improved so quickly. But to improve this much, a teacher must also be truly amazing. Jusok nodded in agreement from the side. That's right. Subin couldn't hide her admiration for him, and her two eyes shone like stars as she exclaimed, wow. Unlike the reactions of the other two, Ji-Yuin was drenched in cold sweat from fear on the side. Daisuk turned around, saw this scene, and asked worriedly, hey, what's wrong? He replied in surprise. Oh, nothing. The three approached where he was sitting and stood opposite him. He quickly pointed at his friends one by one with his hand and introduced them. These are my friends Yu Daisuk, Subin, and Ji-Yuin. All three of them simultaneously said, nice to meet you. He still replied in the same posture, yeah, you too. Daisuk was slightly embarrassed and wondered, but sir, have we met before? Jusok was startled behind him and flinched. He replied coldly, without any expression on his face, even if we happened to pass by, I don't think so. Daisuk didn't give up and glanced at Jusok, who was standing behind him. Jusok was flustered, his eyes darting around. Daisuk stroked his smooth chin with one hand. That's really strange. I feel like I've heard your voice before. His mind remained unresponsive behind them. Jusok and Subin, unable to intervene in the conversation between the two, whispered quietly. Subin kept praising him. Hey, Jusok's master is really cool. Jusok also replied, I know. Having nothing more to talk about, Daisuk put his hands in his pockets and looked around. It was as if he was looking for something but couldn't find it, so he spoke. Hey, where's Jian Hung? Why isn't he here? Jusok was speechless and stammered at the question. Kaden, pretending to be indifferent, heard the words and replied, he just went out for a walk. Disuk replied casually, really? Jusuk turned to his friends in confusion, hearing the doorbell. Oh, who else is coming? Subin crossed her arms and replied, I just ordered food. Jusuk suspected. Food, she explained again. Yeah, I ordered it on the way here, it'll probably arrive soon. That fool kept bothering about Jajangmyeon. Ji-Eun's face darkened and he was sweating. Jajangmyeon isn't the problem anymore. He looked at the numerous dishes on the table, crossed his arms, and without picking up chopsticks he muttered, as if deep in thought. Ji-Eun had already started eating voraciously, and Disuk stirred the noodles in his hand evenly, complaining. You ordered too much, Subin replied, breaking the chopsticks in her hand in two. It's become a habit to always order jajangmyeon for him. As soon as he arrives, he immediately goes for the jajangmyeon. If there's none, he'll scream again. Looking back at Ji-Eun, she wondered, but why are you eating on your knees? She had several piercings in her ears and one in her mouth. Breaking the chopsticks in two, she looked at him and urged, Sir, please have some too. He was startled and stammered, Oh, He saw a cat approaching and tasting the jajangmyeon bowl. He looked at the cat in surprise and exclaimed, Hey, you shouldn't eat that. She looked at the group of cats clinging around him in surprise and wondered, You seem close with them, sir. They keep clinging to you. He crossed his arms and squinted at her, replying with a smile, Yeah? Jusuk's two eyes were sparkling and he excitedly stirred the noodles in his bowl, stirring it back and forth to mix the sauce well, and after adding plenty of toppings he smiled with a satisfied expression. Subin continued the previous topic, if you're Jusuk's guide, do you also have hyperspeed abilities? Jusuk's eyes were full of expectation, and he held out his bowl of noodles to him, saying, Yours too, sir. He took the noodle bowl from Jusuk's hand, however his eyes were on her, and he replied honestly, No, that kid already had that ability before I met him. I only taught him a few things and energy control. She ate a mouthful of noodles, then paused, her eyes wide with surprise. Energy control? Oh, so his electric energy is from you? He didn't deny it. That's right. Disuk put a few strands of noodles in his mouth and stated his guess. Oh, so Jusuk also generates electricity every time he attacks, Subin also added. That's right, if you have electrical abilities. Do you know why so many people want electrical energy? He was eating deliciously, then paused at the question and exclaimed, Huh? Jusuk also started stirring his noodles. Disuk squinted at her, refuting her with a displeased expression that she was asking a stupid question. Of course it's because of that guy. What a stupid question. She was slightly flustered to hear that and replied, Really? He didn't understand what the two wanted to know and interrupted their conversation. What are you guys talking about? Subin, a piece of topping in her mouth, quickly explained to him. At one point, electrical abilities attracted immense attention. Some awakened kept changing their abilities to use electricity, and they were very obsessed with changing their abilities to use electricity. Ji-Eun listened excitedly with wide eyes, and then Disuk took over from Subin to explain, It all happened because of one man. Electrical abilities became a huge problem worldwide. Young awakened used every method to get electrical abilities. But that's not something they can decide. Subin slurped her noodles and continued, You have to control the energy correctly, and the user must have an abundant energy source to maintain it. He put down his noodle bowl, puzzled. Who on earth is that man? Who else can use electrical abilities besides me? The other two replied simultaneously. His name is Kaden. He gasped, mouth agape, and fell backward in surprise. The person they were referring to was none other than himself. Huh? Ji-Eun continued eating his noodles as if nothing had happened. Subin explained in more detail. Kaden is a free awakened who has defeated the world's top-ranked awakened one after another. That's why so many people are interested in that kind of ability, he continued. I understand too. Disuk covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, That man is famous not only for his abilities but also for his eccentric personality. Every time he gets angry he makes everyone fear him. Subin cut him off. That's right, I heard too. Countless organizations have fallen because of that man, countless. And people say if you try to block that man's path it will get even worse. Disuk also added an exclamation. It's really scary. Thankfully that man is not in Korea, while the other two didn't know that the person they were talking about was sitting right in front of them. Jingu and Ji-Eun already knew this fact, so they couldn't say anything and sweat profusely. Ji-Eun, not knowing how to explain, cut off their conversation. Hey guys, the person you're talking about is our master. The two gasped in surprise upon hearing that. Ji-Eun, with noodles still in his mouth, simultaneously asked again, what are you talking about? He raised his hand and pointed at him. Master, my name is Ji-Eun. Suddenly, everyone froze upon hearing this information. The atmosphere became eerie, and no one dared to open their mouth. The two who were eating noodles spewed out everything that was left in their mouths upon hearing what he said. Jingu and Ji-Eun, who were sitting next to them, sweated profusely in horror at this sight. He looked up and down at the noodles on his clothes and said nothing. The culprits of all this were extremely terrified, their eyes wide, waiting for his next reaction, sweating cold and cursing. Damn it! Everyone hurriedly stood up and wiped the dirt from his clothes. Disuk nervously apologized repeatedly. We're sorry, how dare we? Subin, who was sitting next to him, gasped in horror, brushing off the noodles from his clothes, saying, Oh my god, we're going to die. Disuk, still blankly standing and wringing his hands, ordered him. What are you doing? Hurry up and get a towel. He was startled when he was called and said, yes. Oh, his cats were sprawled on the sofa looking around in bewilderment, not understanding what had happened. He glared at the people making a fuss. Oh, however, he changed his mind. Never mind, Jingu, stay with them. I don't even want to imagine this terrifying situation. Subin also agreed. That's right. Just give your master a tight hug. The outside scenery was eerily peaceful. Inside was a brightly lit two-story house. He sat with his arms crossed, solemnly looking at the young children who were trembling on their knees on the floor. Subin and Disuk, the culprits of all this, couldn't lift their heads in fear. Please forgive us, Ji-Yun continuously complained inwardly. Why do I have to be kneeling too? He glanced at the two and let out a powerless sigh. I said it's fine, forget it. He waved his hand to everyone in farewell. I'm leaving, Jingu. I'll visit again next time. He was about to see him off, but he refused. You don't need to see me off. Jingu also nodded and replied, yes. The three watched him leave and then let out a sigh of relief. Disuk sat back down on the floor and sighed. Phew, I really thought my beautiful life was going to end here. Subin lay on the floor looking up at Jingu, curious. Jingu, is your master really Caden? Jingu also affirmed. Yes, she cried out in delight. Wow, that's really amazing. Jingu hurriedly apologized, feeling sorry in his heart. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you sooner. I really wanted to, but I didn't know how. Disuk sat on the floor sighing and replied, it's okay. You had a legitimate reason. Revealing this could have put you in danger. Subin put her hand on her chin and continued, because there's no one who would keep this secret for you. Jingu bowed his head, silently grateful that they understood him. Disuk, still unable to believe this fact, confirmed again, but is Jian really your master? Oh my god, I can't even imagine it. Subin sprawled on the floor, agreeing with Disuk. That's right, if it were anyone else they would have definitely made a fuss. One of the strongest awakened is your master. Ji-Yun must have been shocked too. Ji-Yun was sitting next to them quietly eating dumplings, and when he was mentioned he denied it with a completely unshocked expression. No, I wasn't surprised at all. I've met him a few times and vaguely remembered him. Subin hardened her face, furrowed her brows and exclaimed, what? As soon as Caden went outside, he transformed into a fat cat and returned home. The cat sitting on the sofa also noticed this fact and watched with wide eyes. As soon as the two realized that Ji-Yun had known everything for a long time, they rushed at him and beat him up. Subin got on his back, grabbed him by the neck with her arm, and shouted angrily, you knew everything, you met him several times? Disuk also didn't stay still, and rushed over, grabbing his hair and continuously kicking him with his foot. Caden approached, lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. The cats also sat and watched this scene. Jingu wanted to stop them, but he didn't dare to approach and could only watch from outside. Screams echoed from outside the house. You jajong me an addict. The next early morning the sky was clear and the morning sun poured through the window. Jingu was already up early, diligently training inside the house. The fat cat oversaw his training process from a distance, shouting orders. Don't stop, keep moving and attacking. You have to train diligently to become the best player. He kicked off the ground, leapt, spun around and sent the sandbag in front of him flying. Spun around again, dodged the returning sandbag and kicked it once more. This process repeated continuously. The cat shouted praises again. Good, keep going. He lacks close combat technique, so he has to continuously improve through training. Suddenly he noticed something and stopped. While he was training hard, he ordered him again. Stop. He moved closer to the stairs, observed for a moment, and then exclaimed, those naughty brats are here again. Jingu panted, sweating profusely, and looked towards the stairs. As he went upstairs, he was met by his close friends who had just opened the door and entered. He stepped aside to let them in and waved in greeting. Hello? The three ignored him, casually entered his house, laughing and chattering. He followed them in and asked, why are you laughing? Is something funny? Subin and Disuk sat comfortably on the sofa as if it were their own home. Subin sat with her legs crossed and chuckled, replying, oh, something funny happened. Ho ho ho. Yesterday Disuk called Choi Kongsu and teased him. Ha ha. He heard that and confirmed again. Choi Kongsu, the representative academy student of BCH, his image came to mind. Choi Kongsu was an arrogant face with a sporty haircut. She excitedly grinned and continued to say, oh, Disuk told Kongsu that his father even brought his father to pick a fight with you, but that kid got beaten so badly he couldn't lift his head. Jingu's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't stop there and put her hand on his shoulder, continuing to laugh excitedly. Disuk also said that all 4 of the strongest academy students fought you, except for that kid, and he said he understood why that kid avoided it out of fear. And after saying that, Disuk hung up without waiting for a reply. Disuk sat next to them, arms crossed, and smiled with satisfaction, thinking again. He was so used to all this that he couldn't say anything and just listened quietly. The yellow cat also perked up its ears, listened, and then sighed. The phone rang, and Disuk took his phone out of his pocket, startled by the caller ID. Kongsu called again. Subin also glanced at him, teasing. Haha, that kid must be mad. Didn't he keep calling you yesterday and you didn't answer? Disuk exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it stopped. Subin's face was filled with excitement again, and she urged. He's calling again, answer it this time. He thought the same and replied. All right. He put his phone to his ear and said in one breath, hello Choi Kongsu, stop calling me. Why do you keep following me around? You should know that I'm not answering your calls because I don't want to talk to you. You're still single, aren't you? Jusok, that guy is too stupid to even have a girlfriend. In an annoyed tone he hung up without giving the other party a chance to reply. Did you hang up? You want to fight? Forget it, don't make me laugh. Go and defeat Suwon first. Then if you fight and defeat Jingu, I'll accept your challenge. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Subin covered her mouth with her hand, exclaiming, seeing him hang up decisively, "Oh my god, you're so fierce." Then the two started laughing madly. They teased each other with the happiest expressions in the world. I'm really dying of laughter. The yellow cat noticed that Ji-Eun wasn't participating in the other's conversation and was sitting in a corner playing with cute cats. After a burst of laughter, the two finally stopped. Subin changed the subject. Hey Jingu, when is your master coming back? Jingu, having taken a super fast shower and wiping off the remaining water with a towel, was silent for a moment before replying. I don't really know either, she continued to ask. Haven't you contacted your teacher? Jingu nodded in affirmation. Yes, Hung comes and goes as he pleases. Upon hearing that, her face immediately drooped into a frown and she sighed. The two wondered in confusion, unable to understand. What's wrong? She hugged her two legs and replied sadly. You know, ever since I met your master he's been on my mind, she exclaimed, startling Jingu. She tilted her head and leaned on Caden in his cat form, admiring. He's really handsome. Suddenly she turned her gaze to the cat and asked, Hey Richard, you saw Caden too, didn't you? He's really cool, isn't he? He's my ideal type. She asked Jingu again. Jingu, does your master happen to have a girlfriend? Jingu stammered in confusion. I don't really know either. She pouted her lips in disappointment and sighed, saying, Please Richard, you agree with me, don't you? The fat cat helplessly cursed inwardly. She's really crazy, Ji-Eun, having played enough, suggested. Shall we order jjajangmyeon for lunch? Disuk, pressing his phone, sighed and replied as if he already knew this fact. I knew it. I knew you'd say that. I already ordered. You get a large jjajangmyeon. Subin, curled up on the sofa, glanced at Disuk and asked, Can I have seafood jampong? He sat with his legs crossed, looking at his phone, and replied in an annoyed tone, No, I only ordered jjajangmyeon. Eat quietly. The two argued for a while and then started wrestling. Subin wrapped her two legs around Daisuk's body to immobilize him and demanded, Order seafood jampong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang from outside. Ding dong. He, still holding her body, wondered, I just ordered. There's no way it would arrive so quickly. You guys go check. Jingu went out and opened the door. He gasped in surprise at the visitor and exclaimed, Hey Disuk, Choi Kong-soo is here. The two were still fighting, grabbing each other's hair, not stopping. Neither wanted to lose and they cried out in surprise. Damn it! He stood angrily at the door and entered the house. Standing outside, he shouted and cursed, clenching his two hands to suppress his anger. You Disuk, you damn bastard. Disuk rearranged his hair, came out of the house, approached him and put his hand on his shoulder. His face was very scary and he warned. Choi Kong-soo, you came all the way here. Are you crazy? I told you not to follow me around. He stepped back, crossed his arms and asked, feigning fear. How did you get this address? You're really scary. His voice grew softer and softer. Stalker pervert. Subin stood behind him, excited, watching the interesting play. At this moment, Ji-Eun had just come out of the house, trembling all over, angry, and could barely utter a single word. Damn it! Jingu thought the situation was not good and stood in front of the two to mediate. Why did you come? He suddenly remembered why he was here. That's right, yesterday Disuk said you defeated Suwon, he replied blankly. Yes? Then he was silent for a while, as if thinking about something. He glared at him, challenging him. Then let's fight. Not only him but the other three and Jian were all surprised. Disuk scoffed. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, defeat Jingu first. Find a better opponent and come back. Subin put her arm on Jingu's shoulder and seconded Daisuk's words. Exactly, ha 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 ha. He turned livid and made excuses. I have to avoid fighting people from the same guild, and Suwon is avoiding me anyway. The other two pursed their lips, giving trivial reasons, clearly not believing him. As the three engaged in a fiery debate, he made his decision. All right, let's fight. All eyes turned to him. Caden understood his decision and thought to himself. Caden, the master of his disciple, never backs down from any challenge. His gaze was firm and he declared coldly, without a hint of hesitation. Just name the time and place. Kong-soo started to say something, then stopped. He approached him and said something meaningful. Jinwoo, you've changed. Jinwoo awkwardly scratched his head and stammered. Really? Disuk, seeing this from afar, whispered to Subin. Jinwoo shouldn't have accepted Kong-soo's challenge. Kong-soo is too persistent, Subin agreed. Right? From his side, the host offered food. Food we ordered has arrived. Would you like to have some before you leave? Kong-soo seemed quite surprised by this. Disuk also chimed in, agreeing and inviting him. Yeah, there's plenty of jjajangmyeon. Hearing this, he scratched his head, embarrassed, unsure whether to agree or refuse. How then I too, Ji-Eun, seeing that one more person would steal his food, tried to refuse. Dark clouds gathered over a luxurious skyscraper in the bustling city, and Suman was reporting to a mysterious man. He desperately wished to work with his master and said he would never regret their decision. The man stood with his hands behind his back in his pockets, gazing at two swords neatly placed on a shelf. Really? Suman also added that they highly valued the information they provided, and so in return they offered them a few things. As the man turned around, a cunning face appeared, which was none other than Chairman Kong Se-yuk's brother. His eyes were wicked and he curled his lips, complimenting him. He's truly a genius. It's no surprise that his reaction was different from when we provided the information. Jinwoo carried two large bags full of food in both hands and excitedly muttered to himself. Caden Hung and the cats will definitely love this. Suddenly he stopped, spotting a young man blocking his path, half his face covered by a silver-haired mask. Who are you? The man just kept staring at him, not answering. Jinwoo then walked past, not seeming to care much. The man then called out to him. Jinwoo, Jinwoo still repeated the same question. Who are you? The man didn't answer Jinwoo's question and said something out of the blue. I've found the right person. He removed his mask, revealing a very eerie-looking scar on his face. He asked gruffly, where's Kadin? Night covered the city, and the high-rise buildings began to light up. Kong Suman sat in his office, chin in hand, deep in thought. Brother hasn't come looking for Suwon since that battle. Moreover, it's been unusually quiet these past few days. Something is definitely happening. A knock interrupted Suman's thoughts. His subordinate Yang entered and reported, something has happened, my lord. He looked up and asked, what is it? Yang hastily explained the situation. Dangerous criminals have infiltrated Korea, and it seems this was with our permission, so we're still keeping this a secret. Suman's face immediately changed, and he stated his surprised conjecture. What, you mean they infiltrated Korea with Boo's help? Yang bowed his head, implicitly acknowledging. Yes, it was exactly what the Klen siblings had done. Suman bowed his head, lost in thought. Brother, why are you going so far? He quickly stood up and put on the coat that was on his chair. Have you identified them? Yang hastily replied. Not yet. The chairman is handling this very secretly, but one thing is certain. They are more terrifying than the Klen siblings. Suman paused, stared at Yang, then stopped speaking, returning to the alley where Jinwoo was with the man. Jinwoo looked worriedly and suspiciously. Who is he? How did he know I was connected to Kadin Hung? The man, already seeming to have lost control, asked menacingly. Tell me, where is Jian? Jinwoo pretended to be calm as usual and replied, I don't know what you're talking about. The man lost his patience and threatened. Lies won't work. I already know you're Jian Break's student. Hearing this, Jinwoo realized he couldn't hide it and, wide-eyed in surprise, hastily tried to escape. I need to escape from here. But before Jinwoo could run a few steps, the man appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Trying to run away, the man didn't give Jinwoo a chance to react and delivered a powerful blow to Jinwoo's abdomen, sending him flying far away. The food Jinwoo brought scattered everywhere. Jinwoo felt dizzy, and there was still blood on the corner of his mouth. He endured the pain and struggled. The man approached step by step, saying, I know about your hyperspeed ability. If I didn't know, you might have escaped, but since I already know, you won't be able to escape. Jinwoo trembled all over, pretending to be unable to resist. Taking advantage of the man's carelessness, he gritted his teeth, endured the pain, stood up abruptly, jumped and kicked the man's body. A tremendous sound was made. Jinwoo glared at the man, and the man also glared at him. The man was not to be underestimated. He dodged the attack in an instant, grabbed Jinwoo's shoe and threw it far away. Jinwoo staggered and almost fell. Jinwoo still didn't give up and threw a series of punches, but the man easily blocked them. Jinwoo was very anxious in his heart. What's going on? My attacks have no effect on him. My speed, my strength are all useless. I can't maintain my energy in this state. Jinwoo attacked repeatedly, but the man was not injured at all. He used his ability to block Jinwoo's punches and sneered. You say you're Jian's student, is this all you've got? Jinwoo screamed as his arm broke. The man then grabbed Jinwoo's neck tightly, lifted him high and interrogated him. Last chance, where is Kadin? Jinwoo was very brave. He would never confess, even if it meant death. As the man strangled him, he couldn't breathe, but he glared at the man with wide eyes, challenging him. The man tightened his grip on Jinwoo's neck and said, Tell me. But he didn't get the answer he wanted. Instead, Jinwoo said, I don't know. The man's eyes became murderous, as if he had reached his limit. He clenched his fist and mercilessly struck Jinwoo's body. Jinwoo's entire body was covered in blood and his clothes were burned. Finally, Jinwoo ran out of strength and passed out in the man's hand. There were black burned marks on his back. The man carried Jinwoo, glanced at a completely burned pile of papers, then carried Jinwoo and flew away, disappearing without a trace. He took Jinwoo to an abandoned house far from the bustling city, and Jinwoo lay alone on the cold floor. His other colleague looked at the unconscious Jinwoo and scrutinized him. Damn it, what the hell? Kadin's student, that's valuable information. We just found him. What are we going to do with this kid? He explained. If we get his student, things will move faster. The other man frowned and retorted. But with Kadin's personality, I don't think he'll show up just because we've captured his student. The man's face looked dangerous as he replied, He's an arrogant bastard, so he'll show up. The other man sighed and said, Perhaps. The other man presented a perfect plan. We need to find Kadin before he recovers. This is our only chance to capture Kadin. He remained silent and said nothing more. At Jinwoo's house, Kadin in cat form lay sprawled, almost dead from hunger. Looking at the door, he muttered worriedly to himself as Jinwoo hadn't returned yet. That kid still isn't back. What the hell? He said he was going to buy snacks. Why is he taking so long? Kadin picked up the nearby phone and sent Jinwoo a message. You're late. What are you doing? Where are you? Jinwoo had left 20 minutes ago. Many messages were sent, but there was no reply. He was gloomy for a while, then finally decided it was better to go look for him. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell the other cats, Don't mind me, keep sleeping. The cats obediently complied and drifted back to dreamland. Kadin staggered to a convenience store near his house, scanned inside and wondered, He's not here either. Where the hell did he go? He's not the type to come home late without saying anything. Did something happen? He kept searching the paths Jinwoo often took but shook his head, saying, No way, there's no sign of a fight anywhere near here. He went home. I should go back, but when Kadin returned home, Jinwoo was still nowhere to be seen. Still not back. He bowed his head and thought, Where the hell did he go? The scene changed to the abandoned house from earlier. Jinwoo opened his eyes and saw a completely unfamiliar scene. His hands were tied behind his back. Where am I? Jinwoo tried to free himself from the clumsily tied ropes but couldn't. He remembered last night's situation. That's right, I saw a sound coming from over there and Chairman Eom's colleague approached. A voice said, "You're awake?" Jinwoo looked up towards the sound. A hooded man approached leisurely, his hands in his pockets. Jinwoo was very confused in his heart. He didn't come alone. The man approached and greeted him in a friendly manner. "Hey kid, nice to meet you." The man sat in front of Jinwoo and said, "All right, since you're awake, let's begin." The man's face darkened and his attitude completely changed as he asked, "Where is Kadin?" Jinwoo, without a trace of fear on his face, said firmly, "I don't know." The man stroked his chin, seeming to be thinking, then said in a low voice, "Still won't confess, hey kid." The man's demeanor turned threatening when soft methods didn't work. "If you keep this up, I'll break your bones into pieces and tear your muscles and ligaments. Then you'll never be able to use your abilities again." But Jinwoo still didn't open his mouth. The man lifted Jinwoo's chin, wide-eyed, licked his lips and continued to threaten. Most awakened hold out for a while, but eventually they tell what they know. How long can you hold out? Outside it was pitch dark, and inside the abandoned house screams were incessant. Chairman Eom stood against the wall, arms crossed, meticulously observing the situation inside. The man, after fierce torture, gritted his teeth and praised, "You're quite resilient." The man's face turned disgusting and he glared at Jinwoo, warning him. "According to our information, you only recently found out you're unawakened and lived like a normal person before that." Blood was splattered everywhere on the floor. The man looked at Jinwoo's miserable state and continued to say, "But surprisingly, even though I broke your arm, you won't open your mouth." At this time, Jinwoo's body was covered in wounds, especially his arm, which was almost destroyed. Jinwoo trembled all over in pain. The man thought that if he continued like this, Jinwoo would die and he would gain nothing. So he stood up and left. "Get some rest, you probably need some more time to think." Before leaving, the man paused, his face turning dark, and he glared, his eyes like headlights, threatening. "If you think you're done, you're mistaken. You still have another arm. That will be even more painful than what I just did to you. I'll break your arms into pieces." Jinwoo showed no reaction, lying motionless on the floor as if asleep. The man held up 2 fingers and stated his demands. "You just need to tell me 2 things. First, where is Kadin? Second, what is his current condition?" The man stared intently at Jinwoo and urged, "Think carefully." After saying everything, the man stood up and left. "I'm hungry. I need to eat something." Leaving Jinwoo alone, he closed his eyes in a mess and became lost in thought. "Really? Is it as Jang Nuna and the others told me? Jian's student is very dangerous. I'll be in danger because I'm Jian's student. If they know he has a disciple, Jinwoo will be in danger. It's useless to think about it now. It's because I'm not strong enough." As soon as the man left, Jinwoo opened his eyes wide and glared at the person who had just left. "You'd better speak." Chairman Eom, still looking cold, approached with arms crossed and persuaded, "You're going to die anyway. Your only choice is to die comfortably or die painfully." Jinwoo's breathing became shallower, and he was going to die anyway. He closed his eyes, gathered his strength and lamented, "It's a good thing I didn't tell you guys." The man's mind was filled with confusion, and he couldn't understand what Jinwoo was thinking. Suddenly the man, without Jinwoo knowing when he returned, raised his hands, startling Jinwoo. His face was peculiar, and he stuck out his head. "Surprised? You didn't expect me to come back so quickly, did you?" Jinwoo was startled and tried to sit up, using his hands to support himself on the ground. The man leaned over Jinwoo and said, "It'll take too long if I wait for you to recover and start again." The man leaned in, almost clinging to Jinwoo, baring his teeth and smiling as he said, "Right then, let's continue, kid." Jinwoo remained silent, showing no signs of fear. The man watched again from the side and screams continued to erupt. Ji Young was startled to hear that Jinwoo was missing. Kadin, in human form, sat with his arms crossed, a worried expression on his face, explaining the situation. "Yes, he said he was going out for a while yesterday and we haven't seen him since." The phone was unreachable. She bowed her head, lost in thought. Urgent footsteps echoed. He rushed in and reported the children had no idea of Jingu's whereabouts, and though they had tried calling him, all calls went unanswered, yielding no useful information. Everything seemed to have reached a dead end, and the 3 fell silent again, each absorbed in their own thoughts. Kadin felt his body burning like a furnace, as if he could no longer wait and was ready to go search again. "I have to go." She quickly stopped him. "Wait a moment. Please take this. If we get any information about the child's location, we'll go." He glanced at it, put his phone in his pocket and left. As soon as he left, he turned to her and asked, "Chairwoman, where do you think Jingu is now?" Instead of answering directly, she commanded, "We must put all our efforts into finding Jingu." He clearly responded to the order. He left the high-rise building and flew through the city's alleys, searching. Suddenly he spotted something and stopped. "All along," he scolded himself. "I thought that child was with the others. I should have thought more carefully." For several days an eerie peace prevailed. He landed safely in a narrow, deserted alley, thinking that he wouldn't find anything as they had probably completely erased their tracks. He clenched his hands and meticulously searched every large and small alley of the city, from busy areas to secluded spots. Suddenly his eyes flashed and he placed his hand on the ground and flew at his fastest speed to where Jingu had previously been abducted. He placed his hand on the ground and closed his eyes, trying to sense Jingu's traces. Traces of an awakened's power still remained. If this is the form, it's the assassin's trace removal technique. At the same time, in the abandoned house, Jingu was being tortured with bone-ripping pain. Screams continuously echoed. The man's face was horribly contorted and he asked with feigned concern, "Does it hurt? Does it hurt a lot? Honestly, even I couldn't endure it if I were tortured like that. How much pain must a naive kid like you be in? No matter what methods he used, Jingu did not utter a single word. He looked around the empty, deserted room behind him, then gently lifted Jingu and began to tempt him. All right, let's do this now. I'll stop the torture if you just tell me one thing. He twisted Jingu's mouth and pressed him. Jian's energy control ability is nothing to be surprised about. Although you are just a disciple, you can't teach me anything great. Just explain it comfortably, despite all he had endured. Jingu was still determined not to betray his master. He avoided the man's gaze and replied, I will never tell. The man's face turned dark and he froze, having nothing more to say. Jingu recalled the moments when Jian, in his cat form, always cared for him and kindly taught him energy control methods. That energy control ability is something special that Caden Hung taught me. I must protect it, even if it costs me my life here. Returning to reality, Jingu's eyes were more resolute than ever. It was still the same answer, I will never tell anyone. The man, unable to contain his anger as if there was no other way to deal with Jingu, repeatedly slammed Jingu's head against the ground. The floor cracked and was stained with blood. He grabbed Jingu's hair, pinned him to the ground and cursed, damn kid. When Chairman Eam entered from outside and announced Jian will arrive soon, he was startled and pouted. Huh? He glanced at Jingu, who had just been tortured, and explained, when I abducted that kid I intentionally left traces. He'll know immediately if he finds them. He excitedly stood up, leaving Jingu, who had lost consciousness from too much blood loss. Then I should get ready, shouldn't I? Jingu faintly heard their conversation. What are those bastards trying to trap him? Caden Hung is in danger. He pointed at Jingu and asked, if this guy is useless, should we use him? While the two were still happily conversing, Son Wong found this place. He widened his eyes and asked suspiciously, how, that's not Jian, who the hell is that? Chairman Eam agreed and replied, he's not the one we're waiting for. It will take some time for Jian to get here. He approached the two, frowning as he saw Jingu lying motionless on the floor. That child. Jingu, he shouted irritably. You're truly insane. When he heard that someone had been abducted, he couldn't be sure, but all of you. The two simultaneously turned around and glared at the person shouting. Son Wong also looked back at them, asking if they knew what they were doing. The top floor of the high-rise building was still brightly lit. Zhang was looking out at the city nightscape from her office. She was startled to see In-hee open the door and rush in. Chairwoman, I just received a message from Mr. Son Wong. He asked you to come to the address he provided as soon as possible. She said nothing, merely ordering him to inform her. In the dilapidated two-story warehouse, Jingu was being tortured to the point of near death. As soon as the words left his mouth, he focused his power, stomped hard on the ground, shattering it, and attacked the two people opposite him with a menacing force. Chairman Eam widened his eyes, seeing the power fill the entire room. Intense killing intent emanated from Son Wong's entire body. He seemed to know a little about him. He is calling Son Wong. Hearing that, he widened his eyes in surprise. He didn't say much more, focusing his power in his hand to create a purple orb of flames. He charged at Su. He saw the incoming force but stood motionless. As it drew near, he extended both hands forward to block the attack, creating a massive explosion. A thick cloud of dust billowed. However, Son Wong was completely unharmed as he had created an impenetrable barrier. It wasn't over yet. He didn't give him time to prepare. The two, confident in their numbers, simultaneously surrounded and attacked from both sides, but he merely watched them approach. As they drew close, he extended both hands to his sides and with a single blow sent the two naive individuals flying hundreds of meters away. The two were slammed into a corner of the wall, and thick dust obscured their vision. He stood majestically, watching the two people in front struggling to prop themselves up. He asked in bewilderment, who is he? What did he push us with? He immediately replied, he used gravity. The person we're facing now is Bu's vice chairman, Son Wong. He frowned and pouted his lips contemptuously, asking, Vice Chairman of Big Clue, what's so special about that? Chairman Eam, with a hostile expression, said that they needed to resolve this as quickly as possible. The warehouse was cluttered with junk, and Jingu lay in one corner. Son Wong's eyes sharply scanned the surroundings, assessing the current situation. If I fight them here, Jingu will be in danger. He clenched his hands into fists, deciding to create a smokescreen, shaking and quickly collapsing the building. The two hurriedly escaped outside, enraged at the wreckage before them. He gritted his teeth, having already realized, but it was too late. Damn it, you were targeting that child from the start. At this moment he held Jingu in his arms, who was covered in wounds from head to toe. He paid no attention to the man's words, looking at the unconscious Jingu and thinking, Jingu's condition is far more serious than I thought. Son Wong glared at the two, pressing them. What did you do to this child? Do you have the right to be awakened? Aren't you ashamed? He remained silent and unresponsive, but the man was furious at being so insulted, pointed at him and shouted, Shut up! He raised his hand to the sky to attack him, but he quickly dodged, covering Jingu with his body, and another explosion erupted. He looked down from above, seeing him flailing his limbs trying to counterattack. Feeling the man ambush him from behind, he turned around. He quickly changed his attack direction and delivered a blow that sent the man sprawling on the ground, flattening him next to the rubble. He recognized someone attacking from behind at a glance and counterattacked the other man. He had to deal with two people and also worry about Jingu constantly on edge. It was a bit difficult for him as they attacked simultaneously, and he also had to protect Jingu. The man continuously attacked to break through the barrier he had created. What if I break through your barrier and unleash my energy inside? The other man also returned, and the two attacked simultaneously, shattering his defense. He was surrounded on all sides, barely holding on. The man jumped down from above and attacked, and though he already knew, another explosion occurred. He soared upwards with Jingu in his arms, laughing loudly. "Ha, I think I've been at my desk for too long." Chairman Eam and the man planned that they needed to deal with this before Caden arrived. The man also agreed and replied, "Okay, I understand, let's fight carefully." Son Wong glared at the two with killing intent and shouted, "Then let's have a proper fight." As the two were about to charge, they sensed someone approaching. Son Wong also paused in his actions, and when he looked back, Caden had already arrived. Glaring at the two from behind, he said chillingly, "Caden." He frowned and looked down at him, holding Jingu for a long time. Jingu also felt someone looking at him, opened his eyes, looked up at him and said weakly, "Caden." He frowned, looking at Jingu, and scolded, "I told you this would definitely happen. I told you the world of awakened is very dangerous, didn't I? I even warned you that you might die at any moment, and that it would be even more dangerous if you became my disciple." Jingu, in a slightly weak voice, proudly stated his record. "Yes, Hung told me, but I didn't say anything." He was quite surprised to hear Jingu say that. "What?" Jingu continued to recount his contributions. "I didn't say anything about Hung's condition or the energy control you taught me. I didn't say anything, so Hung doesn't need to worry. I won't tell anyone, even if I die." He was too surprised to say anything more and raised his hand to pat Jingu's head, comforting him. "I'm not worried about that. I was just wondering if what I'm doing is the right thing." Jingu's eyes widened in surprise. Caden turned his back to the two and commanded, "Take Jingu and get out of here." He nodded and replied, "Understood." The two over there were frozen. At this moment he slowly approached the two and shouted, "You came looking for me, you must have prepared thoroughly, right?" The two were startled and flinched. The three stood facing each other next to the wreckage. The man, seemingly still ignorant of death, confidently stepped forward, baring his teeth and provoking, "Caden, the destroyer. Caden, I know, is just putting on a show, isn't he?" "No, everyone here knows that." He gave the man ample time to be arrogant. The man continued to speak, flicking his tongue like a snake. "Your arm is still injured and it's life-threatening." The man stomped hard on the ground and with an evil face prepared to fight him one-on-one. "Don't think you can escape from here. And today I will defeat you." The man was full of swagger, but Chairman Eam merely observed from the side with no intention of attacking. Son Wong, observing the fight from afar below, surprisingly discovered something in the man's words. He said Caden was injured, didn't he? Indeed, only when the man finished speaking did he finally open his mouth. "I was wondering what crazy bastard dared to challenge me." The man waved his hand and laughed loudly. "What, you don't seem to realize your current state? Don't show off, it's useless." Not allowing the man to continue wasting time, he unleashed a fierce lightning strike that continuously shook the ground. And the man also widened his eyes in surprise. The man now seemed to feel fear and shouted in confusion, "What was happening? What the hell is going on?" "What happened?" The man said. "Caden was badly injured." Chairman Eam, you heard that too, didn't you? The man said Jian was still badly injured and couldn't recover that quickly. Chairman Eam replied, "Well, that's true," confusing the man. "Are you kidding? He's injured but that strong. Does that make sense?" Chairman Eam ignored the man's words, emphasizing that the key was that he was still injured. While the two were talking, killing intent emanated from his entire body. When the man looked back, it was already too late and he shouted, "What? Hurry, run away." He unleashed lightning at the spot where the two stood. They had to quickly escape. A massive explosion occurred, scattering earth and stones everywhere, and thick smoke obscured their vision. Son Wong was observing from afar but unable to withstand his destructive power. He immediately created a barrier to protect the two. When the explosion subsided, piles of earth and stone that had just collapsed were flattened, and a large crater formed in the middle with smoke rising and blood dripping from his hand. The man escaped death but was still injured, muttering to himself, "It's really hard to avoid that attack." Then he looked at the man. The man was not much different. His clothes were torn to rags, barely covering his vital parts, and a strong killing intent emanated from him. "Damn it," he froze upon hearing his voice. "Which one of you is it? Who injured my disciple like this?" The man widened his eyes and looked at him approaching. The man gritted his teeth, refused to give up, stood up, charged and attacked, but he stood motionless. The man thought he had defeated him and smiled contentedly. "Foolish, he won't dodge at such a close range, he's bound to die." But before he could boast for long, a hand gripped his head and demanded, "I'm asking you, you did this, didn't you?" His eyes widened in disbelief. "No way, he's injured and still this strong." Caden saw his reaction and had a pretty good idea. He gripped his neck, forced him to his knees and snarled, "All right, I get it. You don't have to answer. That torture method wasn't Chairman Elam's. What are you going to do?" Caden used his electrical ability to create a strong current, and he screamed and shrieked after punishing him. Caden lightly tossed him into a corner and he fell motionless to the floor. He was thrown into a pile of stones by Caden, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing motionless. Caden, still unforgiving, approached, stepped on his face and taunted, "Already down? Didn't you just say you were going to defeat me?" Crushed like an ant, he barely managed to open his mouth. "Shut up." Caden's face took on a dangerous expression, portending something ominous. "You seem to be mistaken about your own strength." His face was crushed and contorted and he let out a despairing scream. Caden took a single step, generating an overwhelming force that prevented anyone from approaching. He wanted to rush forward but was unable to move and stopped. Son Wong also barely held on. Seeing this sight for the first time and marveling, Is this Jian's true power of Jian, one of the strongest awakened?" After dealing with him, Caden stood alone in the chaos, his back to him, and asked coldly, "Chairman Eam, why aren't you attacking me?" He clutched his injured arm and confessed honestly, hoping for mercy. "When I met you, I was certain I couldn't kill you. If I were certain, I would fight you." Caden glanced at him and said, "This is the only time I'll forgive you." He never expected Caden to forgive him so easily. Caden continued to warn, "If you lay a hand on my disciple again, you will meet a more miserable end than this." Unable to accept that he was inferior to Jusok, he confirmed again, "Is that true? Do you really consider that child your disciple?" But Caden didn't answer, which was as good as an implicit acknowledgement, so he had nowhere to vent his anger and tormented himself. He clenched his fists and fresh blood continuously flowed. When Caden looked back again, he had already vanished without a trace. Son Wong covered Jingu with his jacket and had him rest leaning against his body. Caden leisurely approached Son Wong and suggested, "I'll take the kid." Son Wong readily replied yes, and handed Jingu over to Caden. Caden held Jingu and left, but not before saying, "Thanks for your help." The sky was filled with dark clouds and the rain seemed to be pouring down even heavier inside the city's central hospital. A tense atmosphere and faint smell of disinfectant hung in the air. A doctor carefully examined Jingu while Caden and the two others waited nearby. The doctor placed his hand on Jingu's chest, checked, then shook his head and sighed. He asked worriedly from the side, "How is Jingu's condition?" The doctor spoke honestly about the current situation. "Not good. Besides external injuries, his internal injuries are also very severe. I'm not sure if he can recover. He will probably have great difficulty controlling his abilities in the future." Ji Young and In-hee had no idea Jingu's condition was so severe. The doctor delivered more bad news. The condition of both arms is equally bad. Not only will he no longer be able to use his energy, but he may also have to live a new life from now on. His arms are so severely fractured that they will be difficult to use as before. In-hee, unwilling to lose such a talent, asked about treatment methods. The doctor pushed up his glasses and sighed, replying, "As you know, my treatment ability is considered the best in Korea. Taking him elsewhere will yield the same prognosis." Caden looked at Jingu's pale and lifeless face, his heart aching, and called out to Jingu. The doctor gave another instruction. "The important thing now is to alleviate the patient's pain." Caden looked up at the doctor, puzzled, and wondered, "Yes?" The doctor immediately explained, "The patient's body was damaged by someone using awakened abilities. That's why he was so severely injured." Caden hadn't expected such a thing and asked again, "Wait a minute, are you saying the child was tortured?" The doctor affirmed, "Yes, that's right. From what I see, he was in great pain." In-hee and Ji Young moved closer and stared intently at Jingu. Ji Young looked at Jingu, still in a deep sleep, and her thoughts were unreadable. After the doctor left, Caden lamented, his heart aching for Jingu. "I'm really not sure if this child can return to a normal life after this incident." Caden had been observing from a distance until just now. He listened carefully to every word the doctor said, but said nothing until he suddenly spoke. "As long as the child is alive," the two simultaneously frowned and looked back at him, saying nothing. "Death is a common occurrence for awakened. It's a good thing that child faced those guys and survived." Caden's overly optimistic demeanor surprised the others, who exclaimed, "Lord Caden?" Caden thought what he had just said was not wrong and glanced at the two with a displeased expression, rebutting, "Am I wrong? It would be better to leave that child here. Elsewhere that child might be captured and tossed around like an object. Moreover, Jingu has always done things beyond his abilities. That child chose this path," Caden added. "This is the best for Jingu. Even if living as an awakened is cruel for someone as emotional as that child." Caden slowly approached Jingu, carefully picked him up, surprising everyone. And he asked, "Please treat that child. I have some things to take care of, so I need someone to treat that child." Ji Young approached him, stood opposite him, and asked what had happened. Caden turned and headed in another direction, explaining, "I was the target of the guys who abducted Jingu. They abducted Jingu to get information about me." After Caden left, he and Ji Young also went outside and sat on a hospital corridor chair to wait. In-hee stood next to Ji Young, his face deep in thought. "Chairwoman, it seems what we feared has happened. The guys targeting Jian have come to Korea, but this time we don't know who they are. There must have been an accomplice to their infiltration of Korea." Ji Young glanced at him and remained silent, deep in thought. Outside, the rain was still pouring relentlessly, but inside the office, Chairman Kong sat in his chair and demanded, "You help them." Son Wong stood before Chairman Kang's desk, not daring to lie. "Yes, I went to a neighborhood to discuss business and coincidentally saw some awakened who were not under Korea's control. Following them, I discovered they had abducted Jian's disciple." Chairman Kong frowned in surprise. Jian's disciple was abducted. While the two discussed the matter, Son Wong was distracted and thought, "Brother, what else are you hiding from me?" But outwardly he explained the situation at the time as usual. "Yes, after I rescued the child and confronted them, Jian appeared and resolved the situation." Chairman Kong sighed and replied, "I see, such things happen frequently in Korea recently." They treat this country as a joke. Chairman Kong stiffened as if he couldn't believe his ears. Thinking there was nothing more to do here, he bowed his head and asked permission to leave. I'll take my leave now. Before he left, Chairman Kong asked again, then what about Caden? Chairman Kong asked, bewildered. Huh? Chairman Kang's face was unpleasant and dissatisfied. Didn't you see those children fight? Son Wong paused for a few seconds before replying, he's very strong. Chairman Kong nodded in understanding. I see, if you say so. The rumors about his strength seem to be true. As soon as Son Wong left, Chairman Kong turned his chair, rested his chin on his arm, and fell into thought. There is information that Jian is seriously injured. Asking Son Wong about his condition, it's clear he must have used almost all his strength. Suddenly, Chairman Kong smiled maliciously and thought, if I tell them this news they'll like it. Outside the rain was still pouring, and Caden stood with his arms crossed by Jingu's bedside. Caden scrutinized Jingu, seeing the ugly wounds on his body. There was not a single intact spot. Caden stood with his arms crossed, staring intently at Jingu, recalling what Jingu had said to him before he fainted. Don't worry about anything. I won't tell anyone, even if I die. Caden closed his eyes and tried to suppress the pain in his heart. This foolish kid, he should have just told them what they wanted. Suddenly, a weak voice brought Caden back to reality. Caden hung. Caden gently replied, you're awake? Jingu lay on the bed, not wanting to bring up old stories again, and immediately changed the subject. Did the cats eat? Caden also spoke honestly. They always eat their fill. Jingu sighed helplessly, knowing his current situation. I can't even lift a finger. My arms can't move either. If I use my energy control ability, it might help heal my wounds a bit, but I can't do it. Caden, not wanting to hurt Jingu's feelings, comforted him euphemistically. Because from now on you won't be able to use your awakened abilities as you please, and even after you recover it will be the same. The doctor said your arms will be difficult to move and won't be as flexible as before. Jingu's eyes changed from surprise to disappointment, and he forced a smile as if he had already guessed this. You're right, if I had been stronger this wouldn't have happened. Caden frowned and rebutted coldly, even if you were stronger nothing would change, those two are on a different dimension from you. Jingu looked at Caden, pouted his lips and asked, what about you, Hung? Caden stood with his arms crossed and replied confidently, of course I'm an exception. One of them I killed and sent to heaven, and the other ran away. Jingu narrowed his eyes in admiration and smiled. Wow, Caden, one of the world's strongest awakened is my master, but I look like a failure. Caden gently reassured him. Now stop thinking nonsense and useless thoughts, just rest and recover your health. Jingu nodded and replied, yes. Caden noticed Jingu's strange expression and asked worriedly, what's wrong? Jingu immediately replied, it hurts so much. Caden remembered the doctor saying, the important thing now is to alleviate the patient's pain. Jingu lay on the bed, breathing heavily, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. Caden couldn't suppress his emotions and used his ability to place his hand on Jingu's forehead, allowing him to quickly fall asleep and forget his pain. After Jingu fell asleep, Caden opened the door and found Ji Young and In-hee still waiting outside. Caden vowed to avenge Jingu. Whoever leaked Jingu's information, I will find them. In the hospital room in the city hospital, Jingu lay on the bed. A high fever persisted, and he was sweating all over, breathing weakly and closing his eyes to forget the pain. Suddenly his friends' voices came from outside. Jusok? Jingu woke up from his sleep. Jingu was happy to see his best friends. You guys came. Disuk, dressed in black and with his hands in his pockets, started teasing as soon as he entered. What's wrong? They suddenly kept calling us, asking if we were going with you. Subin followed Disuk, arms crossed, and asked worriedly, what happened? Ji-Yun is behind us too. Jingu, covered in bandages, forced a smile and replied, yeah, now that I think about it, it's funny. Did In-hee Hung tell the teacher I was in a car accident? Subin raised her lips in a sneer. That's really funny. Disuk also chimed in, asking In-hee if he had called the teacher. Then the two started laughing boisterously again. Suddenly all three lost their laughing expressions and saw Jingu's awkward face. Disuk asked worriedly, what's wrong? Ji-Yun, who hadn't said anything until now, spoke. Does it hurt? Jingu slowly opened his mouth. His tone was serious. I have a few things to tell you. All three looked bewildered. Jingu continued, the doctor said I won't be able to use my abilities from now on. Hearing this news, all three exclaimed in surprise. What? Jingu's face remained calm as if nothing had happened, and he continued, even if I recover I won't be able to use my abilities freely, and my arms won't be the same as before. The faces of the three continued to turn pale, then blue, then changed to smiles, and they reassured Jingu, it's okay as long as you're alive. Disuk sighed and said, that's right, as long as you're alive. Besides, I heard the guys who abducted you were much stronger than the Klen siblings. Subin, with her arms crossed, added, that's right, those awakened killed many people. Jingu pouted his lips and asked again, really? Disuk stroked Jingu's head, narrowed his eyes and reassured him, don't worry about anything, just focus on your treatment. Understood? Jingu also implicitly agreed with Disuk and chuckled. Disuk looked at his watch, realized it was time and said goodbye. We have to go now. Subin also agreed and followed suit. Yeah, I didn't realize the time. Jingu was surprised that they had just arrived but had to leave and asked, already so fast? Ji-Yun added an explanation, yeah, visiting hours are limited. The three waved goodbye to him. We're leaving now, get well soon. Jingu smiled brightly like a flower and replied, be careful. After they left, Jingu's face suddenly filled with sadness. Recalling their reactions just now, the last rays of sunlight that day shone on the city's skyscrapers. The sunlight illuminated a room. As soon as Disuk returned home, he slammed Ji-Hang's desk and demanded, Nuna, how could this happen? Is Jingu really unable to use his abilities or arms as before? Ji-hyun was also quite sad about this, but still answered honestly, "You heard it too. He was severely tortured in the abduction incident. Jingu's body will not be able to return to its previous state." Disuk had never heard this story before. I ask again, was that child tortured? The two people behind her were equally shocked. She also recounted what she knew to them. Yes, that child was severely tortured, and even if he recovers, he may not be able to use his abilities as before. His arms also won't be able to return to their previous state. Subin asked curiously, "Are his injuries that serious?" "He still looks fine." She was silent for a moment, then stated her conjecture. "If that child is doing that, he's just pretending to be fine. He's still trying." Upon hearing this, Disuk could no longer contain his rage and furiously kicked a nearby chair into the corner. Subin urgently asked, "Is there really no way to treat that child? I know a few people in the alliance, I'll call them." However, she answered with words that crushed everyone's hope. They checked the child's condition and said the same thing. Everyone then fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Disuk abruptly left without saying anything about where he was going, and Subin anxiously called out after him, "Hey, where are you going?" However, he didn't answer. The scene shifted to another building where Chairman Kong frowned and pressed. Jian's student will no longer be able to use his abilities. Suwon was afraid beside him. Another man, similar in age to Sihyuk, nodded and replied, "Yes, that child was severely injured and will no longer be able to use his abilities even if he recovers." Suman remembered the child's appearance at that time and thought to himself, "That child." He continued to report, "So we received a request from Shinhwa to send someone with healing abilities. But even if we send a doctor, the result will be the same, so what should we do now?" Chairman Kong sighed and raised his hand to command, "Of course we have to send someone. Find one and send them to Shinhwa." He bowed his head and received the order. Yes, and he left. After he left, only the two brothers remained. He slammed the desk hard and sighed, "It's truly regrettable. That child was truly talented." He turned his back to Suwon, raised the corners of his mouth triumphantly and made a dark calculation. "Two birds with one stone, how amazing. I just intended to cause a slight problem. Who knew it would be so easy to eliminate Suwon's future rival?" Suman watched his brother like that, unable to tell what he was thinking. In an apartment building, Professor Duran had just opened the door and entered when he was urgently asked, "Why are you here so suddenly?" As soon as he entered the room, he saw Jin had been waiting for a long time. He slumped into a chair and grumbled, "I'm even forbidden from seeing my family because of what happened last time. I heard you caused a commotion to meet me at Shinhwa Park. Why, this isn't like you." As he continued to turn his back and not answer him, he asked worriedly, "What's wrong with your face, Hung? What happened?" Suddenly, he knelt down without saying a word and pleaded, "Professor, I have a request." He was startled by his sudden action, his eyes wide, and he quickly said, "Hey, don't suddenly kneel. If something's wrong, tell me." With an anxious heart, he stated his request, "Professor, please treat Jingu." He sat in his chair, one hand on the desk, not understanding what he meant, and said, "Ha." After hearing his explanation, he replied, "I see, so that's what happened. I was also looking forward to Jingu and Jian's relationship, for him to become that man's disciple." He remained silent, waiting for an answer, but the words that came from his mouth were a refusal. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I can't do that. In my field of research, treating someone and helping someone use their awakened abilities are two different things." He disagreed with his thoughts and sincerely tried to persuade him, "But Professor, you have to at least see that child." "How can you know without even trying?" He saw the mature appearance of his nephew, whom he had watched over since childhood, and silently accepted his request. In Jingu's house, in the pitch-dark house, Jian sat cross-legged, regulating his energy, recalling Jingu's words, blaming himself. "If I had been stronger, this wouldn't have happened." He thought to himself, "Jingu, you are strong enough. It's not because you're weak, but because I'm still weak." The blue mana power surrounding his body grew stronger and stronger, and he blamed himself. "This happened because of me. If I had been in better condition, those guys wouldn't have dared to do such a thing to that child." Outside the hospital corridor where Jingu was hospitalized, Ji-young and In-hee behind her bowed their heads. "Thank you for coming." Professor Duran walked in front, followed by the others. He replied formally, "No need to thank me. I only came because Ji-yun asked me to." He didn't want to waste precious time, so he immediately suggested, "I will examine the patient." Ji-yun watched the professor enter the hospital room alone from behind and pleaded, "Professor, please take care of that child." He scratched his head, slightly flustered, and replied, "Yes, I understand." However, inwardly he thought, what a heavy responsibility. Everyone standing outside the hospital room hoped for a miracle. In-hee approached Son Wang from behind and whispered, "Hung, did you allow the professor to go in alone?" He replied without changing his expression, "Of course, although I can't be careless about what happened before." Professor Duran insisted on seeing Jingu's condition. In-hee put his hands in his pockets, sighed, and tried to get more information from Son Wang. "Hung got approval from the higher-ups, right? And personally brought the professor here." He replied flawlessly, "I just wanted to help Jingu a little." He asked another question. It was a question everyone was curious about. "Then can Professor Duran treat Jingu?" He replied honestly, "I don't know. He's not in the field of treatment, but he's developed the necessary techniques through various research." At this moment, Professor Duran had just entered the hospital room, and Jingu's face brightened. It was full of life. "Hello, Professor, how have you been these days?" Unlike his open demeanor, he was rather cold, paying no attention to the child's words, meticulously observing him up and down to assess his condition. and the child felt a little awkward and uncomfortable. Suddenly, when he expressed his gratitude, the child's eyes widened, not understanding what he was grateful for, and he replied blankly. He didn't give the child a chance to guess and explained, "When I met that child, the first thing I wanted to say was thank you. Thank you for being Jingu's friend, and I apologize for what happened in the past." The child was quite surprised that the professor was saying such things to him. He continued, sighing with a dejected expression, "At one point I couldn't control myself like a madman." The child also stammered, not knowing how to respond. Yes, actually, I'm really happy to be Ji-Yun's friend too." He narrowed his eyes, seeming to want to say something but couldn't, and sighed, moving on to the main topic. "From now on I will examine your physical condition, so don't refuse and accept my power." The child also nodded in agreement. Yes, he began to use his abilities on the child. The red source of power spread throughout his body. Outside, everyone was just waiting for the result. Disuk urgently asked Ji-Yun, "Is your professor going to treat Jingu?" Ji-Yun sat in a chair, head bowed, sighing, not knowing what to do. It's been quite a while since the professor went in," Subin asked excitedly. "So can the professor treat Jingu?" Ji-Yun replied dejectedly. "I don't know either. The professor doesn't have healing abilities, but I asked him to look at Jingu's condition," knowing that the child was also worried. The other two asked nothing more. Yes, everyone prayed that he could treat the child. The professor finished his examination and withdrew his hand. The child nervously waited for the result and asked, "How is it?" He sighed, turned his head in another direction, and replied honestly, "It's as the doctor said. You won't be able to use your abilities as an awakened anymore. Both arms are shattered, and even if they recover, they won't be the same as before. Honestly, I'm not confident enough to treat you." The child was dejected. However, he hadn't finished speaking yet. But since Ji-Yun asked, "I'll do my best," the child regained hope. He clasped his two hands tightly and reassured him. "Surely you're worried because I hurt you before, so you don't have to trust me, just trust Ji-Yun." As soon as he finished speaking, he used his ability to cover the child's eyes and put him to sleep. "It will take some time, so sleep." Professor Duran had been inside for quite a while without coming out, making everyone worried. In another building, he stood before Suman with a worried face, reporting, "We've identified the organization the chairman is dealing with." He asked curiously, "What organization?" He bowed his head and replied, "It's Frame." He broke into a cold sweat upon hearing that name and thought, "That's an international criminal organization formed by Awakened. My brother is dealing with such an organization?" He immediately ordered him, "Find solid evidence that the chairman is dealing with Frame." He bowed his head and received the order. Yes, after arranging everything, he walked down the corridor, thinking, "Is this true? Where is Big Clue heading?" After a while, he arrived in front of the chairman's office. The secretary, who had been waiting for a long time, announced, "The chairman is waiting inside." As soon as he entered the room, he immediately said, "Brother, did you hear?" Chairman Kong sat in the room and replied, "I heard from a healer recently dispatched to Xinhua. As the rumors say, Jian's disciple can no longer use his awakened abilities, and even his arms cannot move as he wishes." He sighed at the loss of a talent like Jingu. "It's regrettable. Anyway, I was very happy to hear that you saved that child." Ji Young stood by the window, looking down at the city, and he said from behind, "Chairwoman, Jingu's treatment will take a long time. I hope Jingu recovers." Not long after the two spoke, the secretary urgently opened the door and announced, "We found him." And the two had different expressions. She turned around and looked at him. In the night city, vehicles came and went, and lights spilled out from houses. Chairman Eam stood on the rooftop of a building, recalling Caden knocking down his opponent, and thought to himself, Caden. He said Jian was seriously injured, but who knew he would use such terrifying power? While he was concentrating and thinking, momentarily distracted, Ji Young received his location information and immediately leapt onto the rooftop, landing safely. She approached him with sharp eyes and immediately pressed him. "You're one of the guys who abducted Jingu, aren't you?" he asked curiously. "Jingu?" And recalled the child being strangled. He replied as if he remembered, "Oh, that kid, you came to ask about that," she threatened without yielding. "How dare you touch a child under Shinwa's protection? You'll pay the price." He replied mockingly, as if hearing a joke, "The price? You alone." He was startled, his eyes wide, seeing her emit tremendous energy. He noticed that she had created a barrier around the entire building. Her eyes also changed, and her whole body was filled with killing intent, and she spoke clearly, word by word. "I think I'm enough on my own." In Jingu's hospital room at the city's central hospital, Professor Duran was treating the child, drenched in sweat. Suddenly, he felt someone staring at him and turned around, startled to see Jian standing with his arms crossed, watching the two of them. Seeing Jian's anxious expression, he reassured him, "Don't mind me, just keep treating Jingu." He understood and continued the treatment, and he was still watching Jingu in his deep sleep. As Ji Young showed a little of her skill, Sharmanium had to be even more vigilant, and inwardly he evaluated the power he had just felt in the virtual space. She is much stronger and younger than Big Clue's vice chairman and the three of them. She is, he thought for a moment, then weighed the pros and cons and finally decided, "I'll attack first." His thought immediately turned into action, and he continuously unleashed techniques at her, causing several non-minor explosions. However, she paid no attention to it and merely observed from a distance. But it was just a diversion to distract her. After a while, he appeared behind her, intending to launch a surprise attack. However, she was not someone so easily dealt with. She immediately spotted him, turned around and with a swing of her hand grazed his cheek. He was frozen, not understanding what had happened. He tried to attack her again, but she easily evaded him. She changed from a passive stance to an active one, and without a weapon she pierced his hand with her fingernails, never missing once. As soon as he realized, he immediately retreated, but the wound on his chest continuously bled. He literally hopped backward, retreating. He looked at his scratched arms thinking, windshield. He frowned, guessing her identity. Yu Ji-young, the strongest awakened in Korea. She remained silent, implicitly acknowledging it, and he continued. In a sarcastic tone, I didn't expect to meet the strongest in Korea at this point. He muttered to himself, how can I maintain the strength to hunt Ji-young like this? As soon as he finished speaking, the wound on his arm gradually healed and returned to normal. She witnessed the entire process and only now realized his healing ability. He clenched his recently healed fist and said, I can't believe the strongest awakened in Korea came here to catch me. Long sharp claws suddenly protruded from his hands and he continued. This wasn't part of the plan, but instead of fighting Ji-young, it wouldn't be bad to defeat the strongest awakened in Korea. If I take her down, I'll gain a lot of benefits. She showed no reaction, merely watching what he would do next. He was confident as if he could defeat her, and black energy enveloped his entire body as he rushed towards her face at tremendous speed. However, as he drew near, she tilted her head slightly, quickly dodging the attack. The attack missed, causing a crack in the wall behind and scattering dirt and stones. She glanced behind her and he glared at her. Without stopping, he launched another attack which narrowly missed her neck. Another punch followed. She quickly dodged, but the building violently shook, slowly cracking as if on the verge of collapse. Until now, he had continuously attacked her, but she remained unfazed. Ji-young raised her hand and unleashed an enormous force, and he widened his eyes in surprise. She said coldly, I know who you are now. You're one of the awakened hunters famous for taking down awakened all over the world. Finally, his identity was revealed. He smiled eerily. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two began to fight fiercely. Smoke billowed, and the cracks in the building continuously increased. She opened her eyes wide and watched the projectiles whizzing down from above. One by one, the entire building was covered in dust, making it impossible to see anything. When he regained his senses, no one was visible. Did I miss? He looked up and saw her enveloped in a massive blue force. She floated in mid-air, looking down and scoffing. For all your fame and confidence, your skills are mediocre. She extended her hand, unleashing continuous blue whirlwinds at Jang, who barely managed to block them. Not only that, but it destroyed everything around, and the entire building collapsed. The scene was now just a pile of ruins, and his body was severely injured, torn and bleeding continuously. As he lay unconscious, she approached to assess the situation, and he widened his eyes, looking at her in the distance, and thought inwardly, such a difference. He recalled his encounter with Ji-young and asked, Ji-young, why do you always challenge stronger people? And he replied, to become the strongest, of course. He again voiced his question. I think with your current power, you're strong enough to be in the top 10 in the world. He turned his head and replied to him, you're right, but who knows what will happen in this world? Besides, who has confirmed how strong the world's best are? He was dumbfounded. He had also advised Jang, you are a genius, but somewhere in the world there are monsters far stronger than you. So strive to become stronger. Returning to the present, he now deeply realized the words he had spoken. He was the monster of this country, and there would be other monsters like her somewhere. After a while, he rushed over past where he lay and stood behind her, saying, Chairwoman, you didn't have to get involved yourself. Ji-young leaned over and explained, I thought it would be safer for me to handle this personally, as he will help us find the one behind all this. He also acknowledged it. Yes, I hope you don't overthink it, she added. That's what I mean. He seemed to fully understand her intention and replied, yes, I understand. He displayed an image on the screen containing all the information he had just collected. His codename was Dark and he was known as an assassin. As an assassin, information about his abilities was very vague. Having assassinated over 200 top awakened worldwide, he was known as a notorious assassin. A few days ago, he and his colleague illegally entered Korea and the other one was killed by Ji-young. She casually sat in her chair, crossing her legs, looking at the screen of the room where he was confined, and after listening to the report she ordered, find out who sold them information about Caden. He also reported, I interrogated him, but he didn't confess anything. It will be very difficult to get information from him. While the two were discussing how to make him talk, they looked at the door and were surprised to see Ji-young storming in. It was unclear where he got the information, but as soon as he entered he asked, was Dark caught? He replied, arms crossed. Yes, the chairwoman went and caught him herself. Caden stared intently at what was on the screen. It was clear she was very angry, knowing this man was the kidnapper. Before she could reply, he interjected and reported. We interrogated him, but we haven't gotten any information yet, he said, as if he had already expected it. I know, how could he open his mouth so easily? Ji-young had been listening carefully without saying anything until now. Hearing this, she stood up abruptly and asked, Ji-young seems to know a lot about him, doesn't he? He remained silent for a long time, not answering, then looked back at the screen where Jang was sitting. He bowed his head and said nothing. He went straight to the room where he was confined, opened the door and entered. Then he asked Dark, how did you get information about me and Jingu? Who helped you enter Korea? Until now, he had been sitting at the table scoffing, and replied, I never imagined you were affiliated with Shinhwa. Didn't you say you strongly disliked belonging to any guild? He coldly denied them. They only helped my student, not me. Now answer, who ordered you to harm my student? He still kept his head down and said, then are you doing this because of your student? All that was in his mind was the option of silence. His face contorted with anger, he retorted, I really don't understand. There are so many outstanding people out there. Why did you take such a weak child as your student? At this point he spoke harshly as if he had gone mad. Why did you take that child as your student? The corner of his eye twitched slightly as he replied, that child is different from anyone else I've met. Jang looked at him in surprise and wondered, what do you mean? He slowly replied, that child doesn't ask or want anything from me. He widened his eyes and asked again, is that all? And he fell silent again, waiting for an answer, but the atmosphere fell silent. He bowed his head again and confessed honestly, I bought information about you and your student from the black market, so I don't know who provided it. We just finished one task, so we came to Korea together, and my colleague wanted to do that because the bonus would increase tremendously if we defeated you. He asked again, who helped you enter Korea? He replied, I don't know exactly, but I only know it's a fairly large organization in Korea. After getting the information he needed, he turned and left without saying anything, leaving him alone in thought. Did he choose that child because he doesn't want anything? In a towering skyscraper, Ji-young sat opposite Chairman Kong and spoke first. I didn't expect you to come so suddenly, Chairman. He sat with his legs crossed and replied, I just stopped by because I had business nearby. Besides, I heard that unfortunate things happened to that child. She nodded and said ceremoniously, thank you. Yes, thank you for sending the doctor. He waved his hand and replied, no need to thank me, we must help each other. I'm just sorry I couldn't be of more help. He put his hand on his chin and lamented, such a talented child. I wonder what the future of Korea will be. Suddenly he changed the subject. Oh, I heard you caught that criminal last night. Did you get any information from him? Hearing this, In-hee, who had been standing behind her, shook his head and replied, no, we couldn't find out anything. He hastily waved his hand and suggested with a professional smile, oh, that's a shame. How about handing him over to BU? Will help with the interrogation. Not to blame Shinhwa's interrogation abilities, but BU has very effective interrogation methods. She tactfully refused. Thank you. If needed, I will seek Bu's help. He achieved his goal, then stood up from the chair and retreated. Good. If you need anything, contact me directly. I have things to do now, so I'll be leaving. She and In-hee stood up and bid him farewell. Before leaving, he turned his head and said, I'm leaving. Chairman Kong and his subordinates walked down the long corridor, smiling triumphantly and thinking, I was a little nervous when he was caught, but I'm relieved now. He was surprised to see him. Aiden, he said. Oh, hello, however. He paid him no attention and simply walked past. He turned his head in anger, glaring at him and cursing inwardly. What an arrogant fellow, just because he's famous does he ignore me? Unfortunately, the hunters are hesitating to attack him for fear that the information might not be accurate. As he continued to stand and not leave, his secretary urged him, Chairman, you have a call from the office. He looked up and asked him, at the hospital. Everyone was worriedly waiting outside Jingu's hospital room. Subin bit her nails and wondered, why is it taking so long? It's been 3 days already. My friends are also getting anxious. Subin looked up and was surprised to see Yoon walking in the distance. As soon as she arrived, she grabbed Subin's arm and urgently asked, is Jingu really seriously injured? Instead of answering the question, she asked back, how did you know to come all the way here? She clutched the bag on her shoulder and replied, Zay requested medical assistance from Mia. Only then did she understand the problem and said, oh? Tears welled up in her eyes. When I heard about it, I couldn't believe that Jingu was so badly injured that he couldn't use his awakened abilities anymore. This made all three of them unable to hide their sadness and continued to wait. Suman walked down the building corridor, worriedly thinking that he had to stop his brother before he got too deeply involved with Frame. Arriving in front of the chairman's office, the secretary, who had been waiting, bowed and announced, the chairman is waiting. He asked curiously, what's wrong? However, he didn't get the answer he wanted and immediately entered the room. After a few steps, he could no longer walk. Right before his eyes was the corpse of his close subordinate, covered in wounds with blood splattered on the floor. Chairman Kong stood nearby, wiping the blood from his hands, and asked coldly, Kong Suman, how dare you investigate my actions? Suman looked at the corpse of his close subordinate, then at his brother, whom he had always respected, and stood dumbfounded, not knowing how to react. Chairman Kong still hadn't received an answer. He frowned and spoke clearly, word by word. Tell me, what's the reason? Suman tried to regain his composure and said something meaningful and unknown. I'm sure brother already knows the reason. His face was unpleasant, and he shouted loudly, losing his patience. Answer my question. He knew he could no longer hide it and confessed honestly. Recently, a criminal organization infiltrated Korea. As far as I know, brother is cooperating with them. He bowed his head and clenched his hands, stating the information he had collected. They are the criminal organization Frame. Not only that, but I also know that brother is cooperating with Frame and other dangerous organizations to weaken the influence and power of Korean guilds. He listened silently to all the information Suman had collected. He sighed and asked again, scoffing, Is that all? You investigated me just for that reason? He was surprised that the words coming from his brother's mouth were so gentle. Is brother saying it's just for that reason? Suman felt guilty in his heart. and worriedly spoke of his brother's wrongdoings. We all know that all Korean guilds are prohibited from cooperating with international organizations, let alone cooperating with notorious criminal organizations. Brother has violated the principles. If other guilds find out about this, they will not stand idly by. BU could lose a lot and it would be controlled for a long time. However, he ignored such rules and continued to sigh and reply, "Can such rules be as important as our BU?" he shouted in surprise. "Brother," he also added, "other guilds will also eventually abandon rules for their own benefit." He frowned and looked at him, stating his ambition. "And if this plan succeeds, BU will become the strongest awakened guild in Korea. You don't need to worry about other things." He hadn't expected his brother's ambition to be so great. Tried to dissuade him, but he already knew the outcome. He said, "The strongest in Korea, is it that easy?" His face changed eerily, and he replied, "It's not a friend, it's not easy, so we have to do what's most beneficial for BU." He couldn't refute his brother's crazy way of thinking and sighed. He leaned back in his chair, resting his arm on the desk, and analyzed. "Shinhwa and other guilds have developed too quickly recently, and their power far surpasses ours. I tried to train the next generation, but even the one who could succeed me was defeated by an unknown. Then what will happen to Bu's future?" He listened silently, not missing a single word. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and feel anxious. He put both hands in his pants pockets and his face gradually contorted, becoming very scary. But with this plan, BU can become the strongest guild in Korea in a short time. This way, all of Suwon's enemies can also be eliminated. He hadn't expected his brother, whom he had always respected, to change so drastically, and asked, "Brother, do you want to become the strongest in this way?" At the sudden question, he couldn't react and said, What's wrong with becoming the strongest that way?" He exploded with anger, slamming the table hard and shouting, "Shut up right now. Such foolish thoughts are precisely what made a guild with a long and distinguished history like BU so weak. As the leader, I have a responsibility to make BU stronger than before." Suman knew he couldn't persuade his brother, but he continued to try, bowing his head in guilt. "Even if BU can become the strongest guild as brother says, it will be a path full of sin, so it will mean nothing." He sighed and offered a menacing smile. "Kong Suman, don't misunderstand my words. I'm not asking for your opinion. The only reason I'm telling you this is because you're the vice chairman of BU. Just do as I say. You don't need to think about useless things. Personally dispose of that man lying there and eliminate any unnecessary loose ends." He looked at Kong Suman's sad expression, then at the man lying on the floor and ordered, "Don't hesitate, no matter how close you are. Rest assured this secret will never get out. Handle it yourself." He looked at Kong Suman's wounded face staring back at him and, unable to do it, refused. "I cannot do that." Chairman Kang's voice sharpened when he didn't follow his orders, and he glanced at Kong Suman, who was crouching on the floor covering his face and enduring the pain. "What?" he explained helplessly. "I cannot obey your orders, Hung Nim. I cannot kill my people to silence them, nor can I silently watch you cooperate with criminal organizations." Chairman Kong clenched his hands, suppressing his burning anger, and asked again, "Are you daring to defy me?" He replied without hesitation, "Yes." This was Chairman Kang's final limit, and he made his ultimate decision. "In that case, I can no longer help you. Bu's orders are absolute for the Supreme Authority, but you have refused orders and defied the Supreme Authority. From now on, Kong Suman, you are expelled from BU." He hadn't expected his brother to be so cruel, and he raised his head as if to say something, but Chairman Kong turned away as if he didn't want to hear any excuses. "I am truly disappointed that someone I trusted would think and act this way. Father would surely have done the same as me." Chairman Kong turned to him, still standing dumbfounded, and coldly ordered, "Leave everything you received from BU and depart." Chairman Kong said hypocritically, "If it weren't for Father, you would have been dealt with immediately here." Kong Suman trembled and tried to argue. "No, Hung Nim, you are the one who should leave BU." Chairman Kong asked again as if he couldn't believe his ears, "What did you say?" Kong Suman took out his phone, which had been recording, from his pocket. Chairman Kong was puzzled. "What?" Kong Suman held the phone still on call in front of Chairman Kang's face and replied, "Shinhwa must have heard everything we just discussed." On the other end of the line, Son Wang, Ji Young, and In Hee, the three of them, frowned as they heard Chairman Kang's brother's conversation from beginning to end. Their faces were filled with anger. On this side of the phone, the two brothers were still arguing. Chairman Kong, betrayed by his own brother, shouted in rage, "How dare you!" Suman didn't back down and replied, "Hung Nim, it's over." Chairman Kong, filled with shame and anger, concentrated dark power in his hands and rushed forward, grabbing Kong Suman by the collar and shouting with an angry face, "Kong Suman, you traitor, I'll kill you." But just as he was about to lay a hand on him, a loud noise came from the ceiling as if it was about to collapse. Both looked up simultaneously. Both realized it was a spatial barrier. All of this was created by Jian alone. Jian stood outside the building surrounding it and shouted inside, "Kong Su Pil, you damn bastard." His entire body was overflowing with killing intent so no one could approach him, and he stood on the rooftop of the building ordering, "Come out here." At this moment in Jihang's office, In Hee stood behind her, covering his mouth in admiration. "It's truly unbelievable." BU was behind all of this. She and Son Wang sat there, each lost in their own thoughts. In Hee reported, "Jian has disappeared. What should we do now?" She replied as if she had already anticipated this situation would happen someday. "Let Jian handle the conflict between him and BU himself. We cannot act recklessly in this situation." His cold demeanor commanded those inside from outside the building. "Come out here right now." When no one appeared, he unleashed lightning upon the building, splitting it in two. Cracks continuously spread and a massive explosion occurred. Smoke constantly billowed and Kong Suman escaped from his brother's control. He quickly escaped, holding Yang, who was lying on the floor barely breathing. As soon as he got outside, he realized that Caden was the one who had caused all of this. He shouted to his brother, "Don't go near him, leave that place immediately." The people working inside the building also scattered in chaos as if a beehive had been poked. Chairman Kong, attacked by surprise, raged and leaped onto the rooftop where he was waiting. He gritted his teeth and challenged, "Caden, you're crazy to dare attack Boo's headquarters." He ignored Chairman Kong. He calmly asked again, "Did I attack Bu?" He slowly set foot on the rooftop and without wasting time got straight to the point. "How dare you say such things after committing such a terrible act?" Chairman Kang's face darkened and he became uneasy, thinking inwardly, "Damn it, does he know everything?" He continued to warn, "You will pay the price for your terrible actions." Chairman Kong, furious, gritted his teeth and continuously cursed under his breath, thinking of a countermeasure. "He's a damned bastard, but at the same time he's a formidable opponent. It would be best to eliminate him immediately here. If Jian and that damned bastard join forces with other guilds, it will be really troublesome. Moreover, he is seriously injured right now, and he has recently used an enormous amount of power." As he came up with a perfect plan, he curled his lips and full of confidence immediately took action. What a foolish fellow! If he had remained silent, he might have saved his life. As he raised his hand, an enormous dark power formed a long string that quickly swept past everything, creating a massive purple orb. The orb was quickly sucked back into his hand and he thought triumphantly, "With this I will eliminate you." The orb was quickly attacked by his lightning. Chairman Kong tried to block it with his hands. A loud explosion echoed, and on the rooftop blue light illuminated everything. The entire building was on fire and smoke continuously billowed, spreading to nearby buildings. Just as he set foot on the ground, Chairman Kong looked at him with different eyes, puzzled by his ability. "What, this guy, is he really that strong?" He curled his lips and looked at Chairman Kong with contempt. "Do you think you can lay a hand on me with just that?" Chairman Kong couldn't endure this contempt and gritted his teeth, shouting, "It's not over yet." Two streams of power erupted from both hands, tearing a long gash in the ground and rushing towards him. He lightly raised one hand and easily nullified them, causing a series of explosions. Chairman Kong gritted his teeth in anger. He seized the opportunity and rushed forward like the wind, throwing a punch that sent Chairman Kong flying 100 meters away, crashing into the opposite building. Chairman Kong regained his composure and concentrating all his power in his hands. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Die!" He noticed something strange and quickly retreated, and a black circle of unknown depth appeared behind him. Kong Suman was startled by this sight and thought inwardly, "A black hole." The black hole continuously emitted dark energy, sucking in everything around it. Everything was pulled into the black hole, and its range was quite wide. Kong Suman's eyes widened and his mouth hung open, realizing it was a secret ability passed down only to Bu's successors, but it was much larger and stronger than he knew. Chairman Kong looked at him and laughed madly. He still arrogantly provoked, "Jian, no matter how great you are, if you're sucked into this black hole, your existence will just become a thing of the past." The further he moved away, the closer the black hole got. He thought angrily, "Damn it, that suction force is limiting my movements." Kong Suman, observing from afar, was startled to see him gradually being pulled into the black hole. Hung Jian was sucked in? Chairman Kong cheered and laughed triumphantly. "This is my power." Kong Su Pil in another location was engrossed in a spine-chilling thought. "I can't believe it. Hung was hiding such terrifying power." Chairman Kong, despite being injured, proudly muttered to himself, "What a foolish fellow, do you think you're on the same level as the guys I fought before?" However, before he could gloat for long, another blue power erupted from within the black hole, shattering it. He slowly emerged from the black hole completely unharmed, staring intently at Chairman Kong and complimenting, "Not bad." Chairman Kong now felt fear and he stood dumbfounded, continuously denying, "Impossible. You were sucked into the black hole. How did you get out?" His entire body emitted an enormous power, and he looked at Chairman Kong with sharp eyes and replied, "That attack almost hit me head on, but that's not enough. Now it's my turn." He concentrated power in his hands and approached Chairman Kong one step at a time like a demon emerging from hell to claim a life. "I'll show you why the world's top authorities avoid me." Chairman Kong could no longer endure the continuous surprises. In fear, he thought, "What kind of terrifying power is this? A free awakened cannot be this strong." As he cast a spell, an enormous power descended from the sky, striking the building he stood on. The power affected not only that building but also nearby buildings. Kong Suman, watching the situation from a nearby building, was also surprised by the terrifying power and quickly retreated to avoid its destructive force. He looked down at the skyscrapers shattered in an instant, frowning as if speechless. What was that just now? He floated in midair, looking at the scene before him with murderous eyes, his entire body surrounded by a spherical protective shield, and his face showed no change. Although he was in the chairman's office, he was aware of the situation on the other side through a call with Kong Suman. He hastily reported to Ji Yang, "Chairwoman, Chairman Kong Su Pil was attacked by Caden." He couldn't even finish his sentence, and she, as if she had already anticipated the answer, cut him off and confirmed, "What you're saying is true. Chairman Kong Su Pil is dead?" He confirmed it over the phone. "Yes, that's right." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell silent again, and no one spoke any further. After a moment a voice came from the phone again. Chairman Kong Soo-pil died because of his actions. However, BU will also bear partial responsibility. BU will directly contact other organizations to inform them of this fact, they replied after understanding the situation on the other side. Understood. At this moment Kong Soo-man tried to say something more, but before he could finish the call was cut off. He looked at his phone screen and saw a low battery notification. He put his phone in his pocket, looked at the pile of debris on the other side, sighed and thought in disappointment. I did my best to stop Hung, but I never expected it to end like this. After the call with Kong Soo-man ended, he sat in a chair and said sadly, I never thought he would fight Kong Soo-pil. Kong Soo-pil was not famous overseas, but he was a powerful awakened in Korea. Ji-young, standing nearby, continued, I knew he was powerful, but Chairman Kong fought him without properly understanding Kaiden's strength. He and Son Wong rested their chins in their hands, deep in thought. Ji-young stood by the window looking at the city. After a moment of silence Son Wong spoke. Anyway, our country has lost another strong awakened at such a critical time, and the responsibility will fall on BU. This is a huge loss for our country. Outside Jusuk's hospital room, everyone was still waiting. Subin was dozing with her arms crossed. Yoon was sleeping with her head on her lap looking tired. The others also stood nearby. After a long wait the hospital room door finally opened. Professor Duran, looking exhausted, massaged his neck as he emerged. He couldn't help but ask, Professor, how is Jusuk doing? As soon as he came out he was surprised to see the children waiting and scolded them. What? How do you know when the treatment is over and you're waiting here? Ji-yoon, representing his friends, replied, We've been waiting outside all along, please understand our feelings. He asked worriedly, Did you wait outside all day? He didn't hide it and replied honestly, yes. He sighed, looking at these foolish children with pity as if he had nothing to say. Ji-yoon eagerly asked again, Were you able to treat him even a little, Professor? He no longer made the children wait and replied, I'm sorry to disappoint you, I couldn't completely heal the child. Everyone's faces were filled with dismay. Yoon's eyes widened in confusion as she asked, Professor, what do you mean by not being able to completely heal him? He frowned, looked at the children, and continued to explain in more detail. First, the child's arms can move normally, but I couldn't fully restore the child's destroyed energy core. And the pain will also be slightly reduced. Dizuk was the first to react, happily replying, Even that much is good. Even the representatives of the company or the alliance couldn't treat his arms. Subin, standing next to him, agreed and added, You're right, at least he can live like a normal person. Both simultaneously bowed deeply, continuously thanking him. Professor, thank you for treating Jusuk. Yoon looked blankly at the two, then also bowed. Thank you. Finally Ji-yoon also sincerely bowed. Professor, thank you very much. He was embarrassed, thinking that the children's gratitude made him uncomfortable. And he smiled, putting his hand on Ji-yoon's shoulder to reassure him. Don't worry, you can go see your friend now, I need to go rest. Before he left, Ji-yoon followed and said, Professor, I'll visit you later. He waved his hand without looking back, indicating he understood. The remaining three couldn't close their mouths and simultaneously said, Let's go see Jusuk. He walked down the corridor and paused when he saw Kaiden waiting, arms crossed as if he had been there for a long time. As soon as he approached he spoke with an apologetic look. I don't have enough power right now to restore the energy core. He glanced at Kaiden and said, That's enough for Jinwoo. After explaining Jinwoo's situation to Kaiden, he left his position and continued down the corridor. Kaiden watched him disappear for a moment, then left himself. His friends, still far from arriving, heard voices from a distance. Hey Jinwoo, your friends are happily greeting you. You all here? Subin put her arm around Yoon's shoulder and quickly replied, We've been waiting outside for a while. Jinwoo, surprised by this, turned to look at her. Really? Yoon was here too? She asked with teary eyes worriedly. Jinwoo, are you okay? Jinwoo smiled to reassure everyone. I'm fine. Disuk stood in front of Jinwoo with his hands on his hips and said, I heard you can move your arms normally now. Jinwoo nodded and said, Yes, Ji-yoon's professor helped heal my arms. The professor has been working hard for the past few days. Subin suggested ordering chicken to eat here. Everyone agreed. Good idea, Ji-yoon said as usual. I want jjajangmyeon. Just then Kaiden opened the door and walked in, looking puzzled at the scene. What is this? Everyone turned to Kaiden simultaneously. His friends waved goodbye to Jinwoo and quickly ran away. Jinwoo were leaving. Jinwoo, sitting on the hospital bed, replied, Okay, see you later. As they left, only the two remained in the room. Kaiden stood by the bed and asked Jinwoo, I heard you can move your arms normally now? Jinwoo couldn't hide his joy and boasted, Yes, the pain has also greatly reduced. Kaiden sat on the bed sharing Jinwoo's joy and said gently, That's good then. Kaiden hesitated for a moment, then told Jinwoo everything. That the chairman of BU had sold Jinwoo's information and cooperated with those people to abduct him. Jinwoo, surprised by this, asked again, The chairman of BU is Son Wong's father? Kaiden affirmed, That's right, and I just dealt with him. Jinwoo said nothing. Kaiden observed Jinwoo's reaction and advised, This world of awakened is cruel and cold. If you're weak, you'll easily fall. They'll keep trying to devour you. Jinwoo bowed his head and replied in a low voice, It's really hard to survive in the awakened world. Kaiden sighed and continued, I'm just dealing with one of them. Jinwoo's eyes shone with innocence and he hastily looked up and explained, I don't mean that. It's just that I feel like you're going through a lot living alone in that world. I know you're an amazing person, but every time I hear that you've been living alone in that world until now, it makes me so sad. Caden couldn't help but be surprised by Jinwoo's naive thoughts. Do you think I'm that weak? When asked that, Jinwoo was slightly flustered and forced a smile, saying, Hey, now that I think about it, something has been strange these past few days. Caden asked curiously. What is it? Jinwoo began to speak. You once said that an awaken's energy core is where an awaken's energy is stored, and if it's broken, they lose their abilities. Caden immediately replied. That's right, it is. Jinwoo poured out the thoughts he had kept in his heart until now. To be honest, before I often wished my abilities would disappear, but strangely when I actually lost them, I felt so sad. At first I hated my abilities because they were scary and made people avoid me. At this point Jinwoo's eyes welled up with tears and he cried like a child. He looked at his bandaged hands and trembled all over. But now it's different. Thanks to those abilities I was able to meet Caden Hung. I was also able to make friends with Ji Yun, Jusok, Subin and my academy friends. Now that I've lost my abilities I can't be friends with them anymore, can I? Jinwoo hugged his body and sobbed. I'm so sad and heartbroken right now. Caden raised his hand and gently patted Jinwoo's back, comforting him. Don't overthink it, just rest. After comforting Jinwoo to sleep, Caden sat nearby guarding him. The next day, in a house with a view of a blue lake, Caden sat at his desk. As soon as he answered the phone he asked, Who is this? Not many people know this number. A voice came from the other end of the line. It's me. He was startled and asked again. Caden, from the other end of the line, she replied unpleasantly. Then who did you think it was? He didn't prolong the conversation and immediately stated his request. Caden, you have to help me with this. He started to scoff as if he had heard a joke. What? Unbelievable. Caden break asking me for help. There was no reply from the other end of the line, so he sighed and firmly refused. It's really surprising, but I refuse. You and I aren't close enough to help each other. He immediately offered, I'll give you my energy control method. The other party was startled by these words and wondered why Caden would humble himself so much. Caden, are you crazy? Night fell and faint lights leaked from the windows. Ino was startled and asked again, Em Jang escaped? The other party bowed and reported, yes, Shinhwa lost him during the transfer of Em Jang to headquarters and he fled. At that time, the 4 people who were being transferred were suddenly attacked and are currently receiving treatment. Before he left, he didn't forget to instruct his subordinates to immediately contact XA and report to him if they received any information. Outside Jinwoo's hospital room, the people guarding him lay unconscious on the floor. Jinwoo woke up from his sleep and was startled to see Em Jang standing at the head of his bed, arms crossed, staring intently at him. Jinwoo couldn't help but bolt upright. What is this? Wasn't he caught? The two locked eyes. He stood silently, then said mockingly, How pathetic, Caden's student in such a state. Do you know how many awakened want to be Caden's student? Jinwoo looked at him with a flustered face and replied, I know. He changed his gaze and retorted, No, you don't know anything. Many powerful awakened want to be Caden's student, and if they can't be his student, they want to be his subordinate. Jinwoo didn't know what he was talking about and just listened quietly. Caden is such a great awakened, and he's in danger because of you. Jinwoo was quite surprised to hear this for the first time. He walked closer to the bed and said to Jinwoo, Many people are looking for Caden now. They're not trying to attack him, but because he has a weakness. And that's you. They'll use you to kill Caden. He leaned closer to Jinwoo's face, directly touching Jinwoo's wounds. But your energy core is destroyed. You're going to die here, so how can Caden be in danger because of someone like you? Jinwoo, recalling their beautiful memories, admitted with an apologetic face, Yes, Caden Hung has been through a lot because of me. And he's always been in dangerous situations because of me. Jinwoo, hating his current appearance, bowed his head and pleaded, Please kill me for Caden Hung's sake. He hadn't expected such a situation. Jinwoo looked up at him and pleaded with firm eyes, Please kill me right now. Wasn't that what you came here to do? He hesitated for a moment, but then as if determined he grabbed Jinwoo's neck. Jinwoo also made his own choice. I won't let Caden Hung be in danger because of me anymore. I'm just a burden to him. I can't do anything for my family. He looked at Jinwoo, who had given up on everything and no longer wanted to live, and thought to himself, Does that child really want to die? He recalled what Caden had said before. That child is different from anyone else I've met. Returning to reality, he softened and released his hand, warning, As long as you're Caden's student, this will happen again. They don't care about your current condition at all. Jinwoo saw him release him so easily, and when he saw him open the door to leave, he shouted, What? He stroked his neck and shouted, Where are you going? He paused for a moment but didn't reply and recalled the first time he met Caden. It was a day of torrential rain, and he was panting, exhausted from dealing with villains. Then Caden appeared in a raincoat on a high place and complimented, You fight pretty well. But why is your electrical ability getting weaker? Returning to reality, he still replied with his back to Jinwoo, I'm not strong enough to be recognized yet, and I don't think I'm worthy myself, but either way I'm Caden Hung's student. After speaking, he slammed the door shut. As soon as he went outside, he found Caden already waiting. He hastily made an excuse. I just talked for a moment. I had something to confirm. Caden calmly asked again without an angry expression. Okay, so you've confirmed everything? He replied with one word and just left. Jinwoo was lost in confused thoughts in the room, but the sound of the door opening woke him up. Caden Hung. As soon as Caden entered, he said, I heard Jang escaped during his transfer to headquarters. He sat on Jinwoo's bed. As soon as Caden sat down, Jinwoo asked curiously, Caden Hung, is the person named Mi Hung your student? Caden neither denied nor admitted it. Not entirely, I just taught him a few things. I never accepted him as a student. Jinwoo's face looked a little sad and he bowed his head, replying, I see. Caden turned to Jinwoo and asked worriedly, how are you feeling? Jinwoo forced a smile and replied honestly, my body is fine, but it sometimes hurts when I try to control my energy. Caden advised, that's normal when the core is damaged. Don't try to control your energy. Jinwoo, hearing this, replied, yes, I understand. The next morning, he as usual stood before the chairwoman's desk with his hands clasped, reporting on business. Chairwoman, it is confirmed that Mi Hong visited Jinwoo at the hospital. However, his whereabouts after that are unknown. Jinwoo saw him briefly, then he left and there has been no further news. To be honest, I don't know why he came to see Jinwoo. He also added, and according to news I just heard, 2 items that arrived here were inspected. But there is also other news that they went directly to the country, making the chairwoman a little uneasy. At this moment, Caden stood on the rooftop of the building, hands in his pockets, enjoying the night city view. As soon as Caden arrived, he said, you came faster than I thought. She turned to Caden and replied, how could I be slow? What if Caden no longer needs my help? I heard you were injured. Should I heal you, Hung? He walked up to her and said, no, it's for my student. She, as if she couldn't believe her ears, asked in surprise again, what, for your student? He affirmed. Yes. Ji Young voiced the question in her mind. Caden might come to our country, and he replied, I'm not sure. That information is really unreliable, but there's no reason for her to come to Korea. She was still a little skeptical. Rumor has it that she is the only one with the ability to save Jinwoo. Caden is known as a highly ranked awakened worldwide. He also added, she's also famous for her healing abilities. Ji Young thought for a moment, then commanded, find her. He was startled. What? Caden rarely leaves her hiding place. Chairwoman, do you think she'll come to our country? Ji Young suggested. We can bring her to Korea. He, sweating, raised the issue, even if we can bring her here. It's not certain if she can treat Jinwoo. Many powerful people have already requested her treatment, but she refused. You said that yourself, Chairwoman. Ji Young remained firm in her decision. But we already said it. This is to heal Jinwoo's wounds. He nodded and received the order. Understood, Chairwoman. Ji Hang's subordinate urgently opened the door from outside and reported, Chairwoman, someone saw Caden appear at the hospital. He, hearing this news, looked very flustered and full of questions. Just then, Caden followed Jian to the hospital and the two looked at Jinwoo, who was huddled on the hospital bed. She immediately asked, so this child is your student? Jian stood next to her, nodding in agreement. Yes, she had imagined Caden's student's appearance many times, but it was completely different from what she expected. She felt that Jinwoo had changed, unlike Caden's personality. Jian inwardly fumed. What? Wait a minute. Jinwoo blankly watched the two talk, then couldn't hold back anymore and spoke. Caden Hung, who is this person? Jian, arms crossed, calmly introduced her. Just an acquaintance. She also chimed in. You could say that. Then I'll check your condition. Jian turned to her and instructed. First, check Jinwoo's body. She disliked being ordered around by others and angrily shouted, shut up. She silently emitted yellow energy from her eyes, which enveloped Jinwoo's arm. Jinwoo exclaimed in surprise, wow, she immediately commanded, lie down, relax and let my power enter your body so I can check your condition. He lay on the bed as instructed. Yes, Caden quickly scanned his body and reported to Jian. That child suffered very serious injuries. His core was destroyed, energy leaked out, and both arms were broken, even though he just recovered. Caden chuckled and complimented. Who could have fixed that? Quite decent. The problem is that the core was destroyed. In this case, they will no longer be able to accumulate energy or lose their abilities as awakened. Someone deliberately destroyed the energy core, I suppose. It must have been quite painful. After the examination, Caden turned back to Jian to reconfirm. So you want me to restore your disciple's destroyed energy core? Jian replied without hesitation. That's right. Caden glanced at Jian with an expression of disbelief. Caden, I heard you were injured. Did you hit your head? To even think about restoring a destroyed core, have you forgotten that a core, once destroyed, cannot be restored? Jian remained in the same posture, bowing his head and replying, I know. Caden asked again skeptically. Then why are you asking me? Jian retorted. Caden, it's not impossible for you, is it? Caden, knowing Jian's words were true, narrowed her eyes and glanced at Jian. Jian relayed the information he had gathered. Everyone keeps spreading rumors about you. That you are the one with the most outstanding healing abilities, the one who can heal all living things. I thought such an assessment of your healing ability was not at all wrong, but Jian did a complete 180 and disappointedly and openly dismissed Caden. But I guess I was wrong. You can go. I knew you wouldn't be able to heal my disciple. Jian turned to dismiss Caden, but Caden, unable to accept being so insulted, quickly called out to Jian. Wait, did I say I couldn't heal him? Jian deliberately provoked him by pretending to dismiss him, and Caden fell completely into the trap. Jian, having achieved his goal, smirked with satisfaction. Jinwoo, sitting on the bed, had heard the entire conversation between the two from beginning to end and was surprised, thinking, that person can restore energy cores? Caden frowned, looking displeased with Jian's attitude. I will fix that child's energy core. And you don't forget your promise, Jian sighed and said. No one's running away. Jinwoo raised his hand to interrupt their conversation. This Nuna's name is Caden, right? Can I talk to you for a moment, Nuna? Jinwoo looked back at Jian and pleaded. Jian hung just a moment. Jian, unable to resist Jinwoo's pleading look, quietly went outside to wait. Kaiten spoke to a child like Jinwoo with a hint of disdain. If it weren't for Jian, I wouldn't have time to deal with kids like you. Jinwoo paid no attention to Kaiten's words, waved his hand and suggested, "Can you make it so no one outside can hear our conversation?" Jinwoo scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "Oh, can't Nuna do that?" Kaiten wondered, unable to understand what could be so important that others couldn't hear, but she accepted Jinwoo's suggestion, waved her hand once to cut off the outside and said, "I've created a wall so no one can hear from outside." Only then did Jinwoo feel relieved and stated his request. "I don't need any more treatment," Kaiten shouted, unable to understand. "What?" Jinwoo pulled up the blanket and repeated, "Nuna, you don't need to treat me. Please don't grant Jian's request." Kaiten was quite surprised by this suggestion. "Kid, what are you talking about? An energy core is like life for an awakened. If the core is destroyed, the pain will only get worse and worse." Kaiten frowned and looked at Jinwoo with a displeased expression. "This Uni can restore your energy core and you dare refuse it? Are you crazy?" Jinwoo bowed his head and replied awkwardly, "Yes, I heard Jian Hung had to promise something if he wanted me to be treated. Restoring a destroyed energy core must require a very special condition." Kaiten also admitted immediately, without trying to hide it. "That's right, no one but me can restore an energy core." Jinwoo looked up curiously and asked, "Then can you tell me what that condition is?" Kaiten honestly said it was Jian's energy control method. Jinwoo's eyes widened in surprise, then he bowed his head again, dejected, blaming himself. Because of him, Jinwoo decided not to be treated again. "If it's that, Nuna, you don't need to treat me. My core was destroyed because Jian Hung told me not to tell anyone his energy control method. Isn't it too unreasonable for Jian Hung to use his energy control method to treat my core?" Jinwoo couldn't hold back and sobbed, "I will never give that up. No, I don't even need Nuna's treatment right now." Kaiten was quite surprised by Jinwoo's attitude and looked at Jinwoo in a different light. "By the way, kid, what's your name?" Jinwoo looked up, tears still in his eyes. He pointed to himself with both hands. "Yes, my name is Jinwoo." Kaiten uncharacteristically introduced herself again. "My name is Kaiten. Remember it well. I respect your decision." Jinwoo also smiled and replied, "Ah, thank you, Nuna." Kaiten, knowing there was nothing more for her to do, said goodbye and left. "All right, I'm going. Goodbye." Kaiten opened the door, went outside, and followed Jian into another room. As soon as she entered the room, Kaiten couldn't help but say, "I knew you were a brazen eavesdropper. Take me to where you are." Jian was startled to hear Kaiten's words and exclaimed, "What?" Kaiten, turning from guest to host, turned and left. She had come all this way only for Jian. "Aren't you even going to let me rest?" Jian took the opportunity to lead Kaiten to his room. Kaiten scanned the room once and evaluated. "You live in a place like this." Kaiten frowned at the cute cats Jian raised, looking puzzled. The cats, ignoring Jian, approached Kaiten and started playing. Kaiten, seemingly disliking cats, wondered, "Kaiten, did you hit your head?" Jian didn't look at Kaiten once. As if he hadn't heard Kaiten's words, he asked again, "What did you say?" Kaiten also spoke her true thoughts. "I think cats are too unhygienic." Jian glanced at Kaiten and said, "Oh really?" Kaiten immediately replied, "You live with cats. What is this? How can you be so close to them?" As Jian got up to leave, the cats followed behind. Kaiten made another nonsensical remark. Kaiten, seeing Jian leave, fell into thought again. "That guy is weird, too weird. What am I looking at right now?" Suddenly, Kaiten noticed a cat staring at her with hostile eyes, threatening her. "You dare look at me like that?" Jian was preparing food for them. He said gently, "Just a moment, I'll give you food." Suddenly, Jian's body underwent a strange change, and before he could react, he transformed into a cat. A tremendous power emanated from the entire house, radiating outwards. Jian sighed, worried about being discovered, and looked at the cats surrounding him happily, thinking, "Damn it, I'm back in cat form again." Jian suddenly remembered Kaiten's presence and was startled. Kaiten had just seen everything. The two made eye contact and Jian didn't know how to explain. Kaiten, dumbfounded, looked at Jian and the cat surrounding him and said, "Kaiten changed into a cat." Jian, worried about being exposed, turned his head in another direction. Kaiten glared at Jian, not knowing what to say. Jian broke out in a cold sweat and thought inwardly, "Damn it, why is this guy here precisely when I transform? What the hell is going to happen? Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps." After a long while, Kaiten, unable to hold back, spoke first. "You have an interesting ability." Jian wondered if Kaiten was complimenting him or being sarcastic. "What do you mean?" Jian turned his head and watched Kaiten sit on a nearby sofa. Jian rested his chin on his hand, narrowing his eyes in thought. "What? This guy's reaction is completely different from what I expected." Kaiten's mind was also in turmoil. "What is this? Awakened abilities always have special potential, but a person transforming into an animal, I don't want to admit it, but it actually happened." Jian fidgeted, pacing back and forth, but Kaiten still showed no reaction, deep in thought, and Jian couldn't guess Kaiten's thoughts. Finally, Kaiten seemed to have finished her thoughts, looked up at Jian, sighed and said, "All right, I don't like the way you transform, but it's not bad. Can't you transform into a prettier cat?" Jian scanned his plump body up and down once and retorted, "It's not that I look the same, this is a truly perfect cat." Kaiten was frozen in place, unable to believe it, overflowing with surprise. "He's not imitating, he actually transformed into a cat?" Jian, seeing Kaiten's amusing reaction, quickly explained as if it were nothing. "Ah, I just tried it. I didn't think it would work, but it just happened easily. I transformed into a cat like this." Kaiten's lips curled slightly. "Easily? This guy. He's acting like it's nothing." All right, Jian. I can't believe a guy who only knows how to fight managed to do this. Kaiten bit her nails, seething with frustration. But how? Can I transform too? Am I really inferior to that guy? Kaiten couldn't help but ask what she had been wondering about for a while. Now I know you have a new ability. Are you going back to human form? Jian honestly refused. No, it's annoying. Besides, transforming requires a lot of energy, so I'll just stay like this. Kaiten's face darkened, and she continuously cursed inwardly. Damn it, that bastard is provoking me. Kaiten trembled all over, seeing Jian casually scratching his face with his paw. How dare he look at me with such a dismissive expression? I really hate it. In the hospital room, Jinwoo sat on the bed concentrating on his thoughts. Yes, that's how I'll do it. This way I won't cause any more trouble for Kaiten Hung. I'm truly grateful that Hung is trying to help me. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening interrupted Jinwoo's thoughts. Seeing the two people who opened the door and entered, Jinwoo quickly greeted them first. Ji Young Nuna In-hee Hung. As soon as he entered, In-hee immediately asked, I heard Kaiten is here. Jinwoo also honestly replied, yes, she just left. She's probably with Jian Hung now. Ji Young also asked curiously, is Kaiten going to treat you? Jinwoo exclaimed in surprise at the unexpected question. No, Ji Young replied with a slight disappointment. Alright, so Kaiten also can't treat a destroyed energy core? Jinwoo denied it. No, Hung said it's not impossible, but I refused. The two were quite surprised and asked, unable to understand why Jinwoo had done that. What? Why did you refuse treatment? Jinwoo explained. I heard Kaiten Hung promised to give Kaiten something if she treated me. So I refused. Seeing the two standing there dumbfounded, Jinwoo awkwardly smiled and reassured them, don't both of you make such faces, I'm fine. At first it was really hard to accept losing his awakened abilities. Jinwoo felt sorry for Kaiten and was afraid of losing his friends if he lost his awakened abilities. Jinwoo seemed to have accepted it, and his eyes sparkled as he continued. But now I'm truly grateful to everyone. I realize that everyone cares about me much more than I imagined. As soon as the two left, In-hee asked, will Kaiten come back? Ji Young said it was highly likely. Inside Jian's house the lights were brightly lit. Kaiten asked Jian, is this your disciple's house? Jian turned his head in another direction and replied, yes. Kaiten stroked her smooth chin and said, it's a bit strange, a little different from what I expected, but I quite like your disciple. Kaiten glanced at Jian and continued, I can't believe that child refused to have his mental core treated. If he had been able to continue using energy control, he would have achieved tremendous results. Jian, knowing Kaiten's personality well, sighed helplessly and replied, that's right, Jinwoo has always been like that. Jian looked up at Kaiten again and asked, Kaiten, will you grant Jinwoo's request? Kaiten touched her long hair and said with a slight regret, I said I would respect that child's opinion. Jian turned his head in another direction, his face displeased, but Kaiten continued, I'll still treat that child. Jian thought he had misheard and opened his eyes wide, asking again, what? Kaiten, with a dangerous expression, explained why she was doing that. The reason that child refused was because he didn't want to give your energy control to anyone else, but we can solve this in another way. Jian's eyes shone with hope. Another way. Kaiten clasped her hands together and glared at Jian, making a new request. I want your ability to transform into other creatures. Jian was startled and speechless at Kaiten's words. Kaiten looked at Jian, seemingly determined to learn, and said, energy control isn't absolutely necessary. I just want to research it. Besides, I think my energy control ability is no less than yours, but transformation is different. She said it casually on the surface, but inwardly she was thinking something else. That's a truly amazing ability. Kaiten, glowing all over, asked Jian, Kaiten, what do you think of my proposal? Jian stared intently at Kaiten, thinking, this crazy woman, is she really serious? Kaiten stared intently at Jian, waiting for an answer. But as he said nothing, she felt uneasy inwardly. Why isn't he answering, or does he think it will take too long to teach this useless guy? I think that's what it is. Kaiten hastily persuaded him, promising to treat Jinwoo. Jian also knew that restoring a mental core was not easy. I don't know how long it will take, but I promise. I will definitely restore your disciple's mental core. Jian said that this ability was not perfect, and though he could transform into a cat, there would be side effects whether he liked it or not. Kaiten didn't care about such things and said firmly, really, but it's alright. Someday I'll do what you can't. Only then did Jian realize this crazy woman, she was really serious. Since it didn't matter much to him anyway, he agreed without further hesitation. Alright, I'll teach you. His eyes gleamed as if he'd struck gold, and after their agreement each laughed loudly with their own calculations in mind. After the two reached a satisfactory agreement, they immediately headed to Jinwoo's hospital room. Jinwoo asked as if he couldn't believe what Kaiten had just said. You still want to treat me? He asserted with his arms crossed. That's right. Jinwoo looked back at Jian and saw Jian nod in confirmation. But Jinwoo refused again. I don't want to be treated, he shouted as if unable to understand why Jinwoo was so stubborn. Jinwoo bowed his head. Didn't the professor say yesterday that he would respect my decision? He was slightly flustered by Jinwoo's dejected appearance. What am I doing? Jian approached, placed a hand on Jinwoo's shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, Jinwoo, I won't use the energy control method as a condition for the exchange. Hearing that, Jinwoo looked up and asked, so you don't need to exchange the energy control method anymore? Jian nodded. That's right. Jinwoo still seemed uneasy. But I know you're going to give him something important. Jian quickly reassured Jinwoo. It's fine, it's nothing. He thought triumphantly to himself, what's important? I'm just going to teach him a useless technique. I shouldn't say how useless that technique is here. It would be troublesome if Kaiten changed her mind. With tears still in his eyes, Jinwoo looked up at Jian and called out, touched. Kaiten hung. He stood behind, not knowing he was being foolish, and smiled like a victor, thinking to himself, I need to persuade that guy. However, no matter how much he tried, Jinwoo still stuck to his decision. No, I'm still going to refuse treatment. Both were surprised by this reaction. Jinwoo said sincerely, I don't want Hung to sacrifice anymore because of me. I'm really fine. Hung's kindness is enough. He couldn't help but say, I'm just treating you because I want to. Jinwoo angrily shouted, I still don't want treatment. Again, both froze, thinking the same thing. I'm going crazy. Suddenly, Jinwoo had another seizure, trembling all over. Jian quickly used his ability to knock Jinwoo unconscious. He put his hand on his forehead and sighed. Jinwoo's having another seizure. Kaiten also complimented. Very well done, just knock that guy out. He frowned, looking at Jinwoo sleeping peacefully. I almost knocked that guy out myself. Seeing Kaiten still standing motionless, he urged, Kaiten, everything's fine now, why don't you treat him? That guy will refuse treatment again when he wakes up. He was startled and replied, good idea. She rolled up her sleeves and had a dangerous expression. Act first, report later, he said. That's right, and laughter echoed. He went outside, giving her space to treat him. At the same time, Duran and Inhee also approached and called Jian. We have information that Kaiten came with Kaiten. The power I sensed inside. He leaned against the wall and nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, he's treating Jinwoo. Both were surprised to hear that and asked, didn't he refuse treatment? He sighed and smiled. That's right, that guy found out I was using the energy control method as a condition for the exchange. She was startled to hear this for the first time and exclaimed, what? But he still had his arms crossed, treating it as a normal occurrence. But now Kaiten is going to get something else from me. In a continuous string of surprises, both thought to themselves, Jian really cares a lot about Jinwoo. She asked with a hint of curiosity, can he really restore Jinwoo's energy core? He didn't say anything, and she continued, I've never seen anyone succeed in core restoration. He replied honestly, yes, I know that too. At these words she froze. What? He repeated. If Kaiten says he can do it, then I believe he definitely can. Because I trust his abilities. At this moment, inside the hospital room, Kaiten was seriously restoring Jinwoo's energy core, but he could hear the conversation outside and thought with a confident expression. Oh, so you trust my abilities? He crossed his arms, confident that core restoration would take several days. Someone needs to protect him during treatment, so I'll stay here and protect him. Inside the hospital room, a yellow energy enveloped Jinwoo. Outside, not only Jian but all of Jinwoo's friends were also outside waiting. A few days later, Kaiten emerged from the hospital room, completely exhausted. Several people were waiting for him. Jian stepped forward and asked about the situation. How was the treatment? He replied with an arrogant expression. Why ask such a useless question? Of course I restored it. At these words, the people behind him jumped with joy. Suddenly his expression darkened and he warned. Although I restored the core, it can still break with a small impact. So it needs more treatment for the core to return to its original state. Duran, slightly relieved, sincerely bowed 90 degrees and said, thank you. He was surprised by her excessive reaction. Turned around and asked, are you Shinwa's Yu Ji-young? She replied, still in the same posture. That's right. He thought to himself with a hint of suspicion. Didn't they say Jinwoo was an awakened, not affiliated with any organization? Then why is he connected to Shinhwa? He looked back at Jinwoo's friends chatting happily in the distance and exclaimed, why are they so happy? Not wanting to stay here long, he approached Jian and said, Kaiten, show me the way. I've had a tough few days treating him, so I need to rest. He replied with a friendly smile, I'll show you the way as many times as you need. In a luxurious building, a chairman seemed to be on the phone, looking at the pool in front of his house. I haven't been involved in politics for a while. I live quite comfortably here. On the other end of the phone, Ji-young tried to persuade him. Chairman, don't say that. You have always been devoted to Korea, even now that you've retired. He laughed at that and said, thank you for the high praise, but if I had taken it to heart, I would have known beforehand before things happened. Then such unfortunate things wouldn't have happened. Suddenly, he changed the subject. So how's the situation at BU? She also reported without concealment. Kang Suman is taking over as chairman and sorting out the messy situation. He understood the situation and frowned, feeling a little regretful about losing a talent. It's truly regrettable. It will take time for BU to get back on track now. And although Kang Supal did despicable things, he was still a powerful awakened in Korea. I'm concerned that we've lost strong awakened at a time when we need to grow our influence. On this end of the phone, she only listened in silence. He asked again, so how's Jinwoo's condition? She also replied honestly, Kaiten restored the destroyed energy core. He was happy for Jinwoo and asked if the Kaiten she was referring to was the famous Kaiten. That's great news. Then I'll be able to see Jinwoo at the academy again. Jinwoo's friends, having received permission, went into the hospital room to ask about Jinwoo. Jinwoo, how are you now? Jinwoo's complexion had returned, and he smiled and replied, the pain is almost gone and my body feels much better now that my awakened abilities have been restored to my energy core. Yoon exclaimed happily, that's amazing. Subin rested her chin on Jinwoo's shoulder and asked, so you're completely healed? Jinwoo replied, my core is treated, but it will still take time to fully recover. Subin nodded. Ah, I see, I was really shocked when I heard your core was broken, Jinwoo replied, feeling a little apologetic. Me too, I'm sorry for worrying you. Disuk put his hands in his pants pockets and sighed. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Subin also agreed. That's right, what are you sorry for? Subin was quite surprised and exclaimed. But I still can't believe Kaiten agreed to treat you. He's considered the best in the world in the field of treatment. Subin sat next to Jinwoo, agreeing with her words and adding, I was really surprised too. I heard he doesn't treat people no matter how much they pay. Disuk also mentioned a few cases where Kaiten refused. Some businessmen offered trillions of won but he still refused. Some of the world's top awakens said they would pay any price if he healed physical damage. All four stared intently at Jinwoo, wondering, why did he agree to treat you? Jinwoo scratched his head awkwardly and explained, Ah, he's Jian Heng's acquaintance, Subin exclaimed in admiration. Oh, I see, Kaiten is one of the strongest people in the world anyway. Jinwoo recalled the scene where Jian came in the evening, saw his sad face and asked worriedly, why do you still look gloomy even though Kaiten restored your core? Jinwoo bowed his head, hugged his knees and said in a sobbing voice, Heng sacrificed something important to treat me, didn't he? Jian still calmly reassured Jinwoo. At that time Kaiten was next to me so I couldn't tell him. Trust me, it's nothing important. However, Jinwoo didn't believe what Jian had just said. Heng, don't lie to me, he immediately said, so Jinwoo wouldn't misunderstand him anymore. What would I gain by lying to you? The condition for him to treat you was for me to teach him how to transform into a cat. Jinwoo looked up at Jian with a blank expression upon hearing that. What? You taught him how to transform into a cat? He confirmed with a smile as if he had benefited from this deal. Yes, that's right. What's important, right? Jinwoo still asked, as if he couldn't believe this was true. Really, is that okay? You tricked him, he said, as if he was being wronged. When did I trick him? He wanted to transform into a cat. Besides, I told him there would be side effects. It's not important to me, but it might be different for him. But I didn't say that this ability isn't important to me. He will only treat you if he sees something worth exchanging. Jinwoo looked at Jian and exclaimed in admiration, Wow, Subin's words brought him back to reality. Right? Kaiten is really pretty. Jian and Kaiten, oh my god, the world's top and unique people. Jinwoo repeated her words, seeing Subin's enthusiastic reaction to handsome men, the world's top. Suddenly, she excitedly put her hand on Jinwoo's shoulder and pressed him. Jinwoo, they're at your house? Ah. Jinwoo was startled by her question and replied yes. She was excited to hear them say that and said, Jinwoo, let's get well soon and go home. At these words, Yoon, behind them, bit her nails trying to restrain herself from rushing at her. Disuk also had the same thought as Subin. Jinwoo replied helplessly, Ah yes, at Jinwoo's house, Kaiten meditated to transform into a cat. But no matter how hard he tried, there was no result, so he held his head in anger. Why isn't it working? I thought I was almost there, but I keep failing. Why? He taught me so clearly. What Kaiten taught me is completely different from the awakened abilities I've known until now. I'm almost there. Why haven't I succeeded yet? He slowly stood up, unable to hide his disappointment, but he comforted himself. Phew. It's just the beginning. I need to calm down. I really need to calm down. He went upstairs and was surprised to see Jian lying comfortably on the sofa on his stomach. He couldn't help but feel envious. He's a perfect cat. Every movement is that of a cat. Jian, who was spread out in cat form, saw him and ordered, Oh, you came at a good time, feed the cats. He, in an annoyed state, saw this scene and the expectant cats and reluctantly went to give them food. He continued to give them food, still annoyed. Why do I have to do this? He looked back at Jian, who was yawning, lying stretched out on the sofa but having no outlet for his anger. He firmly decided inwardly, Just you wait, you're not the only one who can transform into a cat, are you? I'll definitely transform into a cat tonight and show him. And then he ran outside. Where did he go from early morning until late at night and then come back? He was bewildered to see a scrawny white cat appear at the entrance with the other cats. Kaiten, also in cat form, looked at Jian triumphantly and boasted, Surprised I did it. He widened his eyes, pointed with his finger and asked, You're Kaiten? He replied excitedly. Yes, I finally did it. He laughed loudly. How do I look? He couldn't say anymore and said, You don't look like a cat. Of course he doesn't look like a cat. Because he was a real cat, he was recognized, and his eyes sparkled like stars. I became a perfect cat just as I wanted. He was quite surprised and praised inwardly. He learns faster than I thought. Suddenly he noticed something strange and was startled. One ear. Neutered cats usually only have one ear left. He was still excitedly shouting, That's right, there's nothing Kaiten can't do. He stood behind, waving his hand and calling out, Hey, hey, but he ignored him. Excited to hear this news, he squatted in a corner and cried silently. Jian saw him and asked worriedly, Hey, are you okay? But he didn't pay any attention to Jian. He trembled all over, feeling sympathy for Jian. I understand how he feels. Even though he chose the target for his transformation, his body is trembling. Suddenly, he called Jian, Hey Jian. He turned his head and asked blankly, What is it? He opened his mouth. Is this also one of the side effects? Can't I transform into a different cat? He thought to himself. I wish I could transform into something other than this fat cat. His tone was somewhat shaky. So this problem hasn't been solved yet. Can I only transform into a malnourished cat? He replied with a single word. Yes, black killing intent emanated from his entire body and he didn't dare to go near him. He stared at him with wide eyes as if accepting this fact. Oh, I see, he wondered in confusion. What is it? He thought with a disgusted face. His face is repulsive, he discovered something and exclaimed. I'll be able to do something with my ability, he quickly retorted. You're a healing expert, not a transformation expert. He still thought inwardly, right, but he was startled. He couldn't have heard me. The next morning Lu was happy to see him. You're here, Hung, he asked as soon as he entered. Are you feeling better? And Caden followed him in. He replied with a polite smile, yes. He deliberately chided him when he saw his face flush again. You look pretty good after saying you wouldn't get treated, he chuckled, scratching his head. Caden urged as soon as she arrived. I don't have time for small talk, let's start, he replied excitedly. Yes, he stepped back, giving the two of them space. He began to cast a healing spell. He trembled all over in pain and sweat poured down like rain. He was walking down the corridor with Ji-hyung when he sensed the source of power emanating from the hospital room and speculated. This power must be Jian treating Jinwoo. After the treatment, Caden called out, Hey kid, stand up. He politely replied, yes. She chided him with an unpleasant expression. I told you not to use your energy control ability until I allowed it. He was startled and quickly explained, I'm sorry. I was so happy that the core was restored that I tried it a little but I didn't overuse it. She sighed and said, I know you didn't abuse it. You've been quite talkative today. She crossed her arms and asked, how did your body react when you used your energy control ability? Jinwoo also replied honestly, it hurt a little and I still couldn't concentrate enough energy. She also advised, as if she had already expected it. I thought so too. There are still some parts that haven't fully recovered. You need to use your energy control ability appropriately. Don't overuse it. He was happy to hear this news and asked again. So I can use my energy control ability? She also nodded in agreement. Yes, your energy control ability will help with recovery. So it's good to practice a little at a time if possible. Don't overuse it, and don't use your awakened abilities, he replied, unable to hide the joy on his face. Yes, she also added, you don't need to stay here anymore. You can go home anyway. My job now is to continue watching over you, so it's okay for you to go home. He thought inwardly, I can save travel time. When Ji-hyung and In-hee entered, they saw this scene. Jian had something to do, so he left first. I'm leaving. I'll pick you up again later. He waved his hand, bidding him farewell. Yes, Caden followed, stepping out thinking excitedly, I need to go home quickly. In-hee happened to overhear their conversation and sitting next to him, he asked curiously, Pick him up again, are you going home? He said with sparkling eyes. Yes, I'm being discharged today. Kate and Hung will treat me at home. She also expressed happiness for him, saying, Oh, you're going home. He turned to her and asked curiously, Isn't the chairwoman busy? She comes every day. He asked again blankly, What, every day? I've been here for 3 days. She cleared her throat and signaled him to be quiet. Your Unnie has something to tell you. The academy will reopen in a month, he said in surprise. What? Unnie said the academy only opens during vacation, didn't she? She quickly explained. It used to be like that. Your Unnie was quite surprised by the news too. They decided to do that to train young Awaken more intensely. He looked at his hands worriedly and asked, Can I stay home? Kate and Hung told me not to use my awakened abilities. She reassured him, Of course. Even if your energy core isn't treated, Shinhwa will take care of you. He bowed his head and replied, Thank you, Nuna. And then he stepped forward and left. Before leaving, he said again, Oh, I'll take care of the rest so Jinwoo can be discharged today. As he left to handle Jinwoo's discharge procedures, only the two of them remained in the room. He scratched his nose and smiled awkwardly, speaking first. Thank you, Nuna. She didn't understand and asked, What do you mean? He calmly explained. I heard Shinhwa did a lot to get me treated. Nuna contacted various guilds and asked for help. That was a really important thing. Because I was under Shinhwa's protection and also the protection of the BU Alliance and other organizations. I heard Nuna personally contacted them and asked for help. She listened carefully to every word he said. He bowed his head apologetically and continued. Kaden Hung and Jeon Hung say it's rare for a guild leader to personally make such calls. And he raised his head and smiled brightly. So thank you very much, Nuna. Hearing this, she also sincerely replied, Thank you too for recovering. He was surprised and said, What? She smiled friendly and said, Thank you for recovering. Just as he was about to say something else, in he returned, a bright smile on his face, and announced, All procedures are complete. Now our Jinwoo can go home comfortably. At these words, the two were embarrassed, not knowing where to hide their faces. The scene shifted to the front of Jinwoo's house, and the sky was already twilight. As In-hee drove up and stopped in front of the house, Jinwoo got out of the car and exclaimed excitedly, Wow! In-hee also got out and said, Finally, after a month, you're home. Jinwoo looked at him happily and said, Yes, I missed the cats so much while I was in the hospital. Seeing Jinwoo's heartfelt smile, In-hee was touched and realized that Jinwoo was truly a good owner. His eyes sparkled as he looked at him, and he suddenly got back into the car and advised Jinwoo, Oh, wait a moment. And he unexpectedly pulled out a box of premium cat food and presented it to him. Jinwoo's eyes sparkled when he saw the gift in his hands, and he asked himself, Oh, it's all premium food. In-hee still handed him the box of cat food in a cheerful tone. Take this, you haven't seen the cats in a long time, so it would be too heartless not to give them anything. Jinwoo was very grateful when he saw the box of cat food in his hands. I hadn't even thought of that. Thank you, Hung. Hearing his words of gratitude, In-hee awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, Don't mention it, as long as the cats are happy. From afar, Kaden looked at the two as if evaluating them, wondering what they were saying to each other with sparkling eyes. Without wasting any more time, he got into the car and said goodbye. See you next time. Behind him, Jinwoo and Jian waved towards the back of the car. Drive safely. Jinwoo turned his head and said excitedly. Jian hung, let's go inside quickly. Kaden hung said he'd go home first, so he should be inside now, right? Hearing this question, Jian remembered Kaden saying, I'm busy earlier, and he hesitated, replying, probably. The door suddenly opened and Jinwoo, surprised, entered the house and said to the cats, hello. Kaden looked at him from the side with a helpless smile. All the cats ran towards him as soon as they saw him and hugged Jinwoo, and Jinwoo also hugged the cats and said, I missed you so much. And he held a black cat, stroked its cheek and asked, how have you guys been? After that, he bumped heads with a calico cat and asked, have you all been well? I'm happy to see you all healthy. After that, he looked at a gray cat and asked, how about you? You look healthy too. At this moment, he noticed a white cat staring at him with hostile eyes. He looked blankly at the strange cat that had appeared out of nowhere. He was about to ask Jian, who is this cat? Kaden unexpectedly transformed into an orange cat. After transforming, Cat Jian said coldly, it's Kaden. Hearing this answer, Jinwoo was surprised by Kaden's appearance. He turned to Jian and asked in surprise, unable to believe it. What? In an elegant manner. Kaden leisurely asked, why are you so late? I'm hungry. Even at this point, Jinwoo didn't believe it. He asked blankly, really? Are you Jian Hung? At this moment, Cat Jian revealed his mysterious appearance and affirmed, yes, it's me. Who else would it be? Jinwoo was still blank after hearing Kaden's words. Kaden, seeing his expression exactly as she had expected, was delighted and thought, as expected. He didn't recognize me at all. I transformed perfectly, so he couldn't have known this cat was me. Seeing this, Jinwoo said, what? He noticed an unexpected detail. Why do you only have one ear? At this moment he realized something was strange. Kaden continued, that's right, when I transform into this body neither humans nor animals recognize me as a human. Not minding the white cat's nonsense, Jinwoo looked at Jian and said, how about you, Hung? Jian shook his head, signaling him not to say anything. A moment later a black cat came and pointed at its empty food bowl. Jinwoo understood and asked, hungry? Wait a moment. After that, he brought the cat food and poured it into the bowl. Looking at the cat food bag, Jinwoo remembered that Kaden Hung had told him about this, but he hadn't expected Kaden Hung to transform into a cat so quickly. At this moment, Kaden interrupted his thoughts. Hey kid, Jinwoo politely replied, yes, Cat Kaden suggested. Haven't you noticed something? Jinwoo still didn't understand and wondered. What is it? Cat Kaden continued. Give me some too. Jinwoo kept asking blankly, what do you mean? At this moment, Cat Kaden said irritably, don't you see anything? I'm a perfect cat now. You should bring me some cat food too, you idiot. As soon as he heard the white cat's command, Jinwoo immediately ran to get Kaden some food. Ah yes, just a moment, I'll bring it on a pretty plate. A moment later, Jinwoo brought a sparkling glass plate with beautiful cherry blossom patterns and asked, how about this? Kaden looked at it as if evaluating it for a while, then said, not bad. Hearing this, Jinwoo let out a sigh of relief, and Kaden, glaring at the food bowl from behind, said, if you're going to eat, just eat. Why are you showing off? Kaden also quickly retorted without backing down, who eats like a gluttonous cat like you? Kaden, being teased, simply fell silent and didn't reply. To break the silence, Jinwoo said, Jian Hung, I might be going to the Awakened Academy in a month. Jian asked again in surprise, Awakened Academy? You said the academy only opens during vacation, didn't you? Jinwoo continued excitedly, yes, but I heard there have been some changes. Are you going with me this time too, Hung? Jian said while eating. Of course I have to go. You haven't fully recovered yet. Seeing him stop him, he turned to the white cat and said, but Kaden Hung said I still need to continue treatment. Is it okay to go to the academy? Cat Jian, busy eating, still replied to him, then I'll go with you, even if I'm busy. Before the white cat could finish speaking, someone knocked on the door, startling everyone. Who is it? When Jinwoo opened the door, it was Jisuk, Subin and Ji-Yun. As soon as Jisuk arrived, he asked, when did you appear? Why didn't you tell us? Subin, standing next to him, also said with an unpleasant expression, you didn't answer your phone either. Hearing the scolding, Jinwoo scratched his head and explained awkwardly, I'm sorry, I was a bit busy and didn't see my phone. After that, everyone entered Jinwoo's house. Suddenly, Jisoo quickly ran and politely presented food in front of Jian, and Jinwoo looked at this scene with a helpless expression. Subin looked at the cats and said excitedly, hello, how have you been? At this moment, Subin noticed a strange white cat. He wondered, who is this cat? I haven't seen it before. Curious about him, everyone surrounded the white cat, and Jinwoo just scratched his head and was about to say, that's, not wanting to hear his explanation. Subin said, he looks like a poor cat. He seems to have been hungry for a long time. He looks really frail. Kaden felt displeased with them surrounding him and thought inwardly, how dare they call me Kaden poor? Subin continued to murmur with sympathetic eyes at the white cat, don't worry, I'll give you lots of delicious food. Suddenly at this moment, Subin noticed something strange and exclaimed, that's Kaden. These words startled everyone, especially Kaden, who now realized the cruel reality with a shock. Subin stared at the cat and said, Jinwoo, he's trembling. Is he cold? He doesn't seem to have much fur either. Jisuk and Ji-Yun looked at him with sympathetic eyes. He's really pitiful. Kaden felt like he had died many times in his heart and thought how embarrassing. The scene shifted to a grand mansion, and someone was knocking on the door from outside. The man looked at the locked room and was deep in thought. The man opened the room door and said, "Suwon, it's your uncle, can I come in?" When no one answered, he opened the room and entered. Going into his nephew's room, he saw Suwon sitting with his head buried in his knees. Suhan approached, looking at his nephew with a pitiful gaze. Then he cautiously asked, "Are you all right?" Suhyuk heard him but made no reply, not even moving. Suhan sighed and continued, "The Awakened Academy will reopen in a month." At his words, Suhyuk trembled with pain. But this time Bu would not be participating in his uncle's plan. As his uncle turned to leave, Suhyuk unexpectedly said, "I'll go." Suhan was startled by this. Click. Then Suhyuk raised his head and repeated, "Bu will not fall." His eyes were cold but firm. Suhan stammered, "I know." However, he was deep in thought. "Will it be all right? People will view us differently, having lost our leader and even our standing." Hearing this, Suhyuk clenched his fists and said, "That's why I have to go. If we fall behind in this competition, we will lose even more." Suhan listened in silence, deep in thought. Then he left, saying, "Understood, then I'll prepare." At this, Suhyuk was left alone in the room, feeling desolate. He too harbored his own unspeakable pain. "My father has passed away, and yet these awakened in Korea all take it for granted." Showing no hint of mourning, he resolved, "Father, I will definitely avenge you." The scene changed to Jinwoo's house and the sky was clear and blue again. Inside the house, Cotton was focused on Jinwoo's treatment. Yellow and white rays of light enveloped his wounds. When the treatment was finished, Jinwoo exclaimed, "Wow!" He watched his body recover. Cotton, after finishing the treatment, arrogantly descended from Jinwoo's body, bragging inwardly, "Now I can do that even in a cat's body. To be able to heal even as a cat, it's truly unbelievable." Cotton felt a sense of pride. "Yes, I'm truly amazing." Jinwoo felt that there was still a slight problem despite the treatment. It still hurt a little, but it was much better. "Can I use my awakened abilities now?" As if reading his thoughts, Cotton said loudly, "Don't think like that." He was startled by the cat's words. Cotton continued to scold him. "Your body has recovered a lot, so you want to use your awakened abilities, don't you? I can tell from your expression." Jinwoo scratched his head and explained, "I'm not thinking of using my awakened abilities right now. It's just that once my body has fully recovered." Before he could finish his sentence, Cotton quickly interrupted. "You need to be careful even when using your energy control ability. Your energy core could rupture again. So you need to be patient until you've fully recovered, alright? I went through a lot of trouble to treat you." Feeling the warm care, Jinwoo quietly replied, "Yes." After that, Cotton turned and bounded up the stairs. Jinwoo also hurried to follow. As the two went upstairs, someone asked, "Are you done?" Jian was practicing martial arts in his plump cat body. Cotton, finding it strange, slowly approached and asked with an evaluating expression, "What on earth are you doing?" Then Cotton suddenly realized and asked Jian, "Are you practicing how to fight in a cat's body, Hung?" Jian was training passionately, but he heard the question and replied, "That's right." Cotton watched him showcase his impressive skills. Seeing his disciple's admiration, Jian added, "It's quite interesting to research various fighting styles with this body. It's very difficult because it's not a human body, but I think I can still gain combat techniques and ways to utilize energy control with this body." Cotton continued to watch, annoyed. This crazy bastard, he thinks a cat can fight. But Cotton suddenly realized something. "Should I say I'm practicing how to heal in a cat's body?" But the way he attacked using this body and joints was truly unique, and Cotton looked at his hands, deep in thought. After finishing his training, Jian approached Jinwoo first and asked, "I'm leaving soon, are you all ready?" Jinwoo replied, "Yes." Thinking that they had to go with many people, Jian complained, "The road will be noisy again," but Jinwoo replied gently, "Oh, everyone left 10 days ago. I decided to receive additional treatment before leaving." Jian seemed to scoff at the cat clawing technique, but then he tried to mimic it. "Punching like this also has power." From afar, Jinwoo announced, "Oh, he's here." Without further delay, Jinwoo quickly put on his bag and stepped out the door. But he didn't forget to tell the cats, "Guys, I'll be back. Stay well at home and wait for me." The cats, whether they understood human words or not, all quietly watched him leave. Seeing In-hee standing outside the door, Jinwoo with the two cats asked apologetically, "Hung, have you been waiting long? Why didn't you call me?" In-hee standing outside the door replied gently, "I just arrived." Then In-hee glanced at the cats and asked, "Oh, are these cats coming too?" Jinwoo politely opened the car door for the cats first, then replied, "Yes." Even after everyone was in the car, In-hee still showed a curious attitude. He carefully watched the two cats in the back, especially the newly appeared thin and weak white cat. Cotton couldn't understand why In-hee was looking at them. The cat glared at him, wondering inwardly, "Why is he looking at me like that? He couldn't have recognized me, could he?" Suddenly, In-hee spoke, "Jinwoo, don't worry about anything." At his words, he was puzzled. "Yes?" Who knew? At his next words, everyone froze solid as stone. "I will take responsibility for this cat's nutrition. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even snacks will be sufficiently nutritious." At his words, Jinwoo could only awkwardly laugh and reply, "Oh yes." Immediately after, In-hee drove them to the massive Awakened Academy. At this time, inside the academy, the principal was welcoming the World Academy officials. He said warmly, "I didn't expect you to come so suddenly, without notice." Opposite him, Ms. Andrea and her secretary sat arrogantly, listening to the principal's flattery. The principal continued, "When I heard there was an academy in this country, I was very excited, and now I have the opportunity to come and see it for myself." Ms. Andrea interrupted. Seeing these facilities, we're curious. Do you perhaps intend to hide an awakened academy here? Then she frowned and glared, asking, is that true? Without giving the principal a chance to explain, Ms. Andrea continued to ask aggressive questions. There's also an awakened academy in the world. Do you really need to have a separate school like this? The principal hastily explained. The World Awakened Academy is where the most outstanding children gather. Our children are not yet skilled enough to go there, so we are trying to hone their skills through more practical training. Professor Andrea didn't listen to his explanation and raised her voice. I heard that among the new students in Korea, the children called the Four Sages are quite useful. Why don't you send those children to our academy? It would be much better than learning here. Hearing this, the principal was already angry and frowning, but he still had to maintain a gentle demeanor. Those children are only considered useful domestically. They are not yet at the level to enter the World Awakened Academy. After a long debate between the two, the World Awakened Academy officials could only remain silent and frown. Next, the scene changed to the training ground, and Kong Soo-hyuk asked arrogantly, today's the day, right? Opposite him, Disuk and his subordinates glared at him coldly, as if a fight was about to begin. Lee Soo-bin initially didn't understand anything but eventually realized and happily exclaimed, breaking the atmosphere. Oh, today's the day, Jin-woo's coming. Kong Soo-hyuk turned to look at her and asked, can he use his awakened abilities? Lee Soo-bin cautiously said, I'm not sure. I heard he can only use his energy control ability, and he can't use his awakened abilities because there's a risk of his energy core rupturing again. Hearing this, Kong Soo-hyuk bowed his head in thought. Then he walked away coldly but didn't forget to instruct, I only found out Jusok was hurt after training was over. I hope that child recovers quickly. Behind him, Disuk sighed and said, he's not fully recovered yet, but he's getting better and will be completely fine soon. Ruben, standing next to him, also agreed. That's right, he's much better than when his heart ruptured and he couldn't use his awakened abilities. The two subordinates standing behind also heard the story and felt sorry for their senior. At this moment, someone ran up quickly from afar and called out loudly to Kong Soo-hyuk. This person was out of breath and couldn't speak properly, but it was enough to convey the message, hurry to the training ground. Hearing this, all five people instinctively felt that something ominous was about to happen. The scene changed to the training ground where several trainees were already lying on the ground, severely beaten and covered in blood by the World Academy people. Arthur was the one who started this fight, but instead of remorse, he looked at the victims with contempt and asked, what's wrong? Behind him stood burly subordinates. Arthur continued in an arrogant tone, I knew you were weak, but I didn't expect you to be this weak. I only used a little bit of force. At this moment, the training ground was divided into two teams. The people in blue clothes were from Ms. Andreas' World Awakened Academy, and they were arrogantly beating the students. The people in red clothes were students from this country's academy. The academy students standing around watched this scene, but no one could stop it and only stared in fear. At this moment, Kong Soo-hyuk entered from outside the door and asked, who are you all? His question attracted everyone's attention. But he still maintained a cool posture, approaching and asking, you don't seem to be students from this academy. Seeing someone approach and disturb their enjoyable time, Arthur glanced at them and sneered contemptuously. We are students from the World Awakened Academy. As soon as he spoke, all the students from this academy froze. Arthur quickly approached Kong Soo-hyuk and revealed his purpose. I came to see the Awakened Academy students of this country. Every word he spoke contained a challenge and an intention to test their skills. At this moment, everyone's blood was boiling from the provocation. But Arthur still didn't shut up. But as expected, they're nothing special. I was just trying to tease them a little. That child fell so quickly. The scene changed to the principal's office and steam rose from the coffee cup in the room. The principal sat before the two guests, assessing the situation and questioning, you didn't come alone, did you? Why are your students here too? Professor Andrea calmly explained. The children just wanted to see the Korean awaken their age, so I brought them along. At the words of these two uninvited guests, the principal was very angry, but he still maintained an elegant demeanor. I don't think my students are good enough to satisfy their curiosity. Ms. Andrea pressed the principal, taking advantage of the situation. Principal Kong, it doesn't matter. You said the educational level here is low anyway, didn't you? Are you saying it was useless for us to bring our students here? Hearing this, the principal glared at the other party, remaining silent and saying nothing further. At this moment, in the training ground for almighty new students, Kong Soo-hyuk, acting as a cold leader, looked directly at the other party, representing the academy. However, Arthur's team from the World Academy, despite being few in number, looked at the other party with great contempt. It seemed as if the two teams were about to rush at each other, but Kong Soo-hyuk looked at his injured comrades and asked, don't you think the World Awakened Academy students are going too far with such actions? Unable to answer such an unpleasant question, Arthur thought in silence. Then Arthur smiled faintly, but his words were full of contempt. You mean the four strongest new students called the Four Sages of this country? He approached Kong Soo-hyuk, looking at him as if evaluating him, and said, looking at you, you seem to be one of them. At Arthur's question, Kong Soo-hyuk merely glanced at him as if he wasn't worth answering. When the other party didn't answer, Arthur continued to ask, what's your name? Until now, Kong Soo-hyuk had been cold and silent, but now he could no longer hold back and spoke firmly. I am the strongest. Hearing the answer he wanted, Arthur smiled with satisfaction and said, as I expected, you were one of them. I am Abrian. Hearing this name, everyone was startled and frowned, especially Lee Su-bin, who was shocked to realize that Abrian was one of the rising new students of the Brian family, one of the most prestigious awakened families in the world. He's one of the best new students in the world. The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. That famous person is here. Suddenly, Arthur provocatively moved closer to Kong Soo-hyuk. I wonder if the 4 sages of this country are as great as their name. The people standing far away all felt displeased to see their leader being mocked. At this moment a shout of "Stop!" echoed. From afar, Suhan and his colleagues approached and intervened. Why are there injured students here? Why are you causing trouble here? At this, Arthur changed his expression and calmly explained. This isn't trouble, just a light conversation. That child challenged me and I merely accepted his request. However, the students defended their team leader Kong Soo-hyuk, saying he tried to ignore him but he persistently followed him, so the team leader reluctantly accepted the challenge. Despite being blamed, Arthur still acted as if nothing had happened. All right, if you don't want to, then deal with it yourselves with your own abilities. To protect the Academy's honor, Suhan reminded them in a low, deep voice that challenges must be approved by the Academy. So please adhere to the rules. Realizing he couldn't fight the group, Arthur pretended to comply. Yes, all right. He then bowed his head and left, but not before turning back to tease. See you next time. Although Arthur seemed to give up, he was planning something else, trying to escape. If not now, we'll have to fight later anyway. Despite the World Academy people leaving, those watching from afar still felt uneasy. Jusok looked at them, agitated, and said angrily, damn it, that bastard Subin is also teasing them. And those idiots. Suhan alone calmly stopped them. There's no class today, so everyone go home. All the Academy students replied, yes, and quickly dispersed to their rooms as ordered. After many people had left, Suhan turned to Choi Kong-sok and advised him, Choi Kong-sok, you shouldn't associate with them. Although he felt tremendous resentment in his heart, Kong-sok meekly listened. Understood. Afterwards, Suhan called out the names of Yu Ji-hoo and Lee Su-bin. He earnestly urged them, you two know the reason too, don't you? Both of them understood the situation well, so they gently replied, yes. The scene shifted to the exterior, and Jinwoo ran down the corridor searching for his bedroom. Standing at the room door, he thought about using the room he had mentioned before as his password. He quickly tried the password and opened the door, entering the room. At this moment, everyone set off firecrackers. Welcome back. Everyone was surprised by Jinwoo's return. His friends had prepared cake and firecrackers to celebrate. Seeing everyone there, Jinwoo was so excited he stammered. You guys, Tae Rang asked worriedly. Jinwoo, are you okay? Kong Ji-yu quickly chimed in, asking, I heard you were badly hurt and hospitalized for a long time. Ji-hoo, equally flustered, asked from behind, I couldn't reach you. Do you know how worried I was? Hearing numerous questions, Jinwoo didn't know how to answer, so he just scratched his head and gently explained, I was afraid everyone would worry and I also felt like a wreck. Only Jusok calmly asked, so how are you now? Seeing everyone interested in him, Jinwoo replied, I still need some recovery time, but I'm not in danger now. Hearing this, everyone simultaneously looked at him, feeling relieved. Afterwards, Ji-hoo hurriedly took Jinwoo's hand and pulled him into the room. Come in quickly. We prepared a lot knowing you'd be here. Kong Ji-yu, standing nearby, teased again. Go quickly and change your new password. Upon entering the room, Kong Ji-yu asked worriedly, didn't the fat cat come with you? Ji-hoo also chimed in. Yeah, I don't see him. Hearing his friend's questions, Jinwoo didn't know how to explain. He froze in place, his lips twitching. Kaiten is walking with Jian now. The two walked and talked. Hey Jian, take me somewhere sunny. This cat body is great. I need to research why cats are drawn to the sun. Hearing his friend constantly nagging like a woman, Jian was very annoyed internally. Back at the dormitory, Jinwoo told his friends, he's here. But he's just taking a walk around. Everyone cheered and started partying. Ji-hoo asked his friend worriedly if he could train when his body wasn't fully recovered. Hearing the question, Jinwoo gently explained, awakened abilities shouldn't be used and other things can be trained, but I need to be more careful. Tae Rang then advised, don't overdo it. Jinwoo listened. Okay, he then turned and asked, oh, what about class? Isn't it class time now? Ji-hoo answered while eating. I heard some important guests are coming today and Teacher Kong is teaching another class. Jinwoo asked in surprise, really? Thinking about class, Ji-hoo and Tae Rang both sighed boredly. Teacher Kong said we're going to have a hard time for a long while. Afterwards, everyone simultaneously said boredly, yeah, it's going to be really tough. Back in the principal's office, the World Academy people continued to pressure him. I'd like to test the skills of the students here. After a moment, Principal Sung-gil fell into deep thought. The principal calmly smiled and said, I respectfully decline. We're just starting out and I don't want to burden the children. He added his viewpoint. Professor, I plan to hold an exam a little later. This time, the World Academy people had nothing to say, staring at him and radiating killing intent. Ms. Andrea cut him off to accuse him. You did not report the establishment of the Awakened Academy. However, the principal still skillfully explained, as I told you, it's currently just a trial phase, and not yet officially. Hearing this excuse, Ms. Andrea frowned and raised her voice. We don't think so. Principal Sung-gil fell into deep thought again, saying nothing. Seeing that the other party had nothing to say, Ms. Andrea arrogantly challenged, go ahead. If you accept the exam, this matter will no longer be brought up. The principal, wanting to end the meeting quickly, asked again, How do you wish to conduct the exam? At this, Ms. Andrea, thinking the negotiation had succeeded, frankly stated her purpose. Isn't it obvious? They will compete against World Academy students. Despite having predicted the outcome, Principal Sung Gil still fell into deep silence, giving neither confirmation nor refusal. Back in the secret meeting room of the Korean Awakened Academy, In-hee, with a cold and serious face, conducted the meeting. He frowned and asked, "How did they know we opened an academy?" There were many other people in the secret meeting room. In-hee turned to the blonde-haired woman and scolded her. "Didn't you keep it absolutely secret from outsiders?" As everyone looked at the blonde-haired woman as if scolding her, she frowned uncomfortably and said coldly, "I don't know anything. I came here as soon as I returned to Korea." Since there was no evidence of guilt, In-hee had no choice but to conclude. They knew the academy's location from the start. The blonde-haired woman also agreed. Yes, organizations are trying to find out how they got the information. The pink-haired teacher also sighed boredly. "Since they've confirmed this, we can't avoid the fight they're demanding." The blonde-haired woman turned to the pink-haired teacher and comforted her. "Even if it wasn't for this reason, they'd find an excuse to force a fight on us anyway." It was said that the World Awakened Federation had recently found various pretexts to pit new students against non-cooperating or weaker nations to test their skills. Hearing this, In-hee recalled the scene of students fighting covered in blood. He grew worried. They're trying to flaunt their power through fighting. They're either going to force us to submit to them, or if we resist, they'll crush our honor. Suhin, who had been silently lost in thought until now, suddenly spoke. "My plan is to have the four sages avoid confrontation as much as possible. Since they've heard this story, they'll surely be more careful, but we need to keep a close eye on them for the next few days." However, despite such thorough planning, In-hee understood that the children would eventually get hurt. Hearing his words, everyone fell silent, thinking about their students with worried expressions. To break the tense atmosphere, the pink-haired teacher turned to In-hee and asked, "Oh, is today the day Jinwoo comes to the academy?" In-hee, hearing the name of his favorite student, also replied happily, "That's right, I brought Jinwoo." The pink-haired teacher said again, "That's a relief. I was really worried when I heard his core was damaged." The blonde-haired woman sitting next to her also chimed in. "I was really surprised too." Seeing everyone interested in this student, In-hee gently confided, "Although I haven't known Jinwoo for long, I was really sad to hear about him. He's not fully recovered yet, but I'm really happy to hear his core has been treated." Outside, the sun was beginning to set and the sky was dyed red. Jinwoo, with clear eyes, turned around and asked, "We have to fight the World Awakened Academy students in 3 days, right?" Across from him, Disuk was frowning, concentrating on something, and didn't pay much attention to the question. He gave a perfunctory answer. Disuk was focused on the two cats, Kaden and Katen. Both were sitting on their front paws and eating. Seeing this, what on earth are they thinking? That scrawny one is eating with one paw like that fat one. So strange. Lee Subin, who heard the conversation from afar, put her arm around Ji Yun's shoulder and interjected while eating shrimp crackers. "They have no respect for us at all. To appear out of nowhere and challenge us to a fight, it's really annoying, those damn bastards." Rue got up, looked at his friends, and asked with a naive expression, "Where is the World Awakened Academy?" However, Jusok was still staring intently at the two cats. "I can't take my eyes off them." Since Ji Yun had brought up the topic, Lee Zubin thought for a moment and then replied, "There's a federation that manages Awakened worldwide, and there's an academy there. The academy here was also created for a similar purpose." Jinwoo, hearing his friend's explanation, replied with a slight hesitation and admiration, "Wow, there must be a lot of strong people there, right?" Reuben, though displeased internally, had to admit, "Yes, a lot." She explained further, "Because it's where the new students raised by the world's top awakened organizations and families gather. You need a solid foundation to get in there. The exams are really strict. Anyway, they're an elite group. All the new students who entered the academy are the most talented kids." Jinwoo, hearing his friend's explanation, showed a slightly worried look. "If you're going to compete against them, you'll need to prepare thoroughly." Suddenly, Disuk appeared out of nowhere, eating shrimp crackers boredly and chatting with Reuben and Ji Yun. He complained perfunctorily, "It's going to be a tough time if we have to fight." However, Jinwoo, who had been listening to the conversation until now, still asked innocently, "Why?" Seeing his naive friend still asking such a question, Disuk sighed while chewing shrimp crackers and replied, "We can't reveal all our abilities to outsiders. Our abilities are only similar. Perhaps we might even have the upper hand." Jinwoo now realized the problem, but his face still held many questions. Seeing his friend's face still not fully understanding, Lee Subin just smiled and comforted him. "You don't need to worry too much about this. We've been taught since childhood that some things are quite complicated." After finishing the bag of shrimp crackers, Lee Subin got up and said goodbye. "We have to go now." Everyone went to the door and waved goodbye to him. Disuk turned back and advised, "Don't overdo it, get some rest." Only Ji Yun, walking, looked wistfully at the empty bag of shrimp crackers his friends had finished. Seeing his friends leave, Jinwoo also smiled and waved goodbye to them. "Okay." As the door closed, Jinwoo looked at his friends leaving, feeling a little dazed and wistful. Only after everyone had left did Jian speak. "They finally did it." Hearing Jian's voice, Jinwoo turned around, puzzled. "What is it?" From behind, Jian was sitting on the sofa on his stomach, resting his plump cat paw on one leg, looking at him seriously and replying, "This place was built secretly to strengthen our power, but it was discovered by the World Awakened Federation." The white cat Katen, sitting nearby, added, "They do this often. They are the ones who destroy everything we have. If we combine our strengths, we can regain what we had. Even at this point, Jinwoo's face still held many questions. So what did they mean by not revealing all their abilities? Jian replied coldly. He's talking about hiding power from outsiders. Hearing this, Jinwoo asked again in slight surprise. Hiding power? Jian narrowed his cat eyes and replied leisurely. That's right, he explained further. While staying here for a while, I realized that the awakened in this country are much stronger than is known externally. At first I thought I was imagining things, but it was true. From Shinhwa's chairwoman Yu Ji-hyung to CEO Park Son-hwa, and not just the person I dealt with, but even the teachers here. Even the new students called the Four Sages are the same. Kat Kaiten also opened her eyes as wide as possible and said with a dangerous expression, that means all of them are hiding their true power from outsiders, despite receiving a kind explanation from the two masters. Jinwoo with a blank face asked again, but why do they have to do that? Hearing this foolish question, Jian sighed and replied, it's a common thing. A nation's influence depends on how strong its awakened are or the scale of power they possess. Nations all prioritize their own interests and it's like an invisible war. After understanding the problem, Jinwoo bowed his head and thought about the hidden stories. Jian added, that's why Han Shiga retired and focused on strengthening himself and training the next generation. Oh, Kat Kaiten turned around in surprise and asked, wasn't that old man weak and retired? Suddenly, Jian's cat eyes grew increasingly dangerous as he thought about the principal. No, when I met that old man he was stronger than before. Hearing this, Kat Kaiten also sneered unpleasantly. That old man is like a raccoon. Jinwoo had been lost in sad and gloomy thoughts until now. He sighed and admired. It's really complicated. The two cats frowned, looking at him lamenting. To cheer him up, Kat Jian taught him. I told you. The world of awakened is different from where ordinary people live. It's a place where power decides and judges. This country where awakened live peacefully is unique. Jinwoo's face was still full of sadness, and he could only laugh softly, saying nothing more. The two cats stared intently at him. Kat Kaiten blamed herself. Looking at that guy's face, what sin have we committed? Kat Kaiten stopped her. You'll have to get used to it. And Kat Kaiten lay back down on the sofa telling him, stop thinking useless thoughts and focus on recovering. Jian agreed with his advice. That's right, don't forget energy control and think about it more when you have time. Jinwoo followed the advice of his two cat brothers. Yes, the scene shifted back to the heavily secured awakened academy building. Suddenly footsteps were heard and the two guards outside the door exchanged glances. Seeing someone approach, they shouted loudly, stop! A tall, thin young man with a handsome face and platinum blonde hair stood there. His round eyes exuded a subtle, dangerous aura. The two guards hastily blocked the young man from entering the room. We need to check your ID. Feeling as if he was being interrogated, the young man tilted his head slightly and smiled. Ah, how annoying. The two guards checked his ID on their tablet and then looked at each other. One of them with a slightly anxious and fearful expression asked, are you Duke Graydon? When his name was called, he smiled and nodded. That's right. The guard's attitude softened considerably upon hearing his reply. Confirmed. I'll escort you. However, Duke said with a confident yet enigmatic smile, it's fine, no need. Immediately after, he used his ability to disappear in front of the two guards. They were startled by his action. He disappeared inside the room. The two World Awakened Academy officials frowned, planning something. Suddenly, Duke appeared before them, startling both. Ms. Andrea frowned, glanced at Duke and asked, you're later than I expected. Despite the scolding, Duke remained calm, looking at her and replying, the task you requested took longer than I thought. Suddenly, a serving tray crashed to the floor, scattering all the food. The person who deliberately overturned the tray was Arthur. He covered his mouth with his hand and made a disgusted expression. What kind of food is this? Everyone's attention turned to him at the sound, and Kong Sok asked in an angry voice, what's wrong? Arthur made an even more exaggerated expression, clutching his neck and sticking out his tongue, saying contemptuously, I tried to eat these disgusting things, but the moment they entered my mouth I felt like throwing up. Arthur's friends stood with their arms crossed, watching the drama with amusement. The academy students glared at them with angry eyes, but all remained silent, pretending not to notice. Feeling emboldened, Arthur said even louder, you guys are deliberately feeding us these disgusting things, aren't you? Kong Sok looked at him and shouted, what? Arthur continued to try and draw everyone's attention. He made a disgusted expression, even sticking out his tongue and sneering. How can you guys eat this? You're not actually living off this, are you? His colleague sitting next to him also chuckled in agreement. All the academy students frowned and glared at the audacious group with unpleasant expressions, but still endured it and cursed silently. Damn it! Seeing his provocation work well, Arthur curled his lips into a sneer as he looked at the angry academy students. He thought to himself, all right, if they can't take it anymore, they'll fight. Just then, Duke appeared and greeted them with a bright smile. Hey guys, what's going on here? Arthur was slightly surprised when his colleague suddenly appeared and asked, when did you get here? Duke calmly replied, yesterday. Kong Sok looked at the newcomer with serious eyes, assessing Duke Graydon. The academy students in the distance also cautiously watched Duke, thinking inwardly, when did he appear? Duke's identity was revealed to be the most talented successor of the Graydon family, one of the most powerful families in the World Awakened Academy. Along with Arthur Bryan, he was considered one of the strongest new students, but his combat ability was rated even higher than Bryan's. Seemingly unfazed by the surrounding gazes, Duke lowered his head and looked at the serving tray with curious eyes. He held a fork and the tray in his hands, lightly licking his lips, and said with a smile, I'm hungry, can I eat this? As soon as he said that, the other 3 friends from the World Awakened Academy's faces stiffened slightly, showing worried expressions. They all couldn't believe their ears. Arthur was flustered and cursed inwardly, HMPH, this damn bastard. The scene shifted to the lounge outside the training ground, where the 4 World Awakened Academy students sat in different directions, lost in their own thoughts. Arthur leaned against the wall, grinding his teeth in anger. Duke, with that unpleasant expression, clearly knew what was going on. Lost in thought, he was startled by a sound in the distance and quickly paid attention. HMPH, as a group of Korean Academy students passed by, Arthur asked curiously. Who are those guys? They were Jinwoo's friends, laughing cheerfully. Arthur found them slightly annoying and hadn't seen them before. Suddenly, Jeez and Kong Ji-yu felt someone watching them and turned around. HMPH, Jeez asked curiously. Are those the World Awakened Academy students? After that, all 4 simultaneously looked at the World Academy students with bewildered expressions. They recalled what Teacher Juke had told the Academy students during free class. Originally, we were going to have class as planned, but it seems we won't be able to for a while. Upon hearing that, Jeez raised his hand, looking slightly worried, and asked, We can't take classes anymore? Teacher Juke looked at the student gently and replied, You can, but as you know, we have guests from the World Awakened Academy. Be careful not to encounter those kids as much as possible, and we won't have classes until they leave. So just rest until then. The Academy students meekly listened and replied, Yes. Back in the present, Arthur approached them and provocatively called out, Hey, are you guys Academy students too? Although he hesitated a bit, Tae Rang replied to him, Yes. Having found his next prey, Arthur tilted his head slightly, evaluating them with a condescending look. But why haven't I ever seen you before? To maintain harmony, Jeez chuckled slightly and replied, we're free Academy students, so we take classes in a different section. Upon hearing that, he widened his eyes in surprise and asked again, HMPH free? Immediately after, he changed his attitude and said in a stern voice, Let's go. His friends also stared at them with killing intent. Kong Ji-yu and Dong Su turned their bodies, wary of each other. Jeez stood under a fearful gaze, and Tae Rang also looked at his friends worriedly. After a moment, Jeez regained his composure, smiled and took his friends away, turning to avoid a fight. Suddenly a shout of, Where are you going? Was heard. All 4 turned around, their eyes filled with different worries, fears, and vigilance. From behind, Arthur threatened them with dangerous eyes. You haven't finished talking. Where are you going? How can this pathetic country allow Free Awakened to be trained at an academy? In the cafeteria, other academy students were gathered discussing something. The red-haired friend angrily said, Those damn bastards always pick fights with us. The purple-haired friend sitting next to her also ground her teeth in agreement. They're looking for an excuse to start a fight. The gray-haired female friend sitting opposite them said consolingly, Anyway, they're world-famous new students. The blue-haired female friend also hesitated slightly and said honestly, To be honest, if we fight them, it's obvious we'll lose. The blonde-haired friend standing in the distance gritted her teeth in exasperation. Winning or losing isn't important. I'm just angry that I always have to endure it and can't say a word. The earring-wearing friend, listening to his friend's complaints, sighed in annoyance and reassured them, All right, you all know why we have to endure it. Upon hearing that, everyone lowered their heads and said nothing, each lost in their own thoughts. Just then, a student rushed in and shouted, Another Free Academy student was beaten by those guys. The scene shifted to outside the training ground and blood was profusely splattered on the ground. Kong Ji-yu and Dong Su lay on the ground, severely injured all over their bodies and unconscious. Jeez was holding Kong Ji-yu, crying, and Tae Rang was kneeling blankly next to Dong Su. Kong Sok approached from a distance, kindly crouching down to assess the situation. Tae Rang cried and said, The World Awakened Academy students passed by, picked a fight and started fighting. All the Academy students were gathered here. Suwon looked down with an unpleasant expression and said, So you guys chose to fight instead of running away? Tae Rang, recalling the situation at the time, replied painfully, Yes. Suwon snorted and sighed upon hearing her words, lamenting how ridiculous. The people who followed Suwon also added a few words. You idiots, why are you acting like that? Do you think you can beat those guys? A loud voice echoed. Ridiculous. Everyone quietly averted their gaze. Jeez held Kong Ji-yu, crying and venting his frustration. What do you guys know? You always look down on us too. But we always endured and tried to get your recognition. You know very well that those guys look down on this academy and on all of us. Upon hearing these painful words, the other academy students looked at Jeez, speechless. Jeez ground his teeth in exasperation, glaring at the unresponsive group. Even if you look down on us, we love this academy. So even though we knew we couldn't win, we chose to fight. But what about you guys? Jeez turned and looked at the official academy students. They were all silent, lacking the courage to face the cruel reality. Jeez's face was covered in tears and she shouted at them. Her painful screams seemed to tear at one's heart. Do something, didn't you say you were better than us? Everyone looked at Jeez in shock with mixed emotions in their hearts. Just then, Jinwoo ran over, pushing through the academy students. He approached and called out loudly to Kong Ji-yu and Dong Su. At his call, Jeez stopped crying and looked at him like a ray of hope. Jinwoo widened his eyes in surprise at the sight of his 2 severely injured comrades and asked, Why are they so badly hurt? Ji said with tears, Just now they couldn't even breathe properly. Upon hearing that, he shouted worriedly, What? Jinwoo, gripped by anxiety, shouted, Quickly take them to the treatment room. However, Suwon hastily stopped him. Wait, their bones might be broken. It's dangerous to act recklessly. Upon hearing the advice, Ta Rang asked worriedly, then what should we do now? Someone call the teachers. Suddenly, a source of red energy appeared from somewhere, enveloping Kong Ji-yu and Dong Su's entire bodies and lifting them up. Ji's and Jinwoo were startled and speechless at this sight. It turned out that Ji-yu-in had approached from a distance and was using his red energy to control his two severely injured friends. He looked at them calmly and reassured them, this way they can move. Seeing everyone's cooperation, Jinwoo shouted happily, that's great. After saying that, all the free class academy students rushed to take them to the treatment room under the watchful eyes of their friends. After everyone had left, Disik turned around and looked with dangerous eyes. Did those arrogant bastards really do this? Kong Ji-yu looked at him and replied, it certainly seems so. The scene shifted to the teacher's lounge, and Teacher Juke's face was clouded with darkness. He ground his teeth, frowned, and asked, what exactly happened? The two world-awakened academy representatives sitting below still calmly drank water. Ms. Andrea looked at him and said, I've scolded the children. They'll be more careful from now on? Upon hearing these annoying words, Teacher Juke still maintained his composure and said, is that all? The children are severely injured. However, Ms. Andrea indifferently picked up her cup, drank water, and replied, I heard that the injured children provoked them first. So what did we do wrong? She stared at the other party, adding threateningly, besides, they're just free awakened kids, aren't they? So what's the problem? Feeling like he was talking to these insensitive people, Teacher Juke frowned deeply in anger and glared at Ms. Andrea. At Jinwoo's house that evening, Jian in his cat form asked Jinwoo, was that kid badly hurt? Jinwoo replied blankly to the question, yes. Jian ground his teeth and sighed. Those bastards deliberately provoked them to find an excuse for a fight. This is their usual damn trick. Kaiten also immediately retorted, not flinching at all. Those guys are really childish. Jinwoo was speechless at the two cats' remarks. Kaiten continued her scathing remarks. Anyway, there are a lot of crazy people like that. Jinwoo awkwardly asked Jian. Jian Hung, what guild is Kaiten Hung affiliated with? The white cat still said with a childish attitude. I don't like being confined to one place. I can go anywhere I want, so I'm not part of any guild. Jinwoo quietly sat in the corner. I'm so worried about tomorrow's fight, Jian calmly said in an annoyed tone. Are sages and Ji-Yu-in not participating in tomorrow's fight? Jinwoo still said, very frightened. Yes, Jian, sensing Jinwoo's anxious thoughts, gently reassured him. What are you worried about? I don't think the other academy students will use all their abilities either. At those words, Jinwoo widened his eyes and asked, why? Kaiten, munching on food, replied on behalf of Jian. It's too obvious, isn't it? If they reveal all their abilities, the World Federation will definitely try to eliminate all of them. Upon hearing that, Jinwoo seemed to realize something, but he still had a few questions in his mind. For example, if there's a place that threatens their interests, will they let children with potential go to the World Awakened Academy and use them for their own gain? Jinwoo asked naively, is that bad? Jian, knowing where he was confused, quickly explained, of course it's not good, but that's only good for those who belong to an organization or a country. If they're brainwashed for a long time, they'll use your power to make you work for them. You'll be nothing more than a puppet if you don't comply or refuse. Jinwoo froze at the words he had just heard. Unlike the serious expressions of the other two, Kaiten looked annoyingly nonchalant. Let's go watch tomorrow, I'll bring snacks. But seeing Jinwoo's face, which seemed to have stopped working like a robot and was turned in another direction, Kaiten felt a slight concern for him. Why is he like that? Jian, accustomed to Jinwoo's appearance, merely gave a perfunctory answer, and Jinwoo would gradually get used to it. In the training ground, Ms. Andrea was gritting her teeth, her face clouded with anger. What are you talking about? The 4 sages won't participate? People were lined up, and those in red clothes silently and quietly bowed their heads slightly, but a hint of confidence was visible on their faces. On the other hand, those in blue clothes looked much more relaxed. Suhun, realizing his student was in trouble, quickly stepped forward and explained, please understand, our academy students have recently undergone very difficult training and are not in their best condition. However, Ms. Andrea thought, what is he talking about? That's truly ridiculous. The space suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared intently at the two teachers. Suhun's explanation was insufficient to persuade Andrea, but she somewhat understood the student's condition, so she let it go. All right, I can't blame them anyway. She glanced at Suhun, thinking, HMPH, there will be many more opportunities in the future. And she majestically walked past Suhun's group of academy students. Before leaving the room, she carefully instructed, show them everything you've got. That's how you respect and eliminate your opponents. All the students who heard those words exchanged meaningful smiles. Jian sighed again, and some could only glance, unable to discern good from bad. Suddenly, Jae-wook said, I'll participate. These words shocked everyone. What, are you crazy? But Jae-wook's eyes were filled with firm determination, showing that he was neither afraid nor wavering. I know it's crazy, but I was really angry after hearing what those Free Academy students said yesterday. His 4 friends standing around him were completely frozen by what he had just said. Eun-won tried to dissuade him. But we can't win. They have Duran and Brian, 2 of the most powerful new students. They're on another level. Besides, it's better if we lose. However, those words were insufficient to shake Jae-wook's resolve. Instead, they strengthened the flame of his determination. I want to show them that we are not easy opponents. The other 4 knew well that they couldn't stop him. Moreover, they were rather provoked by him. Eun-won scratched his head and said, I'll give up everything and fight with all my strength. The boy with 2-toned hair, black and platinum blonde, was no different. I'll fight too. I want to know where I stand compared to them. These words drew Dong-su in. What are you doing? If you do that I have to do the same, Eunwon sighed. I don't think we have any other choice now. The five of them looked at each other with determined eyes and smiles. No one said anything, but they knew well what they had to do. The boy with two-toned hair, black and platinum blonde, got the chance to fight Deo. From the start, he threw a powerful punch at his opponent. However, the attack was easily blocked by Deo with one hand. He glared at Deo with very sharp eyes, as if he was angry. On the other hand, Deo looked at him with a very satisfied expression, as if to provoke his opponent. He didn't get discouraged and decided to throw another punch, but the result was no different from before. The attack was still blocked with one hand, and he was even pushed far away by his opponent. Deo provoked his opponent, adding fuel to the fire. What? I thought BU focused on martial arts training. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed his opponent back again. Deo looked at his opponent with half-closed eyes and a contemptuous smile. I was really looking forward to someone who could fight me. Is this all you've got? As if that wasn't enough, he added a few more words. I don't think there's any reason to continue this match. His opponent was very angry but could do nothing but glare at him. Suddenly something black appeared and enveloped Deo. Immediately afterwards he appeared in a very muscular form. Jinwoo was surprised. His body had transformed, but a calm person explained instead. He used his awakened ability to create armor, increasing his durability and strength. Deo continued to provoke his opponent. Hey, attack me again. I won't move this time. As he continued to provoke him, the two-toned haired boy gritted his teeth in anger, and without a moment's hesitation, he threw a strong punch and the attack hit Deo. Suhan's Academy students witnessing this amazing sight couldn't help but get excited. He hit his opponent. On the other side, no one said anything, but instead they laughed. You thought you knocked your opponent down, but no. Deo looked at him with contempt. I knew it. Deo looked down at his body. His opponent's fist was only a few millimeters away from his body. He smiled sinisterly, thinking, I don't need to avoid this attack, and Deo clenched his fist. He raised his arm high. Don't you think it's my turn now? Disuk and Kang-sok frowned at what was happening before their eyes. They were horrified to see their friend fly through the air and out of the arena. And immediately, a sharp, ear-splitting sound echoed throughout the room. Suhan and Juk turned around in surprise. A bloody face appeared before everyone's eyes, and the bloody two-toned haired boy's body slowly emerged from beneath a pile of rubble. Andrea and Andre stared intently at that pile of rubble with emotionless expressions. Deo's friends were no different. A loud noise echoed throughout the room. Deo Figurin wins. To Deo this seemed to be an everyday occurrence. He lightly scratched his temple. What? That's really boring. Winning like this is too easy. His words were like a dagger to the pride of Suhan and Juk's students. They looked greatly surprised and confused. Moreover, Andrea added, to be honest, it's embarrassingly clumsy. Suhan and Juk could only silently endure the insulting words. Their students were no different. Kang-sok stared intently at the pool of blood, the pile of rubble far away, and his friend lying between two medical personnel. His eyes were sharp as a knife. His friend had previously apologized and explained why he had taken such a dangerous action. Sorry, I decided on my own. I know what's going on, but he had no regrets about his choice, but I didn't want to lose to those guys. Kang-sok's face remained as cold as ice. Suddenly he opened his mouth. All right. These words surprised his friend. He looked at his friend with a satisfied expression. Do as you wish. I'll persuade the teachers. I'll persuade everyone at BU Academy. And his friend looked at him with a smile full of determination. However, that was in the past. Now his friend couldn't open his eyes and look at him. Suddenly, Arthur mockingly asked, how was fighting a member of the most famous guild in Korea? Deo shrugged and sighed, then sarcastically said to his opponent, see, I haven't even warmed up yet and I expected so much. Anyway, their fighting style is similar to mine. His friends chuckled at that answer. What do you expect from this pathetic country? Their contemptuous words were of course heard by their opponents, but could they do nothing but shoot daggers with their eyes? Suddenly, Kang-sok opened his mouth. Then fight me again, let's see what happens. Teacher Suhan slapped him hard on the shoulder in surprise, shouting, Choi Kang-sok, but he seemed to have already made up his mind. I'm sorry, but they are insulting all of us. My patience has reached its limit. Suhan hesitated. Suhan wanted to say something, but Disuk stopped him. I'll participate too. Moreover, another person, Subin, also wanted to participate. Me too. Their bravery surprised everyone. He advised, your bodies are not in a condition to fight. However, the young people showed no fear at all. Disuk was still majestic. Let's fight. I'm very strong. Subin even showed off her arm muscles, saying I'm getting a cramp. Knowing that they couldn't stop them, the teachers had no choice. What on earth? Ms. Andrea was very pleased. Oh, that's great. I was worried these talented children wouldn't be strong enough. She wanted to restart the match to please her students and provoke them at the same time. Let's start again. These words annoyed He and his colleagues even more. Disuk, Subin and Suwon boldly stepped onto the arena. Andrea frowned, but one person was missing. As soon as she finished speaking, the last person appeared. It was Ji Yu-in. Perhaps she was also somewhat surprised by this sudden appearance. Wow, all 9 members of the Korean team were gathered. Subin bowed and apologized, sorry for interrupting. But Eun-won didn't blame her at all. It's okay. Juk glared at Juk in anger. Why are you here? But Juk still answered the question with a calm expression. My opponent is too strong for you guys. This is something I have to intervene in. Deo struggled greatly as if he had eaten a chili pepper, but he could do nothing. His friends also just watched, and no one acted in the stands. Suhan's Academy students excitedly cheered. That's right, the person most looking forward to this fierce match was probably Jinwoo, because they are the strongest people in our academy. In-hee turned to Suhan and asked helplessly, "What should we do now?" Suhan also sighed as if there was nothing he could do in this situation and said, "We have to let them fight. What else can we do?" Kong Sok slowly approached Deo. Deo also seemed to have been waiting for this match for a long time. "Alright, I also want to fight you, not those anonymous heroes," Kong Sok asked coldly. "Anonymous heroes?" Deo's answer was as cold as his question. "As you saw, I defeated him without doing anything. Let's see how different you are." Kong Sok sent him a very loving look without changing his expression, and he narrowed the distance between himself and his opponent again. Besides, Deo was very confused by his actions. "What are you doing now?" Kong Sok looked at him with eyes devoid of any goodwill. "Isn't this the time to use your awakened abilities? Why? Are you scared?" That provocation pushed Deo's patience to its limit, and he gritted his teeth without hesitation. He threw a punch towards his opponent's body. "I'll defeat you without using my awakened abilities." Deo's attack was as fast as a knife, but he widened his eyes. Perhaps he hadn't expected the attack to be so easily blocked by Kong Sok. Kong Sok looked at his opponent with eyes that showed no intention of letting him go. And Deo screamed in pain. Andrea, Andre and their two students were all startled by what was happening in the arena. Deo knelt before Kong Sok, clutching his shoulder in pain. Kong Sok looked at his opponent with disgust and said, "Use all your abilities." Deo could no longer maintain his composure. Each part of his body gradually swelled, and when it was complete he appeared much more muscular than before. In the stands, Jinwoo and his friends all turned pale at this sight of Deo. His body changed again, it's bigger than before. Kong Sok glared at Deo. Deo threatened him, "Die, you bastard." Once again he launched an attack at a much faster speed than before, but once again his attack was instantly blocked by his opponent. This time Kong Sok did not take a defensive stance but switched to an offensive one. His other hand moved slowly. At this moment not a few blood vessels appeared in Deo's eyes. Kong Sok extended his hand straight towards the target and struck Deo in the stomach. The blood vessels in Deo's eyes were much more numerous and clearer than before. As if still not satisfied, Kong Sok continued his attack. This time he threw a punch at his opponent's face. The attack sent Deo flying through the air, and he passed his group of friends and finally hit the wall. This sight shocked teacher Suhan's students. Deo was now no different from the opponent he had knocked down earlier, lying in a pool of blood and rubble. A loud noise echoed throughout the room. Choi, Kong Sok wins. Oh, these words greatly shocked Deo's friends. Andrea and Andre were no different. They looked at Kong Sok, realizing he was one of the most outstanding new students in this country. Kaiten yawned. He seemed very sleepy. He squinted his eyes at Jian and lamented, "Oh, why am I suddenly so sleepy? We have to go watch the match." Jian was no better than him. "I told you from the start, it's easy to get sleepy when you come out like this." The two cats stumbled forward, their eyes not yet fully open. In a magnificent mansion, someone was knocking on the door from outside. The man looked at the locked room and was lost in thought. The man opened the room door and said, "Suwon, it's your uncle. Can I come in?" When no one answered, he opened the room and entered. Going into his nephew's room, he saw Soo-hyuk sitting with his head buried in his knees. At that moment in the arena, Deo lost consciousness from Kong Sok's fierce assault. Kong Sok's friends cheered, excited by this rare scene. Kong Sok, having somewhat anticipated it, was not surprised. His mentors were all silent as mice, their faces tense like taut bowstrings. Jinwoo, not expecting this outcome, stared wide-eyed at Kong Sok. He thought Kong Sok was truly strong and vowed to quickly become stronger himself to catch up. Kong Sok, Subin and Suwon were the only three who felt no surprise at the situation. They stood with their arms crossed, half smiling, looking at the stage. The outcome was clear. Andrea and Andre, faces devoid of a single drop of blood, knew all too well how strong their student was. Dale isn't as strong as Arthur or Duke in the academy, but he's at least among the top 10 strongest people in our academy. And now our student is lying there. I didn't expect him to be so overwhelmed. Ms. Andrea frowned. Is this the power of the four sages, the four heavenly kings? And she stared intently at Kong Sok's scarred face. He was the strongest among them. Arthur smiled faintly. That guy is quite good. Duke was as intrigued as his friend. Wow, that guy is really strong. But Kong Sok was not at all pleased by his opponent's praise. He still wore an ice-cold expression. Disa could no longer suppress his belligerent nature and stepped forward to fight. Alright, I'll go next. But Subin was no less enthusiastic. Move aside, it's my turn this round. While the two argued, someone slowly entered the arena. It was Suwon. Disuk and Subin, after bickering and physically grappling, were now engaged in a battle of wits. Disuk shouted angrily, "Why him?" Subin was the same. "Because of you I couldn't go." Suwon's opponent also entered slowly, but Suwon didn't even look at who it was, turning his gaze elsewhere. The person he saw was Jinwoo. Upon seeing Jinwoo, Suwon could not hide his anger. His gaze was not friendly at all. He even bit his lip and glared at Jinwoo. Unexpectedly, Suwon's opponent spoke first. "You're Mr. Kong Suwon from BU, right?" She provoked him with sarcastic remarks. "I heard a rumor that the BU chairman was murdered, is that true?" Provoked, Suwon lost his composure and became angry. But his opponent didn't stop her harsh words. Instead, she spoke even more harshly. "You're a really unlucky person. The BU chairman was an arrogant man, which is why he died so painfully. How truly unfortunate." The very next moment, she was hit head-on by an enormous force. Suwon grabbed her by the neck and squeezed tightly, and he lifted her with one hand. This sight surprised the teachers on both sides. Suwon gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on his opponent's neck even more. Do you know who you're talking about right now? To resist, she unleashed some power from her mouth. Suwon might not have expected this to happen. Taking advantage of his distraction, she attacked him, and he was pushed far away from his opponent. The blonde girl touched her neck. Her eyes wide, she gasped and coughed, but still didn't forget to threaten to kill Suwon. Suwon looked at his arm, covered in blood after the attack. The girl opened her mouth again, preparing to attack. But Suwon was no longer on the defensive. He aimed for his opponent's back and counterattacked. The girl, caught by a sudden attack from behind, had no time to counter. Suwon didn't stop there and immediately launched a second attack. That attack hit her, and it was much more terrifying than before. But she still didn't give up. Her entire body was covered in countless wounds, but Suwon's opponent crawled into the arena, and she launched another attack at Suwon to retaliate, but Suwon merely stood there, seemingly with no intention of dodging. This attack hit him. Smoke filled the entire room, but the girl thought inwardly, that attack couldn't have done anything to you, could it? But what actually happened surprised her even more. Suwon was somehow standing behind her. He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, glaring at her. Die, and the next moment she was torn apart and sent flying into the air. The pain was so great that she couldn't help but scream. But Suwon still thought it was too weak and escalated his attack even further. He truly seemed to want to kill his opponent. I'll break your bones one by one. Knowing the danger he could pose he quickly stepped forward and stopped him. Stop, Kong Suwon, you've won this match. But he continued to maintain his attack. The blonde girl slowly lost consciousness, blood continuously flowing from her nose and mouth. And then he suddenly lowered his hand and stopped attacking. The person who had been flying suddenly fell with a thud onto the cold floor. Suwon's teacher's students cheered excitedly. Well done, we won again. Jinwoo's eyes widened in surprise. Many people have become stronger than before. He clenched his fists. Andrea and Andre were astonished and couldn't believe their eyes. Is this the four sages, the four heavenly kings of this country? Not only was Choi Kong-sok strong, but all members of the four sages could be among the top 10 strongest in the World Awakened Academy. How can such a small country have so many talented people? Arthur and Duke said nothing. One of Suwon's students praised him. Mr. Kong Suwon has become much stronger than before, others added. That's right, he uses gravity more skillfully, Subin said coldly. It was a fight between villains. Disuk also agreed with her opinion. The outcome was easily predictable. The most cruel person would win. The words of the two angered Suwon. They were implying that he was a cruel person. These damned bastards. And without saying anything, Ji Yun entered. This once again surprised Disuk and Subin, making them turn around. From afar, Ms. Andrea and Andre were silently watching Ji Yun. Andre thought inwardly, I can't believe two people on our side failed. If we keep failing, those teachers will laugh at us. We can't lose any more matches. She knew Ji Yun was not a member of the Four Sages and quickly made a judgment. That guy isn't a member of the Four Sages, so I can easily win. Andrea thought that Arthur and Duke only needed to defeat the remaining two members of the Four Sages. Ji Yun's opponent quickly took an attack-ready stance. I never dreamed that two of my friends would fail. It's truly unbelievable. Fortunately, this guy isn't a member of the Four Sages. He stared intently at Ji Yun. In the previous matches, the two members of the Four Sages were a bit difficult for me. And he frowned, deciding to defeat this guy quickly and easily. I'll win this match. As soon as this thought finished, something hit him square in the face. Blood continuously flowed from his face, much more than his two previous friends. Ji Yun said nothing and raised his hand to attack. Before this shock could subside, Andrea and Andre were hit by another shock. Ji's and Subin laughed very cheerfully. The person quickly covered his face with his hands. He shouted, cough. What on earth attacked me? Ji Yun, thinking that wasn't enough, launched his next attack without hesitation. This caused Ji Yun's opponent to be surprised and nothing else. And he was hit by the attack. The attack was so strong that he felt like his body was being torn into hundreds of pieces. Red light emanated from the center of the entire room, and at the same time a violent sound echoed throughout the space. The referee shouted in a booming voice, the winner is Ji Yun. Ji Yun's opponent was now unconscious, looking like a devil. The Korean students cheered louder than before. Wow, this is our academy, you can't defeat us. Let's see who's embarrassed. Wong clenched his fists and said loudly, despite his friend's bored gazes, this is the kind of power that will put you in bed for a while if you get hit. Ha ha ha. Arthur and Duke said nothing, looking towards the arena. What on earth is happening? Their two teachers were equally shocked. I was sure that student wasn't a member of the Four Sages. They couldn't understand how someone with such strong skills could be in this country. The arena was a vast space, and the dark gray walls gave a solid and cold impression. Inside, the fight between Ji Yun and C ended with Ji Yun's victory. Everyone in the arena saw two strong men lying on the ground, unable to stand due to their injuries. Andre was very angry to see his subordinates fall and shouted, you couldn't even defeat someone who isn't a member of the Four Sages? He sharply scanned his surroundings once, then frowned. You can't embarrass me any further. Arthur also quickly replied, yes, I understand. He glanced at his enthusiastically cheering opponents, then walked leisurely with his hands in his pockets. It looked as if he would win the next match. I can't accept this. The spectators from both teams could no longer suppress their excitement this time. Subin, eager to participate in this match, quickly stepped forward. All right, it's my turn to go this round. Unexpectedly, Disuk flung Subin aside and she cried out in surprise. Ah, she knelt down, and he swaggered into the middle of the arena for the next match. She was hurt and embarrassed, but she cursed him inwardly. That damn bastard. Suddenly, she heard Kong Sook's voice and turned around. Disuk, Kong Sook, arms crossed, warned him with a serious expression. Be careful, this guy is on a completely different level from the previous ones. Disuk, pretending to understand, waved his hand and walked on. The two stood in the vast arena. This confrontation continuously made the spectators cheer. While Duke cheered, Jinwoo suddenly asked the girl next to him, "Can Disuk win this match?" He watched the match and replied with a serious face, "This match won't be easy for Disuk." Jinwoo continued to wonder. What? The previous opponents were easily defeated. She calmly analyzed for him. Daisuk's opponent is Arthur of the Bryan family. He's one of the top 10 strongest people in the World Awakened Academy. At that level he might still have a hidden card he hasn't used. So I'm only provisionally assessing him as being on the same level as us. But others consider him the world's best rookie. No matter how strong Disuk is, it will be difficult for him to easily defeat Arthur in this match. Upon hearing his friend's analysis, Jinwoo was startled and slightly sweated, worried about Disuk. He couldn't say anything to her analysis. Arthur, seeing his opponent Disuk enter the arena, evaluated him with a disdainful laugh. "I was slightly surprised that you guys were stronger than expected, but you probably think the same, don't you? It would be no fun at all if he defeated his opponent too easily." As he said this, Disuk calmly replied, "I'll tell you just one thing." Arthur's eyes lit up as if he truly believed what Disuk was about to say. "What is it?" he told Arthur with a very bright and proud smile. "The guys who fought first were the weakest among all of us, and most of them were ordinary," he said, as if he knew. "Oh, I see." Some people were angry at Daisuk's words. That damned bastard. Daisuk's words made Arthur laugh. "I quite like your personality." On this side, Disuk was angry and raised his middle finger to express his meaning. Damn it. As soon as he got angry, Arthur laughed most cheerfully and excitedly. "Oh, so it's you, the wind attribute user of the Four Sages." Now he no longer spoke much, channeling his anger into unleashing his power, preparing to attack Arthur. Arthur, seeing this, was not worried. Instead, he laughed louder and louder, making a challenging remark. "The best thing you did today was to fight me." Disuk flew towards him, and as he flew, he shouted loudly, "Shut up, you damn bastard." Similarly, Arthur also launched an attack towards Disuk. The two began to attack each other. Dazzling streaks of light intertwined, and the spectators had to resist the light and strong winds they created. When the wind subsided, only thick smoke remained, leaving the spectators unable to tell how the match was progressing. After the chaotic battle, Disuk was covered in wounds all over his body, blood flowing everywhere, and he gasped for breath. Damn it, Arthur on this side still laughed, showing off his power. Disuk continuously used his power to attack. But Arthur dodged this attack. Both gritted their teeth and glanced at each other with sharp eyes. Jinwoo, seeing the tense match, opened his mouth. Arthur's fighting style is quite similar to Daisuk's. On the other side, someone also commented, "As expected, he's one of the highest level people in the World Academy." This intense confrontation gave Suhan an opportunity for close analysis. Arthur Bryan's style was about compression and slashing. It was an extremely sharp awakened ability, quite similar to Shinwa's wind manipulating attacks. However, if power was considered from two attacks of the same level, Arthur's attack would clearly be stronger. Seeing the power Arthur displayed in the match, Andre muttered to himself with an arrogant expression, "The Four Sages are stronger than expected, but they are still not at the level to be compared with the top students in our academy." After two attacks, Disuk was severely injured and seemed unable to stand any longer. Arthur, on the other hand, was satisfied and repeated what he had claimed before the match began. "See, I told you my power is quite disadvantageous to you. It's your bad luck that I'm your opponent today. It would have been better if Duke, who's behind me, was your opponent." He continued to laugh and analyzed each of Daisuk's techniques. "The technique you just used is part of what was inherited from the Bryan family. It's like a sealed pouch containing attributes." Disuk clutched his aching arm and looked up at him angrily, thinking, "Damn it, that bastard, he's much stronger than the previous ones." The Academy students of the Four Sages began to murmur when Disuk lost this match. Someone exclaimed, "The power of the Four Sages cannot rival that of the world's top new students, damn it." But someone else said, "Even so, it was really amazing how he fought this match." Arthur and Daisuk's conversation was interrupted by a towel that flew in from somewhere. Both were surprised and wondered, "What on earth is that towel?" Subin covered her mouth with her hand and pointed a finger at Disuk, shouting, "I give up, our Disuk can't defeat that fool." At her words, the entire audience fell silent as if only their breathing could be heard. Disuk glared at her, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Shut up, don't disturb me anymore with your useless talk." Ignoring his words, she raised her hand high and shouted loudly to everyone, "Disuk, don't embarrass yourself any further. Just surrender and come down now." He gritted his teeth at Subin and thought with hateful eyes, "What nonsense is this damned bitch spouting?" Arthur, unable to understand what was happening, pointed a finger at the towel with a bewildered expression and said nothing. Daisuk's anger reached its peak and he continued to summon his power, advancing towards Arthur and shouting at Subin, "Shut up, watch carefully with your own eyes." Seeing him approaching, Arthur curled his lips and declared, "Yes, don't give up so early. From now on I'll show you the difference in power between us." And he approached Disuk with an evil smile. "I will completely destroy him in the way I always have." The two fiercely attacked each other, the arena shook, and a powerful aura erupted, forcing the audience on both sides to brace themselves. After this attack, Disuk seemed truly exhausted, spitting blood from his mouth and covered in new wounds over his old ones. Unable to bear it any longer, he spat a large gob of blood onto the cracked arena floor. Arthur was no less. He was severely injured in the arm, and blood flowed continuously. Everyone was horrified by the terrifying bloody appearance of both. Someone said in a voice full of doubt, "Did that guy use the wind to transfer Arthur's attack to minimize the damage he took?" The audience all exclaimed, "Wow," as Disuk truly achieved a come-from-behind victory. Now he began to lecture Arthur. "I know that a battle between awakened relies heavily on awakened abilities, but your attitude, treating yourself like a god, is disgusting." Arthur seemed to have no more strength to resist. He simply remained silent. The audience erupted in cheers as Disuk's attack brought down Arthur, one of the world's top new students. Andre was also completely frozen at the sight. That guy could dodge an attack so quickly, he began to analyze. To use that technique, you need a high level of energy control and extremely rich combat experience to be able to do that at such a young age. Moreover, to counter Arthur's attack, there was also an active discussion on the Awakened Academy side. "You Disuk, that guy is truly amazing." "That's right." On the sage's side, the teacher was very pleased with him. "Although that guy is stubborn, he's truly a genius." Someone teased the teacher, asking, "Didn't you say he was embarrassing just a moment ago?" Seeing Disuk's attack, Jinwoo and his friend next to him both gaped in shock. "I knew Disuk was strong, but how could he dodge an attack in such a situation?" Looking at his continuously bleeding arm, Arthur finally felt complete despair. "Has Arthur Bryan ever been hit like this?" Seeing Arthur's blank expression, Disuk laughed contemptuously. "Why are you so blank? Are you that angry about being hit once?" Hearing his words, he gritted his teeth angrily and glared at him, and he continued to laugh arrogantly. "You're angry, very angry. Despite your aching arm." Arthur, unable to endure Disuk's taunt, summoned an attack and gritted his teeth, saying, "Is your specialty making others angry?" Seeing that, Disuk also quickly cast his power and continued to provoke him. "That's not all. I also have a specialty of making those I dislike kneel at my feet." The two continued to fiercely charge at each other. This time, Arthur unleashed all his power, but Disuk easily dodged with a beautiful spinning technique. Seeing that, Arthur cursed him as a fool. As he leapt high, he curled his lips. "Do you think you can dodge my attack by leaping high?" He put strength into his remaining arm and began to attack. "Don't think you can escape this attack." But he still didn't expect Disuk to be able to nullify his technique this time. He widened his eyes and couldn't believe what he was seeing. On the contrary, at that moment, Disuk used the power of wind to attack Arthur again, and he had no time to counter. This time, Andre was truly surprised. "That guy uses wind to move freely in the air. He's truly experienced." Now Arthur was lying on the ground covered in wounds. Disuk mocked, "Is this how you use your power?" Arthur gritted his teeth and barely managed to get up, continuing to launch attacks at Disuk. Enough playing around. He extended both hands far towards his opponent, determined to use all my power to defeat this damned bastard. He also countered Arthur's attack. The two rushed at each other like burning moths. Everyone below was shocked, and neither of them intended to dodge the attacks. The two powerful beams of light collided, and no one yielded to the other. This force was truly immense, and the arena shook with a tremendous sound along with a massive crack. Everyone there had to use their shields to avoid the beams of light. With those two fierce attacks, both Disuk and Arthur were severely injured. A huge crack appeared in the middle of the arena. At this moment, Jinwoo gaped at the sight. Not stopping there, the two still rushed at each other again with sharp eyes as if they wanted to devour each other. While the match was fiercely underway, Andrea suddenly appeared and shouted loudly, "Stop!" Everyone looked at the voice with surprised eyes. He frowned and said, "Both of them are severely injured, so this match, it's better to end it here." The two World Awakened Academy officials frowned and said nothing. Andrea thought there was a conflict once. She widened her eyes and glared at Arthur. "The strongest member of the World Awakened Academy in a draw?" She glared at Arthur. "No matter how many matches Arthur wins, if he's severely injured, the Bryan family won't let this go." She looked at him, growing even angrier, and he had no choice but to sigh and say reluctantly, "Do as you wish." He shouted loudly, "Match over. Result is a draw." The audience all cheered happily. "Hooray, one of the four sages is equal to Arthur Bryan. That's insane." Arthur was angry and unwilling. "Damn it, that bastard is on the same level as me," a voice shouted loudly. "I don't like it." The World Awakened Academy side looked at that voice. Disuk said angrily, "What's the meaning of a draw? With just one more attack I could have defeated that damned bastard." Arthur also said without backing down, "I should be the one saying that." He sneered. "Really? Then let's continue fighting." A slap landed directly on Disuk's head. He shouted and turned around. "Oh, why are you hitting me?" He looked at him, angry, and emphasized each word. "Stop right now." Seeing him, he scratched his head and could no longer say anything, just replied. He took him outside. Arthur also bent over and walked out of the arena by himself. Andrea looked at Arthur without saying a word. As he passed Duke, Duke looked at him and said, "Good job," which made Arthur even angrier. "Damn it." Duke stared at the Four Sages Academy team with sharp eyes. "They are really strong. The four strongest new students in Korea." On this side, Subin walked into the arena full of 100 confidence. Now it's the protagonist's turn to appear. Everyone knows that the protagonist always appears at the most important moment. She walked out, receiving an absurd glare from Disuk and Ji-Eun. Andrea's face darkened, thinking, Arthur only managed to draw, I can't believe it. Duke took a step forward, turned his head slightly to her and said, Don't worry, I will show you the true power of the World Awakened Academy. Caden chewed on a food bag, watching the match in front of him and complimenting, Quite good. Jian sat next to him, smiling meaningfully. The children's matches are truly interesting. Caden also turned his head and smiled sinisterly. Not bad at all. He continued to chew his food and watch the match. Fortunately, we didn't fall asleep and miss the match. Jian licked his lips with satisfaction. Above all, there are snacks and I can watch the children's matches. The two sat in awkward postures and chuckled, and Caden said, What you're saying sounds a bit strange, but it's true. Yes, on this side, a fierce battle had just taken place, and smoke still billowed. Subin stood proudly in the middle of the battlefield with her hands on her hips, silently looking at the person in front of her. She curled her lips. Hey, by any chance? Duke on the other side frowned, looking puzzled, not understanding what she meant. Subin tilted her head slightly and said in a triumphant voice, The one who just fought was the worst among us. Disuk heard that and rushed to hit her in anger, but Ji-Eun stopped him. That damn bitch is imitating me? Duke looked at them and replied, You guys are truly in cahoots. Chairman Ha and his group just shook their heads from outside. Suddenly, Subin took a step forward and took a ready stance. She turned her body, her fists already clenched. I know a little about you, Duke said blankly. Ha, Subin looked at him provocatively. You're the strongest one, right? Tell me. Duke heard that and just gave a wry smile. Ha ha ha. Not letting him speak much, she reached behind her hand and summoned a sharp ice-like power, and with a whoosh she sent the power directly at him. His face stiffened. What's so funny? Duke calmly reached out his hand to create a shield and easily blocked her attack. He clenched his hand tightly, shattering the ice blocks, and a loud crash echoed. Seeing the sight, Subin cast a new technique. She put her hands together and blue energy spread around her. She looked at him with a challenging attitude. Block this attack too. She stepped back, taking the most stable stance, preparing a deadly attack. Immediately, hundreds of sharp ice shards like arrows flew forward under her control. They were now directly in front of Duke, within arm's reach. He looked ahead with sharp eyes, showing no sign of fear. He snapped his fingers and power emanated resolutely. A black aura also flew with a whoosh, charging towards the target. Duke continued to launch shocking attacks, and Subin flinched slightly and gritted her teeth. In an instant she created a shield to protect herself, and at the same time his red aura collided fiercely with it. She seemed to have successfully blocked that attack. White smoke reflexively puffed onto the face of the person opposite. Duke felt something strange and covered his face with his hand. Now he seemed to be standing in a blizzard, and white smoke covered the entire space. Not letting down his guard, he sensed something and immediately glanced sideways, looking at Subin. Since when had she been behind him, now flying into the sky, holding two sharp ice shards and aiming them at him? She charged like the wind, and he also dodged sideways, reaching out his hand to counterattack. Subin easily dodged, turned her body sideways and landed. Duke launched a powerful attack, and he also fell backward. She stared straight ahead, then quickly flew in front of him. The ice blades were already prepared to repeatedly stab the person in front of her to death. She flew across his body. Duke looked somewhat blank but barely managed to dodge the fatal attack, which was only a few millimeters from his face. Subin saw him dodge and froze, startled for a moment. She gritted her teeth, turned her body, and prepared to launch one more attack at the person in front of her to vent her anger. Duke could not let that happen. He immediately sent a red force towards her. After a long struggle, blood finally began to flow. Subin clutched the torn wound on her waist, but the blood flowed continuously like a stream. She was terrified as the blood wouldn't stop and ran down her hand. As soon as she turned her face away in pain, Duke decided to deliver the finishing blow. Everyone watching from outside was horrified. Jusuk, Disuk, Ji-Eun, and Kangshuk's eyes widened and they moved quickly. Kong Ji-Yu said with a surprised face, I haven't heard that Duke Raiden uses speed abilities. Arthur nearby couldn't contain his anger and said unpleasantly, Of course he's strong. That acceleration ability makes him difficult to deal with. Andrea smiled contentedly and said, I knew you would all be surprised by Duke's speed, but in fact he can't use high-speed movement abilities. She crossed her arms and said with a triumphant look, But Duke combined his abilities and focused on increasing his speed to develop his combat techniques. Jinwoo watched this situation and thought about his own abilities. Everyone had opposed his speed enhancement, but in the end it was thanks to his speed enhancement that his combat techniques leapt to a new dimension. He stared blankly at Duke, his face stiff. Jian glanced at him and sneered. What's that reaction? Not everyone who experiences it for the first time reacts like that. Subin thought to herself. Could it be that he can use high-speed movement abilities? Duke took the initiative and raised his hand to deliver another blow to her. She felt that the situation was not good and became highly alert. Two streams of power under the control of their masters flew straight towards each other. His power was like a spear, successfully penetrating Subin's ice layer. She could not allow that power to reach her. She quickly flew in another direction to avoid the attack. As soon as she landed, she put her hands on the ground, ready to unleash a technique. From there, ice chunks rose like mountains and flew rapidly forward. Duke charged straight at her. He had somehow run behind her, startling Subin and making her turn around. He mercilessly fired a red aura at her again. She angrily turned quickly and delivered a kick. She successfully created an ice shield, blocking the violent force. Due to the powerful destructive force, she herself was knocked backward. She landed but slid back several meters due to inertia. Duke looked at her and sneered. You have a real knack for handling that. Only then did Subin realize that the opponent in front of her was not someone to be taken lightly. Damn it, that guy is completely different from Jusuk. She knelt down and thought to herself, his speed is only slightly similar to Jusuk's, but that guy specializes in long-range attacks, so he's really hard to deal with. Disuk, watching his friend weaken from outside, scoffed a few words. Subin, if you want to do something, give up and come down. He blamed her. What the hell are you doing? Are you afraid of him? I'm so embarrassed looking at you. Just come down. Subin was successfully provoked, gritting her teeth and glaring at him. Shut up, you damn bastard. When did I say I was afraid? Get that towel out of here. Duke just watched the two bickering helplessly. Disuk, despite being cursed, was not afraid at all and made a funny face to tease her. Oh, scary, just watch out for him, she said angrily. You'll die by my hand after this match, he said loudly. It looks like you'll be in the hospital after this match. Subin screamed and went wild, her hands already summoning power. Shut up, you damn bastard, that won't happen. As soon as she slammed her hands on the ground, power also shot out into the space accordingly. A fierce energy source quickly spread across the entire arena. The arena was instantly completely frozen. Jinwoo and Yoon couldn't close their mouths and shouted, "Wow," the earring-wearing friend said. The whole arena is frozen. Kangso crossed his arms and continued, is she trying to reduce friction in the arena to limit movement speed? Kaiten watched the scene, extremely excited. He looked clearly excited. Oh, that kid can do something like that, Jian smiled, his lips curling up. Kids these days are truly amazing. Duke looked at her with pity, showing no fear at all. I don't think this is a good idea. Your movements will also be restricted, won't they? Duke glanced at her. Something flashed across his face and then a torn wound appeared. Feeling the pain, he didn't understand what was happening and shouted, "Huh?" Subin saw this and smiled triumphantly with satisfaction. Duke turned around and stood blankly. What is this? His eyes widened, unable to hide his panic. He stood there, unable to say anything. As small ice fragments continuously fell from his mouth, the entire arena fell silent and no one dared to speak. Subin looked at him standing blankly and laughed sinisterly. Did you think freezing the arena was the end? Duke said nothing, but his face hardened at this moment. He knew this was no longer a time for jokes. Jinwoo, receiving small ice fragments with his hand from outside, thought to himself, this technique. Subin hardly used it when she fought me. He jumped up excitedly, his lips curling. When I faced this technique, I was completely suppressed by Subin. At this moment, Subin was in an advantageous position. The arena was frozen, engulfed in a tense and suffocating atmosphere. Duke slightly wiped the blood from his face with his hand, an unpleasant expression clearly visible. He was angry and retorted to Subin as if his whole body was burning. You are much stronger than the guy we defeated earlier. She opened her mouth cheerfully, her hands still holding power waiting to be unleashed. Are you upset? As soon as she finished speaking, she fired power at him. Very quickly, a cold aura enveloped his sturdy body. Subin turned her body and took a stance, saying in a challenging tone, So you're going to fight me seriously, aren't you? Power continuously emanated, creating a vortex in front of Duke. He couldn't stand still and raised his hand to counter with power. Subin was determined to fight to the end, swinging her hand like a blade cutting through the destructive force. Immediately, Duke's power was swept into her ice vortex. The red light was no longer there and the aura that had just been unleashed vanished into thin air. Duke gritted his teeth, glaring at her, blood still flowing continuously from his wound. Suddenly, Subin launched an unexpected attack, startling him and making him turn around. At this moment, the vortex around him turned into a fierce tornado, as if it would swallow him at any moment. Subin, signaling from outside, continuously launched attacks at him, and shouted triumphantly, Ha! Duke, caught off guard inside, was dizzy and couldn't cope with the increasingly violent tornado alone. At this moment, the wind raged like a violent storm. In the blink of an eye, his figure was no longer visible. As the strong wind swept outwards, the faces of their two friends stiffened. The towel in Daisuk's hand fluttered without him needing to wave it anymore. The trainers there also couldn't help but be tense, their faces all stiff. Arthur and Andrea were also astonished. The girls were excited all over, shouting in joyful voices, Wow, Lee Subin, you're really crazy. Subin showed no sign of stopping, reaching her hand back to prepare for the next attack. Arthur, hiding his body, looked at the fierce tornado in front of him, gritting his teeth, unable to accept the reality. Duke couldn't have fallen so easily. Suddenly, a reddish hue emerged from somewhere within the blue tornado, and it was no one but Duke. He launched an unexpected blow and a red aura erupted, breaking through the unfavorable situation. He successfully escaped the encirclement with a destructive energy source, and the tornado was quickly completely suppressed. Subin felt a strange aura and widened her eyes, glaring at him. Now he stood proudly in a sea of fire, looking at her with eyes that seemed to beckon death. She was shocked by the flames gradually approaching her and cautiously backed away. Behind the flames, Jian and Kaiten had been observing everything from the side until now. Kaiten said in astonishment, Duke is really strong. Someone said, I heard he was trained in an optimized way by the Graydon family with specific goals. Jian said nothing, lost in deep thought. Subin quickly regained her composure and, preparing to use her power, didn't forget to scoff a few words. Are you really going to fight seriously? I'm so bored I can't stand it. Suddenly she paused and glanced at the deep wound on her waist from which blood continuously flowed. The wound seemed more serious than she had thought. She turned her body and realized her situation. The wound was quite deep from the beginning, and if she continued the match like this, she would only be at a greater disadvantage. Duke was no better. His entire body was covered in wounds soaked in blood with desolate flames behind him. He gritted his teeth, not wanting to stop this match. He clasped his hands together, creating a beam of power that emitted a fierce light. As he released his hands, the energy grew larger and larger, possessing unprecedented destructive power. Duke raised his hands to the sky and power erupted like fierce flames. Even he himself was engulfed in a sea of fire. He hardened his face and looked to one side, still maintaining a chillingly calm demeanor. Subin's 4 friends watched the match, their eyes full of doubt as to what he was preparing to do. The trainers were also anxious. Sonhwa, Inhee, Mi Young all gritted their teeth, making grinding sounds. Arthur and Andrea had different attitudes, but both were anticipating the coming finishing blow. Subin looked straight ahead, opened her mouth wide in astonishment, then suddenly chuckled as if calculating something. She extended her arm, creating an ice chunk, and thought inwardly with a resentful face, "That guy is truly the most outstanding person at the World Awakened Academy." She confidently uttered a single word. "All right, let's see what happens when the two collide." Now the ice chunk in her hand grew to a massive size, and she raised her arm to the sky, emanating immense destructive power. Now the arena was filled with red and blue, and everyone was waiting for the final finishing blow. Duke looked at her with cold eyes full of confidence, without hesitation. He extended his hand to control his power and charged forward. Subin seriously watched him step forward, already knowing what she had to do. She extended her hand, firing her power at him. On this side, a sharp blade, burning red, was flying. On the opposite side, an ice sword flew towards it at lightning speed. Crash! The two collided like asteroids hitting Earth. A massive explosion occurred, and the arena shook rapidly, with 2 streams of power erupting as soon as they collided, affecting the spectators significantly. At this moment, only the wind created by Subin's power swept through the surroundings. Jinwoo stared blankly at the arena. What happened to Subin? As the energy disappeared, Duke stood there as if completely unaffected. Subin, on the other hand, was beyond pathetic. Her body weakened after the match, and she knelt panting. Duke mercilessly lowered his face and looked at her coldly. Without saying anything, he delivered a blow to her, showing no mercy at all. Subin screamed in pain as she was hit in the foot. Jusok and Inhee were filled with worry seeing their student getting hurt. Couldn't resist the urge to rush forward. Duke looked at her, writhing in pain on the floor, but showed no remorse at all. Andrea from outside smiled triumphantly, very satisfied. Yes, the awakened of this country are indeed strong, but how can they compare to Duke? Subin turned her face. Duke approached her, still with flickering power in his hands. "I think I finally understand," he said in an emotionless voice, "why the Academy sends us around the world for these annoying tasks." Subin clutched her bleeding leg and said angrily, "Damn it, I can't concentrate my power." His power quickly escaped from his hand, slowly flying towards her like smoke, and the more Duke spoke, the more terrifying it became. "Our Academy clearly thought there would be people hindering us, and the best way was for us to deal with them first. I thought it was a useless idea." The pink-haired teacher widened her eyes and shouted, "Hey, something's wrong. It's too dark. I can't see anything." Mi Young was also startled. "And I think he's saying something. I think it's better to stop this match right now." Inhee shouted, "That guy is Duke." Duke smiled at Subin as if bidding her farewell and immediately returned to his battle stance, firing power at her like a drill. At this moment the drill, possessing destructive power, was almost touching her. She knew her fate would not be easy, but she couldn't do anything in her injured state. She stared blankly at him. Inhee, realizing something was wrong, raised his hand to stop the match. At this moment the space suddenly fell silent, and only a whoosh sound came from somewhere. Someone rushed into the arena. All the coaches stood frozen like statues, and no one knew who had rushed out because the incident happened too quickly. Duke stood there, frozen, with a blank and surprised face. Andrea, unable to contain her curiosity at the superhuman ability, turned around with suspicious eyes. Duke tried to deliver the finishing blow, but that person disappeared somewhere and he was left standing there like a statue. Someone embraced Subin and moved her to another place. Duke glanced behind him, unable to believe his eyes, and said in a surprised voice, "What? Besides Jinwoo, who else has such fast speed?" No, he seemed to be embracing his small wife Subin, and she nestled perfectly in his arms. As his eyes widened, the entire arena fell silent and thick smoke billowed. Subin looked at him with a blank face, her face covered in cold sweat. Andrea and her group immediately froze, their eyes nearly popping out. "What the hell is happening?" Duke half turned his face, but his attitude was clearly calm yet full of jealousy. "I couldn't catch up to his speed." Jinwoo also turned his face now. He lifted Subin like a prince from a fairy tale. He still kept his eyes wide open, held gently in her arms. Their friends, surprised by this scene, all stood dazed. Inhee still had his arm raised to stop people, but his face was as blank as the people behind him. Kaiten, startled while eating, dropped his food. "What on earth?" Jian calmly gazed at the small, thin child with admiration. Their friends, seeing Jinwoo rush out like a hero, couldn't close their mouths and all screamed. "Did you guys see that? It was the kid we called Ju, right? He was sitting with us just now? I know he's really fast, but I didn't expect him to be this fast. Look, Duke doesn't seem to be reacting either." Subin finally regained her composure, pushed him away, and shouted, "What are you doing?" Jinwoo, seeing her lose her calm, quickly tried to comfort her. "I'm sorry for interrupting the match." She lowered her voice, startling him. "No, it's not that." Then she looked at him with a mix of resentment and worry. "What on earth were you thinking? I told you not to use your awakened abilities." Jinwoo, hearing her words, froze for a moment, then scratched his head and replied awkwardly, "I didn't think of anything when I saw you in danger, Nuna." Subin simply remained silent at his words. Jian mumbled blankly, "What on earth is that guy doing?" He looked at his small nephew. In front of him was a Kaiten with a darkened face, holding a food bag full of anger. "This damn brat, he's just like Jian." Jian, sensing that the situation wasn't good, quickly escaped to another spot. He and his group still looked at the two with surprised eyes as if they hadn't fully regained their senses. Arthur stared at Andrea in confusion, seemingly seeking encouragement. Her eyebrows were almost touching, and her face was a mixture of surprise and anger. "Who is that kid? The speed just now was even faster than Duke's." Duke stared blankly at the backs of the two, constantly thinking to himself, "No matter what method I used, I couldn't track his movements." His eyes were wide open, his face still covered in blood, but he thought, "I'm the one who optimizes the use of speed abilities. Many people thought it was useless to pour energy and waste time on speed, but I proved that I could develop strength and speed in a balanced way. He be faster than me? Can he do that too, like me?" He gritted his teeth in anger. "How dare you interfere in my match?" I immediately extended my hand and controlled my power. He was resolute. "There's no reason for me not to attack." Duke's power quickly poured out like wind, rushing towards Jinwoo. Jusok, seeing this guy continuously launching attacks, said, "He's crazy." The trainers were now anxious. Jinwoo, not knowing what to do with the unexpected attack, just stood there. Subin, sensing something was wrong, rushed over and pushed him away. "Danger!" The force violently poured out, causing a terrible explosion on the ground. Subin also fell backward. Duke glanced to the side. My goodness, Jinwoo was running at supersonic speed. Now he stood calmly in front of him. Duke was still in the posture of controlling his power. He seemed slightly surprised by his movements. Jinwoo glared at him, his face full of anger. He looked at him again, frowned, and was displeased that he couldn't land a blow on this guy. The friend with the earring was startled. "Damn it, what just happened?" He, standing next to him, was equally blank. "Is he really faster than Duke Graydon?" Ji Yun and Kong Sok looked at him solemnly. Disuk smiled with satisfaction. Suwon's face darkened, and he trembled with anger. "Selyu, are you trying to prove that even Duke Graydon is no match for you?" Jian and Kaiten, who were outside, simultaneously bristled their fur and raised their hands together. Duke and Jinwoo were now facing each other with tension. He hesitated. "Who are you?" he replied calmly. "Selyu, I am a student of this academy." Arthur, watching, froze upon hearing those words. "Selyu, I've never heard that name before." Andrea trembled with rage, seeing her academy student being humiliated out there. She bit her lip. "This is truly absurd. How can such a small country have so many outstanding new students?" Her face darkened. "What on earth else are they hiding?" The trainers, startled, simply looked elsewhere, avoiding eye contact. He sighed and bowed to Ms. Andrea. "I apologize for what happened. Our academy student interfered in the match without permission. Therefore, we have lost this match." The two remained silent, not replying, their faces completely dark. He, noticing their displeased attitude, stepped forward to mediate. Duke Graydon wins. Subin felt humiliated and furious with herself, was bursting with anger. She was about to leave when Jinwoo approached. "I'll help you." She turned and walked away, her face full of anger. "It's fine, I can go by myself." Disuk suddenly appeared from somewhere and started blabbering loudly with his useless mouth. "Let's see the protagonist appear and gracefully lose." He ran around, teasing her. "You're the only one who lost among the people who fought on our team. Ha 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 ha." Subin, enraged, snatched the towel from him and strangled him with it. "Shut up, you damn bastard, you wicked brat. Why do you always fight with me and not with others?" Everyone around shook their heads in disappointment. Suddenly, Duke appeared and said, "Selyu, I want to fight you." The two who were fighting looked at him with surprised eyes. Jinwoo was slightly suspicious. "Ha, you want to fight me?" He turned around and said in a very challenging tone, "You know what happens if you interfere in an awakened match, don't you?" "Right, you ruined my match, so you don't have the right to refuse." He asked blankly, "What did you say?" He immediately said, without allowing it, "He cannot fight right now. Ju has been severely injured recently. He is currently recovering and is not in a condition to fight." Andrea stood behind him, crossed her arms, and clicked her tongue. "Didn't you also say that Juke had a problem in the beginning?" She smiled slyly. "Besides, he interfered in the match. His body also seems to be fully recovered." He turned around and glared at her. Her voice echoed behind Duke. "The match will be held in 3 days." After saying that, she and her group slowly left the arena. Andrea turned to leave but didn't forget to compliment him. "This match will be truly interesting. I didn't expect the new students of this country to be so talented." The trainers didn't reply and looked elsewhere, and she continued to say, "The future of this country will be very bright." Now only they remained in the arena, and the atmosphere was awkward and silent. He turned to him and asked, "Ju, are you all right?" He smiled and replied, "Yes, fortunately I'm fine." He heard his words and breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, that's a relief." Then he covered his mouth, his face full of worry. "But now we're in big trouble." His face also darkened, and he silently gazed into the distance. Disuk on this side started to blabber again loudly. "If you think about it, we won this match, didn't we? We lost 1 match, but we won 3 matches. 3 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss." Subin, from behind, was still glaring at him with the towel. Suwon was startled. So that means they really defeated the students from the World Awakened Academy?" They screamed with joy. "Wow!" Andrea, who was outside, heard the noise, turned around and glared. Duke, hearing their screams from the front, said, "We are also world class." The faces of the 2 people behind him also turned pale. Inside the arena they were still happily cheering. "We did it!" They all ran to Subin and shouted loudly. He, seeing this, just smiled and sighed. Ma Young now said with a little relief, "I can't believe our kids are on par with the World Awakened Academy students. Our 4 sages are in no way inferior to their representatives. In front of them, Subin was strangling Disuk, and Disuk was still teasing her. Loudly blabbering about 1 win and 1 loss, Jinwoo finally remembered that there were 2 other people in the room, and turned around to ask. In a corner of the spectator stands far away, 2 cats were bristling their fur and looking angry. The unignorable aura belonged to Jian and Kaiten. He grabbed him. They, startled, quickly turned their heads to look elsewhere. Twilight painted the houses yellow, and the day's last light silently streamed through the window. Kaiten said excitedly, "Don't stop me." In the small room, only the growling and heavy breathing of cats could be heard. Jinwoo bowed his head and said worriedly, "I'm sorry." He slightly raised his head and looked at him. "I'm sorry." The plump Jian held Kaiten and looked as if he was about to scold Jinwoo. He was sweating and flustered. "Fortunately, my energy core was fine. I tried using my ability a little and it seems to be alright." Jian looked at him. "Really?" Kaiten growled in anger. "What's the problem with using it for a moment, you foolish brat? Besides, there's another reason." Kaiten raised his head, his eyes full of confidence. The room was suffocatingly silent and everyone's eyes were on him. "Because the one who treated you is me, Kaiten, the world's best healer." Kaiten looked at him, saying nothing, and Jinwoo turned his gaze elsewhere. Kaiten sighed in displeasure. "Damn it, this is so annoying. Like master, like disciple. They do whatever they want and don't listen to anyone else." Jian looked at him, lost in thought. "What do you think about Ju's current condition?" Jian was still turned away from him. Using power today won't be a problem," Jian asked in a low voice. "Then what if the kid participates in the match in 3 days? Will he be alright?" Kaiten turned around and looked at him. "Definitely not," Jian frowned. "Didn't you just say there wouldn't be a problem? Now that he's saying that, it means the kid hasn't fully recovered yet." In the modern yet warm living room, Kaiten explained seriously, "Using power for a moment isn't dangerous, but participating in a match is a different story. If the kid enters the match, he'll have to continuously use power, and that's the problem." All sounds seemed to stop for a moment. Jian sighed slightly. "Ah," he looked at Jinwoo heavily. Half of his face was shrouded in shadow. Jian's voice sank as if commanding, "You'd better give up fighting in this match." Jinwoo hesitated. The light lightly shone on his tense face. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I think I should probably follow Hung's words, but since I interfered in their match, I don't know if I have the right to refuse this match, and this will also have a big impact on our academy." Kaiten frowned. "You'd better listen to me." Jian slightly bowed his head, lost in thought. Since Kaiten said no, there's no other way. Jinwoo hesitated, "But Jian said solemnly." Kaiten said no. Jinwoo was silent in the bright living room. Sunlight danced on the polished floor. Kaiten frowned. "Hey, when did I say no?" Jian frowned, pointing a finger at him. "Don't be stubborn. This guy said no so no one can help the kid. Tell him to surrender in the match." The atmosphere froze. Jinwoo stared blankly, his eyes wide as if lost in a maze. Jian glanced at Kaiten. "Wait a minute, when did I say that?" Jian opened his eyes wide and asked, "Huh?" Kaiten narrowed his eyes. "When did I say the kid couldn't participate in the match?" The atmosphere began to become chaotic. Jian pouted. "Didn't you say no?" Kaiten shouted. "I never said that," Jian said casually. "Just a moment ago. You said the kid couldn't participate in the match," Kaiten said angrily. "When did I say it?" he finished lightly. "Anyway, I never said the kid couldn't." Jian looked at him teasingly. "Ah, I see. You don't need to be ashamed of admitting what you can't do." Kaiten trembled with rage. "When did I say that? The kid's core is definitely fully recovered. The reason I told the kid not to use his power was because it could put a strain on his body if he used his core and there could be problems later." Jian put his hand on his shoulder and closed his eyes, an expression of understanding on his face. "Calm down, Kaiten. What's the rush? Did what I just said make you feel ashamed?" Kaiten burned with anger. "Shut up, you fool. Such trivial things are nothing to me, Kaiten." He proudly raised his head. "From now on, in 3 days, I will treat the kid's body so he can participate in the match." Jinwoo was excited, and Kaiten stood with his arms crossed in a cool pose. Jian laughed inwardly. "These 2 guys are like a complete fool and a villain." Meanwhile, at the Shinhwa group, a group of people bowed their heads in a hurry. "We are truly sorry, Chairman." Inside the room, Sung-gil stood in front of the window looking at the distant scenery. He was silent. He still kept his back to everyone in that posture. From here, the children looked truly happy. Sung-gil seemed to be lost in thought, asking himself if what they were doing was truly the right thing. Everyone looked up at him with puzzled eyes. Sung-gil slightly narrowed his eyes. "We put limits on the children because of those 2 words, future." Everyone, surprised, followed his gaze. Suhin next to him quickly interjected, saying in a calm voice, "No, Chairman, thanks to your decision, our country has been able to strengthen its power without being affected by external threats." Sung-gil bowed his head and in a resolute voice stated the reason why they established this academy. Everyone present clearly understood that he was thinking about the awakened academy. "We need to carefully teach the children to help them grow stronger in the future." And Sung-gil recalled the children celebrating joyfully shoulder to shoulder. "That is precisely why our awakened must unite to face external threats." He slightly raised the corners of his mouth. After this incident, the children and we finally became one. Everyone silently followed Sung-gil. The sunlight shone on his gentle face. Sung-gil smiled. "And our role as adults is to protect those children." Ji-yoon looked at the door. He hadn't returned yet. She opened the door and looked out. Ji-yoon saw the students approaching. They saw the wound on Subin's cheek. Tae Rang asked worriedly, "Are they hurt?" He added, "Even you guys lack the strength to fight against people from the World Awakened Academy." Suddenly a voice was heard. "We won." They were bewildered. The lady looked at them and said, "We avenged our grudge against the people from the World Awakened Academy." Ji's group's eyes widened in surprise. They quietly watched the group walk away. Jinwoo said excitedly, "Can I really keep fighting?" In the bedroom, Kaiten walked in. "There are a few things I need to prepare before we start tomorrow." Jian yawned widely as if sleepy. Jinwoo chuckled, recalling the scene of Kaiten shouting in anger. "Hung needs to help too." Suddenly he saw a man standing by the lake. Jinwoo politely said, "Hello Mr. Sung-gil." Sung-gil turned around. He stared at Jinwoo for a very long time. "I heard you were badly hurt. How are you now?" Jinwoo bowed. "I'm much better now." Sung-gil smiled slightly. "That's good. I heard Kaiten treated you himself, didn't he? His skills are truly outstanding. He's also known as the world's best healer." Jinwoo scratched his head. He, Sung-gil said in a low voice. "And I heard you're going to fight Duke Graydon." Jinwoo hesitated. "Yes." Sung-gil looked at Jinwoo with worried eyes. "Will you be alright? Didn't you say you shouldn't use your abilities?" Jinwoo looked at Sung-gil and smiled. "Kaiten Hung said he'd do his best to help me fight until then." Sung-gil looked at Jinwoo with surprised eyes. Haha, the two walked together. Jinwoo was lost in thought. "But it won't be easy to defeat Duke. Even Subin lost to Duke," Sung-gil said in a low voice. "Are you afraid? Now you must clearly understand that battles between awakened can cause irreparable fatal injuries and sometimes even loss of life." Jinwoo looked up and stared ahead with thoughtful eyes. "I mean, I'm not afraid of disappointing everyone more than I already have." Sung-gil quietly watched him, and Jinwoo continued, "And I'm worried I won't be able to do my best." Jinwoo said seriously, "My friends worked really hard in their fights. I want to be like them too." Sung-gil slightly raised the corners of his mouth, his eyes full of amusement. The two walked side by side and Sung-gil looked straight ahead. "You specialize in close-range attacks, right?" Jinwoo said in a low voice. "Yes," Sung-gil said quietly, "so do I." Jinwoo looked at him with a puzzled expression. Sung-gil looked at him gently. "Shall I teach you a few techniques?" Jinwoo was startled, his eyes wide. "You're going to teach me your techniques?" Sung-gil looked at him with gentle eyes. "That's right." Jinwoo scratched his head. "I'm really happy you said that," but Sung-gil said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I won't teach you what I teach my disciples." Sung-gil smiled. "I'm just going to show you how to use power. That will greatly help in complementing your combat techniques." Jinwoo was surprised. To increase the power of my acceleration ability." Sung-gil noticed his hesitation. Sung-gil smiled with his eyes. "Don't be shy. I'll just show you an overview of how to name techniques. That's really important." Sung-gil continued softly. "Naming techniques also helps you focus and visualize the technique when you use it." Jinwoo watched him carefully. "Yes, I understand." He turned his gaze away, his eyes clearly lost in thought. Jinwoo bowed his head. "Thank you very much, but I don't think I'm good enough to receive such a thing. I'm not even your disciple, so I don't think it's appropriate for me to learn techniques from you." Sung-gil looked at Jinwoo with a surprised expression. He suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha, Sung-gil said cheerfully. "I'm sorry you suddenly made me laugh." Jinwoo was flustered. Sung-gil looked at him with complex eyes. "Many awakened wanted to learn from me and some even pleaded with me many times," Sung-gil said with a smile in his eyes. "In any case, I've never voluntarily offered to teach anyone." He shook his head. "But I've been rejected twice by Jinwoo. Perhaps it's because I'm too old to teach anyone." Jinwoo was flustered. Sung-gil looked at him. "What I'm trying to teach you is not affiliated with BU. It's a technique I came up with myself, so you don't need to feel burdened about learning it." He looked at him sadly with a disappointed expression. "It seems my old man's techniques are too outdated, so kids like you keep rejecting me. Even after I came all this way." Jinwoo was flustered. "I didn't mean that." He was lost in thought. Kaiten Hung also said he was really strong. Besides, he holds a position second to none in the country. For someone of his status to offer to teach someone like me, I shouldn't keep rejecting his teaching." Jinwoo clasped his hands together and bowed on the neatly tiled floor. "Please teach me." In the spacious room, soft light flowed from the arched ceiling. Sung-gil stood beside him. "From now on, I will inject my power into your body." He solemnly recalled the flow of energy, recognizing its strengths and weaknesses within, and moved with it. Jinwoo closed his eyes. Yes, blue energy enveloped Sung-gil. The energy flow gradually expanded, enveloping Jinwoo. Jinwoo closed his eyes and felt the power seeping into his body. In the infinite darkness, two bright points emitted an intense green light. This is the source of his power. A magnificent tiger appeared as a vision, not of blood and flesh, but of swirling blue light. It shone brilliantly in the quiet darkness. Jinwoo was lost in thought. Kaiten Hung and Kaiten Hung's aura is completely different from his. Jinwoo sat quietly. Sung-gil stood beside him. "From now on, do nothing but listen and feel my source of power entering your body." Strong energy emanated from both their bodies. Sung-gil recalled Jinwoo throwing a punch. Jinwoo's most recent technique involved moving at high speed and attacking enemies, and when his speed exceeded its limits he would cause an explosion that delivered impact to his punch. Jinwoo closed his eyes, his face showing intense concentration. Sung-gil said calmly, "If you can use what I'm teaching you now, your technique will greatly improve later." He clenched his fist tightly. Jinwoo was lost in thought. "This method is completely different from what Kaiten Hung taught me. From the energy core to the attack method, the flow of all the power filling my body is like an enormous quantity pouring into one body, a towering building in the night sky. Its glass windows reflected the faint yellow lights of the street as if scattering a thin layer of bright dust on its cold exterior." Inside the room, Jinwoo bowed deeply. "Thank you very much," Sung-gil said in a low voice. "Kaiten is truly an excellent awakened and mentor. I didn't become strong by training in some corporation or group. I became strong simply because I always trained my techniques and improved my power myself. He looked at Jinwoo. The way he teaches you is truly excellent, am I right? Jinwoo looked at him with a surprised expression. Sung-gil smiled. I'm sure what I taught you today will be of great help to you later. Jinwoo smiled, his eyes twinkling. Yes, I will train hard and make it my own. Sung-gil chuckled slightly. That would be for the best. He bid farewell to the man, he said. Thank you, I have to go now. Sung-gil looked at Jinwoo with complex eyes. He slowly watched Jinwoo disappear into the distance. It would take days to remember that, but that kid only took a few hours. In the darkness the house was hidden behind green trees. As Jinwoo opened the door and entered the room, a questioning voice was heard. Where have you been? You're just getting back now? Jinwoo scratched his head in embarrassment. The principal taught me how to enhance my movement ability. It took quite a long time to learn. Kaiten was sitting on the bed and the principal was lying on the bed. Jian frowned. Ju, what did that old man Sung-gil teach you? Jinwoo waved his hand and said, it's a method to control the direction of energy movement. He taught me something suitable and useful for my technique. Jian was lost in thought. If it's old man Han Sung-gil's technique, does that mean he taught you BU techniques? Jinwoo was lost in thought. No, it's not like that. He said it wasn't a BU technique but something he came up with himself. So he said I shouldn't feel burdened about learning it. Two cats sat side by side. Jian was curious. Han Sung-gil came up with it himself? Jinwoo thrust out his fist. Yes, if I use what the principal taught me, the power of my speed attack becomes much stronger and its range is also wider. Jian watched him carefully. If it's him, it'll be fine. Perhaps what he taught you is because your close-quarters combat styles are similar. Kaiten licked his claws. That's right, and old man Han Sung-gil is a close-quarters combat expert. To be more precise, there aren't many people as skilled in close-quarters combat as he is. Jinwoo looked at Jian happily. Kaiten hung. Treatment starts tomorrow, right? Kaiten hesitated. But there are a few more things I need to prepare. Jinwoo clenched his fist, determined. Then I'll practice energy control. I think I need to get used to using it for longer. Jinwoo sat quietly. Two cats watched him. Do as you wish. The two cats looked at Jinwoo. Judging by what that kid is saying, it seems that old man probably taught him the energy control method. It must be what he taught him. The Shinhwa group building stood tall amidst the blue sky and white clouds. In the fighting arena, several people stood outside the lines marking the fighting area. As they stood, everyone wore serious expressions. From the stands, everyone looked down at the arena with serious faces. Kong Sok was curious. How's Jinwoo doing now? Disuk said calmly from beside him. I haven't seen him for a few days. He said he had to focus on his treatment and couldn't meet anyone. Subin exclaimed in admiration. I wonder how much he's recovered. Yoon next to her was worried. Jumyoung looked straight ahead. I heard he'd come on time, but I'm really worried. Suhin said in a low voice from beside him. At that time I heard Jian was treating Ju, so everything will be fine. Choi Soo-eun stood next to In-hee. I didn't expect Kaiten himself to come to treat Ju. Suddenly a voice was heard. Ju is here. Duke and Andrea turned around. As Jinwoo walked in, everyone's gaze turned to him. Duke looked at him coldly. Jinwoo looked ahead, his face full of determination. The two men standing at the door suddenly turned their heads and looked to one side. The leopard's eyes glowed golden. A long-haired man stroked a black leopard and walked majestically. The two men at the door were startled, sweating. The long-haired man smiled. I heard people I know are inside. Ju walked quietly, and everyone's eyes turned to him. Their gazes were a mix of curiosity and vigilance. Mi Yang's group quietly watched him. In the distance, Andrea had her arms crossed and beside her was a white-haired man. Andrea tilted her head. She remembered Duke's surprised exclamation. Did he say he was a free awakened? Andrea looked at him in a calm voice. That's right. That kid just registered as an awakened recently. Her eyes sharpened. This information may not be completely accurate. Duke was lost in thought. Currently in the arena, he approached Jinwoo. Jinwoo slightly nodded with an expressionless face. Duke suddenly smiled brightly. Now we're going to have a proper match, Jinwoo said blankly. What? He approached, his eyes full of interest. I was really surprised when I saw your acceleration ability. I know we have to fight, but please go a little easy on me. Jinwoo stared at him blankly with his mouth open. Ju held out his hand for a handshake, a light smile on his face. Please go a little easy on me too, Jinwoo said seriously. Before that, I apologize for interrupting your match. I really didn't expect things to turn out this way. Duke didn't get angry and smiled slightly. It's fine, thanks to that we get to fight, so I should actually thank you. The two shook hands warmly. In another corner, Arthur stared at this scene with sharp eyes as if trying to see through the young man's facade. Many people were fooled by the man's appearance at that time. Not because he was truly kind, but simply because he was confident in his skills and background. He recalled his sinister smile. But if anyone were to disturb him, that serene demeanor would vanish. He would do a complete 180. Beep, the first whistle blew. In the brightly lit arena, the two stood facing each other, the distance between them seemingly compressed by an invisible pressure. Beep, the second whistle sounded, and Duke moved slightly, while Jinwoo adopted a combat-ready stance. Beep, the third whistle blew, signaling the start of the match. Duke quickly charged towards Jinwoo. Jinwoo stared intently at him, charging forward. His face filled with killing intent. The two began to rush at each other like two streaks of lightning in a storm. Duke landed several punches on his opponent. His movements were too fast to be seen with the naked eye, but Jinwoo dodged them all. He dodged the attacks by leaping, displaying movements as agile as the wind. Jinwoo showed a surprised look as he saw Duke's fist graze his face. He had just dodged an attack and was startled. What is it? Is he trying to fight me in close combat? Duke continued to throw punches and Jinwoo dodged by tilting his body. He smiled at him and said, "You're really fast." Without giving him a moment to rest, Duke continued his attacks as furiously as a wave. "At this speed I can definitely keep up." He dodged each punch by leaning his body. Suddenly Duke swung his leg and Jinwoo ducked to avoid it, and he went behind him. Jinwoo without hesitation delivered a knee strike to his opponent's back and Duke turned his head. He barely managed to raise his hand to block the attack and Duke's eyes widened. What? He increased his speed? And he immediately threw a punch that cut through the wind towards Jinwoo. He dodged the attack instantly with incredible speed. Jinwoo's gaze was fixed on the passing fist. Emerald energy emanated from his body. He began to retaliate with punches. "If I want to fight, I need to increase my speed even more. My energy will be consumed faster, but I have to force myself to increase my speed." Duke gritted his teeth and stared at his attack. "Am I mistaken? Why is he getting faster and faster?" His eyes suddenly glinted coldly. "Alright, then I'll also increase my speed. I need to be faster than him." Duke concentrated his energy and charged forward and the two fought fiercely, swirling as fast as lightning. Their movements were blurred, too fast for the naked eye to follow, leaving only streaks of light cutting through the heavy air. Outside the arena, Hyuna narrowed her eyes and stared intently at the battle. "Hey, are you watching them fight?" Inhee, standing next to her, couldn't see anything because their bodies were blurred. Juk and Kong So carefully observed the match. Inhee's group watched the match in silence, all eyes fixed on the arena where only the sounds of light and wind remained. Suwon looked at the arena gloomily. Duke swung his hand, launching an attack that cut through the wind. Jinwoo ducked to avoid it, frowning and showing extreme concentration. In the brightly lit arena the two took turns attacking, but no attack reached the opponent. Jinwoo stared intently at his opponent. "Since Duke has caught up to my speed, I need to be faster." He concentrated his energy to increase his speed, and Duke had to duck and raise his hands to block the fierce attacks. Completely on the defensive in the stands, everyone's eyes were fixed on the match. And they were astonished as Jinwoo's speed became faster and faster. Bu Young leaned forward. "It's really hard to see him, but Jinwoo is pressing Duke, right?" Duke's face hardened. What the hell? Arthur was astonished. "That guy's speed overwhelms Duke?" Duke's recent slow reaction was because he underestimated that guy's speed, Duke scoffed. "He made a wrong judgment the moment he tried to have a speed contest with Jinwoo. No one has ever surpassed Jinwoo in terms of speed." Everyone around carefully watched the match. Jinwoo's continuous attacks ended, but Duke still maintained his defensive stance. In the arena, Jinwoo stared intently at his opponent, his face serious. Duke glared at him, his expression resolute. "This guy, alright, I'll use my maximum speed." He charged towards Jinwoo, leaving a swirling wind behind him. Jinwoo leaned his body, his eyes slightly widened in surprise. A resolute thought echoed in Duke's mind. "Jinwoo, if I use my maximum speed, he will never be able to escape." Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch, and the air-slicing airflow created a sharp sound that echoed throughout the arena. But Duke's eyes widened. He realized there was no one in front of him. Suddenly, a dangerous aura enveloped him from behind. Duke immediately turned his head. It turned out that Jinwoo had already dodged the attack and quickly returned to his back. He concentrated his energy and threw a powerful punch. The people watching the match widened their eyes, and expressions of astonishment were clearly visible on their faces. Not missing the opportunity, Jinwoo immediately threw a powerful punch, and all his strength erupted in an instant. Like a shockwave cutting through the air, his gaze was sharp and resolute, leaving no room for doubt. The spectators held their breath and watched, their faces etched with various emotions such as astonishment, worry, and excitement. All these emotions intertwined with the fierce beat of the battle that had reached its climax. A wave of red energy shone like lightning, cutting through the air. Fierce energy erupted from Duke's body, sending Jinwoo flying backward. The red energy wave continued to fly fiercely like a burning arrow, charging towards Jinwoo. He reacted in the blink of an eye, moving his body lightly like the wind, barely dodging each attack. Seeing another fierce red energy wave flying towards him, Jinwoo's entire body tensed like a taut bowstring. On high alert, the attack violently struck the ground. The floor cracked and dust and debris scattered everywhere in a gray smoke. Suddenly, a streak of light burst out from the smoke. Jinwoo dodged the attack in time. He looked at the dense red energy wave surrounding Duke. Duke frowned and darkness enveloped his face. "Did I really lose in a speed contest? Moreover, I lost to a free awakened." Arthur looked at the arena. "Duke is really crazy. That guy named Jinwoo is really pitiful. He's likely to die or become crippled," Kong So calmly analyzed. Duke's combat style is not close combat in the first place. He thought his combat skills were superior, along with speed, so maintaining distance and releasing power from afar to attack his opponent is his true strength, Disa calmly said. "Jinwoo knows that, and everyone here knows one fact." Ji-Yoon, Subin and Yoon watched the battle carefully, knowing that Jinwoo was very strong. In the tense arena, Jinwoo stood unwavering, staring intently at his opponent. He exhaled slightly as if the pressure in his chest had eased somewhat, and at the same time his mind was sharper and more stable than ever. The arena door opened wide. Caden pushed the door open with his plump cat body. He said, "Good, the match isn't over yet." Caden stood behind him with a lifeless face, lamenting exhaustedly. "Yes, I was dying from treating that kid all night." The two cats sat comfortably in the stands with a bag of snacks. Caden greedily ate the snack bag, and Jian also showed interest, giving him his share. "Here, eat a lot." Below the arena, Jinwoo moved as fast as lightning. He was running, dodging Duke's attacks, but the attacks changed direction and continued to pursue him. He observed and thought inwardly, "Is the attack following me? I didn't see an attack like this in Subin's match, so this will be a quite difficult fight. In front, Duke seriously looked at the direction Jinwoo was running, controlling his power with his hand. Bloody sharp blades continuously flew towards where Jinwoo was standing, forcing him to quickly run away to avoid being cut. But they still didn't let him go, and the sharp blade grazed Jinwoo's face, making him tilt his head to dodge. Duke swung both his hands back and forth, using his power to attack Jinwoo, but Jinwoo barely dodged. He leapt up, gritted his teeth, and prepared to throw a punch. Just then, Duke smiled slightly. He controlled his power to wrap around Jinwoo, forcing him to turn his body and dodge to another place. Jinwoo almost got his face grazed by the blade. He rolled once and hit the arena floor. Jinwoo got up and panted, staring at Duke. In the stands, some people were worried, and some frowned slightly. Observing the match, a few drops of blood fell on the floor between them. Blood continuously flowed from 2 blade wounds on Jinwoo's left flank. Andrea said with satisfaction, "I was a little surprised by his speed, but how can that technique compare to Duke's?" From above, Jian analyzed, "The Ren family's combat style is very different from other families. The attack only disappears when its energy flow disappears. Otherwise, it can be continuously controlled. They will use either a general attack method or a mutated attack method like the one just now, depending on the situation of the battle." Caton turned his head to Jian, asking in an incomprehensible tone, "What good is it to explain it to me?" He said in silence, "It's just that Jinwoo doesn't want to hear my explanation. It's not fair to know Duke's techniques in advance, so we should let that guy experience and figure out Duke's abilities through the match and find a solution." Caton turned his head in disdain and said while eating his food, That's what you do when facing World Awakened of the same rank. It's completely different here. How can you guys compare to this fat cat in terms of combat?" At his sarcastic remarks, Caton glared at Caton, his face flushed. Below the arena, Duke smiled mockingly. "I won't have a speed contest with him." Duke's eyes glowed red and he inwardly rejoiced. "He's different from me. I can move quickly because I only focus on speed, but Jinwoo is different," he scoffed. "He's fast because of his awakened ability. If I have a speed contest with him, I'll be the only one who loses. I'm completely different from him," Duke said to Jinwoo. "There's an awakened in front of you and someone who can move at high speed, so no matter how much you attack, it won't be effective." Jinwoo looked at him warily and inwardly agreed. Duke's reaction is quite fast, and he approached him again. Duke saw him approaching and shouted, "It's useless." At the same time, he swung his hand, moving his power towards Jinwoo. The bloody red energy wave went straight to where he was moving, but Jinwoo skillfully dodged it at his fastest speed. He charged so fast he was almost invisible. Duke continuously moved his source of power around, but Jinwoo continued to dodge with his technique. The academy students outside were surprised, and Jihu's group wondered, what? Did he increase his speed again? Can he get even faster? Below, the two had gotten close to each other at some point. As Jinwoo got close to Duke, he had no time to attack. Not missing the opportunity, Jinwoo swung his fist, gathered his strength, and punched Duke. He took a hit, his cheek deformed and his face tilted to one side. As he fell to his knees from the impact of the punch, all the World Awakened Academy people looked at Duke in surprise. Did they think Duke had been hit and fallen? After the recent attack, Duke's eyes had turned white, and his face showed an extremely angry expression. Duke uncontrollably spread his power throughout the entire arena. Jinwoo struggled to dodge the attacks flying from all directions. Blade-like red energy streams flew everywhere, gradually destroying the arena. The teachers outside had to create shields to block Duke's attacks. Jinwoo gasped for breath, struggling from Duke's recent attack. He struggled to breathe. Yoon watched worriedly from outside. Jinwoo was enraged by the power erupting in all directions. He said in a low voice, "How dare a guy like you hit me? I was just trying to make a guy like you gradually, slowly give up the match." Jinwoo still looked at him warily, holding up his fist. Duke's red eyes sharpened. "But because of a guy like you, I'm having difficulties. Guys like you shouldn't go to bigger places. Jinwoo, you need to know your place." Andrea scoffed inwardly with disdain. Finally, Duke is fighting seriously. That kid's life is over now. The Korean Awakened Academy students all watched the battle below in silence. Kong Sok slowly said, "The energy emanating from Duke is different from before. This will make it difficult for Jinwoo." Disuk, next to him, replied nonchalantly, "It won't be a problem. Jinwoo is not the kind of person whose power can be easily predicted." Subin also agreed, "Yeah, like Jinwoo's speed." Kong Sok was quite surprised. "Really?" Suwon, standing far away, heard their conversation and thought inwardly, "Yes, if you fight him even once, you'll know." His eyes gradually darkened, and he glanced at Jinwoo. Jinwoo is no longer the same as before. Jinwoo still held up his hand, preparing for the next attack. Duke had wrapped himself in the red source of power he had created. He warned, "Jinwoo, this is a shield you dare not approach, and even if you try to escape, you won't be able to escape my sight." Duke's eyes widened. "Now your speed won't work on me." Saying that, he shot a wave of red power upwards, and Duke's eyes blazed with fire. He threw what he had just created at Jinwoo and shouted, "Die." Caton was confused. Why is Jinwoo still standing there? Jian's eyes widened, and he speculated. That guy decided to face the attack head-on himself. As soon as his thought finished, Jinwoo used his technique to unleash his maximum speed and charged straight into that mass of power. Duke was furiously disbelieving. Impossible. His red eyes grew even darker. Jinwoo punched hard, breaking through Duke's energy. He gritted his teeth, thinking Duke had attacked with all his might in the direction he was moving. He wouldn't be able to break through his power like this. Jinwoo suddenly recalled the principal's words. "The method I'm teaching you now will greatly help your finishing moves later." Jinwoo's eyes lit up and he swung his arm, punching even harder. In the end, Jinwoo broke through Duke's power and struck him hard in the abdomen. The force of the punch sent Duke flying with his own power. He felt like he would faint from the shock of Jinwoo's attack. Jinwoo's body was surrounded by small electric sparks. Duke, flying, hit the wall with a tremendous sound. Everyone watching the match that had just taken place was astonished. He raised his arm, declaring Jinwoo the winner of the match. The arena erupted in shouts of "Whoa!" Jinwoo's friends cheered, calling it truly insane. Even students who usually had no interest in Jinwoo shouted happily. "We won, I can't believe it." Suwon's eyes widened and he rejoiced inwardly. Good, he took him down. That should have been me. Kaiten was astonished by the incredible speed, and Jian, sitting next to him, smiled as if he already knew the outcome. The principal watched the 3 matches from his office, clenching his fists and cheering. After the match ended, the arena was deafeningly loud, and Sung-gil watched the match on screen from his room. His eyes sparkled. Sung-gil had only taught him how to use power a few days ago, and the child was able to apply it in such a short time. Jinwoo's fist was still suspended in the air, and he rejoiced inwardly. "I did it." Jinwoo's face still hadn't fully recovered after throwing the punch. He had never succeeded when practicing alone, but the more he practiced, the stronger his power became. Jinwoo panted, withdrew his limbs, and speculated, "Thanks to the effect of that technique, I was able to endure longer." The noisy sounds from upstairs caught his attention. Jinwoo grabbed his arm and looked up at the stands. His name was joyfully shouted from everyone's lips. Ju, the Korean Awakened Academy students shouted his name. "Selyu," Kong Ji-yu also smiled happily. Jinwoo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Am I young?" exclaimed in admiration. "Ju, that child is truly amazing." The teachers near her were still dazed after Jinwoo's attack. He sincerely praised, "Not only Jinwoo but the other children are also truly excellent." However, the World Awakened Academy side was not. Arthur was annoyed. "Why do those crazy bastards keep shouting Selyu?" The short platinum blonde-haired student next to him also looked worried. "This is ridiculous." The 2 teachers from the World Awakened Academy were astonished. Andrea looked at Duke lying on the ground, confused, and thought, Duke lost, the World Awakened Academy lost again here. She gritted her teeth, worrying inwardly. "What should I report back to the academy?" At the hospital, Kong Zok asked, "Can't we meet Jinwoo today either?" Subin replied, I heard Kaiten needs to check Jinwoo's current condition." A gentle voice was heard. "I'm sorry, Ji-hoo came with the Free Awakened Academy students." She cautiously asked, "Is it really true that Jinwoo defeated Duke Graydon?" Subin curled the corners of her lips. Yes. They fell silent for a moment upon hearing these words. The Free Awakened Academy students recalled Jinwoo's brightly smiling face and cheered inwardly. "Jinwoo is truly amazing. He even defeated a famous person like Duke Graydon." Disuk smiled sarcastically. "Jinwoo really defeated Duke Graydon, unlike our Subin." Subin was startled. She roughly kicked Disuk, cursing him under the gaze of the people there. "Get lost, you bastard." The kick hurt Disuk. The 2 started fighting again, but thanks to Ji-Yun and Kong Sok's intervention, they could only grab each other's hair. Disuk cursed Subin. "Lee Subin, you're the only one who lost in the entire academy. You're a disgrace to our academy." Subin warned. "Shut up, you damn bastard." Noisy sounds were heard outside the hospital room, making Disuk and the 2 cats turn their curious gaze towards the door. Kaiten advised, "Your core currently has a problem. If you use your power even a little longer, it could rupture again." Jinwoo laughed awkwardly. "Ha ha ha." Jian next to him praised him. "Jinwoo, your match was truly excellent." Kaiten also agreed. "Yeah, the match was pretty good." Jian chimed in and asked, "The force of the punch you delivered at the end was very different from before. That was what Han Sung-gil taught you, right?" Jinwoo excitedly replied, "Yes, I felt the movement of energy when using that technique." Slowly explained, "The energy source seemed to start from the core, flow through my legs and arms and then throughout my entire body. The force of the punch I delivered at the end was much stronger and more stable than before. I had always failed before." Kaiten and Jian looked at each other in silence. Jian speculated, "Principal Han Sung-gil specializes in close-quarters combat, so that technique might suit the child better." Jinwoo realized that the principal had said the exact same thing as Jian. Jian asked him, "Jinwoo you?" "Yes," he said firmly. "For awakened like us, energy control isn't just about concentrating power in the body, but also about understanding the movement of the energy source." Jinwoo still said naively, "Yes, I know that," Jian continued. "If you can control energy, you'll be able to do countless things in this world." Jinwoo nodded. "Yes, I know, Jian said that what Principal Han Sung-gil had taught him was the same energy control method he had taught him before. His eyes widened. "Yes," Jinwoo was puzzled. But the method the principal taught me isn't the same as the one you taught me, Hung." Jian explained. "When I first heard you, I was a little skeptical, but after seeing your punch, I became even more convinced. And the most important thing is that he taught you the energy control method." Jinwoo was shocked by the fact Jian had just revealed. Jian looked at Jinwoo's wide eyes and said, "And some people aren't even his students, and without any conditions." Jinwoo turned his head and looked at the door. He hesitated and said to Kaiten, "Jian Hung, can I leave now just for a moment?" Jian sighed helplessly. "Go." As soon as he finished speaking, Jinwoo opened the door and ran outside, and his friends who were outside looked at him. Jinwoo and Subin were fighting but shouted at the same time. Jinwoo, Kong Ji-yu shouted happily. Ji-hoo was moved. "How's your body?" They asked where he was running to. Jinwoo rushed off shouting, "I'm sorry, I have something urgent, let's talk later." Everyone looked at him in confusion. and even Disuk and Subin stopped their scuffle. Sung-gil was watching the sunset outside. He recalled the excited academy students and smiled gently. Urgent footsteps approached and a loud voice calling his name was heard. "Principal." Sung-gil was startled. "Jinwoo, why isn't he resting in his room and coming here?" Jinwoo ran over, panting. "Principal, I heard from Jian-hung," Sung-gil asked. "What are you talking about?" His eyes welled up with tears. "What you taught me wasn't just a technique, was it, Principal? You taught me how to control energy." Sung-gil looked at him without saying a word. Jinwoo was moved and clenched his fists. "I'm not even your student, but he bowed before Sung-gil. "Thank you very much," Sung-gil smiled gently. "What is there to thank? I merely showed you how it works." He looked at Jinwoo, who was biting his lip and trembling, and Sung-gil praised him. "It is your ability, Jinwoo, to learn it yourself and make it your own." The sunset gradually faded. The principal gently patted Jinwoo's shoulder, who was wiping away tears, to comfort him. Inside one of the academy buildings, Gil sighed. "So did we really lose?" He turned around, frowned, and said, "Let alone the others, what about Duke and Arthur?" Gil looked at Andrea, who was bowing her head and saying nothing. He added, "Arthur drew with a member of this country's 4 sages and Duke lost." Gil stared intently at them. The entire small room was suffocatingly silent. Andrea clenched her fists. "The information we received about this country was completely wrong." She bit her lip, full of rage. "According to rumors, their awakened abilities were at a low level, but the children here are all at a high level, not inferior to our academy's children." Gil said, "Don't use that as an excuse to justify your mistakes. For a professor of the World Awakened Academy to lose face like this." Their faces grew darker. Gil turned his head, glanced sideways, and warned, "I am well aware of the extent of Arthur and Duke's techniques. Professor, it would be best to be careful that this matter does not spread widely." And he walked out coldly. "Remember." Gil slammed the door shut. Andrea also stood up simultaneously and followed him. By the academy river, Gil walked, thinking inwardly, "What should I tell my grandfather? The academy is run by our Lutheran family, and I am the manager." In the meeting room, everyone watched In He's serious announcement intently. Everyone must have heard the report. "Yan Lutheran will also join our academy." The pink-haired man with a black mask on his chin widened his eyes and cautiously said, "First Duke and now Yan Lutheran. Why aren't they coming all at once but separately?" And he continued his announcement with a serious face. "Recently, we have received information that awakened academies in neighboring countries have suffered severe damage." As the pink-haired man asked, confused, "Is that related to the 2 of them arriving late?" His eyes sharpened. "That might be why the 2 of them arrived late." His question, the pink-haired man frowned, and a slight fear was visible in his eyes. "Does that mean the 2 of them attacked those academies?" And he lowered his face. "We cannot say they attacked." Photos of Duke and Yan were clearly projected on the large screen. He continued his announcement. "The World Awakened Academy often does things like this without informing anyone. Duke Raiden and Yan Lutheran moving separately is probably due to the problems they caused at the Awakened Academies in neighboring countries." Suhan now began to speak. "The Lutheran family has run the World Awakened Academy for almost 10 years. By now, the talented successor, Yan Lutheran, probably also wants to show off his power." Emma Yang crossed her arms, exuding a queen-like aura with sharp eyes. "I think so too. The beast he carries isn't an ordinary black leopard. Only successors can carry that leopard, and it has a code name." As the pink-haired man asked, full of doubt, "Is it a new species?" Her eyes sharpened like blades. "That's right. It is a very rare species. The Lutheran family invested a lot of time and money in caring for it." As she explained, she recalled the red, bloodthirsty leopard. "To ordinary people, it's even considered a sacred beast from legends." Everyone in the meeting room listened intently to her explanation about the black leopard. It was a beast with overwhelming power that no other creature could compare to. The scene shifted to a dreamy sunset afternoon, and Yoon was leisurely walking down the street with her dog. As she walked, she thought inwardly, how could Jinwoo do such a thing? She recalled Jinwoo. Although it had been quite a while, she realized that he had only recently come to see himself as a true awakened. Yoon's eyes cast slightly downwards. "Can I become that strong when I'm with him?" While she was lost in thought, her dog seemed to sense something was wrong. The dog narrowed its eyes and suddenly growled. As she quickly turned around, she also became curious. It was Yan and the leopard Leolot slowly approaching. Yoon's eyes widened in confusion as she thought inwardly, World Awakened Academy uniform. "What is that beast?" "It's a black leopard." "Is it always that big?" Yan said in an arrogant voice. "Ah, you carry a pet with quite a good mental connection. You seem to have some talent too." Upon hearing his contemptuous voice, her eyebrows almost met and she said nothing. He introduced himself with a rude face. "I am Yan Lutheran, a student of the World Awakened Academy. I just started this course." Upon hearing this name, she suddenly felt afraid. Yan Lutheran and that beast. Just then, Leolot bared its teeth and golden eyes as if to swallow her dog alive. Seeing its fierce expression, Yan averted his gaze, stroked Leolot's back and said, "I apologize." It continued to growl and make threatening expressions, and Yan said in a teasing voice, "This one is a bit sensitive because it's hungry." Yoon stroked her white dog wearing a wary expression. Her eyes sharpened. "So are you going to eat my durry?" Yan immediately replied with a sneering face. "Ah no. They only hunt prey that has no owner." "Ah, I haven't heard your introduction yet." Her eyes softened slightly at his words. The two stood quite far apart. Yoon began her introduction. "Yoon Ju is part of the MIA organization and is also a student at this academy." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Mia, I believe Mia is the organization most skilled in animal taming in this country. Her eyebrows furrowed again as if she had a bad premonition. Yan sneered. Her premonition was accurate. He opened his mouth. Good, I just arrived here and haven't had a single match yet. Our abilities are similar. We both control animals' minds, right? So I want to fight you. Although she had anticipated it, Yoon was flustered when he said it directly. Fight? He seemed very calm. I thought you were the strongest among Mia's academy students. She simply stroked Dury without a word. She sank down, clutching Dury, and immediately refused. No, I'm not a combat specialist, Yan with an arrogant expression again. Stroked his chin and said, Is that so? It's no problem for me if you refuse. I'll just make an official request. His lewd and despicable face was probably born that way. He continued to press his logic. If I don't fight you, I'll fight someone else. Yoon looked at him with the eyes of a police officer staring at a criminal. Suddenly, the monstrous Leolot growled, turned sharply, and headed elsewhere. It began to stare intently at Jian and Kaiten, who were leisurely taking a walk. Jian, with dark circles under his eyes as if he hadn't slept for 7 days and nights, tiredly said, No matter what, it's really hard to fully recover. I've aged from treating Ju. As soon as he finished speaking, he flopped down and fell asleep. Kaiten looked on helplessly. The sun is nice here, let's take a nap. He fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Kaiten, who was sitting next to him like a plump pig, still showed no signs of losing weight. The monstrous Leolot charged with fierce speed like a hungry tiger discovering its prey. Jian and Kaiten were caught helplessly in its sight. It was probably engrossed in thoughts of a hearty meal. It bared its sharp claws and charged fiercely. Its mouth opened wider than a cave. Jian still calmly raised his foot and scratched. He was itchy. Suddenly Dury charged and kicked it. This caused even Kaiten, who had been in a deep sleep, to bolt upright with Jian looking on in incomprehension. Dury bared all its claws and dug firmly into the ground. The monstrous Leolot, receiving a world-shattering impact, slid back due to inertia. Dury stood bravely in front of Jian and Kaiten, protecting them. The monstrous Leolot continued to growl, showing no signs of stopping. Yoon was extremely flustered at the sight. She rushed forward, shouting, No! Leolot growled as if this was its territory, and Dury growled back, not backing down. Jian looked at them with a blank expression, and Kaiten, sitting next to him, opened his mouth. Did that dog just help us? Having just woken up from a 30-second nap, still disoriented, Dury was already standing in front, blocking them. Yan approached slowly, his hands behind his back. Haha, your animal attacked first, right? Yoon said, extremely frightened. Wait, that's not how it happened. Cold sweat began to trickle down her face. She pointed forward in a fluster and explained, Those cats are Ju's cats. Can you tell that leopard not to attack the cats? He maintained an indifferent expression, but at the mention of the name he inadvertently fell into thought. Ju, is that the person who fought Duke? He slowly opened his mouth. Those 2 disgusting cats have an owner. Then, sending her a sly look, he continued, What did you say? Didn't your dog attack my lovely Leolot first? If it's already been attacked by someone, even I can't stop it. As soon as she heard that, Yoon had a bad premonition and immediately turned around in a fluster. Leolot, madly baring its sharp claws, charged at Dury. It pounced on Dury, and the two rolled on the grass fighting. A fierce battle between the 2 animals was underway. Yoon's eyes widened, and she began to use her awakened ability. No, her eyes turned white. Hey, she inadvertently glanced back. Yan, his body completely black, emitted a disgusting energy and said in a despicable voice, Do you want to help your animal? Then I can't just sit back and watch. Yan's eyes seemed to want to swallow his target alive. She composed herself. Calm down. Under his murderous aura, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and clench her fists. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to stop the animal fight. Dury and Leolot showed no signs of stopping their fight. Suddenly, Dury bit into the ferocious creature. Leolot, enraged, turned back. It swung one paw, sending Dury flying far away. Yan thought to himself with a satisfied expression. Truly useless. Leolot was a monster that the rowing family had raised with a lot of money and time. Its claws were as sharp as blades, and their power was no different from being hit by a car. It growled and walked back and forth with fierce momentum. Dury trembled all over, seemingly exhausted. Its legs could no longer stand. Yoon looked on with worried, tearful eyes. It was scratched once near the eye by the black leopard, and blood streamed down. Covered in wounds all over its body, it still dragged itself to stand in front of Jian and Kaiten, protecting them. Kaiten opened his mouth in incomprehension. Why is that dog protecting us? How could I be defeated by an animal from the rowing family? Jian silently observed. He recalled the white-furred Dury who used to take walks with him every day. Its lovely appearance made him ponder, but now standing before him was a wounded Dury. The plump cat Kaiten just sat there blankly, lost in deep thought. Leolot still growled, showing no signs of stopping. Suddenly Yan commanded, Kill it. As if waiting for those words, the black leopard opened its mouth wide and continued to charge. Yoon gritted her teeth, her eyes shining with fear. No, I have to get Dury out of there first. Jian calmly leaped onto Leolot, bearing his sharp claws. His dog-like blood began to boil. What are you trying to do? As soon as he finished speaking, a blue lightning bolt flew straight at Leolot, knocking it unconscious. Blood streamed from its nose, its shining eyes lost their light, and its arrogant appearance from before was nowhere to be seen. He recalled himself running through the twilight, dizzy. When the task was done, Kaiten leapt down with his plump paws. He glanced at it contemptuously and said, Do your dog-like acts in front of your dad. He turned sharply and left Leolot behind. It had numerous lumps on its head, and its face was buried in the ground. Everyone who witnessed this sight had to open their eyes wide and stare. Yoon, with tearful eyes, looked worriedly at Dury. She flew like lightning and shouted at it. Dury, she plopped down on the grass looking sadly at the wounds on her beloved dog's face. Are you okay, Dury? You're hurt here. Seeing the profusely bleeding wound. Her tears and snot poured out like a flood. Dury gently licked her tears as if comforting her. Jian from a corner watched them affectionately, feeling helpless. His face was full of annoyance. I need to leave this place quickly. He hadn't even taken a step when Dury rushed over and licked his cheek repeatedly. This made Jian wear a what the hell expression. Dury gave a very adorable dog-like smile. Jian wore a disgusted expression but still sat still, letting it lick until his fur was soaked. He thought to himself, this dog doesn't even care about its own wounds. Yan just watched the scene before him without a word. He opened his eyes wide, thinking to himself in disbelief. Leolot wasn't awakened yet, but it couldn't have fallen like this from just one hit. Isn't its endurance better than anyone else's? Seeing it buried in the ground, unable to lift its head, his heart began to stir. How could something like this happen to the rowing family's sacred beast? His face gradually darkened. Standing behind the plump cat Kaden, he thought to himself, this plump cat must have done something. Kaden was profusely sweating. Damn it, why is it so chilling? Suddenly, Yan discovered something. Ju Jinwoo ran over panting and shouting, Yun! He brushed past Yan and Yan treated him as if he were invisible. He stared intently at Jinwoo thinking to himself, is this guy Ju? Did you defeat Duke? He opened his eyes wide. It was as if he had found his own answer. Yes, because this guy was nearby, he transmitted power to the plump cat. That's the only way to explain why the plump cat attacked so strongly. Jinwoo's face turned pale. He asked, extremely anxious, what happened? I heard an explosion on my way back to my room and ran here. Only then did the black leopard Leolot barely lift its head from the ground. Dury with Kaden pricked up its ears. Kaden sat in a corner hidden so no one knew what he was doing. Yun's eyes shone as she looked at Jinwoo. Ju, thank you for saving Dury. Jinwoo understood nothing. He suddenly realized something and turned his gaze towards Jian. Jian immediately turned his head elsewhere. Yan, who seemed to understand the situation well, approached with his hands behind his back and asked, You are Selyu Ju, right? I am Yan Lutheran. He thought his guess was correct and continued, yes, you also have the ability to communicate with animals. Your animal control ability isn't bad either. Jinwoo slowly opened his mouth with a who asked who answered expression. He suddenly seemed to realize something and looked at Jian with wide eyes. Still, Jian immediately turned his head elsewhere. Yan's face darkened and he gritted his teeth saying, since things have come to this, how about the two of us have a duel? At that hasty suggestion, Jinwoo inadvertently asked, fight? Yan's face reverted to his original despicable appearance. The plump cat started it, so you have no right to refuse. Let's go. Jinwoo and Yun's eyes widened. Dogs and cats also gathered. Bang bang, the hurried footsteps of people fiercely echoed. The pink-haired man, not understanding anything, ran along and asked, what the hell happened again? Why is there a duel here? He, running in a hurry, tried his best to answer. Suddenly I received a call from that child, and he seemed flustered about this too. Sonhwa, running right behind, opened her mouth. It's Yan Lutheran. If we had observed the children more closely, something like this wouldn't have happened. Suddenly, the door swung open. Jinwoo and Yan stood facing each other in the arena. Seeing everyone rushing over, they inadvertently looked. Everyone was surprised simultaneously. Why Selyu? His opponent is Selyu? He couldn't help but shout, what the hell? On one side is Yan Lutheran, and on the other is Ju. He approached Andrea with an angry expression and questioned her. Didn't Ju just fight Duke Graydon? Why are you making that child fight again? Is he okay? Andrea replied helplessly. If the opponent were someone else I could help, but I can't do anything about this person. Yan calmly turned around and replied, don't worry too much, nothing will happen. Although I was outside, I also have some information here. He wore an incomprehensible expression. Why do you have such a sly look on your face? I know that Ju has already fought Duke Graydon, so we'll fight in a different way. With the ability to control and communicate with animals. At those words, everyone's eyes widened simultaneously. No way, everyone, as if by prior arrangement, looked at the plump, motionless Kaden. He thought helplessly to himself, it's fate. Yan's words silenced the entire arena. He approached Jinwoo worriedly. Ju, are you really okay? He forced a laugh. Yes, I'm fine. He sighed. Kaden from behind held Hain tightly with a gloomy expression. He sighed and said helplessly, all right, I understand. Kaden sat in a corner, indifferent to worldly affairs, eating food and listening to the news. He thought to himself, let everyone fight, I'll just watch from afar anyway, there are people I can't be with forever. Andrea looked at the plump cat Kaden, her face darkening in helplessness. She thought to herself, Yan Lutheran has already acted. I'm truly miserable, I can only follow this decision. This damned plump cat, what the hell did it do? The pink-haired man suddenly opened his mouth. Will he be okay? Ju's cat's power was really strong before, but Myung quietly assessed that this match would be difficult. That leopard is also a sacred beast, and its power is similar to my animals. Moreover, the one controlling it is none other than Yan Lutheran, who has awakened the core of power. She continued to stare intently, her eyebrows beginning to furrow. Ju's ability to communicate with animals isn't outstanding yet, so there's no chance. He observed with an extremely worried expression. The two stood facing each other in the arena, with a large leopard on one side and a plump cat sitting calmly on the other. Yan opened his mouth angrily. Ju, I was off guard back then, but now my Leolot won't be like before. Jinwoo's eyes were also resolute. A purple aura began to spread from his body. Yan, with Leolot, began to envelop the entire arena in purple energy. A murderous aura emanated from Leolit's entire body, and as it bared its sharp claws the ground began to crack. It wrapped itself in flames, an intimidating sight before Jian, but he remained calmly seated, showing no signs of worry. Jinwoo, startled by the spectacle, thought its body was transforming. Jian also looked up slightly surprised. Leolat, spewing fire all over its body like a true beast, displayed its sharp claws. It bared its sharp teeth menacingly and roared with an ear-splitting sound. Jinwoo's eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone else who stood there and witnessed the scene also had their eyes wide open. The beast that had awakened its core of power was incredible. The pink-haired man and Suhan were sweating profusely. Jian, standing opposite it, still wore a very calm expression. "Did I give birth to you?" he lightly muttered. "Wow." Jinwoo was sweating profusely and almost fainted. He couldn't help but worry as he looked at Leolat, which was currently 10 times larger than Jian. "I know Kaiten Hung is really strong, but can he defeat that guy with that cat body?" The protagonist wasn't worried at all. His dog-like blood began to boil. Is he trying to lie to me again? At this moment, in hospital room A3, Yoon stood outside, propping her chin on her hand, covering her mouth and sweating profusely with worry. "Is Jinwoo okay? I couldn't watch his match because I had to bring Duri to the hospital." At sunset, the twilight glow illuminated the world-awakened academy building. Kaiten, in his white cat form, held 2 bags of spoof candy in his hands, his eyes sparkling. He looked down at the arena where a fierce battle was about to take place. Jinwoo and the plump cat Jian faced the burning Leolot and its owner Yan, he assessed. "Child of the Lutheran family is quite strong too." The pink-haired man's eyes widened as he asked Myung, "What do you mean? Can he transmit his power to the beast to make it stronger?" Her face darkened, and she was sweating profusely. "That's right, but I think this is enough." Seeing Leolot emit murderous energy, she continued. "The power of a beast in its awakened state depends on the awakened power of the awakened controlling it. As expected, the Lutheran family is different. They are the people who communicate best with animals in the world." Jinwoo was sweating profusely with worry. He glanced at Jian Hung in his plump cat state. He stood before Leolat unafraid, but Jinwoo was still worried. "I know Jian Hung is really strong, but can he defeat that leopard with that cat body?" Jian glared at it with a firm and sharp expression. The black leopard growled with burning eyes. It approached him as if a cat were playing with a mouse. Its owner said with a sneer, "Does that plump cat dare to fight my Leolot? Today I will give you a terrible defeat." He called him Su. Jinwoo looked at him puzzled. A cunning expression was clearly visible on his face. "The beast you can communicate with. Now say goodbye to him." Jinwoo frowned in anger. "Damn it." Jian was burning with rage. "Leolat, it's time to pay back what you just owed me." Leolat, upon hearing the command, stomped its feet on the ground and its sharp claws raked the floor. It moved very quickly and powerfully. Yan controlled it in front of everyone. He stared wide-eyed and conveyed his command to it. "You devour that dirty plump cat." Leolat rushed towards Jian as if to swallow him whole. He raised one hand and attacked it. He lightly struck it. The black leopard flew in the direction of his punch. Leolot fell with its face buried in the ground. Its owner was startled. "Even though I'm connected to Leolot in its awakened state." He gritted his teeth, seeing Jinwoo standing there with wide eyes. Jinwoo stood on the opposite side, expressionlessly looking at Jian Hung. He opened his eyes wide and mouth agape, constantly thinking that Yan had such excellent animal communication skills. Jian slowly approached the injured Leolot, stood up and returned to Yan. Yan shouted in irritation, "Leolot, what on earth are you doing? How could you let that cat attack you?" He stared wide-eyed and connected with it in his awakened state. "Are you calm now? Now attack!" It bared its teeth and roared, rushing towards him as if leaping at him. Jian arrogantly tilted his body to one side, avoiding the attack. It continued to attack him, but he easily dodged all its blows. He calmly dodged each attack, still maintaining a confident demeanor. And he returned to focus mode. Jian glared at Leolot. He swung his hand and lightly slapped it. It was just a light touch to its nose, but an enormous force erupted, which the opponent could not block. It flew hundreds of meters back and fell. Leolat hit the ground with a thud and slid backward due to inertia. All of Jian's movements were as light as a feather. "Is it still picking a fight with me?" Myung, Suhan and the pink-haired man couldn't help but be astonished. The entire Washung group had their eyes wide open, their faces filled with disbelief. Jinwoo couldn't close his mouth and couldn't say anything. He looked around as if confirming the facts, and he brought both hands to his temples as if controlling it. Kaiten in the stands had his face frozen, captivated by the two beauties. This guy Jian. He still held the half-eaten bag of spoof candy. How can he be so strong with that cat body? What on earth has he been training all this time? Seeing Leolot unable to stand properly, Yan was annoyed. He gritted his teeth and fumed. "Damn it, what on earth is happening?" His anger caused veins to bulge on his face. "Su, I know you're really strong, but I haven't shown all my abilities yet." Jinwoo on this side still had 2 fingers at his temples, concentrating, but he didn't know what was happening in his mind. Yan shouted at his combat beast, "Leolot!" Suddenly its body grew incredibly large. Its awakened energy burst forth like fierce flames, illuminating the entire space. Leolot's murderous momentum was so overwhelming it seemed to swallow anyone, but the plump cat Jian still stood very calmly. Leolot, transformed into a beast, opened its mouth wide and charged at him like a whirlwind. He still sat calmly waiting for a good show. Its provocative roar shook the arena and cracked the surrounding walls. Jian licked his lips in satisfaction. Ah good, this guy is ready to die. Electricity emanated from his feet. Leolat charged with burning eyes, and at the same time, when it was only a few millimeters away from him, he quickly leaped up and swung his hand, preparing to strike it terribly. He struck it with his awakened energy. His face hardened and he bared his sharp teeth and shouted, "Meow." Thump! A blue electric lightning bolt struck the beast. Leolat, trapped in the destructive blue electric energy, was dizzy and could not resist. All the World Awakened Academy trainers were terrified and astonished by that powerful energy. After the fierce battle, He seriously analyzed. "That's really good. That cat has tremendous potential with shining eyes in front of all the Awakened Academy teachers," he said. "We just witnessed a great match." Everyone was speechless and helplessly silent. Myung said doubtfully, "The outcome was already decided, but it seems a bit strange." He frowned, glancing at her, and his voice slowly replied to her. "To control that, one must have excellent animal communication skills. That's a truly worrying problem," he continued. But an out-of-control cat from the district defeated the sacred beast of the Lutheran family. His eyes looked at her desperately. "Is there any other way to explain it?" Myung was sweating profusely and remained silent. He extended his hand. "No matter what the sacred beast of the Lutheran family is, that cat radiated a shining aura and its face was full of pride. And then all living things below become equal." "Oh meow." Yes, the aura made everyone's eyes widen and sweat profusely. He was still showing off and everyone bowed their heads worriedly. The pink-haired man frowned and said, "I really didn't know Jinwoo's skills were that amazing, defeating Duke and even the Lutheran family with his animal communication skills. That's truly amazing." He bit his lip, thought for a moment, and then calmly said, "That child is Jian's disciple, and he's the strongest awakened in the world. There must be a reason why he chose Jinwoo as his disciple." "I think that's the reason." Everyone crossed their arms and fell into deep thought, bowing their heads. Myung stared blankly. "Should I also include that child's ability to connect with cats?" At this time, night had already fallen deep over the academy. Jian stretched comfortably. "Ah, that was really fun." He stroked his beard contentedly. "There aren't many people who can fight in this plump cat body, but it's actually quite fun." Jinwoo sat on the bed looking worried for a moment. "What will happen later then? There might be more problems in the future." Jian sat next to him and sighed. "I can't help you with anything. From the moment you defeated Duke, everything will become more chaotic," he continued. "Furthermore, those guys will try to target this academy and find ways to destroy it." Jinwoo was sweating profusely with worry and suddenly remembered something. "Ah, Jian Hung, you used a lot of power in that cat body. Won't it affect you? You seem to have gotten stronger than before." He frowned and thought. Jian looked at his cat paws. "My current strength isn't enough to be used multiple times. Thanks to this cat body, I was able to maintain my strength for longer." His voice suddenly became serious. "I need to spend more time understanding that." Kaiten, who was eavesdropping from behind, chimed in. "That match was really crazy," he frowned. "Wouldn't it be stronger if you just went back to normal? Why do you need to know how to use energy in a cat's body?" Jian replied to him expressionlessly. "It's not bad to learn in this cat body either." Kaiten huddled in a cardboard box, advising him at the same time, "And it would be good to understand your healing abilities in this cat body too." Kaiten frowned. "I thought so too." He still doubted when Jian defeated the black leopard. How could that guy use such powerful strength in that cat body? I sometimes saw him training and his power was too strong when it erupted. He looked at his cat paws in silence. As the three sat in the room, suddenly the doorbell rang from outside. Arthur stood at the door and greeted him cheerfully. Jinwoo was slightly flustered but greeted back. "Ah, hello," he gave a sly smile. "I just came to say hello. I'm Brian." Jinwoo was still surprised. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Arthur broke the silence. "You defeated Duke and even Yan." Jinwoo awkwardly scratched his head. "I just got lucky." Arthur tilted his head and thought to himself, "This guy is kinder than I thought, yet he defeated those two." His attitude gradually became more friendly. "It's nothing special. I'm just grateful. Thanks to you, I can also hold my head high. Duke and Yan both lost to you, but I didn't." Jinwoo opened his mouth and eyes wide in confusion. Arthur waved his hand to greet him and said in a subtle tone, "Besides saying hello, I wanted to thank you. Now that you're tired, rest," he continued. "Let's talk again later." Jinwoo was sweating profusely as he replied, "Ah yes." After speaking, Arthur cheerfully skipped away, humming a song. He looked at Jinwoo, who was left behind, with a puzzled expression. Kaiten approached and said, "Ren, Brian and Lutheran are all famous families in the world, but this is a competition in many ways, and the successors of those families are all the same age." And he continued, "2 out of the 3 lost to you. Brian drew with one of the 4 heavenly kings," he continued. "It's too obvious. Thanks to that, Arthur will be recognized for his abilities more than the other 2. Jinwoo was speechless and could only reply briefly, "Yes." After speaking, the 2 turned around and entered the room. Elsewhere in the academy, Andrea spoke. "The children on your side are truly talented. The future of this country will be very bright." Chairman Lee smiled gently. "I'm glad to hear such praise from the professor." He continued, "But the students of the World Awakened Academy were careless, which is why we were able to achieve such results." The space suddenly fell silent. Andrea said, "Thank you very much. Thanks to that, our students learned a lot." Chairman Lee still smiled. "Thank you too, Professor. Thanks to your students, our children gained valuable experience." She frowned unpleasantly. She glared at Chairman Lee and thought to herself, "Cunning old man hiding his strength and developing it slowly. There must be many things behind that smile that I haven't investigated yet." Andrea placed her hand on the table. She stood up and solemnly said, I really want to go back quickly, but the children are still recovering, so I have to wait. Chairman Lee still said kindly, it's all right. He cheerfully said, not caring about Andrea's darkening face, you can stay as long as you want, Professor. He. The two turned around and left. Andrea formally said, thank you for your concern. Chairman Lee laughed loudly. Haha, of course I should be concerned. The two walked busily down the corridor. Andrea bit her lip in anger. First G you in and sell you, and then, her face hardened. I'll contact them somehow and bring those two in. They're free awakened, so there won't be much of a problem. The person walking with her quietly followed. In one room something shattered. Objects were scattered everywhere. Yan was breathing heavily, unable to contain his anger. He frowned in anger. This is ridiculous. Animal communication isn't his main ability, plus I fought using the Lutheran family's sacred beast. He stood in a room with objects scattered everywhere. If his family found out, his position would be in jeopardy. He seemed to recognize the cat. His eyes gleamed. That cat had to be something special. The image of the cat flashed in his mind, and he seemed to realize the truth. Right, otherwise how could everything have happened so preposterously? An ordinary cat could never contend with the rowing family's sacred beast. Absolutely not. Yan clenched his fists in anger, blood flowing from his hands. Although it looked unassuming, it was being secretly raised in this country. He smiled sinisterly and extended his hand. That cat, I'll catch it. Kaiten and Jian, unaware of anything, were playing around on their side. Subin exclaimed, you really defeated Yan Lutheran with a fat cat? Jinwoo's arms were wrapped in white bandages. He replied, actually I didn't directly face him. It was more like a fight between animals and an animal communication ability. Subin said, intrigued. Still, your opponent was Yan Lutheran, right? I heard the Lutheran family also brought a newly awakened sacred beast. Jinwoo scratched his head in embarrassment, and Disuk gaped and sighed. Why aren't you surprised? What's so surprising about a fat cat? Jian, eating packaged cat food, glanced uncomfortably at Disuk. Disuk, startled, quickly explained, no, that's not what I meant. Jinwoo was lost in thought, recalling what the cat had done in the past. I don't know about that sacred beast, but this cat is already a monster, a fat cat monster. Subin, still full of curiosity, asked, but can you really communicate with animals? Jinwoo explained. Yeah, actually, it can't even be called an ability. I can only communicate with 2 cats so far, he said humbly. Sometimes it doesn't even work. Subin continued to praise him. It's fine, you're really cool. You even defeated Yan Lutheran. Disuk looked at the two with an uncomfortable expression. He stared intently at Kaitan, who was eating with his paws. What the hell, why is that skinny cat also eating with his paws? Damn it, I have a bad feeling about this. Subin's eyes sparkled. She suggested, fight me with that ability. Disuk, startled, turned to look at her. Jinwoo was no less surprised, and Disuk shouted loudly, no? Subin, Jinwoo and Ji-Yun turned to look at him in surprise. He gritted his teeth and trembled his hand. You'll die. She ran at him, kicked him, and cursed. You crazy bastard. He clutched his stomach and crouched down but desperately tried to stop her. No, listen to me. I'm trying to save your pathetic life right now, you damn bitch. She heard him and became even angrier. Subin continued to stomp on Disuk, who was cowering on the floor. You damn bastard, how long are you going to make fun of me for losing to Duke? It was just one loss, you damn bastard. Disuk clutched his head, listening tiredly as she cursed and kicked him. You're going to die, just die. While the two were fighting, Ji-Yun returned and said, I heard Yoon suddenly went back. Jinwoo asked curiously, why? We still have academy classes, don't we? Subin, who had been fighting, stopped and turned to explain. Her dog seems to be severely injured and wants to go back for treatment. Jinwoo was surprised. The academy's medical facilities are excellent, though. Subin lowered her head and said in a sad voice, I don't know either, but the Mia organization might have special treatment methods for animals, so she seems to want to do her best for it. Jinwoo remained silently. After speaking, everyone prepared to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. We're going, see you later. Jinwoo replied, yeah, bye. He sat on the floor, staring blankly. That made Jian and Kaitan curious. He was lost in deep thought. It seems Duri is severely injured. Jian frowned. He turned his face away. She probably got badly hurt, which is why she left so hastily. Go ask how she is. Jinwoo's eyes lit up. Ha, Jian urged. Go quickly. What are you hesitating for? I just saw her leave. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Yoon. She, startled, turned to look at him. Ha, Jinwoo was so happy that he called her name loudly. Yoon, she said, seemingly pleased. I heard you won the fight. He was slightly surprised. Oh? Yeah, she asked if he was hurt anywhere. Jinwoo replied, not forgetting to ask her, I'm fine. But I heard you went back to treat Duri. Was it badly injured? Tears welled up in Yoon's eyes. She said sadly. Well, she lowered her head. It sustained a serious injury. It might even lose its eyesight. Jinwoo worried. Wouldn't it be better to treat it at Mia? Ah, her voice sounded even more hurt. Actually, Mia said it would be difficult to treat the injury even there. He seemed crushed, too choked up to speak. Yoon's tears poured down like rain. It's my fault, I wasn't careful. Jian, watching her from the room, wiped his tears with his hand. Jinwoo stood quietly beside her. Yoon was moved. I came to say goodbye before I leave. He looked at her. She smiled and urged, take care of yourself, see you next time. Jinwoo said blankly, yeah. He watched her back as she left and sadness flashed across his face. Yeah, take care. The room door closed and he stood there for a long time, lost in deep thought. Kaitan said, that dog lost its eyesight, didn't it? I knew it. It was hit hard then. He lowered his head and said gloomily, yes, probably. Jian, seeing him continue to be sad, didn't know what to say next. He recalled old memories, when Dury with its small paws ran to bravely block the attack to protect him and Kaiten. He still felt uncomfortable whenever he thought about that strength. When he heard someone's lamenting voice, he turned his plump body to look at where the voice came from. Jinwoo also followed suit, watching carefully. Kaiten was now sitting on the sofa in human form, wearing a sophisticated suit. Jian was speechless. Why did this guy transform into a human? Jian said. Most people with animal communication abilities have special interactions with animals they've been with for a long time, and the longer they're together, the stronger the interaction becomes. He sighed. Honestly, I really like that kid Yoon too. She seems to really love her dog, and the dog follows its owner very well. Jinwoo paused upon hearing him. Jian understood his intention. Does he mean he wants to treat that dog? Kaiten continued to speak. I also had a friend who was blind in one eye when I was young. That kid's dog was similarly injured, wasn't it? Jinwoo couldn't hold back his tears and let them stream down his cheeks. No one said anything. The room fell silent again. After a moment, tears filled Jinwoo's eyes. If it's possible, he desperately asked Kaiten. Kaiten, can you fix Dury's eye? Kaiten heard him and smiled. He had been inwardly waiting for these words, right? But outwardly, he said coldly. The injury isn't that old, so the possibility of it being fixed is high, he said confidently. And of course, because I'm Kaiten. Whoosh, Jinwoo was surprised by him. He thought inwardly, so Kaiten can fix Dury, but if he demands payment, what should I use to repay him? What do I do now? The two stood facing each other, each with opposing thoughts. Kaiten inwardly urged, hurry, beg me. Worry was clearly visible on Jinwoo's face. But I have nothing to repay Kaiten with. He bit his lip tightly and looked so pitiful. Kaiten gradually lost patience. What is this guy? He was so fierce when fighting. He covered his face and sighed. All right, I'll fix it. Instead, let's exchange something. He immediately raised his head. What? Jian also listened with curiosity. He demanded, that punching technique used by the fat cat. The room suddenly fell silent again. Jinwoo said blankly, cat punch. Kaiten extended his hand. Just teach me that. Then I'll fix that dog. Jian stared at the man in front of him with astonished eyes. Kaiten's gaze on the opposite side had also sharpened. He continued, you don't need to teach me the energy control method. Just teach me the basic method. Jian seemed to freeze. Does this guy really want that? Kaiten pointed directly at the fat cat and scolded him. Anyway, that dog got hurt trying to protect you, Jian. Don't say you're not involved in this. Jian, startled by what he heard, thought this guy really means it. He puffed up his face at Kaiten, then quickly turned his gaze elsewhere. In the end, he compromised. Right. That's how it should be. It's too expensive. Kaiten inwardly cheered. All right, deal done. At that moment, he didn't know he had fallen into Jian's trap. Jinwoo jumped around happily. Yahoo, I have to go tell Yoon. As soon as he turned and left, Jian gritted his teeth and growled. Kaiten also scoffed at him, and both were full of murderous intent. Kaiten glanced and said, everyone needs to get out of this building. Myung immediately asked, why? He simply replied, because it's annoying. Go quickly. Not just you, everyone needs to leave. After speaking, Kaiten entered the room, and the three people didn't understand what had happened. Myung and Yoongu widened their eyes, not knowing what was happening, and watched his feet glow and transform into cat paws. Kaiten slowly entered the room and approached Jian. Jian, in his cat form, asked Kaiten, why did you return to this form to treat? He replied, because I want to further refine my techniques in this form. After speaking, Kaiten leapt onto the hospital bed. He stared intently at the person lying on the bed and explained to Jian, besides, I want to learn more about animal treatment in this cat form. He looked down at Jian and continued to instruct, hey, anyway, you need to watch me carefully while I'm treating. Jian sighed and agreed, all right. As he was about to leave, Kaiten called out, oh, and? He turned around and glared at Jian with a threatening gaze. When I finish treating, quickly teach me that technique. He profusely sweated. All right, really annoying. He thought inwardly, this guy really wants to learn that. On the training ground, everyone was happily playing and talking. Yoon, with her hands clasped together, tears welling up in her eyes, worried as if she couldn't believe it. Teacher Kaiten will really fix Dury. Dury's eye will definitely be fixed. Jinwoo turned to her and comforted her. Don't worry, Kaiten said he'd fix Dury's eye. She, startled, turned to look at him. Really? Jinwoo smiled gently and replied, yeah. Yoon became happy, then fell into thought again. Her eyes shone but soon became worried. After a moment she said gloomily to Jinwoo, but why did he agree to fix Dury? I heard he's very difficult to persuade to treat. Jinwoo froze and was slightly flustered. How well? He awkwardly looked for an excuse. He said he really likes animals. Yoon's eyes sparkled. He smiled slightly, not daring to look at her. Jinwoo recalled when he asked Jian, is this all right? Jian, in his cat form, said, what's the problem? Teaching such a technique is simple. He was slightly worried, but you created it and only you can use it. Jian looked at him and explained, cat punch is simply a technique for cats. I control energy to fit a cat's bones and muscles and deliver an appropriate punch, he continued. All Kaiten wants is a simple technique. I just need to teach him cat punch a few times. Energy control is something he has to handle himself. Jinwoo understood. Ah, I see. On his side, Jian smiled slyly and thought inwardly. It's actually a gain. Yoon waited anxiously, hoping for Dury's quick recovery. Myung watched the children, lost in deep thought. What on earth is happening? She recalled Kaiten's appearance. Kaiten had miraculous healing abilities, capable of bringing even the dead back to life. But once he didn't want to, no one could force him. It was unbelievable that he had agreed to treat a dog he had never met. She glanced at Jinwoo, seeing his face looking somewhat embarrassed. Could it be because of Jinwoo? At the World Awakened Academy, Duke was surprised. What? Yan lost too. Arthur glanced at him and scoffed. Right, surprising isn't it? He generously waved his hand and explained. His hyperspeed ability is truly amazing, but I didn't expect his animal connection ability to be that amazing too. Duke was slightly worried. Didn't I hear wrong? Even after fighting me and getting hurt, he still won after that, Arthur said firmly. It's true. Even our professor is trying not to talk about the details and avoiding it. I'm sure he's really strong. It wasn't a direct confrontation, it was due to his animal connection ability. After speaking, he glanced at Duke, who frowned and said nothing. Arthur inwardly scoffed happily. He left the room and waved at Duke. Rest. I'm leaving. After speaking, he exited the room. Duke placed his hand on his aching chest, angry. Sell you, that guy really defeated Yan too? His face darkened and filled with anger. He put more strength into the hand clutching his chest, and blue veins popped out on the back of his hand. Duke thought, sweating nervously. I thought the reason I lost to him was because I didn't fully understand his abilities. The scene changed to Yan, walking across the school grounds in anger, contemplating a plan. First, I need to make that plump cat mine. Then I'll go back to my family and act like nothing happened. After a long search, he muttered to himself, where did that plump cat go? I can't find it anywhere. Should I go into his dorm and look for it? Just then he stopped. He saw a white cat. He thought it was Caden, another cat. One I'm looking for is nowhere to be seen, and the one I'm not looking for just appears in front of me. How annoying. Yan thought this and immediately turned to leave. He then stopped again, looked up at the cat and remembered something. That's right, that one seemed to be Selja's cat too. His eyes sharpened. It's not the cat I was looking for, but I can't just let it go. I'll make that one mine. A purple aura surged. Jew, I'll take away all the animals you can connect with. Caden, surprised, turned to look at him. Seeing Yan staring intently at him, he thought inwardly, what, is that guy crazy? What on earth is he doing here? Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yes, look at me, you'll be mine. He exuded a hypnotic ability and commanded, come here and kneel at my feet. Caden seemed unaffected. He looked at Yan like a fool. Then to his surprise he saw the white cat flapping its ears and scratching itself, completely unaffected by his energy. What, is my power not working? He continued to stare intently at the white cat, his eyes hazy and purple energy emanating from his entire body. Come here quickly. Caden also stared intently at him but understood nothing, then turned and walked away. Yan's face turned purple with anger. His fists clenched and his body trembled slightly. He looked at Caden and said, how dare you, you ugly eunuch cat, how dare you ignore me? He used all his abilities and shouted, come here. A purple aura immediately surged. Just then a cat's paw came back and ran towards him. One side of his face was twisted by some force. What is this? What on earth is happening? Why am I doing this? His other cheek was hit again. Why are both cheeks being hit one after another? The force was applied from both sides and Yan couldn't understand who he was or where he was. Blows continued to rain down on his face. Caden leapt up and used his abilities, attacking his face repeatedly. The final decisive blow sent Yan flying into the air, landing him on the school grounds. A clump of dirt flew and landed on Caden's head. Caden lost his composure and, enraged, dug at the ground, shouting, what eunuch cat? He, with dangerous eyes and a worried expression, said to everyone, we just received a report that Yan Lutheran has short-term memory loss. This statement brought immense surprise and fear to Suhan Sonhwa and Ju Myung. The pink-haired man was even more bewildered. No way, how could he have short-term memory loss? He thought deeply. I think he was too shocked after losing his match against Jinwoo and couldn't control himself. The image of Yan aimlessly wandering around the academy grounds with heavy steps flashed through Inhe's mind. The security guard had reported seeing him wandering aimlessly around the academy. Suhan agreed. That's right, I also received a call from the security team and was very surprised. Anyone would be surprised if there was nothing to hide. That a promising figure from a renowned awakened family lost to a cat. Inhe still stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. I hope Yan Lutheran recovers his memory quickly. We should quietly pray for him for a while. Everyone agreed, crossed their arms and prayed together. But everyone in the room suddenly stopped. Everyone shared the common thought of, what is this? Why is everyone following Ji-yu in He's words? The scene was an image of a stone palace at sunset. Golden eyes widened. Yan sat on the bed thinking about what had just happened. I can't remember anything that just happened. He clutched his forehead trying to recall. He had just gone out for a walk. Yan suddenly clutched his head and tried to remember. Why did I go out? Why did I go for a walk? He blankly scratched his head. Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. I can't remember anything. Suddenly an image of a fierce cat flashed in Yan's memory, making him stop. It was definitely Caden in cat form. I was looking for that plump cat. Yan suddenly trembled and sweated profusely. Another cat's image, Caden, and a neutered cat. I saw that cat, but Yan couldn't remember anything else. It hurt so much. An intense pain like being hit on the head with a hammer struck Yan's head. I can't remember anything. Strange sounds continued to buzz. Why does that sound keep ringing in my head? Yan sat, clutching his head. Couldn't understand. A wide space with two white-haired men walking and talking. Andrea ruminated on Yan's situation. Short-term memory loss. Is he so shocked that he can't control himself? She frowned. Anyway, Yan is the successor of the Lutheran family. If something like this happens, his position will be shaken. She suddenly called someone's name. Ji-yu-in. He turned around. Seeing her and another white-haired man approaching, she spoke first. You must have been very flustered by the sudden call, right? He was silent. Andrea asked. I heard Mr. Ji-yu-in is a free awakened, is that right? Ji-yu-in's face remained unchanged. Yes, Andrea exclaimed. Amazing, I called to make a very advantageous offer to a free awakened like you. Ji-Yun remained meaningfully silent. He didn't understand the meaning of her words. Andrea said with a dangerous glint, Our World Awakened Academy invites you. Ji-Yun remained silent. She extended her hand. We are always looking for talented individuals with potential like you, so come to the World Awakened Academy. Unlike this small academy, we have the world's best training program. Only the World Awakened Academy can help you develop your skills. As she gestured, Ji-Yun silently looked at it. Ji-Yun thought deeply. Andrea said triumphantly, Of course he'll go. Where else would a free awakened get an opportunity like this? It's too good an offer. No, I don't want to. This startled her, and anger mixed in. She was flustered. What? Ji-Yun resolutely turned around and, in a peaceful afternoon, he continued walking, oblivious to the 4 pairs of eyes staring at him. The 2 left the hall. Andrea was angry. How preposterous. How dare that guy refuse my offer? He must be an ignorant fool, she continued. That guy didn't move according to our plan. This also made the white-haired man think deeply. Suddenly a voice startled the 2. Hello, Andrea remained composed. Mr. Jinwoo, right? He said without the slightest hesitation. Yes, at these words, Andrea and the man's faces became solemn. They talked together. After observing the match, I realized that your abilities are very outstanding. In addition to your direct combat abilities, your animal connection abilities are also very good. Jinwoo's strength was revealed in Yan's thoughts. You truly have exceptional talent. Jinwoo scratched his head awkwardly. Andrea paused. But you're a free awakened, aren't you? Jinwoo didn't deny it. Yes, she comforted him. But don't worry, our World Awakened Academy will help Mr. Jinwoo develop his skills. Jinwoo was startled. What are you saying? Andrea spoke. Come to the World Awakened Academy. These words greatly surprised Jinwoo. It was the best awakened training institution, gathering outstanding talents from all over the world to help them develop their awakened skills. Only the best talents who passed strict tests were qualified to enter. Moreover, the faculty consisted of the top professors. I think Mr. Jinwoo is qualified to study there. Andrea's very interesting offer. Leave this small academy and come to us. Jinwoo paused upon hearing those words. 4 pairs of eyes met. Jinwoo's eyes held surprise and bewilderment. Andrea's eyes held a triumphant and noble expression. If this guy refuses this offer, there won't be a better opportunity. I'm sorry. She was startled by those words and anger mixed in. My offer? She asked again. Jinwoo scratched his head and admitted. Yes, Jinwoo awkwardly said. I know the World Awakened Academy is a very excellent training institution, but I want to study here. Because I love this place. I don't want to go anywhere, Jinwoo insisted. Jinwoo politely said, Thank you for such a good offer. Then he turned and left the 2. Andrea gritted her teeth in anger. How dare that guy refuse the invitation of the World Awakened Academy? Disuk said with a nonchalant expression. Andrea was bewildered, not interested. Ignoring her bewildered expression, Disuk yawned loudly. He said indifferently, That's right. Andrea's face showed anger, but she still maintained a pleading demeanor. That's not an easy decision. She presented the Academy's advantages. You surely know that the World Awakened Academy has the best training system. Training there will help you maximize your power. I am especially recommending you to the World Awakened Academy because I saw your immense potential. She tried hard to persuade him, but Disuk remained steadfast. I'm sorry, and he asserted. Didn't we defeat your Academy's best students? Andrea was stung and fell silent. Disuk said irritably, Everyone is saying that the World Awakened Academy doesn't seem to have the best students. That confused her, but she resolutely disagreed. Don't listen to groundless rumors. The students we sent here are excellent, but there are far more talented students at the World Awakened Academy. I am recommending you to the World Awakened Academy because I highly value your special potential. Disuk sighed irritably and turned to leave with a tired face. I don't want to go anywhere right now. It doesn't seem fun to go there. How dare that guy say such things to us? She was angry, but there was nothing she could do. It was Subin's turn. Grandpa is going to scold me. This was followed by Kong Sok's refusal. I'm sorry, I won't go. Suwon read the text message and sighed. Kong Sok didn't even come to the meeting place. The 2 suddenly didn't show up, as if everything had fallen apart. Ah, my hometown river, my hometown river. She gritted her teeth in anger, veins bulging in her neck. Annoyed, she shouted, What on earth are these damn brats thinking? One of them even showed a disrespectful attitude. There's no need to look for anyone else. The brats here aren't worthy of entering the World Awakened Academy. The scene shifted to a very joyful, soft and lovely-looking dog. The person petting the dog was Jinwoo. Dury, your wound is healed, he said excitedly. Completely healed, right? At Jinwoo's question, the dog excitedly licked his face. Yoon watched the scene from the side, smiling. She was very grateful to him. Mr. Jinwoo, thank you very much. Jinwoo playfully refuted. I didn't do anything. It's all thanks to Kate and Hung, right, Dury? Yoon said awkwardly. And then she continued. I asked him to help. Jinwoo awkwardly disagreed. I told you I couldn't do anything. Maybe Kate and Hung just likes animals. Yoon smiled awkwardly and happily. Hee, I learned a little more about him. Yoon was happy. If Mr. Jinwoo hadn't asked, he would never have helped. Thank you very much. She gratefully looked at Jinwoo and her dog Dury. In contrast to the lovely scene before them and Yoon's blushing, awkward expression, the 2 cats were sleeping, oblivious to everything. Suddenly, Jinwoo got up and placed his hand on Yoon's forehead. Do you have a cold? Yoon's eyes widened in surprise. At this moment their eyes met. Why is your face so red? Do you have a cold? Do you have a fever too? Faced with the barrage of questions, she could only remain silent and flustered. Yoon pushed Jinwoo hard in front of the 6 pairs of eyes watching them. Jinwoo investigated. Could it be that you are? Was Yoon afraid of being discovered? Flustered and embarrassed, Yoon tried to run away. I'll go first, see you later. She and Duri they quickly disappeared in front of the 8 pairs of eyes watching her. While Subin and Ji-Yoon looked on with bewildered expressions, Disuk spoke. That dog has fully recovered, Jinwoo awkwardly agreed. Yeah, Kate and Hung treated him. Subin also agreed. I heard that too, he also treated you, didn't he? His abilities are truly amazing. Subin's sparkling eyes were full of the thought, my goodness, why are Kat and Hung and Jeon Hung so cool? In her imagination, Jeon and Katen appeared very cool. She said awkwardly, this is really difficult, who should I choose? A hand was placed on her shoulder. Disuk appeared from behind with a dark face. You don't have to worry, no one will choose you anyway. Subin frowned at those words. Ignoring the noisy scene behind them, Ji-Yoon calmly said, Mr. Jinwoo, I heard that the representatives from the World Awakened Academy came to find you, is that right? Jinwoo was startled. How did he know? The fight still showed no sign of stopping behind them. Ji-Yoon, who was facing him, solved the mystery. They also came to me and offered to come to the World Awakened Academy. Subin and Disuk immediately stopped fighting upon hearing those words. Really? They came to me too. Me too. Jinwoo was completely surprised. The 2 cats were still fast asleep. Jinwoo asked worriedly, so what did you guys say? Are you going? Subin, Jinwoo and Ji-Yoon seemed perfectly calm. I refused. Are you crazy? Why would I go there? Grandpa would kill me. The refusals kept coming. Jinwoo smiled quietly. He dashed over and embraced everyone. That's a relief, you all refused. The atmosphere around the 4 of them was truly joyous. I'm so glad to know that. I want to eat something delicious. Let's go together. On the colossal cruise ship, everyone's faces were filled with gravity, Sung-gil said jokingly. Unfortunately, all of our academy students have chosen to stay. Andrea was furious but could do nothing. We've had sufficient rest and the children have recovered, so we'll be returning now. Thank you for the beneficial lessons, we've learned a lot. Sung-gil smiled. Please don't say that, we merely learn from each other. Do visit us again. Andrea frowned. Of course, if you invite us. We will definitely come. As Andrea turned to leave, she glared with hateful eyes. Cunning old man pretending to be weak and humble on the outside, but secretly giving special training to the children inside. Pink-haired Ko In-hee, Sonhwa, Suhun, Ji-myung all looked at her, her hateful gaze. I won't let this go. A furious face. Let's see if he can maintain that dignity when the children he raised disappear one by one. Her eyes widened with hatred. I'll sweep everyone away. The white-haired man also frowned, lost in deep thought. The night sky was exceptionally quiet, continuous footsteps. A man was sprinting, surrounded by trees. Suddenly a sound came from behind him. A person wrapped entirely in black cloth with only their eyes visible, their eyes narrowed. Why is Jinwoo the first one? Jinwoo continued to run with fear. The person followed Jinwoo, then, surprised, quickly swung their arm and Jinwoo reacted quickly, dodging. The person was surprised by that reaction. Impossible. You're Umrung. He appeared and glared at the person in black with terrifying eyes. Under the bright moonlight, 2 white-haired men glared at each other with hateful eyes. The older white-haired man asked first, Why are you here? Umrung frowned slightly. He replied indifferently, Just like you, I am here for only one reason, the man said in surprise. Are you also targeting this academy? If so, he asked, is Jinwoo also your target? No. As soon as Umrung finished speaking, a large needle pierced the man's back and blood surprisingly gushed out. It was his clone. Only those who follow Seo Jinwoo must be eliminated, he said coldly. The man angrily swung his arm at Umrung, filled with rage. A powerful white wave surrounded him and disappeared, and Umrung also disappeared with it. He muttered to himself, Damn it, I was too clumsy. Suffering from pain, he suddenly reappeared. Since you became a professor of assassination, you've become too sloppy to be easily hurt. The white-haired man, his mouth full of blood, said angrily, Why are you protecting that brat, Seo Jinwoo? An indistinct hand was engulfed in blue flames. It was Umrang's hand. Because he is light, his eyes were filled with hatred. The ear-splitting sound of a blade echoed and his body was split into 2 where the red moon rose in its transformed state. Jinwoo was still running forward, his feet didn't stop and his breathing was ragged when he felt he was no longer in danger. He lay on the ground panting, drenched in sweat. Are you all right? Jinwoo's eyes widened immediately, startled to see Umrung in front of him. He jumped up in surprise. Mr. Umrung? Umrung remained silent, deep in thought. Hung, are you okay? Jinwoo was scared but excited. I didn't expect to meet you here, Hung. He frowned, puzzled. He maintained his composure. If you're Jeon's disciple, it's best to be prepared for everything. Don't let K be in danger because of you. Jinwoo was bewildered. Numerous questions swirled in his mind. Umrung said unreservedly, Although it's not yet known to the world, many people already know you're Jeon's disciple. They will come for you at any time. This incident has also made the World Awakened Academy start paying attention to you. Jinwoo cautiously replied in a small voice. Yes. Jinwoo sat blankly, his hands trembling as he clenched them tightly. What should I do? Umrung looked down at him from above. Jinwoo said with pleading eyes, What should I do so I don't cause any more trouble for Jeon Hung later? Umrung was surprised by that reaction and remained silent. He said gently, Become stronger. He was silent. Become strong enough for people all over the world to acknowledge you as Jeon's disciple. Jinwoo was startled. He jumped up, showing his determination. I will definitely do that, so Hung, don't worry. He turned his face. Ah, I've repaid my debt for the light. It was the moment he finished speaking and disappeared in a flash. Jinwoo was left with numerous questions. How light? Only the rustling of leaves and Jinwoo remained, and Jian in his cat form. Came to meet some kid, Jinwoo cautiously said. Yes, Kaiten the cat was also puzzled. Doc, that assassin, why did he come to see Jinwoo? Jian explained. Oh, there were just a few things between him and Jinwoo recently. Kaiten turned his gaze to Jinwoo. But why did he come to see you? Jinwoo's eyes widened. He said with strong determination. He told me I need to become stronger. Strong enough for Hung to proudly tell others that I'm Jian's disciple. Jian was startled. He sighed exhaustedly. Truly annoying. Jinwoo suddenly remembered something. And he also said he repaid his debt for the light. Jian was bewildered. He owed you something. What happened between you two? Jinwoo scratched his head, puzzled. No, I don't know what he meant either. He ran off as soon as he finished speaking, so I couldn't ask anything. Jian was lost in deep thought. He recalled, I didn't say anything to Umrung. A scene flashed in Kaiten's memory. It was probably related to the last night they met. Someone was being held. He also had nowhere to go. Kaiten suddenly stood on 2 feet and advised, even without him, you need to know how to take care of yourself. Jinwoo said resolutely, yes, I'm being very careful with energy control. I used my core too much recently. So there was a slight clash. Kaiten shook his head. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people from the World Awakened Academy. Jinwoo was bewildered. Oh yes, then Kaiten explained. Those people always try to capture talented children. Take them away and control them. It's like crushing a growing sprout with your hand. And if they can't do that, they'll kill the child. Killing a child means the nation's power weakens, so tell those brats to be careful too. And especially the people you need to be most careful of are free awakened like you, Kaiten advised. Jinwoo was surprised. I'll be careful, Kaiten made a punching motion. Strong guys always do despicable things. They're arrogant because they're strong, so they always bully others. Jinwoo looked at his hands. His calloused hands would gradually grow higher and further like seeds sprouting from the earth. At that moment, everyone realized they needed power. Umrung Hung's words about becoming stronger must have some meaning. Above all, Jian Hung and Kaiten Hung were not afraid of others. It was simply because both of them were very strong. Jinwoo clenched his fists and said resolutely, in conclusion, I need to become stronger. Jian and Kaiten nodded solemnly and smiled. Of course, recover quickly and train your energy control. Jinwoo replied loudly, yes. In a peaceful morning scene, someone's footsteps began to quicken. Ji Yin and a startled young man were together. Ji Yin walked slowly. Behind her, he was inside a huge building. Kong Ji Yu spoke happily. The reason I'm still alive is because I've consistently trained my running. Ji Hai changed the subject, but the people from the World Awakened Academy have all returned, right? Upon entering, Kong Ji Yu, Ji Hai, Dong Su, and Ta Rang were all overwhelmed. The scene before their eyes was countless people preparing for training. The 4 of them felt awkward. Umrung approached. How's your body feeling? Kong Ji Yu was bewildered. Ha, the other pink-haired man continued. You went out today, didn't you? Kong Ji Yu mumbled. Oh yeah, the 2 praised him. That's cool to dare fight against such terrifying strong opponents. At those words they all became bewildered. Jinwoo suddenly appeared. Did you come to train? Are you feeling alright? Everyone was happy at his appearance. They were laughing joyfully. Kong Sok suddenly appeared. Co Jinwoo, once you've fully recovered, please have a match with me. I've been training a lot lately. Jinwoo replied confidently. Alright, Disuk appeared from behind him. Choi Kong Sok, you know the rules, right? Kong Sok was bewildered. If you want to fight Jinwoo, you have to defeat the opponents Jinwoo defeated first. Duke and Yan, you have to fight and win against them. Subin also agreed, delighted. That's right, ha ha ha. Disuk suddenly remembered something. Oh, he scoffed at Subin. You too, Subin. You have to defeat them too. Subin paused. Ha, Subin was bewildered, feeling angry emotions surge in contrast to Daisuk's satisfaction and Jinwoo's bewilderment. A flatfish approached. If the situation allows, please have a match with me too. Jinwoo agreed. Subin and Daisuk's fight reappeared. Ji Yin and In-hee approached the scene below. People were watching Subin and Disuk pulling each other's hair. Ji Yin looked down, lost in deep thought. It was a noisy scene, but Ji Yin's eyes were exceptionally filled with joy. It's a relief that the children are getting along and united like this. The sky outside the window was incredibly blue and clear. Ji Yin and Sung Gil were conversing. As a Korean awakened, I sincerely hope our country's awakened becomes stronger. Therefore it's natural for other organizations to stand against powerful Korean organizations like Shinhwa. It's not a bad thing at all, he continued. Next to every rule there's always a limit. Opposition is not wrong. I thought it was better for us to develop together, Sung Gil said with difficulty. But it seems we can't do that now. Many organizations will take an interest in our country in the future. So from now on we must unite, he thought. And as an organization representing Korea, that organization will have to bear much more burden than before. Ji Yan remained silent, lost in deep thought. Sung Gil felt apologetic. I'm sorry to entrust such a heavy responsibility to someone as young as you. Ji Yan remained silent. Why should the principal be sorry? I've known this would happen soon ever since I became the #1 Korean awakened. The noisy scene unfolded again. This time Subin and Disuk were fighting again. Ji Hai turned around. In-hee, surprised, followed her. Chairman, aren't you going to meet the children? She said quietly. It's enough to see that the children are doing well. Jinwoo rushed over and shouted, Ji Yin, Nuna? Ji Yin, startled, turned around. Jinwoo dashed over to Ji Yin and In-hee excited. Nuna, when did you arrive? Oh, I just met the principal on my way here. Jinwoo was startled. Nuna, are you back? Yes. Jinwoo felt awkward. I know, Nuna's a busy person. Ji-Yin looked at Jinwoo thinking something. I still have some time, so can we talk for a bit? Jinwoo was visibly excited. He was completely surprised. I heard your story. You played a very important role in confronting the students from the World Awakened Academy. Jinwoo felt awkward. Oh, that incident. It's already in the past. Why bring it up again? Ji-Yin was puzzled. But how could that be? I heard your opponent was one of the top 10 students from the World Awakened Academy. Jinwoo felt awkward. Ha ha ha, I was just lucky. My opponent was careless. Now that I think about it, I'll probably keep repeating this story later. Ji-Yin looked at him. Jinwoo, you should be proud of your abilities. Ji-Yin said warmly. The two looked at each other and Jinwoo felt awkward. Jinwoo replied politely, thank you, Nuna. I heard you refused their offer, Ji-Yin said. Oh, that incident. They wanted me to come to the World Awakened Academy. Ji-Yin was puzzled. But why did you refuse? Jinwoo thought. He smiled brightly and said, it's just that I like this place and the people who study here. Ji-Yin looked at Jinwoo silently. Jinwoo said with resolute determination, I want to become strong with everyone to a level where I can confidently show myself in front of everyone. Ji-Yin saw the determination in him, and her lips also wanted to smile with that joy. Hurry and grow up. Big sister is waiting for some playful ideas. Jinwoo indeed was happy. The twilight still shone on the lit house. Kaden said doing sit-ups. I heard Yudang is here. Jinwoo replied meekly. Yes, big sister came early and left right away. Kaden interjected. Yudang is the #1 ranked girl, right? Ranked #1 in this country. Kaden was performing martial arts moves. Ha, that must have been really tough. Jinwoo slumped down next to them. You could say that, but big sister isn't that tall. She's really different from you. She's the representative of Xinhua. Kaden didn't want to ask about that. No, that's not what I mean. The fact that she's ranked #1 in this country won't be easy. Jinwoo looked blank. Kaden glanced at the high-ranked awakened, saying they were people who had proven themselves to the world in various aspects, and the awakened in this weakest country are like fat prey. Especially the #1 ranked one. Jinwoo looked blank. What do you mean? Jian continued. They will focus on the #1 ranked or other organizations and use their power to pressure that person. I've experienced such things often. Jian was lost in thought. Although I dealt with them, now everything is worse than before. For a country or organization to be entangled with people from the World Awakened Academy, his dark eyes looked scary. They will use every dirty trick to make Yudang, the #1 ranked in this country, kneel before them. Jinwoo was terrified. A dark landscape appeared, chaotic scene, skyscrapers burning. A scraped hand struggled to grasp something. Someone looked exhausted. She truly couldn't believe that she wasn't ranked among the world's best awakened. Yudang looked down with sharp, cold eyes from above, and the landscape was peaceful. Inside, Jinwoo was training, his shoes sparking blue with friction against the floor, his fists flying. He punched back and forth, showing firm eyes and decisive punches, and Sung-gil followed his every movement. He watched with wide eyes. Very surprisingly, what I taught the child was how to move the energy source, but this child can use it so powerfully in such a short time. Jinwoo looked exhausted. What do you think? Jinwoo scratched his head in embarrassment. I wanted to show the principal before I went back. I'm really better than before, but I still feel like I have a long way to go. Are you disappointed? Do I still have many shortcomings? He was silent. Even though you can do that in such a short time. You say you have shortcomings? Sung-gil was delighted. No, you're truly excellent. I really didn't expect you to do so well. Jinwoo smiled shyly. When I perform close-range attacks, I move my power as the principal taught me. If I had used the energy source as before, its power would probably be much stronger and the burden on my body would be reduced. Sung-gil smiled gently. That's right, Jinwoo added. So I'm thinking of applying it elsewhere. He asked. Applying it? Jinwoo waved his hand. Yes, Kaden Hung told me that in close combat, attacks must always be accompanied by movement. Thanks to that, I got the idea that applying this method with movement would be very useful. He punched straight ahead. After using it, I haven't seen the effect yet, so I think I need to research it in more detail. Sung-gil was startled. That child found his own technique. Sung-gil followed silently. He offered a few words of praise. Very good, it's worth trying. Jinwoo was delighted. Really? Thank you very much. And he hastily said goodbye. Then I'll head back. Jinwoo ran off with a joyful smile. Sung-gil watched him go, admiring his extraordinary talent. Suddenly a voice echoed, catching Sung-gil's attention. Don't misunderstand. Jian and Kaden walked in human form. Jian said calmly, what you taught Jinwoo I won't interfere with. He looked at them, and Sung-gil, regaining his confident demeanor, greeted them. Mr. Jian, I was wondering when you'd come. But you've come at the end of class. It's been a long time since we last met. Kaden sighed with Jian. Jian asked him, why did you teach Jinwoo how to control energy? He lowered his voice. He's not even your disciple. He was silent, recalling Jinwoo's words. Yes, Jian Hung told me that in close combat, attacks must always be accompanied by movement. Thanks to that, I got the idea that applying this method with movement would be very useful. He sighed. Honestly, I don't know why I did it either. The two scoffed and fell silent. Come to think of it, there was no need. On this side, the Awakened Academy's car was driving down the road. Inside were Jinwoo, Kat Kaden, Kat Kaden, Inhee driving, and others. Jinwoo was texting someone. Ji-hee watched him, grinding her teeth as she recalled the scene at the arena. Those people kept clinging to him, so I couldn't even get close. He's truly a monster. How could he become so strong in such a short time? The car stopped at a traffic light, and the phone rang, catching Inhee's attention. He answered the phone. What is it? Someone said something, and Inhee looked very shocked. He shouted, What? Subin Ju, Ji-Yun and Jinwoo were startled in front of a high-rise building. Yudang was afraid. I didn't expect him to come here himself. The long-bearded man was the world's 10th ranked awakened. Brahman Patrick, he held a teacup. Don't worry too much. I haven't come here to fight you. I've merely come to follow my nephew, Brahman asked her. I've heard an interesting story recently. I heard you passed a challenge from the world's top 100 awakened, is that right? Yudang hesitated. Yes, he put down the teacup. You know that wasn't just a simple challenge but a test for this country, don't you? That will continue in the future. She was silent. His voice continued to echo in the spacious room. When I first heard the news I wanted to go and see what it was like. I wanted to see if the fight there was suitable for my nephew's debut. I thought so, but seeing you I've changed my mind. He asked, what do you think about becoming part of our family? Yudang was flustered and looked away. Part of your family? What do you mean? Brahman, with a serious face, offered her a match. I heard you're not married yet, is that right? I mean, what do you think about getting to know my nephew? Deong froze upon hearing those words and Julian nearby watched her meaningfully. Brahman stroked his beard, a satisfied smile on his face. What do you think? Look at my nephew. He seems to lack nothing only. She bit her lip tightly, and cold sweat trickled down her cheeks. He frowned and directed a sharp gaze at her. To have a relationship with my nephew means that you too will become a member of our Patrick family. If that happens, no one will be able to touch you and the organization you lead. Deong lowered her head and remained silent. Suddenly someone burst into the room. Bang! In-hee and Juke entered, and he said, Nuna, I'm here. Baramon's question echoed in the spacious room. Is that your brother? Deong quickly replied, yes. In-hee watched him from one side, thinking to himself, why is that person here? He's a top 10 ranked awakened in the world. Shouldn't they be living in their own world? Surely he's not here to negotiate with the chairman. Baramont looked at Juke with admiration. Your brother doesn't seem too bad, Deong replied politely, thank you, and turned to her brother. Juke, could you step out for a moment? He smiled slyly. Is there any need for that? We'll be family soon, so it's nothing to greet each other. Disuk froze upon hearing those words. What? Who's becoming family here? His friends outside also peeked their heads in, eavesdropping. Julian, who had been sitting quietly until now, rebuttoned his shirt. He sprang to his feet. He approached and extended his hand for a handshake. Nice to meet you. I'm Julian Patrick. Disuk ignored him, turned his face and demanded, Nuna, what's going on? Becoming family? Are you thinking of marrying this person? Deong replied calmly. Ju, calm down. I just heard their proposal. Ju and In-hee froze again. Jindo, who had been eavesdropping from outside until now, also froze. Big sister Deong is getting married? He stared blankly at Deong. Just then, Juke pointed at him and said with an expressionless face, HMPH, no way. Our Nuna is dating Jin. Jinwoo was startled upon hearing those words. HMPH, me? Deong was equally surprised, a big question mark appearing on her face. Baramont frowned in annoyance, his lips twitching as if to curse. The space froze and no one said anything. Julian, unfazed by the argument, said brazenly, Yudang is an attractive woman, so it's not strange for her to be dating someone. But that's not a problem. Dissa could no longer stand it and shouted at him. What do you mean it's not a problem? He smiled slightly. I don't know how everything will turn out, but in the end only talented awakened like us are suitable. Dissa gritted his teeth. What are you talking about? Julian glanced at Jinwoo and scoffed. That child isn't worthy of dating your sister. From his skills to his family background, everything is unqualified. Jinwoo, his pride hurt, lowered his head and bristled with anger. His eyes sharpened. Suddenly a familiar voice echoed, stunning everyone. Then do you think you're qualified? Jian walked in from somewhere. Baramont froze. Sonhwa froze when she saw him. Sunbreak. Kadin approached Jinwoo and said to him mockingly, Baramont, if your nephew is qualified, and why isn't my disciple qualified? Baramont and his nephew looked at him with fiery eyes. He was shocked by the information he had just heard. That child is Jian's disciple? Jinwoo could only helplessly watch the tense situation. Baramont asked him, is that child your disciple? Jian glanced at him and replied, that's right. He widened his eyes. I faintly heard a rumor that you had a disciple, but I thought it was nonsense, but that rumor is true. Jin was slightly surprised. Julian frowned, feeling fear inwardly. Is this Jian? He looks younger than I expected. The sunlight shone on Jian, highlighting his handsome features. Baramont commanded. Julian, apologize to him. He was startled. Yes, he whispered. No one has the right to judge Jian's disciple, no matter what. Jinwoo seemed surprised by these words. Julian stared intently at him, which made him slightly worried. He looked at him with wide eyes and Julian bowed his head reverently. I was imprudent. I am truly sorry, Jinwoo hastily said. No, you didn't say anything wrong. I truly have many shortcomings, Baramont asked him. Still have shortcomings? He continued to look blank. He continued, hey, do you know what Jian's disciple means to awaken like us? He widened his eyes in surprise. Yes, Baramont, seeing his attitude, was speechless. He cleared his throat. You don't seem to know anything, Kadin interrupted. Stop it. He glared at Baramont as if warning him. Although that child is my disciple, I only recently took him on as a disciple, and that child only recently started to see himself as an awakened. He said with an expressionless face. Really? But many questions swirled in his mind. He just became a disciple? Someone like Jian rejected countless proposals. Some people couldn't even become his subordinates. So is there something special about that child? Jinwoo currently looked like a rabbit, and she lowered her head to hide her worry. A voice was heard. I have something to say. Then Baramont and Jian turned to look. Julian stared intently at the two of them and made a proposal. I want a duel with Jian's disciple. Dian was startled, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. He looked at Julian coldly, looking slightly displeased. Disuk and In-hee were also startled. Subin and Ji-Yuin, hidden behind the door eavesdropping, were also worried. In-hee frowned. That's ridiculous. No matter how strong Ju is, he can't be at the same level as him among his peers. He recalled Julian Patrick's power. His power was on another level. He was directly taught by Baramut the Patrick. Although he wasn't ranked yet, his power was strong enough to place him in the top 100. He wanted to fight, Disuk grumbled with a disgruntled expression. What on earth are you doing, Hung? In contrast to his loss of composure, Jian asked in a cold voice, what are you trying to do? Your face is filled with disgust right now. Julian calmly explained, as I just said, I want to fight Jian's disciple. As his eyes widened, Baramut shouted in an angry voice, Julian Patrick, what on earth are you doing? You're supposed to debut as a world ranker, and you want to fight a kid younger than you. Didn't Jian just take that child as his disciple? He seemed to realize his foolishness. I made another mistake. I got caught up in my emotions and made an absurd proposal, Jinwoo said emphatically. I accept. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian, Baramut and Julian all looked at him with surprised eyes. He stood still with a calm expression. Yudang worriedly persuaded him. Ju?